Chapter 357. The severing flag based on the location and territory frequented by the Blood God Ape. I could surmise the approximate nodes, though not with absolute precision. Chen Yongjie, skilled in navigation, had recently forged connections with the demon cultivators, managing to ascertain the whereabouts of the red-skinned monkeys with remarkable clarity. The towering fire maple trees, reaching a height of 1,000 meters, resembled clusters of flames ablaze. This region was exceedingly perilous, inhabited by a frenzied breed of avian known as the serrated birds. They seamlessly blended into the crimson forest, sharing their fiery hue and sporting enormous beaks resembling saws, attacking any who dared to approach. These creatures possessed the strength of early-stage transcendent beings, compelling ordinary extraordinary individuals to flee, lest they be torn apart by their vicious beaks. This peculiar foreign realm exhibited an oddity. Why had all the ferocious beasts and birds gone mad? Since their arrival, not a single normal creature had been sighted, more insane than those of Qilian Dao, devoid of self-awareness. As we pressed onward, Wang Xian continued to tally his spoils, tossing a crystal containing a drop of divine essence to Chen Yongjie. This treasure is far too precious. Keep it for yourself, he insisted. Upon receiving it, old Chen felt its warmth and almost returned it. You should use it. I still have petals of the celestial medicine. Wang Xian shook his head, not overly concerned. In that ethereal realm, there lay a pool of life, abundant with substances of transcendent nature. Each time he endured torment there, he emerged with immense gains, the effects proving more potent. Old Chen accepted the treasure, recognizing its rarity and weight. Wang Xian's expression twitched as he refrained from disclosing to old Chen that he had captured fragments of Qi Qingdao's thoughts, which the latter had absorbed directly. An image that was rather unsettling. The primary concern was that Qi Qingdao deemed the divine essence far too valuable, fearing spillage and waste. What manner of beast hide is this? Could it truly be related to the severing flag? Wang Xian pondered, eyeing the crumpled hide. He recalled that upon first encountering Qilian Dao, his severing god flag had exhibited unusual activity, while the expression of the demon ancestor's second son seemed to hint at deeper meanings. Wang Xian waved towards the distance, causing the beast hide to flutter like a handkerchief in his grasp, yet the nearby demon cultivators remained unperturbed. Only after a moment did they notice the two of them, promptly clasping their fists in greeting, their demeanor radiating warmth and respect. Could it not be the severing flag? Perhaps I am overthinking, Wang Xian mused, frowning. Ultimately, he retrieved the severing god flag, aligning the wrinkled hide against it for meticulous comparison. A golden lattice materialized, the pale golden hide and the ancient flag shimmering in unison. Remarkably, they adhered together, though the amalgamation lacked any overwhelming aura. It was not a mere connection, but rather an integration, akin to two facets of the same entity, albeit the pale golden hide had diminished to the size of half the flag's surface. Wang Xian stared in rapture, raising the small flag to inspect it further. Was it truly self-aligning? Regrettably, the newly acquired hide appeared to be fragmented, incomplete, seemingly a remnant of the severing flag. Yet even if it were whole, there remained something lacking. It did not possess the same rhythm as the severing god flag. Could it be a mere substitute for the severing flag? He scrutinized it again, noticing the severing god flag had become less aesthetically pleasing, resembling a patched-up piece, undeniably unsightly. Could this object even actively repair itself? With suitable materials, absorption occurs. Chen Yongjie approached, his curiosity piqued. In the distance, those few demon cultivators he had seen earlier were fleeing for their lives. One was gruesomely severed by a massive, crimson serrated bird. Its beak was terrifying, more so than a chainsaw, dripping blood in midair. I curse your kin, Chen Yongjie exclaimed as he turned to witness the horror, his expression shifting dramatically. The demon cultivators had attracted no less than 8 serrated birds, all early-stage monsters of the carefree realm, frenzied beasts that slaughtered indiscriminately. They flapped their wings, conjuring a tempest, shrieking as they approached, their collisions with towering trees echoing ominously. Puff, puff, puff. Several demon cultivators had barely escaped when they met their demise, their bodies crushed by the mad bird serrated beaks. They're coming. Chen Yongjie hefted an energy cannon, and with a resounding thud, struck one of the serrated birds, scattering feathers and splattering blood. This is futile. They're too swift to target accurately. We must flee. He retracted the cannon and turned to escape. Though he was formidable, he knew he could not contend with beings of such a high caliber in the carefree realm. Let me give it a try. Wang Xian declared, a glint of determination in his eyes, ready to test the transformed god-slaying flag. His own strength was sufficiently robust to confront such frenzied creatures single-handedly. Be cautious, slaying a few may attract a swarm. Chen Yongjie cautioned. Wang Xian nodded, brandishing the patched god-slaying flag. With a gentle wave towards the 8 crimson giants, a golden net spread forth, weaving into the air. Puff, puff, puff. The effect was spectacular, almost explosive. The 8 monstrous birds in the sky began to show cracks, blood oozing forth. Some had their heads partially crushed by the net, others had their hearts pulverized, and some lost their wings. Their physical forms were grievously injured, and most critically, their primordial spirits were forced out, shredded into ash by the golden net. Good heavens! This is astonishing. Is this flag truly divine? Chen Yongjie marveled. 8 early-stage frenzied birds had perished in an instant. Even though Wang Xian was powerful enough to slay them alone, to Chen, it seemed the flag was unparalleled, resolving everything in a single encounter. He sighed. What a devastating weapon. If transcendent materials remain abundant in the future, possessing this flag would ensure one's safety, rendering one invincible by nature. Wang Xian, though pleased with the outcome, furrowed his brow. He had reason to believe that the beast hide he obtained was not the true flag surface of the god-slaying flag, for its effects were still lacking. During this time, he had been gathering information. The authentic god-slaying flag would disintegrate a corporeal being upon a mere encounter, reducing it to dust, much like the god-slaying flag annihilates primordial spirits, clean and decisive. No matter how he examined it now, it still fell short in many aspects. Another small group is approaching, Chen Yongjie warned. Indeed, 5 more serrated birds emerged from the dense forest, transforming into streaks of crimson light, accompanied by a fierce wind, their broad wings shattering nearby trees as they dived directly toward them. For an ordinary transcendent, encountering such beasts would spell certain doom. Puff, puff, puff. Wang Xian once again examined the suspected crude replica of the body-slaying banner, causing the 5 frenzied birds in the sky to sustain grievous wounds, after which their primordial spirits were violently expelled. Once the primordial spirit was laid bare and appeared in midair, it became a lamb awaiting slaughter before the body-slaying banner, instantly obliterated by a golden mesh. It was still a commendable outcome. Wang Xian nodded, acknowledging the importance of contentment. After all, the true body-slaying banner had vanished for far too long, making it quite difficult to locate. Even a crude imitation must have originated from the hands of an extraordinary powerhouse. Mere immortals and Buddhas were simply unqualified to research or refine such artifacts. Swish! The 2 turned and fled, having dispatched several small groups of carefree, frenzied birds with astonishing ease, not wishing to attract more of the ferocious, serrated beasts. What is your current level? Chen Yongjie inquired as they ran. Wang Xian replied, I have achieved the pinnacle of the 8th stage and can advance to the 9th at any moment. For now, I shall pause to reflect. A breakthrough will come soon. Do not slacken, Xiao Chen. May the Buddha show mercy. Chen Yongjie thought to express his admiration, but swallowed his words instead. Having witnessed Wang Xian's rise from a mere novice and ordinary practitioner to a formidable force, I am at the initial stage of the 7th level. I truly need to strive harder. This was his heartfelt sentiment, for Wang Xian was on the verge of surpassing him by 2 stages. They raced forward at breakneck speed, leaving the fiery maple forest behind and entering an expansive grassland, boundless and serene, where the azure sky met the verdant earth. We are almost there. The general area lies ahead. If my calculations are correct, we should be able to discover the ancient herb garden within a few days. Chen Yongjie confidently led the way. After traversing the vast grassland, they were struck with awe upon encountering an extraordinary void, where mountains were resplendent, and rivers met the setting sun in breathtaking beauty, all enveloped in a tranquil silence as if painted. This was the spiritual realm, and Wang Xian was astonished, having never before witnessed such a clear and grand expanse of spiritual existence. Undoubtedly, this alien domain was unique, adjacent to the spiritual world. At the edge of the grassland lay a desolate area, seamlessly connected to the uninhabited zone and the realm of spirits. An astronaut? No, a specter. Wang Xian felt a sense of trepidation and quickly halted, hoping the figures clad in ancient space suits, exuding an aura of antiquity, would not perceive his corporeal form. He had 2 interpretations of these individuals in space suits. One was an ancient specter from a bygone era, while the other seemed to be possibly related to parallel dimensions and the future, hinting at living humans who were equally elusive. Ahead, amidst the desert wasteland, lay the colossal wreckage of a spacecraft, having crashed countless years ago and irreparable, where several ancient astronauts drifted like phantoms. Old Chen could not see them, but he felt an unsettling sensation, aware that this was not a benign place. Ultimately, as anticipated, Wang Xian circumvented the area, the specters remaining oblivious to their presence. Following the words of the ferryman Su Fu, as long as their spirits did not leave their bodies, they were safe. Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie hastened toward the still world resembling a painted scroll, a mysterious realm of spiritual dimensions. Suddenly, the wasteland erupted, and a figure abruptly emerged, clad in a silver mask, launching a swift strike toward Wang Xian with astonishing speed. Even though Wang Xian reacted swiftly and adapted promptly, he was still drenched in cold sweat. The mental pressure exerted by that individual was terrifyingly formidable, nearly imprisoning him in an instant. The figure approached with alarming speed, as if poised to rend his very soul and annihilate his corporeal form. The person's fearsome hand descended, causing the void to resonate violently, and waves of white energy erupted like a cataclysmic explosion, revealing the indomitable prowess of this being. In response, Wang Xian unleashed the secret techniques of the sword wheel from the path-cutting sword, his body enveloped in resplendent sword radiance, surging forth to strike at the adversary. Yet, a chilling occurrence transpired. The person's colossal hand shattered the unparalleled sword light, effortlessly fending off countless beams of sword energy that cascaded upon him. A faint luminescence enveloped his surface, absorbing all attacks. Most disconcertingly, his hand penetrated the sword wheel unscathed, reaching toward Wang Xian's neck with absurd strength. Simultaneously, a radiant glow emanated from his forehead. Intent on overwhelming Wang Xian with psychic force, an instant of sheer intimidation, as if he aimed to capture him without affording a moment's respite. Chen Yongjie was astounded. Who was this individual? Just moments prior, he had witnessed Wang Xian triumph over the formidable Qi Qingdao, Blood God Ape, and the son of the demon ancestor. Who else in this space could pose a threat to the young Wang? Wang Xian was filled with trepidation. Even the supposedly invincible sword wheel could not withstand this foe. The adversary's power was utterly terrifying, and his cultivation level was certainly remarkable. Was this truly an unparalleled powerhouse stepping into the fray personally? In a moment of desperation, a short sword materialized in Wang Xian's right hand, reputed to be indestructible, capable of severing even the fishing line on the moon. However, that colossal hand struck the short sword, sending it flying and swiftly returning for another assault, during which it made contact with Wang Xian's fist. With a cough, Wang Xian spat blood, his fist throbbing with excruciating pain, his entire right arm feeling as though it had been struck by divine lightning, bones fracturing. His fingers twisted unnaturally, nails falling away in a gruesome display. At that critical moment, Wang Xian's left hand unleashed the god-cutting flag, cleaving toward the opponent. He was engulfed in an inexplicable shock, as it seemed he had indeed been intercepted by an otherworldly celestial demon. Chapter 358. Unparalleled. Wang Xian's left hand grasped the small flag, and upon collision with the imposing hand, it resonated with the force of an asteroid colliding with the Earth, sending forth a blinding umbrella of energy mist. The pain was unbearable, and his pupils constricted. Though wielding an extraordinary treasure, his left hand was fractured. It was evident that the flesh between his fingers had been violently torn by the overwhelming force, blood gushing forth. He had never encountered such a dominant opponent, wielding the patched god-cutting flag, only to suffer such a devastating fate, his entire arm convulsing. The adversary's palm hesitated momentarily, sustaining a wound from the flag, crimson blood flowing forth, before descending once more. The impact was deafening, akin to the explosion of transcending calamities. It was Chen Yongjie who had taken action, shouldering an energy cannon and unleashing a barrage of blinding beams of light. Several of these struck the adversary directly, while others narrowly missed, obliterating two small stone hills deep within the Gobi Desert, showcasing the sheer magnitude of their power. The figure adorned with a silver mask, upon being struck by the beam of light, exhibited no significant harm. His body merely swayed slightly, barely faltering. Even the composed Chen Yongjie found himself rendered speechless, pondering the nature of this creature. What kind of monster was this? Not even the most advanced energy cannon could move him, let alone bring about his demise. In an instant, he comprehended the formidable divine perception of his opponent, who had evidently deemed it unnecessary to evade, unwilling to squander time. This was chilling. Did it mean that both he and Wang Xian were destined to perish here? This individual was simply too otherworldly. The masked figure cast a glance at the wound on his hand and lunged towards Wang Xian, his steps akin to a deity or demon descending, so swift that a human could barely react. He exuded an overwhelming dominance, his gaze icy, as if no one in this realm could impede him. In the vast desert, sand and stones swirled chaotically around him, creating radiant ripples that distorted the very fabric of space. Wang Xian struggled to keep his eyes open, suppressed by the oppressive domain. His arms fractured. Summoning all his strength, he wielded the god-slaying banner once more, successfully activating the red substance sealed within its surface this time. This was an extraordinarily terrifying energy drawn from the crimson glow of the void, while he could only refine it in minute threads. The depths of the banner contained a far greater accumulation. Not far away, Chen Yongjie felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, suffocated by the pressure. Yet he fired fiercely, more frenzied than even Qilian Dao, desperate to save Wang Xian. His body racked with pain, his arm grotesquely contorted into a twisted shape. A horrendous sight, fully fractured, flesh and bone mangled, with protruding shards piercing through his skin. The energy cannon on his shoulder warped, torn asunder by the inexplicable force, scattering into a multitude of metallic fragments that clattered to the ground. Chen Yongjie, grievously injured by the mysterious domain, felt as though his chest had been crushed by a colossal hammer, collapsing inward, the bones of his shoulders cracking with a chilling sound. His arms barely hanging by threads of flesh, swaying precariously as if on the brink of severance. He coughed up blood, staggering backward rapidly. He activated the extraordinary treasure, the bowl, to shield himself, and instantly, a resonant Buddhist chant filled the air. Simultaneously, a robe interwoven with golden threads and crimson light manifested around him, attempting to fend off the formless domain. Yet, the bowl erupted, and the robe was reduced to ash. Chen Yongjie, in shock, was hurled backward by the force, his bones fracturing further, his internal organs feeling as though they were on the verge of being torn apart. The soul-locking bell glowed, encircling him, while he blew into the pristine conch, swastikas densely surrounding his form in a protective embrace. In that fleeting moment of contact, he nearly succumbed to being twisted into a puddle of blood by that overwhelming force. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Xian exerted every ounce of power into the god-slaying banner, which unfurled into a golden net, entirely filled with the red substance, clashing violently with the outstretched hand. The silver-masked figure staggered back a few steps, taken aback. He glanced at his own hand, now a gruesome sight, bloodied and charred. Even his arm was injured by the god-slaying banner activated by the red substance, with golden filaments extending along the wound, threatening to penetrate his body. He regarded the power of the banner with indifference, considering the earlier incident merely a stroke of misfortune. He had discerned that the patch was but a crude imitation. However, the aspect of the divine slayer revealed that the golden lattice could unexpectedly infiltrate through the wound, leaving him astounded and somewhat apprehensive. Wang Xian gasped for breath, momentarily believing he was on the brink of death, threatened by that formidable individual whose strength was astonishingly profound. This was a terrifying adversary unlike any he had ever encountered. Ensnared in a life-and-death predicament, he struggled to extricate himself. At that moment, his arms convulsed. The opponent's force field had been unleashed, delivering a cataclysmic blow that resulted in multiple fractures. His heavy armor shattered, and most alarming of all, even his spiritual armor was riddled with cracks, fragments falling away from his spiritual essence. One could only imagine the ferocity of the adversary's assault, simultaneously targeting both his corporeal form and his spirit, nearly resulting in his annihilation. Seizing the rare opportunity to catch his breath, Wang Xian retrieved the silver beast hide from the earth, activating it to amplify its properties, draping it over himself as a battle attire. This hide also contained a reservoir of crimson substance. The spiritual chains clattered, entwining around his arms, aiding him in lifting them, aligning and securing the fractured bones. The man adorned with a silver mask remained remarkably composed. To him, the struggle and resistance in the face of absolute power seemed futile. He vanished from his position. When he reappeared, he stood before Wang Xian, effortlessly pressing down with his hand, relying solely on his physical prowess to overwhelm Wang Xian, seemingly intent on capturing him alive. Wang Xian locked eyes with him, bracing for the confrontation. Yet, this man moved like a specter, silently vanishing before him, teleporting to his rear, as if traversing through dimensions, and struck down with a palm. A chill ran down Wang Xian's spine as he instinctively swung his flag backward. The silver-masked man sidestepped, evading the divine slayer's flag, and his palm grazed Wang Xian's ribs and spine, sending him hurtling away as if struck by dozens of heavenly thunders. He coughed blood, struggling to rise. His left ribs entirely shattered, some bones piercing his internal organs, inducing excruciating pain. The silver beast hide glimmered, hundreds of ghostly runes igniting, unleashing a dense crimson mist, that extraordinary substance vaporizing, and most crucially, the ghostly runes possessed an inexplicable and formidable power. The silver-masked man glanced at his hand, now scorched black by the ghostly runes and crimson mist, revealing a flicker of intrigue, fixating on the hide once more. Wang Xian's body swayed, his spine was fractured, and even with his resilient physique, he could scarcely withstand the opponent's blows. The situation was indeed overwhelming. Clearly, the disparity in power levels between the two was vast. Had it been an ordinary person, the shattering of their spinal bones would have rendered them incapable of movement, unable to rise at all. Yet, Wang Xian, bloodied and battered, struggled to maintain his stance, silently confronting his foe. However, despair began to seep into his heart. He conceded that this celestial being was far too powerful, capable of annihilating all formidable figures in this realm single-handedly. This was a dire predicament. How could he contend with such an individual? Was he left with no choice but to resort to his treasured artifacts? Yet, Wang Xian harbored doubts about whether he could even mobilize the nourishing furnace, for attempting to do so might inadvertently bolster his enemy, a most tragic and ludicrous outcome. Thud, thud. Radiant beams surged forth as Chen Yongjie lay fallen on the ground in the distance, retrieving an energy cannon from the fragments of the blessed land, controlling it with his feet to commence firing. However, this was still futile. It could only be deemed as an interference, causing the individual adorned with a silver mask to sway, emanating a faint luminescence, which was of no consequence. Chen Yongjie cursed inwardly, questioning whether such a perverse individual could truly be incapacitated. Seizing the moment of the opponent's instability, Wang Xian swiftly entered the realm of fate, struggling to lift the lid of the furnace. As for the entire furnace, he dared not even contemplate it, as it was beyond his control. In an instant, he activated the god-slaying banner, enlarging it and peeling back its patch to insert the furnace lid, subsequently sealing it with the patch once more. All of this transpired in a flash, as his spirit and body rejoined, intertwining golden patterns. He urged the god-slaying banner, causing it to swell, enduring the excruciating pain of broken bones, and launched it towards the masked figure. The banner fluttered fiercely, its golden lattice filled with crimson essence, exuding an overwhelming might. The silver-masked individual remained utterly indifferent, evading the strike with a swift displacement, intent on closing the distance once again. Yet at that moment, deep within Wang Xian's gaze, intricate patterns emerged as he exerted all his might to employ the newly acquired ability, attempting to confine that minuscule space and restrain the individual. He understood that he likely could not imprison such a formidable presence, let alone annihilate them unilaterally. What he sought was merely to hinder the other's movement, to create a momentary stagnation. Indeed, this individual was extraordinarily powerful. The expanding patterns from Wang Xian's depths failed to ensnare him, and he broke free from the confines of the limited domain. However, his body faltered slightly, his displacement not entirely fluid. This was sufficient for Wang Xian. His objective was achieved. He wielded the banner with fervor, howling as it billowed with crimson clouds, crashing downwards. The individual remained calm, executing rapid motions with his hands, forming various gestures as he began to seal his technique. Faced with obstruction, unable to teleport away, he opted for a direct confrontation. For the first time, his expression shifted as he made contact with the banner, immediately retreating explosively, activating his strongest domain, as if traversing through the void. He attempted to increase the distance, yet his palms and arms were still swept by the banner's surface. His hands jarred, his arms trembled, emitting a sound of dislocated bones, causing him to furrow his brow for the first time. Wang Xian sighed in regret, The banner that enveloped the furnace lid had merely grazed him, failing to strike him with full force. The figure revealed an unusual glint, a piercing light in his eyes, as he remarked, "How peculiar. Could it truly be fragments of the god-slaying banner, rather than a crude imitation?" With a cracking sound, he reconnected his dislocated left arm, while his right arm began to glow, its fractured bone mending with a rich influx of vitality. His right arm was bloodied and mangled, with blood dripping, and his bones fractured, yet he showed no concern, instead fixating on the banner. Wang Xian took a deep breath, realizing he was faced with such a personage. The disparity in strength between them was vast, akin to a child wielding a sharp blade, struggling to slay a vigilant adult. Should he recklessly activate the furnace lid? Yet he feared missing his mark and unwittingly offering up a precious treasure. If the disparity in their strengths were not so pronounced and their paths closer aligned, he would not find himself ensnared in such dire straits. Wang Xian inhaled deeply. What options remained? He had no choice but to fight desperately, cornered to this extent, with no room for alternatives. The masked man glanced back, as if sensing something, and then abruptly departed, his figure vanishing at the horizon's edge. In the distance, near the colossal wreckage of a spaceship, a peculiar old astronaut approached, his forehead emanating a silvery glow, pulsating as he advanced, accompanied by several ominous specters. What is happening? Chen Yongjie pondered, perplexed. He lacked the spiritual eye to perceive the specters. Wang Xian's heart grew heavy as he remarked, "The specters are coming. Do not let your spirit wander." The foremost specter appears to be exceptional, likely the king of specters. As he spoke, he draped the god-slaying banner over old Chen to conceal their presence, simultaneously tightening the silver beast skin tome around himself. Both remained motionless, silent. The astronauts trailing behind were clad in tattered, antiquated suits, as if they had weathered the relentless passage of countless eras. The old specter ambled, deep in thought. Chen Yongjie felt a chill run down his spine. Though invisible, he sensed a threat to his essence, as if a black hole were intent on tearing his spirit apart. The old astronaut inadvertently cast a glance at Wang Xian, having lingered here for quite some time. Suddenly, he lifted his head, gazing towards the horizon. As if struck by an awareness, his expression grave. Ultimately, he led the specters away without any intention of attack. "Did he discover us?" Chen Yongjie asked, his scalp prickling with fear. "This place is exceedingly perilous." "I do not know," Wang Xian replied, shaking his head. There was a new development. Old Chen whispered. At the horizon's edge, Zhang Dowling appeared, fleeing in haste, riding a rusted copper mirror, soaring through the sky like a meteor plummeting into the vast desert. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following closely behind him, 3 mysterious flames fell, igniting in the desert, not far from him, confronting him, as pages of scriptures fluttered down. "Friends, as we part ways, may you all fare well. Until we meet again." Zhang Dowling appeared utterly exhausted. Wang Xian had intended to greet him, but upon witnessing this, he fell silent. Old Zhang spotted the two of them immediately, his eyes lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, "Little Wang, little Chen, come over to comprehend the celestial scrolls and the boundless creation." Chapter 359. Dancing with the 3 spectral kings. Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie remained silent, then cautiously retreated, swiftly distancing themselves from that place. "Old Zhang, you truly lack shame, openly attempting to drag them down with you." Wang Xian's spine was fractured, his chest caved in, broken bones piercing his organs, limbs shattered, and his fingernails had completely fallen off, leaving a gruesome sight of blood. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent. It was indeed a rare experience, and he harbored grave doubts about old Zhang's ability to prevail. "It seems unlikely." Chen Yongjie, his mouth frothing with blood, had his arms twisted into a grotesque shape, his chest concaved, with his arms hanging by mere strips of flesh, nearly severed. "Friends, dust to dust, earth to earth. Let us disperse. Why cling to me? If fate allows, we shall meet again, but today must end here." Zhang Dowling turned to leave, yet the 3 flames followed, encircling him like a nighttime bonfire, reminiscent of a civilization's luminous essence transcending time. Most unsettlingly, vague faces emerged within the flames, staring blankly at him as scriptures drifted from the void, igniting and illuminating the surroundings. Zhang Dowling found himself ensnared, unable to extricate himself, and incapable of vanquishing his foes. Trouble loomed for the immortal Zhang. Chen Yongjie conveyed a message. "Forget about it. Old Zhang is a bit of a burden. We must prioritize our own survival." Wang Xian was nursing his wounds. This time had been particularly brutal. He counted a total of 58 broken bones and 8 gaping holes in his organs. The pain was so intense that he was drenched in cold sweat, his hair soaked. As he attempted to realign his bones, blood spurted forth from his insides. With a crack, a slight exertion caused the reconnected bones in his arms to splinter again, helplessly drooping at his sides, leaving his complexion ashen. Chen Yongjie was similarly afflicted, struggling to reconnect his arms, sweat pouring down as he grimaced in agony. He then set about correcting his collapsed ribcage. The sound of bones snapping was jarringly unpleasant. Do not grant me the opportunity. Should I ever get my hands on you, I shall methodically shatter you with my great black sword. Old Chen simmered with pent-up frustration. This experience had been dire. What is wrong with you two? Zhang Daoling inquired, now finding the leisure to concern himself with their plight despite being trapped. Ambushed by an unparalleled celestial demon. Much like your situation, I assume. Did you not grasp their throats? Wang Xian spoke up, casting a suspicious glance at him. Old Zhang remained composed, replying, if it were I, would you two still be alive? You would have been reduced to mere puddles of blood long ago. He exuded confidence, adopting an air of superiority, seemingly dismissive of the world's formidable experts. I believe you cannot defeat him. Wang Xian interjected, then proceeded to elaborate on the individual clad in a silver mask, projecting a mental image of his form. I do not recognize him. It is surely not his true visage, yet he appears quite formidable. Perhaps he truly is an incarnation of an unmatched celestial demon. Old Zhang nodded, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. Impressive, you have grown stronger, managing to survive under such a formidable adversary. That is no small feat then. 3 flames flickered, shifting several feet closer to Wang Xian, prompting Zhang Daoling to exhibit surprise. Is that possible? He too decided to move in that direction. Observing this, Wang Xian urged Old Chen to flee swiftly. That was a pit of doom, both a human and a fire pit, truly too dangerous to confront. Chen Yongjie, equally exasperated, retorted, Old Zhang, as a venerable figure, is it fitting for you to use your juniors as shields? We must hasten our escape. Do not run. I speak the truth. The Three Saints pile has existed since time immemorial, typically engaging in discourse without causing harm. At most, it may confine you for a year or so, or merely a fortnight. Old Zhang shouted from behind. The 2 severely injured individuals sprinted to the horizon's edge, only able to discern the 3 flames in the distance before halting, their exertions resulting in further fractures. They bared their teeth, coughing blood as they gasped for breath. Though they wished to ignore Old Zhang, they dared not venture too far, fearing another encounter with the silver-masked powerhouse. First, recuperate. Old Chen, you may elevate your realm now, Wang Xian suggested. I have only just broken through to the initial stage of the 7th realm. I fear advancing too quickly may lead to an unstable foundation, Old Chen replied. After some contemplation, he deemed it feasible to reach the perfection of the 7th stage without entering the 8th, thereby enhancing his strength to better face impending dangers. Resolutely, he began to consume the celestial essence, cautiously absorbing the resplendent liquid from the crystal. Wang Xian turned his head away, unwilling to witness the scene that often conjured up the unsettling image of Qi Changdao having licked the very same spot. He summoned the active factors within him to commence the repair of his wounded body. In an instant, a silvery substance surged from his life soil, enveloping him in a violet radiance, cascading back into his primordial spirit and flesh, mending bones and reconnecting meridians. He had retrieved a substantial amount of nearly authentic super energy materials from the void, which was still ample for his needs. Of course, the crimson substance was unsuitable for healing as it was akin to a death sentence. Nevertheless, he took a reckless gamble, drawing a wisp from the silvery beast skin scroll, hoping to refine his body under extreme conditions, to break and then rebuild, accompanied by a rebirth. As a result, he felt an urge to slap himself. Indeed, the ancients were truly misleading. What did they mean by placing oneself in dire straits to achieve rebirth? The pain had him rolling on the ground. Effective. It has fortified my will. He reassured himself, realigning his bones and utilizing the active factors for healing, his eyes and brows shimmering with silver light, while purple vapors billowed above his head. Though he yearned to break through, he recalled that he had yet to solidify his position within the 8-segment realm and had not delved deeper into comprehension and insight. Such haste was imprudent. Time to consolidate. It would be wise to elevate himself in the near future, Should he encounter that enigmatic figure in the silver mask again, he would likely face a calamity between life and death. I must cultivate a Buddha Dan, a Dao Dan, a Yao Dan, and a Ren Dan to accumulate 6 golden pills, thus establishing the cycle of 6 Dan. There is no need to strictly adhere to the 5-colored golden pill path. One must carve out their own extraordinary framework. Chen Yongjie mumbled to himself, his mind brimming with new ideas. Well done, little Chen. I have faith in you. Quickly join them in discussing the Tao. It may illuminate your thoughts. Do you know what that fiery glow is? The flame of mythical civilization, known as the 3 sacred piles. Old Zhang beckoned. Chen Yongjie felt a genuine stir of excitement. He yearned to elevate his realm, yet felt his understanding was insufficient. If he could endure the flames for a few days, perhaps it would yield fruitful results. For the sake of cultivation, he was truly willing to take risks. What 3 sacred piles? What I see is clearly the frightening spirits, clustered in heaps. Old Zhang, you are not being forthright. This is the 3 frightening piles, isn't it? Wang Xian interjected. At that moment, ethereal figures began to appear near the 3 piles of flames, both male and female, young and old, all dancing around the blazes. Within the flames, pale faces stared blankly at Zhang Daoling. Moreover, at that very moment, among the frightening spirits, a beautiful woman, adorned in ancient attire reminiscent of primordial deities from countless eras past, approached old Zhang with fervor, grasping his arm and inviting him to dance. Wang Xian's eyes widened. And then, he projected his consciousness to Chen Yongjie, urging him to witness the truth. Zhang, you are remarkable. You are welcomed wherever you go. And now someone invites you to dance? Chen Yongjie, gritting his teeth against the pain, marveled in awe. Old Zhang's expression remained stoic, ignoring the woman. Yet the defeated faces within the fire glared at him with ill intent. Let us debate the Tao, shall we? Who fears whom? Come, I shall endure here for a year and a half, spending time with you all, old Zhang declared, striking the ground with determination. At that moment, the number of female primordial deities surrounding him multiplied, their figures graceful, emitting laughter like silver bells, dancing around him while occasionally caressing his face and neck. No wonder everyone aspires to be revered as ancestors. Such treatment is unparalleled. Old Chen lamented. A woman, endowed with innate divine powers, reached for old Zhang's hand, insisting on dancing together. Meanwhile, by the 3 bonfires, a maiden approached Wang Xian and his companions, seemingly gliding through the air, appearing before them instantaneously to beckon Wang Xian. Old Zhang, what have you done? Wang Xian exclaimed, realizing he too had drawn attention. Ah, this is surprising, old Zhang responded. It seems you truly possess extraordinary wisdom. Come quickly and engage in philosophical discourse with them. I refuse, Wang Xian retorted, unnerved that this ethereal being could perceive him. Despite his mind not having left his body, the enchanting maiden stood gracefully, as if she had stepped from ancient times, adorned with a crown, exuding an air of nobility. Every smile and frown was imbued with captivating charm, her beauty unparalleled. Old Zhang scrutinized himself in a copper mirror, gasping in astonishment. Goodness! The one seeking you is the Spirit King. Wang Xian's temper flared. This strikingly beautiful young woman was the Spirit King of the ancient civilization of the 3 bonfires? And who are those 3 ghastly pale faces staring at you? Wang Xian inquired swiftly. They are the amalgamation of the departed spirits of the 3 ancient civilizations. Old Zhang replied, his voice stealing as the ghastly visages drew closer, locking eyes with him. Not 1, but 3, all gazing intently, sending chills down his spine. Young man, there is something about you that attracts them. Come quickly, and I shall provide you with benefits. Zhang Daoling urged. What benefits? Wang Xian questioned. What do you desire? Old Zhang countered. I wish to slay that mysterious figure in the silver mask. Old Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. That is truly unattainable. The gap between your realms is vast. However, you might have a chance against him. Wang Xian delicately inquired whether there were any decrees, talismans, or forbidden techniques he could have to confront the mysterious figure. What are you thinking? Old Zhang shook his head. Then farewell, Wang Xian declared, preparing to flee with Chen Yongjie. Come back. Ultimately, old Zhang acquiesced, informing them that he could provide 3 talismans, the Mirror Light, Yangping Seal, and Dragon Tiger's Sword, which would each deliver a strike equivalent to his own. Wang Xian instantly agreed with delight, eagerly following the Spirit King, bringing old Chen along to seek enlightenment. I possess a remarkable scripture, unparalleled in the world, yet the practice is exceedingly challenging, requiring a mind that diverges slightly from the ordinary, preferably with some afflictions for mastery. Wang Xian began. However, before he could finish, old Zhang's expression darkened. Are you surveilling me, employing modern technological means to monitor my every move? Wang Xian, perplexed, replied, What are you talking about? I've been isolated in outer space, entirely cut off from the outside world. How could I monitor you? Then, old Zhang tossed him a diagnostic report. Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie leaned in closely to examine it, their expressions shifting in astonishment. Old Zhang had been classified as a level 1 psychiatric patient. The look on Wang Xian's face was nothing short of captivating before he finally sighed. This supreme scripture indeed came into existence for you, crafted specifically for your needs. Do you believe me when I say that my hands are far more sinister than that masked figure's? I could easily bring about your demise. Old Zhang, with a grim expression, remarked that he sensed this young man was insulting him. Allow me to share a passage of scripture for your contemplation. Wang Xian, in his magnanimity, provided him with an excerpt of profound meaning. After a brief moment, old Zhang became lost in thought, staring blankly, filled with anger, yet soon immersed himself in the study of it. Before long, by the campfire, Wang Xian and old Chen were forcibly dragged by the sinister spirits to join in a dance. Wang Xian, with a nervous grin, felt somewhat uneasy. In fact, shortly thereafter, old Zhang also took to the floor, compelled by 3 ghastly faces to partake in the bonfire dance. It was only after joining in that Wang Xian discovered that everyone was chanting scripture while dancing. Meanwhile, at the entrance of this peculiar realm, the immaculate Fang Yuzhu had returned to familiar grounds. Chapter 360. The arrival of the esteemed ancestor. The desolate Gobi Desert had recently begun to attract attention. It was not only the Blood God Ape and other demon cultivators seeking the ancient herb garden, but members from various major factions were also venturing forth. Am I seeing things? Look over there. Who are those 3 men dancing? Someone paused, gazing from a distance. Am I not mistaken? Is that Wang Xian? What on earth is he doing, drenched in blood, appearing so miserable? Is he intoxicated? The focus is not solely on him, but on the man clad in modern casual attire. Take a closer look. Doesn't he resemble the legendary Zhang the ancestor? My goodness. Someone slapped themselves awake, confirming that they were not merely hallucinating, but had indeed witnessed old Zhang engaging in the bonfire dance. This is utterly bizarre. The legendary old Zhang, a figure of immense influence, instilling fear in demons and revered even by the demon ancestors, is now dancing in broad daylight, oblivious to the onlookers. These demon cultivators, lacking spiritual insight, could not perceive the sinister spirits, only seeing old Zhang with a stoic expression gracefully moving his limbs. It must be said that those with great prowess exhibit fluidity in their movements, rich in the essence of the Tao, devoid of awkwardness, exuding a rugged beauty. You lot, come over and watch me dance. Are you on the brink of enlightenment, perhaps grasping the essence of ascension? Old Zhang remained composed, ever the social maestro, always in a position of command, beckoning the onlookers to approach. Subsequently, with a few clangs, he utilized a rusted copper mirror to erase their memories, hypnotizing them before sending them on their way. This was part of Zhang the ancestor's hidden history. He certainly would not allow anyone to witness it, and then spread tales, for anyone passing through here would inevitably fall under the influence of his mirror. Even the most beautiful female cultivators were not spared, several bewildered fairies emerging from the Gobi Desert, touching the dark purple lumps on their pristine foreheads and the blood trickling down, were left questioning their existence. Old Zhang, you have already dealt with 16 demon cultivators and 21 human cultivators, particularly being exceptionally harsh with 12 youthful fairies, Wang Xian remarked. At that moment, he was dancing around the campfire while reciting scripture, engaging in a spar with those sinister spirits, and astonishingly reaping immense benefits. The celestial maidens, imbued with deep emotions, are inherently good-hearted. I fear that I may not be able to completely erase their nostalgic memories, hence I have indulged them a bit more, replied old Zhang. Chen Yongjie was at a loss for words. Being praised to such an extent only seemed to invite further punishment. Here, they engage in camaraderie through sacred texts, discussing heroes with profound and unparalleled verses. The higher the value of the scriptures recited, the greater the benefits acquired. Wang Xian, illuminated by the eerie flames, felt his fractured bones crackling as they began to regenerate. How remarkable! Does this supreme scripture not live up to its name? All things are responses to the external. In this world, there exists but a singular being. Among the myriad celestial entities and across all ages, everything, from the vast cosmos to the minutiae of dust, and down to the microscopic realm, is merely the extension of one's thoughts. Beyond myself, there exists nothing else. My state is rather unique. At this moment, I might be merely a corpse beneath the frozen earth, or perhaps a flower blossoming resplendently in the sea of time. Do you not feel a tearful sense of awe? Discovering the true significance of one's existence, where does one go from here? Wang Xian inquired. Old Zhang, seizing the bronze mirror in his hand, contemplated striking him on the forehead. Ultimately, however, he set the mirror down, engrossed in the study of this scripture. He recognized the original author might have been deranged. Yet undeniably, profound wisdom lay hidden within. Come forth, let us exchange. Grant me the talisman, Wang Xian proclaimed, handing the latter half of the scripture to old Zhang. He was genuinely curious to witness the culmination of Zhang Daoling's practice, whether it led to success, madness, or a loss of identity. Old Zhang pondered for a moment, conceding without denial, using the mirror to reflect onto his palm, leaving behind a complex pattern, the mirror's light talisman. He then inscribed a Pingyang seal talisman upon Wang Xian's chest and a dragon tiger sword talisman on his back. In critical moments, these would serve as formidable weapons, potentially altering the tide of battle against a powerful adversary. One must be a good person to the end. Let me bestow upon him a talisman as well. Although the mysterious figure behind the silver mask primarily focused on me, in a dire situation, old Chen might unexpectedly deliver a fatal blow. Very well. Old Zhang nodded, crafting another talisman, which was hardly a significant task, inscribing a complex mark on Chen Yongjie's brow. Its form resembled a mountain, exuding a force that could split heaven and earth, harboring astonishing power, which soon retracted and vanished completely. The enchanting female spirit was exceedingly enthusiastic, pulling Wang Xian into a dance that left him both anxious and helpless, fearing the consumption of his essence. The crux lay in her formidable strength, rendering her nearly unmatched. Old Zhang subtly hinted for him to cooperate fully, otherwise, should a mishap occur, he might find himself beyond rescue. It was evident that the spirit was on par with the unparalleled masters lurking behind the curtain, and Zhang Daoling might not stand a chance against her. Wang Xian recited the scripture left behind by the severely deranged individual to the female spirit, captivating her and enhancing her beauty. As she drew him into the flames to dance, Wang Xian yearned to flee. Those three pale, ghastly faces were fixated upon him, drooling with the intent to devour him. Yet, amidst the flames, there existed an extraordinary substance, close to reality, continuously rising and providing immense healing benefits, potentially enabling him to break through his barriers. During this period, his bones cracked incessantly, continually healing, while the marrow emitted a resplendent glow, becoming increasingly vibrant. Chen Yongjie, well-versed in various scriptures, recited them tirelessly, surrounded by ethereal spirits. Dancing beside the flames, his corporeal and spiritual selves rapidly rejuvenating. At present, this did not seem to be a misfortune. Both individuals were recuperating, accumulating profound insights from each other's recitations, receiving significant enlightenment. This was but the glowing embers of a civilization that had long since perished, containing scriptures that, if deeply explored, could unveil earth-shattering revelations, belonging to the highest order of texts. As he danced, Wang Xian found himself seated amidst the flames. Allowing the fire to flicker across his form, he remained silent, immersed in the cascading scriptures surrounding him. He cherished this opportunity, for if the extraordinary were destined to fade, and myths to vanish, this might be one of the rare chances to draw from the well of various classics once more. Why were he and old Chen frantically scouring the secret vaults of various families in the new star? They sought to leisurely peruse their findings during the inevitable winter that would follow the collapse of the extraordinary, seeking a path within the vast sea of scriptures. Not understanding at this stage was inconsequential. It was sufficient to take note for future contemplation, dedicating a lifetime to profound understanding. After sitting for a while, he rose again, dancing with the spirits, observing the myriad of falling scriptures. Though the characters and languages were distinct, their spiritual essence resonated on a deeper level. At that moment, a figure clad in white appeared in the distance, poised to ride the winds, exuding an unparalleled grace, her silken hair billowing, radiant eyes sparkling with hues of wonder. Old Zhang attempted to capture her image with a copper mirror, but upon recognizing her, he silently turned away, feeling utterly embarrassed to have been seen by someone of comparable stature. Should this reach the ears of the demon ancestor, Qi Teng or Ming Shui, it would undoubtedly circulate among the elite circle of masters, leaving him utterly humiliated. Fairy, Wang Xian greeted her warmly, inciting old Zhang to drop the copper mirror in anger. For should it strike, his head would surely swell threefold. At this critical moment, the female spirit king intervened, causing the copper mirror to miss its mark, while old Zhang found himself seated within the flames, engaging in discourse with a pallid visage. Fang Yuzhu initially appeared entranced, then chuckled lightly, stepping away with an enchanting silhouette, disappearing into the ether. Dear immortal, this is of little consequence. Did not that scripture state that there is only one truth of me in this world? As long as you are not embarrassed, even if the world's greatest masters regard you with peculiar eyes, there is nothing to fear. What is there to worry about? Chen Yongjie consoled. Just then, a copper mirror struck his forehead, sending him tumbling to the side of the flickering flames, leaving him in a daze for quite some time. After a day and night, Wang Xian's injuries had fully healed, and Chen Yongjie was also unscathed, having merely memorized the scriptures, yielding tremendous rewards. Subsequently, the two of them made a decisive exit, as the spirits permitted their departure, not pursuing them back, while old Zhang remained ensnared in further discourse. To which civilization do you belong? Since it has perished, what significance remains in its residual form as spirits? Please, allow me to depart, old Zhang spoke. In truth, he did not expect a response, for the spirits and the people of the present world did not engage in normal communication. They merely recited scriptures and debated across the chasm of time, as if seated at opposite ends of the sea of time, each speaking their own truths. I am your ancestor. All here are your forebears. The female specter king spoke softly, letting out a deep sigh, surprisingly responding through the fabric of time and space. Old Zhang nearly lost his temper, questioning who he was serving as a forebear. However, he restrained himself, ultimately adopting a grave expression. This specter king was formidable, capable of such communication. Zhang Daoling fell into silence for a moment, then remarked, in this lifetime, myths re-emerge like ephemeral blossoms, beautiful yet fleeting, leaving us still in search of a solution. Do you have vital insights for future generations? As civilizations migrate, myths become mere embers. We set forth during our brightest moments, wielding the sword of humanity to carve a path through thorns, yearning to discover a realm where myths endure. Yet, in the end, we return weeping, having witnessed the fallacy of the extraordinary. Indeed, it was a brief accident. In relation to the cosmos, each existence is but a fleeting moment. We are weary, having grasped the truth, bloodied upon our return to our homeland, having exhausted the time of myths, with no escape in sight. The universe corrects itself, reality is harsh. Myths arise and fade with fate, and we have been too demanding. Ultimately, we burned and buried all scriptures and ceremonial vessels, allowing myths to dissipate, observing the ordinary unfold. Returning to normalcy, old Zhang felt numb, rather than conversing with him across the void. The female specter king seemed to be summarizing the dissolution of the mythic world in which she resided. Yet, there remained an unwillingness to accept this fate. Otherwise, what would compel her to transform into a spirit, continuing to exchange scriptures with those who follow? This represented the lingering obsession of a departed spirit from a bygone mythic civilization. Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie, having healed and restored their vigor, felt as powerful as tigers, ready to confront the ancestral progenitors of demons. However, once they regained their composure, they faced the harsh reality. Alas, they could only contend with the likes of Qilian Dao and Qiqing Dao. When truly facing unparalleled masters, they still fell short. Wang Xian reflected, letting out a sigh. He was nearly overwhelmed by a figure clad in a silver mask, and even now, he furrowed his brow, seeing no path to resolution. The disparity in strength was evident and unchangeable. The duo searched for the female practitioner, but after wandering in the Gobi for quite some time, they found no trace of the immortal. In the end, they had no choice but to circle around the three specter mounds, remaining close to their starting point. Old Zhang found himself trapped, unable to escape in the short term. The number of extraordinary beings in the Gobi had increased, indicating that many were aware of the ancient medicinal garden's legend and were seeking it. They could no longer remain idle. 3 days later, the two were astonished to find many people gathered at the fringes of the vast Gobi, approaching the realm of the spiritual world, including both demon cultivators and human cultivators from various factions. This is a sacred ground for cultivation, an elderly practitioner remarked, noting that even some old-timers had come. For those who had yet to reach the realm of carefree wandering, approaching the spiritual world was exceedingly difficult, almost impossible for many. Individuals like Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie, who had captured glimpses of the first layer of the spiritual realm early in their lives, were indeed rare. However, here, regardless of one's level of cultivation, one could draw near to that mysterious expanse, a magnificent world manifested through spiritual power. Moreover, it was challenging to define which layer of the spiritual realm one was in. Any extraordinary being could slowly venture inward from the periphery, gradually acclimating, nurturing their spirit, and purifying their primordial essence in this sacred space. Ahead, the scenery is vivid. The grand lake emanates an ethereal mist, towering peaks stand firm, and a divine waterfall cascades from the heavens like a celestial river. Amidst the clouds, rare herbs and orchids subtly reveal themselves. Truly remarkable. Wang Xian marveled. Is this a realm of the spirit? In the distance, voices arose in discussion, stating, "The fourth demon has entered, boldly venturing into this spiritual domain, seemingly validating an ancient legend." "What legend?" inquired a perplexed listener. In ancient times, the fourth demon lineage was considered the true orthodoxy of the demonic path. The current demon ancestor is of a collateral line. Sadly, the former legitimate demon emperor sought to return to the material world through the spiritual realm, only to vanish without a trace. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. It's not just the fourth demon. It is rumored that the demon ancestor may have entered first. Is he perhaps searching for the remains of the demon emperor? The people murmured. However, one person shook their head, asserting, "You are overthinking it. The demon ancestor did not emerge for the sake of the orthodox demonic lineage. He is likely in pursuit of other significant opportunities. I have heard that the old ancestor of blood and darkness has also entered." No way. Are two unparalleled masters present? Not merely two. It has been reported that the celestial ancestor Qi Tung has also made an appearance, his extraordinary form flickering briefly. It seems there is something peculiar about this spiritual realm, and now such figures have arrived, eager for one last exploration. Far away, Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie exchanged solemn glances. The incarnations of supreme beings have come, and not just one? This is rather absurd. This place is difficult for the physical body to enter. Although not absolutely impossible, bringing a corporeal form would undoubtedly be a burden. Wang Xian attempted to enter and was astonished, then elated, for the slaying god banner seemed to surge in power within this realm. Chapter 361. Spiritual Relics. Can we slay supreme beings? Chen Yongjie inquired, his mind fixated on eliminating the one adorned with a silver mask, his impatience mounting. He also took out a unique treasure, eager to test the effectiveness of a weapon designed to target the primordial spirit within the spiritual world. Wang Xian carefully attuned his senses, pondering for a moment before replying. "Your thoughts are somewhat excessive. We are merely approaching the level of the masked individual. Should we encounter him again, we need not fear for our lives. With some strategy, perhaps we can truly retaliate. That would be splendid. I must seize the opportunity to hunt him down." Chen Yongjie suddenly felt invigorated, as long as he was not subjected to another overwhelming defeat. For the past 3 days, a pervasive shadow loomed in his heart, fearing that should they cross paths again, he might be directly obliterated by that unparalleled fiend. The results are surprisingly favorable. Chen Yongjie placed the soul-locking bell into the spiritual realm, drawing upon its energy. The bell glowed, emitting a gentle chime, and silver ripples spread forth, showcasing fearsome potential. However, due to the connection of this spiritual realm with the material world, it has become constrained, and the powerful extraordinary rules are gradually losing efficacy. Otherwise, the soul-locking bell, being an extraordinary treasure, could indeed shatter even the celestial beings if unleashed to its full extent. Such dazzling brilliance could only be witnessed in the most resplendent era of extraordinary rules. Wang Xian tested the waters upon entering this spiritual realm with his physical body. It felt as if he had sunk into a quagmire. He could move, yet it was exceedingly laborious, rendering him a liability. It is said that even the unparalleled mightiest beings venture into the highest realms of the spiritual world to gather celestial herbs. Preserving their corporeal forms in the outside world while their primordial spirits embark on this journey. Wang Xian remarked, I believe we are capable of self-preservation. So let us not wait for old Zhang. Judging by his demeanor, he will likely continue to dance joyfully with the female specter for quite some time. Chen Yongjie nodded in agreement, acknowledging old Zhang's considerable popularity among the female specters. Beyond the spiritual realm, the desolate Gobi is now teeming with vitality, with shadows of figures emerging as a significant influx of descendants of immortals and demons has recently arrived. Each individual occupies their own territory, taking turns to safeguard their physical forms while entering the spiritual realm in batches to purify their primordial spirits. Some daring souls even venture into the depths to gather herbs. The flora in this locale is exceedingly precious, comprising genuine treasures of the spiritual domain. Upon noticing Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie, some onlookers exhibited expressions of intrigue. The two were unaccompanied. Did they dare to enter? If they left their corporeal forms unattended outside, it would not be long before they were devoured by the demons. In the distance, a demonic cultivator quickly lowered their head, fearing to reveal their cold gaze, harboring ulterior motives while silently waiting. In such a place, regardless of one's prowess, if the primordial spirit departs and one dares to wander off, the corporeal form may encounter unforeseen calamity. Look out, Chen Yongjie exclaimed, catching sight of some concealed gazes in the distance, sensing the faintest threads of hostility. Let us take precautions, Wang Xian suggested, noting that he possessed some extraordinary treasures, which could be used to store their physical forms. He found a secluded spot, retrieved a small, golden gourd, and safely enclosed his corporeal body within. This artifact proved to be quite reliable. Chen Yongjie concurred, deeming the gourd a prudent choice, and likewise utilized it for safekeeping. Subsequently, the two began to arm themselves, unveiling an array of spiritual weapons. Wang Xian donned a silver beast-hide cloak and inquired of old Chen, what do you think? The silver cloak is commendable, old Chen replied, though it is a pity it isn't white-haired. Otherwise, it would give off a vibe akin to a formidable warrior seeking out legendary foes. Wang Xian grimaced at this, contemplating before producing a golden tree. Under the dense, extraordinary aura, it could alter in size, and after reducing it, he placed it atop his head. The diminutive tree resembled a golden crown, upon which perched 9 small birds, an exceptional weapon for the protection of his primordial spirit. Next, he retrieved the primordial spirit chains, wrapping them around his arm, as the god-slaying flag was, of course, indispensable. This ensemble of spiritual weaponry was both offensive and defensive. Any single piece, if showcased in the outside world, would leave the most distinguished figures drooling, all being legendary sacred artifacts. Chen Yongjie, not to be idle, fashioned the soul-locking bell as a helmet atop his head. Having nearly refined it, he could now unleash ripples at will without harming himself. He then hung a snow-white conch around his neck and wielded a sharp spiritual weapon, a blue-gold dagger. The pair did not set off immediately. Instead, they gathered information in the peripheral areas, acquiring valuable insights. Among those who had entered were the progeny of the demon ancestor, the 4 demons, and Shi Qingdao. Speculation arose regarding the presence of grand transcendent lineages within, perhaps even well-preserved layers of primordial divine demons, replete with celestial herbs and rare tomes. Of course, the most astonishing conjecture suggested the existence of a supreme treasure. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to entice numerous unparalleled beings to make their appearance. Ultimately, Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie set off, akin to 2 fish entering the sea, traversing the spiritual realm with their primordial spirits. This novel experience was truly extraordinary. As they delved deeper, with the passage of time, it became increasingly difficult to discern that the breathtaking scenery was merely a product of the spiritual world. The majestic mountains, the undulating hills, and the crimson clouds cascading from the sky, all appeared remarkably real, imbued with unparalleled beauty. Before a cerulean lake, Wang Xian plunged in, sending waves splashing around him. His spiritual entity felt an overwhelming sense of ease, invigorated by the unique energy present here. Thunder rumbled. Ahead, on a sheer cliff, towering ancient pines grew in abundance, their rustling like the sound of thunder. Was this truly the spiritual world? Wang Xian found it hard to distinguish reality from illusion. Turning back to glance at the material world behind him, he pondered what was genuine and what was illusory. This contemplation inevitably led him to reflect on the void and the origins of reality. In this realm, The greatest advantage was the ability of the primordial spirit to soar. With the enhancement of extraordinary treasures, it was akin to achieving supersonic speed. They proceeded cautiously, accompanied by various demons and descendants of immortal beings, heading in a specific direction, seemingly towards a site that some had discovered. After traversing thousands of miles, they encountered ominous signs ahead. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and a tempest brewed, painting a terrifying picture. Lightning snakes stretched for hundreds of miles, intertwining violently. Many gasped in fear, hesitating to advance. It was no wonder. The commotion in this area was immense, and anyone entering the spiritual realm would inevitably be drawn here after wandering for a couple of days. Without the protection of flesh, what did the primordial spirit fear most? Naturally, it was such overwhelming thunder. A direct hit could result in spiritual annihilation. This place deterred many. Upon closer inspection, the weakest among them were at the 8th tier, while many others were 9th-tier beings, with some extraordinary individuals in the early stages of transcending. The natural calamities here were fierce, seemingly perennial, blocking the path for all. I observed Moc entering. Adorned with a magical treasure, he could withstand the onslaught of relentless lightning. It was not mere protection, it was an act of smuggling. Some sighed, acknowledging that as a core figure of the 4th generation of the demonic path, possessing a peerless treasure for defense was hardly surprising. Such thunder, let alone for you and me, even an earth immortal would think twice before confronting the concentrated spiritual heavenly lightning with their primordial spirit. In the distance, Wang Xian stood in silence, astonished to find that even in the spiritual realm, there existed lightning, a spiritual form of heavenly thunder, profoundly unique. He wondered if those who had lived here for years would still regard themselves as beings of the spiritual domain. Whether mountains, all living things, or heavenly tribulations, everything felt so tangible. Let us proceed, Wang Xian suggested as he and Chen Yongjie sought a deserted spot, edging closer to the relentless downpour, the ominous dark clouds, and the densely packed lightning. Will wearing a silver helmet conduct electricity? Wang Xian inquired of old Chen. Should I shield you from the lightning with my banner? This is the spiritual realm, not the outside world, Chen Yongjie retorted as he advanced. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, a bolt of lightning struck, startling him into hastily removing his helmet and retreating, utterly incredulous as he gazed at the heavens. Goodness, someone up there is targeting me. Old Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Xian's heart raced, and his spiritual eye caught a glimpse of a remnant in the clouds. A man, with flesh dried and withered, resembling a skeleton, beating a cracked drum as lightning struck down directly. Was this lightning manipulated by someone? Chen Yongjie was moved and then stunned, convinced he did not missee. Was that desiccated being a spiritual entity? It resembled a mummified corpse, its eye sockets deep and hollow. Was it the corpse of a spirit? Let me observe closely. Do not rush away. Wang Xian opened his spiritual eye, penetrating all directions, and beheld an astonishing sight. Above the clouds, beyond the earlier remnant, the vast sky was scattered with dozens, if not hundreds, of similar debris fields. Each location bore ancient remnants, floating and inhabited by inexplicable beings beating decayed drums. Their movements mechanical and stiff. This region was interwoven with spiritual thunder. It was not a natural occurrence, but a result of the drumbeats striking down. Those withered beings appeared as the corpses of spirits, obeying ancient commands, rigidly releasing lightning. Wang Xian wrapped old Chen in a flag, navigating through this thunderous domain with a sense of danger yet safety, traversing what felt like the site of an impending calamity, surrounded by thick bolts of lightning. Even after passing through the thunder zone, the deafening noise persisted. This was no paradise, as the surroundings were engulfed by grand flashes of lightning, forming walls that soared to the heavens, constructed from the very essence of thunder. Was this the city of spiritual lightning? Though termed a city, it was, in fact, a ruin, scattered with rubble, devoid of intact structures, amidst desolate hilly terrains. There was something amiss, all in the sky. The destination we sought might lie deeper within the clouds. Wang Xian looked up, moved by the sight. The ground was littered with broken walls, remnants floated in the air, and luminous rivers flowed, while above the clouds loomed an incomparably majestic holy mountain. The enchanting woman had arrived. Old Chen whispered, his pupils constricting, signaling Wang Xian to hide amidst the ruins and pointing towards a diminutive floating remnant in the sky. There, a brilliant fire blazed, surrounded by numerous eerie spirits. as a woman clad in red danced gracefully before the flames, her long skirt swirling, akin to an ethereal fairy gliding over the waves. Wang Xian was taken aback, remarking, "This place is rather extraordinary. An array of flames atop the remnants of mythology, merely a test for entry, situated in the lowest tier of the ruins. What lies above?" He discerned the anomaly. The relics were tiered, and that cluster of mythical flames seemed merely a portal to traverse. The flames connected to a hazy passageway leading to the upper tiers of the spiritual remnants. Chapter 362. Illuminating the extraordinary night sky. The campfire flickered, eerie spirits encircled it, reminiscent of ancient tribes gathering in the evening. Yet upon closer inspection, they were all innate divine demons. The red-clad enchantress stood there, her long skirt billowing. As some spirits approached, her form radiated the light of the primordial spirit, creating a brilliant halo that repelled those mysterious beings. Wang Xian awoke to the realization that they were in a primordial spirit state, and entering this place would be exceedingly perilous. What legends are associated with these eerie spirits? Once the primordial spirit departs the body, there is a chance of being devoured by them, akin to blood falling into the sea, igniting the frenzy of sharks drawn by the scent. Old Chen, don your helmet and shield your own essence. Do not become their delicacy. Can you speak? Chen Yongjie's expression darkened as he cast a glance, and upon further inspection, he opened his mouth, as if to utter something. What is it? Initially, there was nothing amiss, yet the sight of you swathed in that ghastly white beast hide truly unsettles my spirit. It appears as though you are already shrouded in a funeral cloth. From the fire, a prominent figure among the sinister spirits emerged, a towering man, imposing and formidable, who scrutinized the enchanting female demon before lunging directly towards her. A light drizzle fell, and crimson mist swirled, followed by an unending tempest of thunderous tribulation, erupting from the female demon's form, forcing the man, who was presumably the sinister king, to retreat. The two stood in opposition as ancient scriptures turned, illuminating a grand epoch amidst the flames, a golden age of mythology, where countless beings soared through the skies, wielding sword light and riding upon divine birds and sacred beasts. This was a confrontation of mythic civilizations, a solemn exchange, and ultimately, the man withdrew, while the crimson-clad female demon stepped into the nebulous passage created by the sinister flames. The situation appears dire. We may not be able to enter, as the fire of mythic civilization blocks our way, and a host of sinister spirits linger there. Unless one possesses extraordinary strength, it might be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog. Chen Yongjie caught a glimpse of Wang Xian's spiritual projection and observed the sinister spirits, his brow furrowed deeply. Let us observe first, Wang Xian conveyed telepathically. At present, both were cloaked in unparalleled treasures, concealing their essence, hidden amidst the ruins of the mind, surrounded by remnants of shattered walls. Yet another has arrived. Amidst the floating debris, a flicker of fire danced as another man cloaked in black appeared, his face obscured, rendering his true appearance indiscernible. He was formidable, confronting the residual sacred fire of this lost civilization, and a blinding light erupted between them, accompanied by imposing order runes. The force of regulation surged. He swiftly maneuvered and successfully crossed over, entering the passage toward a higher tier of spiritual relics. This threshold had been established as a barrier, without a titanic figure. One could not gain entry. Wang Xian pondered. Perhaps waving the god-slaying flag might allow them to breach the entrance. However, forcing their way in would create too much commotion. He and Chen Yongjie were not true unparalleled powerhouses. They merely relied on external objects. To make a conspicuous appearance might very well invite danger. That scoundrel is also up there. Old Chen's expression shifted. In the second layer of the suspended spiritual relics, a man donned in a silver mask drifted like a specter, silently seeking something. At this moment, the female demon arrived, and their gazes locked. Suddenly, the man in the silver mask acted with astonishing force. Boom! He transformed into a streak of light, seemingly propelled from the depths of the universe, exuding an immense and unmatched aura as he soared toward the female demon. How could he be so aggressive? He dared to initiate an attack on that enchantress. Wang Xian was taken aback. According to what he had gathered, the crimson-clad demon lord had slain more than one unparalleled powerhouse from behind the scenes, rising upon the corpses of beings of the same rank, with a formidable record that few dared to provoke. Rumbling. In the second layer of the spiritual relics, the two made contact in an instant, their immortal spiritual light colliding like two great suns. An overwhelming force that sent tremors through the relics, as if they were on the verge of collapse. Indeed, this individual named Sun possesses an extraordinary strength, which explains his audacity in disregarding both Master Wang and Master Chen. Truly a remarkable figure, Chen Yongjie marveled. Suddenly, a man enveloped in golden radiance, as if summoning a sea of golden stars, descended from the third level of the ruins with astonishing speed. His swiftness was beyond belief, distorting time itself as he struck with precision at the back of the enchanting female demon. It was a synchronized hunt from the hazy passage. A figure clad in black unexpectedly emerged, fierce and domineering, akin to a great black sun soaring across the sky, targeting the red-clad demoness. The three formidable beings launched a simultaneous assault against her, resembling a meticulously orchestrated execution, having awaited this moment patiently. This young woman was doomed, beset by three unparalleled powerhouses. A flawless murder in the making. Chen Yongjie sighed, recognizing that none who survived in this grim theater were of noble character. Only the strong and ruthless remained. This was merely the onset of their intentions to eliminate the foremost demon slayer. A breathtaking beam of light erupted as the second layer of the ruins was obliterated, debris raining down, shimmering light scattering everywhere, while the residual waves of extraordinary rules surged like tides. Initially, Wang Xian was caught off guard, puzzled by Chen Yongjie's mention of a young woman. After a brief moment, he remarked, "If she hears you, I guarantee she'll eliminate you." Old Chen, unfazed, replied, "You simply do not understand. A woman of her stature certainly does not appreciate being addressed as senior by someone younger." Wang Xian ignored him, intently observing the battlefield. The trio moved with such swiftness that ordinary extraordinary beings found it challenging to keep pace. Each emitted a radiance of their spiritual essence, akin to four-star realms colliding. In the real world, amidst the vast Gobi Desert, many people looked up in astonishment, sensing an inexplicable resonance of rules, ripples expanding faintly. Suddenly, the entire city of lightning trembled as the red-clad demoness channeled the endless thunder that already existed within this mental realm, concentrating it all toward her. The bolts of lightning surged through the nebulous passage, transforming into terrifying serpentine dragons and immortal birds, densely packed. Within the second layer of the spiritual ruins, dozens, if not hundreds, of colossal thunderous divine birds and sacred beasts erupted with a thunderous roar. The ruins shattered, and the four masters retreated amidst the lightning, their spiritual essence faintly illuminating the space before they vanished. Was it truly so vivid? The injury to their spiritual essence caused the falling light to resemble scattered bloodstains. It is possible that the demoness was injured, Wang Xian speculated, as his spiritual eye captured the scene of battle. The four had ascended to the higher levels of the ruins, yet he could not discern whose essence was bleeding. Moments later, the debris from the second layer of the ruins reappeared, manifesting once more rather than vanishing completely. Others had entered, astonishingly capable of self-restoration. This place likely harbored something extraordinary. Drawing multiple titans to it, Wang Xian contemplated. Then, a being drenched in bloodlight, exuding a fierce aura, materialized, a humanoid figure standing amidst a resplendent blood wheel, strikingly formidable, striding forward with great purpose. Could he possibly be the blood master of the underworld? Chen Yongjie inquired. Given his imposing demeanor and the sanguine glow, it seemed plausible. Yet these ancient entities were seldom benevolent. He might very well be an impostor masquerading as the blood master. As soon as the words of the two individuals fell, the humanoid being enveloped in resplendent bloodlight was ambushed, struck forcefully in the back by a shadowy figure. However, the individual within the blood wheel was prepared. That was merely a blood-colored phantasm, not his true essence, which materialized abruptly from another direction. "Old fool, dare you impersonate me, the blood of the underworld? You seek your own demise." The black-robed man who appeared was indeed the one who had launched the surprise attack. "Huh, you are not the blood of the underworld. What can you truly achieve against me?" The powerful figure within the bloodlight spoke with a calm demeanor, revealing the visage of the blood master. Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie exchanged glances amidst the spiritual ruins below, feeling at a loss for words. What has the blood master done to deserve this? Two unparalleled powerhouses are impersonating him. Wang Xian murmured. The swirling black mist and surging bloodlight signified multiple fierce clashes, ultimately resulting in their disappearance without further escalation. I believe it is better to gain nothing than to venture in. Let us merely observe from here. This group possesses no commendable characters. They are all formidable adversaries, Chen Yongjie remarked. Simultaneously, they felt a profound sense of apprehension. The arrival of exceptional figures numbered beyond their expectations. Was there truly such extraordinary fortune in this place? Could it be that the mythos had decayed, the transcendent would perish, and the restraints or seals of this locale were on the verge of failing, thus attracting these individuals? Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie exchanged glances, both contemplating this possibility, their expressions betraying a hint of intrigue. The formidable array that had once thwarted past titans now beckoned them, perhaps indeed implicating the existence of a treasured artifact. This place might very well be a sacred ground laid by the collective powers of a brilliant civilization. Otherwise, it would be impossible to deter those unparalleled masters. This also suggested that the fortunes here could genuinely be awe-inspiring. On the 6th level, a battle raged. There was Feng Xianzi. Within the spiritual ruins of the 6th level, a woman clad in white engaged in combat with a large gray spider, a remnant of an ancient creature's spirit, remarkably powerful to contend with contemporary supreme beings. However, its resilience was fleeting. In an instant, it was shattered into countless fragments, followed by a thunderous disintegration. With 6 unparalleled experts, including the unfortunate old Zhang trapped outside, the total reached 7. There must be a treasured artifact here, Chen Yongjie stated solemnly. In the heavens above, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The clouds were dense, incessantly striking down bolts that encircled the ruins, transforming them into a city of lightning. Moreover, in the void above, 10 layers of ruins surged one upon another, reaching the cloud summit, all veiled in luminous curtains, interconnected by ethereal passages. Friends, we find ourselves here once more. But the times have changed. The transcendent is destined to fade, and the restraints here have decayed. Together, we should be able to unlock it. 6 figures arrived at the 8th level of the spiritual ruins, 2 women and 4 men, standing apart, each vigilant. Then let us unite to unlock it, one proposed, garnering unanimous agreement. In an instant, 6 beams of light intertwined, crashing against a stone door suspended in the void of the 8th level of ruins. Behind it lay naught, and no scenery adorned its vicinity. Yet, those present seemed convinced it would unveil a new realm. Boom. At the same moment, 6 individuals were assaulted simultaneously. Sent sprawling as ethereal light emanated from their souls, akin to the splattering of soul's blood, a sight both grotesque and alarming. However, the stone door suspended in the void was indeed activated by them, revealing a hazy realm behind it, with material that approached reality bursting forth from the portal. Concurrently, the spiritual realm here roared with tumultuous vibrations, equally awakened. Something was amiss. Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie, concealed amidst the ruins of Lightning City, gazed upward, utterly transfixed. In the clouds, endless flames ignited, interconnected by arcs of lightning. The remnants of spiritual corpses that once thudded like drums among the clouds transformed into clusters of thunder and fire. The thunder intertwined spectacularly, with colossal bolts of lightning bridging the heavens and the earth, permeating the entire void. Lightning City assumed an increasingly three-dimensional form, revealing a visage of a colossal human head. The thunder and flames resembled the bioelectricity of the cerebral cortex, communicating, flickering, and transmitting information amongst themselves. Where were we? It felt as though we were perched upon its chin. The 8th level, where the 6 unparalleled powerhouses resided, erupted with blinding flames. The immense bonfire resembled the core of a brain, dazzling in its brilliance, with light rain rising as if to illuminate the eternal, silent, transcendent night sky. Chapter 363, The Spiritual Hell. The clouds interlinked with thunder and fire, weaving through the void to construct a massive cranium, with the 10-tiered ruins suspended as the brain's core region. This mythic civilization must have been terrifyingly powerful in its prime. Wang Xian exclaimed, pondering how many eras had passed, yet their forbidden ground remained. At this moment, the entirety of Lightning City exuded an overwhelming sense of suffocating oppression. This grand ruin had become extraordinary, as if a colossal life form were awakening. Boom. Numerous bolts of thunder descended, spreading and intertwining in the endless void, activating the ancient land. Upon impact, The soul lock bell trembled, causing Chen Yongjie to feel dizzy as a bolt of lightning struck him. Thankfully, the bell's formidable defense prevented any conductive phenomenon, dispersing the lightning instead. Crackling sounds surrounded Wang Xian as blinding arcs of electricity danced across his silver beast skin, his expression turning grave. Without such extraordinary treasures, the two of them might have perished. The thunder and fire were overwhelmingly fierce, shattering the ruins beneath them. Simultaneously, beneath the debris, pale hands emerged, devoid of color, numerous and crawling forth from the earth. Corpses from the spiritual realm. The two men stood in shock, then swiftly sprang into action, unleashing a barrage as the silver bell's waves expanded and the golden banners fluttered, obliterating many of the ghastly hands. However, this had little effect. The entire lightning city erupted into chaos, filled with unending wails as countless monsters surged forth from the soil, emerging rapidly from beneath the ground. In an instant, the city was in turmoil, teeming with all manner of creatures, many of which were previously unseen and unheard of. "Fight through," someone shouted from a distance, evidently unaware of the presence of the two, as well as other extraordinary beings who had entered, most of whom were of a leisurely realm, while only they remained within the realm of the living. From a distance, the thunderous lightning within the clouds, the hovering tin-tiered ruins, and the desolate ground below coalesce into a magnificent visage, interwoven with flashes of electric light, as if the eye sockets were ignited with fiery glimmers, slowly awakening. This spectacle seems to have unleashed a portal to hell within the ruins, releasing all manner of demons and monstrous creatures, their howls echoing with a maddening intensity that sends shivers down one's spine. In the distance, a heart-wrenching scream pierces the air. A woman, adorned with a precious artifact, finds herself ensnared by a multitude of creatures resembling colossal western dragons, who mercilessly rend her apart. Kai Ling, the celestial maiden. A voice cries out in despair. She is renowned in the celestial realm, her name spoken in the same breath as Gu Mingxi and Zhou Qinghuang, having transcended the earthly realm. Yet meeting such a tragic fate, her primordial spirit is torn into countless fragments, devoured by the dragon-like monstrosities, sealing the fate of a once great celestial being. Kill. A voice bellows, filled with sorrow, whether in vengeance for Kai Ling or in a desperate bid for escape, as some rush forward to engage in battle. A thunderous roar erupts. From the abyss below, a dozen faceless beings emerge, their expansive scaled wings slicing through the air with astonishing speed. Their formidable physiques render them akin to flying celestial blades. Any foreign primordial spirit they encounter is cleaved asunder by their winged strikes, annihilating the essence of life. Form ranks. Unite. Someone cries, as Qilian Dao summons the demon race cultivators to gather around him. Meanwhile, MOC, positioned elsewhere, wields a cerulean demonic blade, its lethality formidable. With a single stroke, he dispatches numerous enormous spiders, each as large as a house. Though the arachnids are as hard as iron, sparks fly as they are severed, leaving a gruesome array of dismembered remains strewn across the ground. Old Chen, in a state of alarm, recalls the moment a creature with the head of a tiger and the beak of a bird seized him, its sharp claws piercing through his shoulder, rending his back and causing his primordial light to bleed away, akin to the blood of the spirit. With a mournful wail, the white conch horn signals the explosion of the creature that had seized him. Elsewhere, Wang Xian is beset by a swarm of grotesque avians, their bodies dripping with decay. Each beast possesses countless eyes, a veritable sea of them that could induce a profound sense of fear in some. All those eyes unleash beams of primordial light, sweeping the skies as the creatures dive in unison, overwhelming him with a deluge of lethal gazes, akin to piercing blades. His hands and neck have been pierced, a testament to the devastating power of these monstrous birds, capable of slaying even the early-stage primordial spirits of the carefree wanderers. The god-slaying banner quivers with a thunderous sound as he annihilates a small cluster of these beasts. Yet this act only attracts an even greater horde, 20 pale giants towering over 100 meters, their colossal feet crashing down, causing the ruins to crumble underfoot. What in the world is this place? Is this truly the realm of the mind? It feels as though we have plunged into the depths of hell, Old Chen exclaims. Do not scatter, gather toward me. Wang Xian commands, realizing that if they become disbanded, it will be exceedingly difficult to regroup in this chaotic city filled with wandering spirits, where thunder rumbles through the void. Perhaps this is indeed hell. After all, it is said that upon death, one's spirit ventures to the underworld. And here lies the realm of the mind, a manifestation closely akin to that very concept. Chen Yongjie found himself in a state of bewilderment, feeling as though he had descended into a realm of absurdity, as if witnessing hell in broad daylight. Suddenly, he struck the bell, and silver ripples expanded outward, accompanied by a thunderous sound that shattered a vast expanse of lifeless, mammoth-like creatures. Putrid flesh was sent flying, and colossal chunks of meat came crashing down, nearly overwhelming him. Wang Xian waved the god-slaying banner, aware that there was nothing left to preserve. He shattered those giants into fragments, their foul blood and severed bones scattering, painting a scene reminiscent of a hellish slaughterhouse. Though these creatures were clearly manifestations from the spiritual realm, their appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the bloody reality of the mortal world. "Are you all right?" MOC rushed over, genuinely concerned for Wang Xian, and in the process, he roughly shoved Chen Yongjie aside. Old Chen was infuriated, questioning the disparity in treatment between individuals. Had it not been for MOC's fierce rush to protect Wang Xian, he would have turned hostile. "I'm fine. You should be careful. Don't mind me. Let us each break through and fight our way out." Wang Xian spoke, misdirecting him, yet feeling reluctant to send him off to fight desperately. Within the 8th layer of the ruins, 6 unparalleled masters, once the foremost figures in their respective realms, now bore injuries and shed their primordial blood. They rose and advanced. Beyond the stone door, a hazy realm grew increasingly tangible as supermaterials surged forth from an opening portal. Chaos erupted outside. Our disciples had entered and were now facing the massacre inflicted by the spiritual remains of this mythical civilization. Forget about that for now. It will be too late once we exit. For now, let us continue exploring the core region of the ruins. This place was an ancient herbal garden, once a sacred ground of mythology where celestial herbs were cultivated, more than one, in fact. Yet now, all lay desiccated, not a single herb remaining. However, these extraordinary masters did not come in search of herbs. At their level, they had all obtained celestial medicine before, and the addition of another would yield no significant effect. This was the sole path to the 9th layer. If this area remained hidden, the 9th layer would follow suit into desolation, as genuine sights cannot arise from the void. From their understanding, this mythical civilization excelled in treasure crafting, leaving behind legends that hinted at the extraordinary nature of their civilization. Yet to this day, no one had witnessed the emergence of their ultimate treasures. Thus, the unparalleled masters within the grand stage had reason to suspect that their treasures might still be sealed within this forbidden land. With a resounding boom, as the 6 unparalleled masters ventured deeper into the ancient herbal garden, aspiring to reach the higher levels of the ruins, the garden began to revive, and endless supermaterials began to vaporize. The ground cracked open, and 4 statues emerged from below, devoid of faces, gender-neutral, exuding astonishing waves of spiritual energy. Some statues remained, but were they of any use? A man in a black robe struck, unleashing a blade of light toward the front. In response, a statue surged in size, as a colossal foot measuring 30 meters descended upon him, bending time and space, and crushing him into the earth. Boom! The man in the black robe was enraged. Who was he? The foremost expert of a grand realm, yet he had been so audaciously trampled into the ground by an inanimate object. It was utterly absurd. Merely a relic of a bygone civilization dared to insult him. Radiating with a luminous aura, his primordial spirit surged with fervor. He surged forth, magnifying his hands as he swiftly pressed down upon the stone statue, transforming into a resplendent pair of scissors, which severed the statue with a resounding crack. However, upon its fracture, the statue's spiritual energy boiled over and reformed once more. Do not linger. Destroy these spiritual statues without delay. We cannot afford to waste time. If there are treasures within, they may awaken and amass enough strength to escape, declared the Blood Lord of the Crimson Wheel, charging forward. The immaculate woman in white, the towering figure draped in golden radiance, the enigmatic man adorned with a silver mask, and the scarlet demon sovereign all joined the fray. Their primordial spirits dazzling and their unparalleled brilliance manifest. A fierce battle erupted, culminating in the shattering of all 4 spiritual statues. These remnants seemed to be the spiritual symbols left behind by the ancient progenitors of a mythic civilization, and after all these years, their terrifying power was still evident. Search diligently here. Perhaps there are celestial herbs hidden away, having endured the long darkness after the extraordinary flames have extinguished. One spoke, releasing several primordial spirits from his sleeve. Others entered with their subordinates. Such trivial matters were unworthy of their personal attention. In fact, not just him, but the others followed suit, unleashing their own primordial spirits. All disciples of their respective sections. Even the Scarlet Demon Sovereign released several female demonesses to seek their fortunes. Then, these formidable primordial spirits set to work, excavating the ground, inspecting every ancient structure, leaving no desiccated bonsai unexamined in their quest for celestial herbs. With a thunderous roar, the six masters, representing the pinnacle of power from their respective realms, combined their strength and forcefully breached the copper gates leading to the 9th level. Though they coughed up primordial blood, they had succeeded. They surged in, sensing the proximity of a coveted treasure. Ah, there truly are celestial herbs. Disturbed by the commotion, a voice exclaimed from the ancient medicine garden of the 8th level, as everyone beheld the garden's collapse. From deep within the earth, celestial light shot skyward, and the fragrance of herbs wafted through the air, as the celestial herbs instinctively took flight, attempting to escape. Block the exit, they shouted in exhilaration. Who could have imagined that we would have the chance to obtain celestial herbs? A surge of excitement rippled through the crowd of powerful beings. Such supreme treasures had always belonged to the most extraordinary individuals, occasionally bestowed upon their favored descendants or disciples. These individuals were indeed mighty. Some were ancient titans, others true immortals of yore. Yet, they had never had the opportunity to approach celestial herbs. Amidst the ruins, Chen Yongjie cursed vehemently, on the brink of expletives. Following the opening of the copper gates to the 9th level, the colossal head trembled once more, and the thunderous flames grew ever more brilliant, lightning intertwining. As for the city, it was overrun with demons and monsters. At this juncture, it was no longer a matter of humans crowding against one another or even against monsters. There was no room to move, as corpses and spirits filled the ruins, rendering movement nearly impossible. In that moment, no one dared to remain on the ground. They all took to the skies, confronting the thunder as they entered the realm of lightning. Wang Xian and old Chen naturally fled, soaring through the air, wielding the divine slaying flag and the soul-locking bell to resist the lightning, reaching the exterior of the 8th layer of the ruins. In truth, numerous extraordinary individuals were boldly venturing from the entrance of the 1st layer. The two of them dared not attempt it, fearing they would attract the ire of unparalleled masters, estimating that more than one or two would seek to harm them. The celestial medicine, belongs to us. Within the 8th layer of the ruins, laughter erupted as individuals engaged in battle, showcasing their abilities in an attempt to capture the resplendent celestial medicine. They were separated from Wang Xian and his companion by a hazy, luminous barrier. Both sides could see each other, yet could not draw near, for it was a protective barrier formed by the flames of a mythical civilization. Wang Xian, hey, just wait and watch as you are hunted by the spiritual corpses, while we capture the celestial medicine. Someone laughed heartily, mocking the two outside. Do take care to escape, lest you be devoured by the corpse demons, otherwise your souls will fall into eternal silence. A voice jeered, suggesting they hasten their escape. Chen Yongjie, in a fit of rage, pounded the hazy barrier with the bell, creating a resounding clang, yet it remained impervious to his efforts. In an instant, something seemed to dawn on him. He glanced at Wang Xian, and then he calmed, feigning continued assaults on the barrier, though his eyes sparkled with brilliant divine light, brimming with anticipation. Wang Xian turned away to confront the pursuing corpse demons, launching a counterattack while discreetly retrieving the fishing line from the moon of the departed and the hook from the old Bell family, preparing to fish for the celestial medicine and intercept it midway. Thank you, Yuki Saya, for the support of the Alliance leader. Chapter 364. The solitary invincible fisher of the divine within the barrier, the celestial medicine darted about, resembling a flowing flame traversing the space, fiery red. Its form akin to some seaweed, shimmering with a faint red light, evading the enormous hands of the giant demon multiple times. There was also a strain of celestial medicine, a ghostly blue, with wilted leaves drooping, appearing sickly, yet each movement left behind a lingering shadow, repeatedly dodging the ancient immortal's encirclement. Demon, let go of that celestial medicine. Allow me to take it. Chen Yongjie shouted from outside the barrier, desperately striking the luminous barrier with the soul-locking bell. Just passing by, the enormous demon, Nearly grasping its prize, slapped towards his face pressed against the barrier, with a thunderous sound that reverberated, causing the barrier to merely tremble slightly. Have you not eaten? You cannot even budge my face, you useless demon. Chen Yongjie pressed his face against the barrier, provocatively maintaining a condescending stance despite the attack. Even Wang Xian could not bear to watch. He felt that had it been him, he would have wanted to slap Chen Yongjie's face a few times. He was simply asking for it. Undeniably, the enormous demon displayed remarkable composure. With long, dark hair adorned with golden feathers, it cast a cold glance at old Chen before silently turning away and sitting upon the barrier. Chen Yongjie was taken aback, then erupted in frustration. The demon was riding on his face, and although separated by the barrier, it still irked him, causing him to jump in agitation. Foolish demon. Are you seeking death? Of course, this action had the desired effect, allowing the red celestial medicine to escape unscathed. Hurry, the celestial medicine is about to be captured. I can no longer delay. I've sacrificed too much being pressed against the ancient giant demon's backside. Chen Yongjie urged in silence. Within the confines of the barrier, two celestial medicines darted about, desperately evading capture. Despite the vastness of the medicinal garden, their escape routes were rapidly dwindling. Wang Xian, wielding the god-slaying flag with fierce determination, dispatched 4 dragon-like monstrosities and eliminated several hundred-eyed ferocious birds. With his spiritual eye pinpointing one particular celestial medicine, he prepared to strike. At that moment, an exhilarating opportunity presented itself. Chen Yongjie felt his heart race as he beheld the vibrant, red seaweed-like celestial medicine, now panicking and retreating into this very area. With a resounding crash, it collided with the barrier, mere inches away from Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie, separated only by a veil of misty light. Swiftly, Wang Xian took action, gripping the fishing line tightly and casting the hook through the barrier, aiming for the resplendent celestial treasure that exuded a faint, alluring fragrance. However, to Chen Yongjie's astonishment, he missed. How could he fail from such a close distance? It was a disgrace for any angler. Fueled by a surge of adrenaline and perhaps anger, he could scarcely bear the fact that he had failed to secure the catch so near at hand. All of this transpired in a heartbeat, as Wang Xian decisively tossed the line to him. Indeed, Chen Yongjie felt a flush of embarrassment. Although he had once fished for adversaries, he seldom engaged in the art of true angling. In contrast, Chen Yongjie was a seasoned fisherman. Having spent his afternoons fishing while employed at a Design Institute subsidiary, where he was Wang Xian's direct superior. With a swift motion, the hook soared gracefully through the air, trailing a shimmering line, as it pursued the elusive celestial medicine. The vibrant red treasure was once again propelled away from the barrier, on the verge of being captured by an ancient giant. In this pivotal moment, the hook, with its crystalline line, pierced the void, arriving first to ensnare the roots of the celestial medicine. The colossal being adorned with golden feathers reached out, nearly grasping the celestial treasure, its eyes widening in a ferocious roar as intricate patterns spread from its fingertips, seeking to ensnare the extraordinary object. Yet, with a swift motion, the specialized fishing line and hook, akin to a fleeting light, vanished from sight, as old Chen pulled it out of the barrier, seizing the thrashing, fiery celestial medicine in his grasp. This embodies the spirit of the fisherman, the soul of the angler, never yielding, never empty-handed, he exclaimed, laughing joyously while cradling the fragrant, 2-foot-long celestial medicine. A group of ancient immortals and giants within the barrier gazed in disbelief, their frustration palpable at having been outmaneuvered. The celestial beings surged forward, bombarding the misty light, yet their efforts proved futile. Impressive skills, Wang Xian praised, recognizing that had it been him instead of old Chen, he might have despaired at failing to catch the celestial medicine. The title of fishing god was not bestowed without merit. I, too, have earned my renown in this field, fishing alone in the eternal cold of ancient rivers. Old Chen, elated, thrust the celestial medicine into Wang Xian's arms, preparing to fish for a second specimen. Meanwhile, a cadre of ancient giants and immortals glared with envy, forming a protective barrier to thwart him, effectively severing the space between him and the elusive blue celestial medicine, denying him any opportunity. What is the meaning of this? Such a lack of decorum. Beware of my direct enticement. You, yes you, enchantress, step aside swiftly, lest I draw you forth. However, this threat proved futile. The enchantress who obstructed the path sauntered gracefully, licking her crimson lips, and made a gesture across her throat. Utterly indifferent. Indeed, continue your provocation, I shall search more meticulously. Wang Xian harbored suspicions that there might still be celestial herbs yet to be unearthed in the ancient apothecary. His spiritual eye expanded, its intricate patterns sweeping across every inch of the land. This medicinal garden was vast, evidently cultivated with an abundance of potent spiritual herbs in bygone days, featuring a plethora of varieties and numerous plots of medicinal fields. Even celestial herbs were likely in greater numbers than merely one or two. Could it truly be? Wang Xian's heart raced as he discerned, buried beneath the earth, in the deepest recesses, a celestial herb resembling a cactus. Its body was nearly transparent, akin to crystal, adorned with protruding spines and thick leaves, resembling a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. Furthermore, nearby lay a dim, lifeless root, upon which was affixed an iron stake as thick as a baby's arm, its form similar to a large nail, piercing the core of the ancient tree root. Wang Xian could not help but be moved. The iron stake bore intricate engravings, akin to a seal, used to impale a root. Could it be that of a celestial herb? Its origin was significant, yet it had been so cruelly imprisoned? If so, those who acted in the past were indeed ruthless, preferring it to wither in captivity rather than letting it escape, a rather solitary fate. Old Chen, there are two herbs underground, one dead, one alive. Do you have the confidence to extract them simultaneously? Wang Xian communicated telepathically. Illustrate the layout. As long as I can ascertain the distribution of the fish, I can catch them with precision. Chen Yongjie replied, brimming with confidence. What are those two doing? My heavens! They have captured a celestial herb. We must surround and eliminate them. Qilian Dao emerged in the distant sky, accompanied by several demons. It is indeed a celestial herb. Astonishing. How could they have succeeded? We shall fight fiercely, summon more individuals, and crucially, attract formidable monsters as free combatants to assail them. A great demon whispered, filled with envy over the two possessing the celestial herb, intent on striking hard. Yet, Qilian Dao himself hesitated, retreating, feeling an unexpected sense of unease. With a howl, a corrupted dragon-like creature erupted from the depths of the City of Lightning, overwhelming in power, wreaking havoc. No one could withstand it. Even an early-stage transcendent being of the carefree realm would be obliterated by its tail. Oh no, it's coming for us. Old Chen had yet to cast his line when the decayed spiritual remnant charged forth. Upon closer inspection, it was not a true dragon, but a massive worm, devoid of scales or horns, yet possessing 4 claws, spewing corrosive slime capable of instantaneously eroding a person's spirit. Do not concern yourself with this. Focus on fishing for the celestial herbs. I shall handle it, Wang Xian declared, stuffing the fiery celestial herb into the soul-locking bell and placing it atop Old Chen's head, saying, this is a mature celestial herb. In the short term, it can facilitate your entry into the carefree realm without issue. Chen Yongjie was suddenly invigorated, his eyes gleaming with a blue light as the fishing line in his hand swayed, the hook oscillating back and forth. The celestial beings within the stimulating barrier glared at him fiercely, thinking of snatching away his catch. Dream on. Monk, why not try to catch another? If you succeed again, I shall concede anything to you. The giant demon, adorned with a golden feather in its head, spoke with a glint in its eyes, eager to seize the fishing line and hook from Chen. If it were to grasp him, who would be the fisherman then? It would drag him in, along with the heavenly herb. Initially, Chen chose to ignore the taunts of this insufferable demon, feeling quite uncomfortable with its presence, and he had no desire to engage in conversation. However, the giant demon persisted in its provocation, addressing him repeatedly as monk. Growing impatient, Chen retorted, you are the monk. Your entire family is a bunch of monks. If I catch a heavenly herb, will you become my disciple? You must obey my every command from now on. Agreed. The giant demon replied with a faint smile. Chen sensed that this demon was not an ordinary one. Outside, thunder roared and lightning flashed as Wang Xian wielded the god-slaying banner to disperse waves of lightning. This area was not only filled with monsters, but also teeming with spiritual corpses and an overwhelming tempest of electricity, as vast clouds and the cityscape activated a terrifying ambience. The colossal insect arrived, engaging Wang Xian in a fierce battle, its strength remarkably overwhelming, causing Wang Xian's arms to ache. Was it nearing the level of an unparalleled master? The viscous slime it spat was particularly nauseating, capable of effortlessly eroding one's primordial spirit. This was merely a result of the constraints imposed by the current world's ceiling. Otherwise, it surely wouldn't be able to easily slay celestial beings. Wang Xian activated the god-slaying banner, utilizing its golden patterns and crimson energy to obliterate the slime. Finally, the banner struck the creature, severing a segment of its tail. With a painful roar, it fled instead of fighting to the bitter end. Wang Xian cast a cold gaze in a certain direction, where several early-stage demons appeared visibly shaken and sought refuge among the monstrous throng, hastily retreating. The power of the divine banner was overwhelmingly formidable, rendering it nearly unbeatable in his grasp. Even the insect dragon could not withstand him. Truly remarkable. It was no wonder it was regarded as an ancient artifact second only to the supreme treasures. The demons sighed in defeat, all opting to flee rather than engage in combat with Wang Xian. In front of the barrier, Chen Yongjie circled the area, fixated on the fleeing azure heavenly herb within the ancient medicinal garden, seemingly searching for an opportune moment to strike. The giant demon did not press too closely, allowing him ample opportunity to cast his hook, intending to lure him into action and subsequently snatch the fishing line, capturing Chen instead. As long as he was not blocked near the barrier, everything was negotiable. After completing nearly a full circle, Chen suddenly made his move. The celestial beings were taken aback. This foolish human must have slipped, for where did he throw the hook? The deviation was far too great. Quick, stop him! The giant demon, with a golden feather adorning its hair, shouted urgently for those in the vicinity to intervene. Those with the heart of a fisherman understand one another best, and he instinctively sensed something was amiss, but he was too far away to intervene himself. It was too late. You do not comprehend the realm of the fishing god. Chen Yongjie chuckled softly as he quickly retracted the line, and with a swift motion, he ensnared the withered tree root. The fishing line entwined with a nearly transparent celestial herb. The celestial herb still existed. In the ancient medicinal garden, a throng of people had descended into madness, unleashing an array of magical artifacts and a flurry of attack spells, all converging upon him. Indeed, it was already too late. Prior to fishing for the celestial herb, Chen Yongjie had meticulously chosen the optimal spot, calmly and securely extracting the herb from the barrier. Even the venerable figures of the extraordinary realm could no longer maintain their composure. Some roared in fury, while others spewed curses. The sensation of being thwarted not once, but twice, was utterly ineffable, rendering them painfully agitated, as if their very chests might explode. "Disciple, I shall reluctantly accept this," Chen Yongjie proclaimed, his heart brimming with joy. Yet, in the next moment, his countenance turned pale, his spirit trembled, and the celestial herb nearly slipped from his grasp, his body growing weak, devoid of strength. This was a profound mental shock, akin to being struck by hundreds of heavy hammers upon the skull, inflicting excruciating pain upon his spirit, rendering him nearly defenseless. Even Wang Xian felt as if the heavens were pressing down upon him, his spine bending under the weight. He struggled to turn, wielding the god-slaying flag against the creature before him. Chapter 365. The treasure beneath the embers in the City of Lightning. From the depths of the abyss emerged a colossal bird of prey, adorned with a myriad of wings that stirred the very fabric of reality, causing tremors among all beings of the extraordinary. The creatures on the ground quaked in submission, trembling uncontrollably, utterly daunted. Wang Xian discerned that this was an unparalleled spiritual monstrosity, capable of standing against beings like the ancestor of monsters and the ancestor of celestials within the grand tapestry. Indeed, he felt that the pressure exerted by this creature surpassed even that of his encounter with the enigmatic figure clad in silver. The immense bird was so vast that its wingspan occupied a tenth of the City of Lightning, resembling a dark cloud ascending into the sky. It basked in lightning, opened its beak, and consumed all living things, be it decaying dragons, corpse demons, or extraordinary beings. None were spared from its assault. Old Chen and Wang Xian found themselves perilously close to the edge of its enormous beak, drawn in by an inexplicable light. Wang Xian swung the god-slaying flag with all his might, attempting to strike it down, but instead, he attracted the creature's attention. Its colossal beak opened wide, unleashing boundless dark tendrils that surged forth like the ropes of death, ensnaring the two of them. The mental chains intertwined, emanating from its maw, ensnaring them with a multitude of strands, numbering in the thousands. Wang Xian continued to wield the god-slaying flag, while old Chen, clutching the celestial herb, freed a hand to grasp the soul-locking bell. unleashing ripples of sound as they surged forth. They severed numerous mental chains, yet were still ensnared by even more black tendrils, drawn inexorably toward the beak, consumed in an instant. They struggled fiercely, refusing to resign themselves to fate, striking at the beak to create an opening, causing the spiritual remnants of the colossal bird to emit a mournful cry as it momentarily opened its mouth. However, in that fleeting moment, the beak snapped shut once more, a catastrophic turn of events. Many corpse demons and colossal dragons, attempting to escape, were abruptly severed in their entirety. Wang Xian and Old Chen were subjected to a harrowing ordeal akin to mass slaughter. Old Chen thrust his upper body forward, clutching the celestial medicine and wielding the soul-locking bell, sending forth ripples of silver as he attacked the ferocious bird. However, his legs were ensnared, brutally severed by the terrifying and enormous beak left behind in its maw. This agony of the shattered primordial spirit nearly caused him to faint. As the blood of his essence flowed, eliciting muffled groans and low growls, his spirit trembling uncontrollably. Wang Xian fared no better, his consciousness targeted by this predatory avian. Just as he attempted to flee, dark tendrils of mental energy surged forth, ensnaring him. This resulted in one leg and one arm being exposed, only to be abruptly severed with two sickening cracks, an unbearable torment. While the usual dissociation of spirit was voluntary, this was a brutal dismemberment at the hands of the beast. Outside, Chen Yongjie, though alive, was grievously wounded, laughing in a horrific manner. Yet, upon witnessing Wang Xian being consumed, leaving only an arm and a leg behind, despair gripped his heart. He struck the soul-locking bell with fervor, attempting to rescue his comrade, but to no avail. Ultimately, he staggered back, limbless, clutching Wang Xian's severed appendages as he retreated. "Oh, Wang, your demise is so tragic. Devoured by an unparalleled ferocious bird, what hope is there?" A profound sense of oppression weighed upon him, as he faced the grim reality of an unfulfilled mission leading to death. Within the maw of the thousand-winged beast, Wang Xian endured excruciating pain, struggling to retrieve Old Chen's severed legs, while channeling all his power into the god-slaying banner. He did not intend to break free directly. Rather, he aimed to mount an internal assault, engaging in a fierce battle with the avian predator, targeting its upper jaw in an attempt to shatter its head. At that moment, the god-slaying banner glowed intensely, propelled to its limits by Wang Xian's efforts, transforming into a dazzling display of power. With a swift motion, it cleaved through the gargantuan bird's head, eliciting a deafening roar of psychic fury. In the distance, Old Chen sheltered within the expanding soul-locking bell. Yet he was tormented by excruciating headaches, his primordial body continuously bleeding, signifying the waning of his essence. In other areas, nearby extraordinary beings faced dire fates. Several demons, having witnessed the plight of the two, approached with intentions to ambush Chen Yongjie and seize the celestial medicine, only to be obliterated in an instant. Against the might of the unparalleled ferocious bird, ordinary extraordinary beings were utterly insufficient. Even those at the early stages of the carefree realm met a grim end. Wang Xian emerged, clutching Chen Yongjie's severed legs, as the enraged beast swiftly reformed its head, intent on devouring him once more. This time, Wang Xian refrained from entangling with it. The creature was too powerful, and even with desperate efforts, he doubted he could vanquish it entirely. Self-preservation was his priority. Uniting with the god-slaying banner, he instantaneously accelerated his speed tenfold, nearly tearing through the fabric of the spiritual realm, teleporting away and on his route. Seizing the soul-locking bell, he vanished into the clouds, seeking refuge in the misty expanse near the 9th layer of ruins. The pain was overwhelming. Having lost an arm and a leg, he felt his primordial spirit waning severely, a torment far more intense than that of physical dismemberment. "Old Chen, have you retrieved my leg and arm?" Wang Xian asked, racked with agony. "Indeed, they are here. Thank the heavens for my leg. The pain is so unbearable I wish for death, yet I am grateful you brought them back," Chen Yongjie responded, on the verge of losing consciousness himself. The two individuals swiftly intertwined their respective spiritual essences, a process that posed no challenge, as the mind is inherently capable of differentiation. The crafting of avatars by the strong is but a manifestation of this division. However, at present, Wang Xian exhibited no inclination towards such endeavors, content with his singular existence in this lifetime. In truth, the limbs that had just been separated could exist independently. albeit as mere fragments devoid of the primary consciousness and replete with lost memories. Each took a small piece of the celestial herb and swallowed it, despite their spiritual injuries. The nourishment from this supreme herb would facilitate rapid recovery. With a sense of relief, they concealed themselves within the clouds, evading the wrath of the tempestuous thunder. Wang Xian tossed the vibrant red herb to Chen Yongjie, reflecting that without the lure of divinity, they might have emerged empty-handed. He carefully stowed away a nearly transparent cactus resembling crystal and inquired whether it was drought-resistant, perfect for planting within the void of meteorite soil. To his astonishment, Wang Xian discerned that these two celestial herbs contained an exceptionally dense essence of nearly tangible material. This realization struck him. Such spiritual flora had endured the harshest winters, surviving from an enigmatic mythic era to the present, a testament to its extraordinary nature. Chen Yongjie, gazing at the electrifying visage formed by the clouds and the city of lightning, expressed his awe at the once mighty mythical civilization, which was unimaginable in its strength, as it was unlikely to have left behind this sacred ground otherwise. Wang Xian spoke gravely. Old Chen, this is a mature celestial herb, imbued with an essence that is rich and nearly real. In this age of desolation, it will ensure your entry into the realm of carefree transcendence. Chen Yongjie nodded earnestly, stating, it must be integrated into the flesh, planted within the soil of life. Otherwise, I shall remain uneasy. Undoubtedly, this was the most significant boon they had acquired, far surpassing the potency of mere herb seeds, ready for immediate use without the need for protracted waiting. I shall plant this herb within the meteorite. I wonder what will transpire, Wang Xian mused. At this juncture, he ardently sought to refrain from employing conventional methods of transcendence through ordinary supermaterials, instead opting for either the exquisite substances from the ethereal realm or the scarce genuine materials discovered in the present world. He extracted a metallic stake, akin to an arm, from the roots of a tree, scrutinizing it. This was likely the principal root of an extraordinary celestial herb, yet it had been ruthlessly extinguished. Furrowing his brow, he pondered that it may not be entirely lifeless. He resolved to place it within the nurturing furnace, intending to observe its potential revival after some time. Regrettably, it was highly probable that this was the most potent celestial herb from a mythical civilization, yet it lay cruelly impaled. Chen Yongjie shared in this sentiment of loss. The two swiftly tended to the celestial herbs, releasing their physical forms from the small golden gourd, re-establishing their spiritual essence, only to find themselves ensnared in a quagmire. Their movements hindered. With a clang, the furnace lid was lifted, and the root was deposited within. Wang Xian sealed the lid, the subsequent tremor resonating throughout the entirety of the spiritual realm. Within the ruins, the 6 adept treasure seekers felt their bodies sway, a wave of terror washing over them as they glanced around, filled with uncertainty. There lies a treasure, they proclaimed, in the glow of the mightiest civilization. There must be an unparalleled treasure forged. Let us uncover it. Their confidence surged. Amidst the clouds, Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie returned to their spiritual state, fixated on the distant figure of a 1,000-winged predator, cloaking their presence and skillfully navigating through the mists, circling the 9th layer of the spiritual ruins. This vast expanse is shrouded in mist, revealing itself as a considerable island once truly unveiled. Is it reliable? This is akin to snatching food from the jaws of a tiger. Amidst the clouds and flashes of lightning, Chen Yongjie, donned in a soul-locking helmet, felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Wang Xian declared, we shall not encroach upon others. Instead, let us focus on that enigmatic figure wearing a silver mask. Regardless of the enmity we have incurred, he is destined to be our sworn adversary. Should he uncover any treasures, we shall seize them exclusively from him. After all, separated by a barrier, what harm is there in failing? And what if we succeed? Can the masked man truly breach the barrier to confront us? With resolve, Chen Yongjie nodded vigorously, having nearly faced death at the hands of this individual, naturally seeking vengeance. Within the 9th layer of the ruins, each of the 6 formidable masters stood as a paragon of excellence, yet encountered considerable resistance. Within the relics, spiritual statues emerged, now bearing faces and distinct expressions, remnants of ancient humanity from countless years past. The epochs of human civilization have spanned far longer than we can fathom. Alas, while ordinary people can procreate for generations, extraordinary vitality is fleeting. A cataclysm ensued, as these unparalleled spiritual statues came to life, engaging in fierce combat with the six masters, each sustaining injuries in the fray, yet gradually shattering several of the statues. Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie were filled with trepidation. Such extraordinary ancient statues manifested here at will. Who, apart from someone of old Zhang's caliber, could endure such a trial? A quarter of an hour later, the six masters convened in a square where a mound of colossal ashes lay, flickering embers dancing uncertainly. This mythological civilization was far more formidable than any they had previously encountered, more resplendent than the three shuns, and more flourishing than the civilization that crafted the carefree vessel. Yet, they too had met their demise, leaving behind only remnants of their civilization. Curiously, where were their treasures? Were they truly sealed within this place, never to circulate in the world? The six individuals gazed intently at the immense ashes, where wisps of blue smoke curled and embers swayed, poised to extinguish entirely at any moment. They sealed the area, believing that if any remnants remained, they would likely be found within this final pyre. And thus they began to unearth the ashes. The renowned civilization, known for its mastery in treasure crafting, surely must have left something behind. Outside the barrier, Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie concealed themselves within the clouds, approaching the gentle luminescence, attentively observing as if they were the ones exploring the mythological ruins in search of the ultimate treasure. What is this? A man in a black robe retrieved a tattered scripture, reading intently, astonished as he murmured, "They sought to forge an unparalleled treasure flag." The man enveloped in golden radiance paused at this revelation, exclaiming, "Could this civilization be the very one that crafted the flag of severing flesh and the flag of God-slaying? Is it the celestial severing flag, perhaps intended to be referred to as the sovereign path flag?" The man in the silver mask, clutching a fragment of the scripture, stood in contemplation, resonating with the spirit of the past, extracting such information. The once mighty mythological civilization indeed endeavored to create a supreme treasure, as documented here, along with the names they wished to assign it. The scripture mentioned that some contemplated calling it the flag of path severance, but ultimately deemed the name excessive and abandoned it. The woman furrowed her brows, her elegant white attire captivating, standing before the dying embers of the fire, ethereal and serene. The six eminent masters were astonished, their expressions shifting as they naturally recalled the divine slaying banner and the body slaying banner, which were indeed linked to this formidable civilization. Could it be that the fusion of these two extraordinary treasures would truly yield an unparalleled artifact? Given the brilliance of this civilization, the divine slaying banner or the imperial path banner would likely rank among the most potent of treasures. In that fleeting moment, many were stirred, their thoughts drifting to Wang Xian, who possessed the divine slaying banner in his grasp, implying he had already acquired half of a treasure. Outside the barrier, Wang Xian was beset by bitterness, his countenance a portrait of despair. Everyone knew he held a divine banner. Had he not become a target for the world's most extraordinary masters? If he did not relinquish the banner, would he have any hope of survival? It was not unknown to us that in the past, there had been attempts to merge the two banners, but the outcomes were less than favorable. Fan Yuzhu spoke up. The enchanting red-clad female demon, exuding grace and charm, smiled lightly as she waved a fragment in her hand, stating, "This contains records indicating that both the body-slaying banner and the divine slaying banner are merely products of the experimental phase, not the final imperial path banner." Which is rather astonishing. What? Even the body-slaying banner and the banner in Wang Xian's possession were remnants of early experiments, not the authentic items? Someone took the fragment from her hand, resonating mentally as they read it meticulously. Outside the barrier, Wang Xian exhaled deeply, having just calculated how many days he could survive if he were to confront all the unparalleled masters. The group remained composed, vigilantly balancing one another as they meticulously excavated the ashes, seeking any potential treasures. Suddenly, within the resplendent blood-colored halo, the blood sovereign grasped an ancient object, which turned out to be a pale golden beast hide, measuring about a foot in length. Boom! The peerless master, clad in a silver mask, reacted with incredible swiftness, launching an attack at once, a palm strike that unleashed mystical runes, engulfing the blood halo. With a thunderous sound, he successfully executed a sneak attack, seizing the pale golden beast hide. What are you snatching? Can't you see the gaping hole burned into it? If it were the true imperial path banner or divine slaying banner, would it be damaged? The blood sovereign, filled with indignation, was incensed at being ambushed and having the banner surface snatched away. I was merely taking a look. Heh. The masked man chuckled before encountering the Blood Sovereign's retaliation. The red-clad demoness also made her move, attempting to seize the banner's surface for herself. The others remained unperturbed, believing it was not a true treasure. For if it were the Imperial Path banner, it would be impossible for it to be destroyed. Bang! The masked man clashed repeatedly with the two formidable adversaries. The beast hide slipping from his grasp as he was forced back by a powerful strike, then prepared to confront his foes. Whoosh! At that moment, the resolute fisherman made his decisive move, and Wang Xian placed his complete trust in him, urging the old fisherman to strike. The masked man quickly disengaged from the two masters, standing firm as he extended his hand to catch the pale golden beast hide as it fell. Chapter 366. The Ultimate Barrier. A leap to immortality. The mysterious man in the silver mask, after fiercely contending with the two masters, remained calm and composed, not even lifting his head as he gracefully raised his right hand. Yet, nothing descended. Come. His fingers shimmered, extending towards the heavens. And he did not deem it necessary for the other 5 masters to contest him for the tattered beast's skin. Yet, the air was eerily silent. Something was amiss. It had not fallen. He abruptly looked up, never anticipating that a ragged, hole-riddled hide thrown into the air would yield such an unexpected turn. A translucent thread drifted down gracefully, its hook ensnaring the pale golden hide, silently accelerating upwards. Is this even possible? To intercept something that was rightfully his is akin to brazenly digging food from the jaws of a tiger. Such audacity. He reacted swiftly, leaping into the air, his palm aglow as beams of light intertwined, cascading over the hide in an attempt to intercept it. However, the hide had been tossed close to the barrier, effectively delivering it to the enemy, too distant from him to reclaim, while the outsider tugged at the fishing line without restraint, frantically reeling it in. The man in the silver mask had eyes as cold as 2 frigid pools, and with a fierce slap, he unleashed his full strength. If he could not hinder it, he would destroy it. This was not merely a matter of seizing his opportunity. It was a far graver insult. An act of defiance occurring above his head. Was this a silent mockery? To publicly fish for his possessions. The barrier trembled violently, his palm strike obscuring its clarity. A handprint emerging as the luminous screen warped, seemingly on the verge of rupture. The barrier was robust. He could not breach it alone. The man in the silver mask remained silent, landing on the ground. The other 5 masters displayed expressions of surprise. Had someone dared to plunder from a peerless master? A few of them trembled slightly, stifling their laughter. Without a doubt, the mood of the man in the silver mask must have soured to the utmost. What kind of absurd situation was this? Someone was brazenly plundering the hide above his barrier, an affront that left him dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. The man in the silver mask, his hands glimmering faintly with silver light, yearned to break free and unleash a massacre. It was simply outrageous. Outside the barrier, the 2 figures in silver masks observed with indifference, gazing downwards. You dare to meddle with what belongs to me, you counterfeit? Wang Xian spoke calmly. There are limits to what one can endure. The principal figure in the silver mask raised his brow, wishing to strike down those 2. This was a blatant provocation. Bring it here. Outside the barrier, Wang Xian spoke again, imitating the principal figure's demeanor, standing there with poise, raising his right hand towards the sky. Chen Yongjie gently tossed the pale golden hide, which soared swiftly into Wang Xian's grasp, vibrating twice, releasing a few ashes. The principal figure in the silver mask heard a sharp crack as his mask fractured, revealing several fissures, his gaze fixated upon the 2 outside. Ultimately, he uttered not a single word. It was futile. Approaching the adversary was impossible, and any words would appear feeble, diminishing his stature. He inherently recognized who it was. Once the hook emerged, identities were unveiled. This was an act of vengeance against him, indifferent to his strength, as they believed him to be a mortal enemy. Fellow cultivator, that beast's skin was discovered by me first. There is no need for you to be angered. In the resplendent realm of the blood wheel, the enigmatic figure of the blood sect uttered a cutting remark. The man adorned with a silver mask turned away, choosing to disregard the comment, thus stifling his frustration within his heart for the time being. He cast a final glance at Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie before dismissing them entirely. This was indeed a treacherous dog that remained silent, yet one must exercise caution upon encountering him again, for he possessed a venomous nature. Outside the barrier, The two whispered to one another. Although they had vented some of their anger, they were acutely aware of the resentment harbored by the mysterious man in the silver mask. It mattered little, for they were already locked in an unending feud with him. A few slaps or a forced smile would yield the same effect. Thus, they resolved to bide their time and seek an opportunity to ensnare him. Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie retreated to a sheltered spot among the clouds, studying the beast skin, which exuded an aura of antiquity, its age indeterminate. Measuring approximately a foot square, it bore 2 singed holes. Touching it felt akin to caressing a weighty tome of history, imbued with a profound sense of gravity. The god-slaying banner stirred slightly, causing Wang Xian's heart to resonate in response, igniting a fervent gleam in his eyes. He placed the 2 objects in proximity, yet nothing transpired. What could this mean? Was there truly a connection between them? After much contemplation, Wang Xian removed the silver beast skin from his possession, attempting to make contact, but still failed to unite them. He found himself lost in thought. Was something missing? He harbored the suspicion that the banner and beast skin should indeed be linked, yet he could not assemble them. Perhaps these were merely byproducts of a grand experiment, interconnected yet elusive in their union, Chen Yongjie suggested. Wang Xian nodded in agreement, remarking, "That makes sense." This seemingly formidable mythological civilization raises doubts about whether they ever succeeded in crafting the path-controlling banner. Pray tell, did they ultimately fail? Hold on to it for now. It may possess some peculiar significance, Chen Yongjie replied. Meanwhile, within the barrier, the 6 masters tirelessly sifted through the mountain of ashes, unearthing various fragments of paper that had not been entirely consumed by the flames, meticulously studying them. Their disappointment rivaled that of Wang Xian, for according to legend, the essence of this civilization surpassed all previous mythological cultures, and they should have left behind the most potent treasures. Yet, the outcome was disheartening. Amidst the ashes, there was no sign of the path-controlling banner. Based on the fragments uncovered during their excavation, records indicated that this civilization had indeed harnessed their collective power to forge treasures in this very place. Recalling the past, the 6 individuals seated themselves, their foreheads glowing as they united their efforts to retrace the ancient events, eager to ascertain whether the authentic path-controlling banner had been created. Wang Xian was the first to draw near the barrier, his spiritual eye wide open, determined not to miss the grand spectacle of the past. Indeed, the banner had been forged, but the furnace had exploded. A man enveloped in golden radiance spoke solemnly, his excitement palpable. The existence of the path-controlling banner must be acknowledged. In the void, a monumental conflagration raged, collapsing the heavens and distorting time and space. It was fueled by the boundless scriptures of the great Tao, encompassing not only the tenets of that civilization but also the texts gathered from other extinct mythological cultures, serving as kindling for the fire. The intertwining of runes and the expansion of rules created a hazy banner that swayed amidst the flames, even though it was separated by the vast expanse of history. The passage of countless years rendered it suffocating, instilling fear even in the hearts of unparalleled warriors. A powerful blast erupted. Ultimately, the banner soared into the heavens, and the fire pit exploded, rendering the surroundings invisible. The 6 formidable masters swayed violently, and the impact of this scene caused some of them to cough blood, their spiritual essence dissipating. In the realm of reality, we were ultimately restrained, struggling to resonate forcibly with the law of the Grand Curtain, attempting to trace back to ancient scenes through supreme cultivation, yet we risked severe repercussions. One of them spoke up. Wang Xian, with an imposing demeanor, remarked on these extraordinary masters, questioning their capability at such a critical moment. Each one was a figure of utmost danger. Chen Yongjie responded, "It's fine. They seem to require extensive preparation and must pay a considerable price. In a true battle, who would patiently wait for them to resonate?" In the barrier, a man in a black robe suddenly opened his eyes, exerting all his strength to manifest the final blurred image, while the others joined in the effort. As the pathway banner surged upward and the fire pit shattered, darkness enveloped the space. After a lengthy interval, a bloodied, rough hand etched a vague map in that place. Boom! A man adorned in golden radiance was the first to act, followed closely by the one wearing a silver mask, who also struck forward, obliterating the image. Some among the others reached out to intervene, while others retreated and chose to ignore it. These 2 rascals, so self-absorbed, ruined it all after merely viewing it. Chen Yongjie glared, having only managed to note a small part of the scene. Wang Xian closed his eyes, replaying the intricate map in his mind, manifesting it vividly. Even with a celestial eye of perception, he barely grasped it, embedding it deeply in his consciousness. Within the barrier, the six masters rose, thoroughly scanning the area to ensure nothing was overlooked. Their expressions were peculiar, each harboring their own thoughts, and they refrained from mentioning the pathway banner again. That map was likely related to the pathway banner. Both the civilization fire pit and the pathway banner were located within the 9th layer of the spiritual relics. It was hard to fathom what lay within the 10th layer. Let us proceed and take a look, the man in the silver mask proposed. The 10th layer of relics remained unknown, shrouded in ambiguity, and without truly activating the portal there, it would remain perpetually indistinct and silent, with perceptions being flawed. The six masters advanced together, ultimately joining forces once more in an attempt to utilize the extraordinary decay and the special period of ineffective restrictions to pave a path. This endeavor proved arduous, draining their spiritual essence as they vigorously shook the portal suspended in the void, yet it remained immovable. Countless eras had passed, and it remained so resilient. It should have crumbled into the void by now. For 2 continuous days, the six masters engaged in research, employing various techniques to breach it, studying ancient formations, or directly striking with overwhelming force. The results were minimal as they encountered obstacles that hindered their progress. Chen Yongjie fixated on the man in the silver mask, murmuring, "He is formidable, more so than we anticipated. It appears he did not intend to kill you outright in the Gobi last time. He seems fixated on your body, quite covetous indeed." Wang Xian was left speechless. What nonsense was this? Could it be Zheng Yuantian? He pondered that, at present, this individual harbored the utmost interest in his corporeal form, having invested significantly in him, supplying celestial elixirs, the 5-colored soil from Mount Buzhou, and divine nectar, all in abundance. Moreover, through the Zheng family, he had learned that Zheng Yuantian seemed to be engaging in swine husbandry, whether it was Zheng Wu or himself, Wang Xian. It mattered little who was in control of this physical vessel. Viewed through this lens, it was highly probable that the unparalleled master, Zheng Yuantian, would ultimately emerge to reap the harvest and cull the swine. Zhu Yuantian, just you wait. I shall strike you down sooner or later, Wang Xian muttered to himself. In recent days, both of them had been solidifying their respective realms, as their rapid breakthroughs had necessitated it. They immersed themselves in scriptures and the notes of predecessors, reinforcing their paths. To this end, they had activated the divine bone canister and sat within the inner sanctum, not with the intention of harnessing the rich, mysterious essences to elevate themselves, but rather to allow time to settle their spirits. Of course, the so-called time was merely an illusion. They had utilized 2 pieces of ethereal true bones in succession, elevating their spiritual awareness to its zenith, achieving self-realization, studying the scriptures, reciting bamboo slips, and perusing Buddhist texts. In a fleeting moment, it felt as though they had borrowed a decade's worth of time. This luxurious insight, facilitated by the divine bone unlocking the inner sanctum, allowed their mental faculties to operate with astonishing efficiency, greatly benefiting their cultivation. The 8th stage had long been perfected. His foundation was solid and unpretentious, which he aptly named pioneering. Wang Xian reflected on his cultivation journey in the ethereal realm. He had infused the void with celestial elixirs, igniting vitality, and had tirelessly excavated meteoric fragments, truly embodying the spirit of a pioneer, much like a diligent miner. For several consecutive days, Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie had devoted themselves to cultivation, fortifying their foundations to an extraordinary degree, even going so far as to activate a 3rd piece of ethereal true bone. This divine bone, corresponding to the inner sanctum, was indeed accelerating decay. The mysterious essences were growing increasingly sparse, with fissures appearing throughout. Perhaps in a few months, it would become utterly unusable. Chen Yongjie stated somberly that this signified the impending complete dissolution of myth. The overarching trend was irreversible. By the way, now that you have stabilized your realm, you should venture forth and explore that new path, endeavoring to bring down the grandson donned in a silver mask. Otherwise, should we encounter him again, it could end quite disastrously. His actual combat prowess is terrifying. He urged Wang Xian to undermine the enemy, asserting that if they could not defeat him, they should devise an alternative method to pull their adversary from his lofty perch down to the surface. That makes sense, Wang Xian nodded. Time and again, Coincidences had made him increasingly suspicious, leading him to believe there was indeed a significant issue at play. He had been contemplating whether his cultivation had stirred the treasure, the life-nurturing furnace, within the soil of fate, which had inexplicably resonated with the celestial boat, the ethereal banner, and several other treasures, resulting in a powerful synergy that disrupted the paths of those with superficial foundations. A single whale's fall gives rise to myriad life. As new paths emerge, the old world decays. Perhaps some form of balance is being disrupted in this transition, Chen Yongjie remarked. Perhaps the situation is not as it seems. Wang Xian replied with a shake of his head. A thunderous sound reverberated, causing even the treasures within Wang Xian's soil of fate to tremble slightly. In the material realm, those with unstable paths found their bodies swaying, and the soil of fate roared, signaling a potential drop in their realms. Truly, there were myriad variables and multi-layered reasons at play. Chen Yongjie was profoundly shaken, but this time it was not caused by Wang Xian. Wang Xian felt a tumult within, as if someone was reverberating against him. The treasured essence within his being quaked and roared. This disturbance stemmed from their unlocking of the 10th layer of the spiritual relic. Wang Xian gazed into the barrier, where the 6 formidable masters were hurled away, each coughing up their spiritual essence and collapsing to the ground. Even Feng Yuzhu and the red-clad demon lord were not spared. Despite their immense strength, they were severely injured, lying on the ground, enveloped in shimmering light. The portal to the void opened, revealing the final layer of the relic. Within the doorway, powerful spiritual imprints resonated with them, vibrating with an essence so rich it approached tangible reality, surging forth. The ultimate path, the authentic source, offered a glimpse of immortality. Chapter 367, The Ascension Grounds of Mythical Civilization. The final source, a leap into reality, promises the revelation of true longevity. The spiritual resonance that emanated sent shivers down their spines, causing their bodies and minds to tremble. Initially, it possessed a suppressive force, truly magnificent. Otherwise, it would not have flung the 6 masters away. The 10th layer of the spiritual relic was overwhelmingly terrifying. Furthermore, its profound significance delved into the essence of reality, a place sought after by mythical figures throughout the ages, a refuge from the harshness of the extraordinary winter, an escape from decay. Had this civilization discovered it, thereby illuminating the path for future generations? Some practitioners, lacking in foundation, were pitifully affected just moments ago. A few had faltered in their cultivation, unable to stabilize their realms. The heavens and earth trembled every few days. Who could endure such turmoil? It might be better to cast everyone down from the clouds in one fell swoop. Just as I had recovered, having consumed a divine elixir. You have once again unsettled me. I was incensed. The cost was too great, my spirit agitated. I pointed heavenward in reprimand. Nonetheless, the scale of this disturbance was relatively minor, with only a limited number of individuals affected, primarily due to the elevated ceiling of power. With the 6 unparalleled experts present at the epicenter, the 6 masters employed their distinct abilities. The female practitioner wielded a golden skiff, enveloped in a flowing mist of light, shrouding herself in golden radiance to isolate from the external chaos. The red-clad demoness summoned thunder, encasing herself in a cocoon of red mist, her graceful form remaining motionless within. The figure in black robes exuded a dark fog, drawing forth a shadowy blade and positioning it before his brow to resist the pressure. Before the 3 formidable entities, Old Zhang decisively placed the copper mirror over his face once more. Even the most exceptional masters resorted to their unique talents to navigate this violent upheaval. Wang Xian felt as though he were adrift in a tumultuous sea, bobbing up and down. However, he remained largely unscathed, as the treasured essence within him stabilized after a few tremors. The entrance to the 10th layer of the relic, the void portal, gradually saw the spiritual imprints dissipate. Only at this moment did the denizens of the real world exhale a sigh of relief, having been severely restrained and shaken to their very cores, leaving many extraordinary beings greatly alarmed. It was not intense enough. The experience was akin to riding a rocking chair. Chen Yongjie remained composed, unperturbed by the tremors. What was this in comparison to past experiences? The 6 masters rose, wiping the spiritual essence from their lips, having sustained injuries when the seal had erupted. With grave expressions, the 6 fixated on the void portal, the pathway leading to the final layer of the spiritual relic, profound, shadowy, and seemingly endless. Are you all willing to enter? The patriarch of the blood wheel, shrouded in darkness, spoke. Enough pretense. You have already revealed your true self, Qi. It is time for you to show your true form, for the blood of the underworld will surely seek retribution. A voice echoed. The man within the blood wheel was none other than the ancestor of the celestial immortals, Qi, the forebear of Qi Qingdao. Have you not also impersonated him? Demon ancestor? Qi responded, unveiling a visage as exquisite as jade, casting his gaze upon the man in the black robe. The figure clad in black smiled serenely, dissipating the dark mist to reveal a body of bronze, wielding a black, demonic blade, indeed the foremost figure of the demon path. Are you two not being excessively audacious in your impersonations? Questioned a man radiant with golden light, exuding an aura of sanctity and tranquility. Fear not. The river of the underworld is indifferent. Both the demon ancestor and Qi replied with smiles. I shall slay you both. The man aglow with golden light erupted in fury, his blood surging skyward as he lunged at the two, truly enraged. By the heavens! Outside, Chen Yongjie marveled. What a grand spectacle! True forms, false forms, it is all quite chaotic. A gathering of old scoundrels, none of them virtuous. The man enveloped in golden light, radiating an aura of divinity, was indeed the true form of the patriarch of the blood of the underworld, and he was present amongst them. Qi, the ancestor of the celestial immortals, stood in bewilderment, and even the demon ancestor felt disheveled in the winds of fate. The true master was right beside them? He must have been suppressing his rage, seeking an opportunity to eliminate them. In fact, these individuals had previously shared a tacit understanding, joining forces against the scarlet-clad enchantress. Yet they had been utterly unable to subdue her. Truly chaotic. A man donning a silver mask spoke, standing resolutely, transcending the mundane. Chen Yongjie, do not feign superiority. I recognized you at once. Someone shouted, revealing his identity. Indeed, you guessed correctly. Outside the barrier, Chen Yongjie murmured, adding, when the time comes, shake him. Do not concern yourself with collateral damage. We must dislodge him. He is far too powerful. The relationships among the group were intricate. They had all attacked one another, forming and dissolving alliances, with no one holding good intentions. Cease your bickering. Those wishing to enter the void gate must maintain silence. Otherwise, depart at once, spoke Feng Yuzhu. Her authority unquestionable, backed by her formidable achievements. As the foremost master among the practitioners, she had slain more than one unparalleled powerhouse, nearly subduing even the patriarch of the blood of the underworld, who had barely escaped after losing 8 of his true lives. His final essence concealed within the endless shadows of blood. You, and you, refrain from any further mischief. Be cautious. I am one who holds grudges. The scarlet-clad enchantress warned, gathering her hair and glancing askance at several individuals. The 6 great masters stepped into the realm of silence, moved by the proximity to the tangible essence, filled with excitement. Upon truly arriving at the 10th layer of the spiritual relics, they encountered no spiritual statues attacking them. All was tranquil. Wang Xian and his companions ascended, hiding amidst the clouds, gazing upon the authentic manifestation of the 10th layer of the spiritual relics. In the depths of the darkened expanse, the spiritual relics loomed grandly, featuring edifices and towering mountains, yet devoid of vitality. The approaching tangible energy surged, cascading from the heavens like snowflakes, resembling a deluge of rain, swirling and fluttering. The sky of the 10th layer of the spiritual relics bordered upon a realm of darkness. Was that the so-called source of reality? In that pitch-black expanse of the heavens, meteors occasionally streaked by, yet no ordinary stars were visible, rendering the entire scene rather dim. The rare glimpses of starlight evoked a sense of melancholy. This narrative is undeniably powerful. They have torn apart a section of the sky and discovered a pathway, departing as a whole. Chen Yongjie spoke, still adorned with his silver mask. The starlight was not genuine meteors, but rather energy that traversed this tranquil firmament, as Feng Yuzhu remarked. At the ultimate terminus, the true source, the final leap revealed immortality. However, the 6 extraordinary masters present furrowed their brows. Would they leap into that dark expanse? They gazed upward, scrutinizing the depths of space once more. Who would dare venture forth to explore? Inquired the lord of the blood demon, and then all eyes turned towards him. The old fiend was momentarily taken aback. He wished to retort, "What is your problem? Why do you look to me? Blood demon, you possess countless blood avatars and 9 true destinies. Dispatch one of your true destinies to investigate, the demon ancestor suggested with a grin. His bronze skin shimmering with radiant light. He was robust, with thick brows and large eyes, exuding an air of righteousness. Are you out of your mind? The blood demon retorted, clearly agitated. Blood demon, it is solely your responsibility. The celestial ancestor Qi Ting nodded in agreement. Are you also deranged? The blood demon glared at him, recalling how these two had recently impersonated him. Now they wish to place the burden upon him? Blood demon, your talents are evident. Losing a few avatars is inconsequential. Even if a true destiny perishes, it can be gradually restored. Chen Yongjie interjected, his silver mask glinting. You are also insane. The blood demon reacted vehemently. Listen, do the three of you speak rationally? In this era, if a true destiny perishes, who has the time to cultivate and recuperate? Outside the barrier, Wang Xian and Old Chun exchanged glances, realizing that even extraordinary masters were human and rather down-to-earth, contrasting sharply with their lofty, untouchable image. They observed and listened, finding the exchange quite entertaining. Blood demon, send in an avatar. There is no need for a true destiny. Feng Yuzhu spoke gently. Very well. The blood demon nodded. As long as it did not involve a true destiny, that was acceptable. With a swift motion, he dispatched an avatar, which promptly vanished into the inky void, soaring into the depths of the vast heavens. It was not akin to a universe, devoid of stars, sun, or moon. It resembled a black shroud enveloping everything. Chen Yongjie remarked. Wang Xian also focused intently, his spiritual third eye wide open, yearning to pierce through the entirety of existence to glimpse the potential void beyond. Blood demon, one avatar is insufficient. Release more, at least 36 of the heavenly constellations. The robust demon ancestor suggested. Do not provoke me, lest I cast you into the void. The blood demon threatened. Half an hour later, his expression changed, declaring, my avatar has perished. How did it die? What did it ultimately witness? The crimson-clad female demoness inquired with interest. Chariots, corpses, severed banners, blood, and a blurred path ahead. My avatar inexplicably dissipated, having only caught fleeting glimpses of the surroundings, not truly comprehending them. Dispatch another avatar to investigate further, Zheng Yuantian urged. The blood demon lord glared at him, then strode over to the female practitioner and the crimson-clad fairy, sighing, from this moment forth. I shall renounce my wicked ways and join your ranks. I shall establish a livestock farm in the mortal realm, ensuring my disciples never drink human blood. The old demon felt overwhelmed, realizing that these two exceptional female immortals were far more reasonable. Having been surrounded by black-hearted individuals, he had borne the brunt of their misdeeds. How pitiful it was that he had finally come to his senses and found his way back. Wang Xian was somewhat moved by this transformation. I initially intended to eliminate Wang Xian and consume his unique blood, but I have now decided to cease my pursuits, as he is connected to Fairy Fong. The blood demon lord confessed with an innocent demeanor, smiling at the female practitioner. Wang Xian immediately fell silent, feeling no sympathy for him whatsoever. This old rascal had even considered taking action against him personally. I shall obliterate you all, Wang Xian thought, realizing he needed to swiftly venture to the meteorite lands to plant cacti. For the blood demon, Zheng Yuantian and Qi Tong were far too malevolent. However, before heading to the void, he needed to ensure his own extraction, allowing these individuals to witness that his breakthrough was unrelated to the fall of various cultivators. Is the ethereal realm I seek connected to this reality? Wang Xian pondered, gazing intently at the dark expanse of the barrier. The blood demon dispatched several avatars. But the outcome was the same. They mysteriously dissipated, their vision blurred. Shall we venture in together and see for ourselves? The crimson-clad fairy inquired. Though she was breathtakingly beautiful and statuesque, she possessed great courage. Zheng Yuantian nodded in agreement, stating that myths were on the verge of extinction. In these final moments, if they could not break free, all future endeavors would lose their significance. What is there to fear? The 6 formidable masters set forth, embarking on their journey into the dark firmament. Before the mound of 3 corpses, Old Zhang finally rose unsteadily, clutching his tattered copper mirror, exhaling deeply as he swiftly departed from the bonfire. The 3 pale faces grew weary of his incessant preaching over the days and dismissed him. However, just before he exited the gobi and entered the realm of the mind, he suddenly turned back, spitting out a mouthful of phlegm, only to find 2 trailing behind. One was the female specter of the three corpses, and the other an elderly man clad in an antiquated spacesuit. Two specters. In the pitch-black firmament where the 10th layer of mental relics converged, the female practitioner and her companions furrowed their brows. This was not a true celestial realm, but a mental universe. In the dimness, they had not ventured far before making a discovery, a magnificent golden war chariot. Awe-inspiring and imposing, adorned with the emblem of the imperial path and intricate, subdued patterns. Blood stained the chariot, yet no living beings were in sight. It was true blood, not the essence left behind by spirits. Was this mythic civilization destined for ascension, breaking through the firmament and entering this realm, all while bearing flesh? Yet, this remained a mental universe. They forged ahead under the banner of the imperial path, carving a route. But had they truly arrived at the genuine source? Feng Yuzhu remarked, her white garments billowing, her beauty transcending the darkness of the universe. Chapter 368. The truth behind the origin of myths within the realm of the spiritual universe. The golden chariot lay in ruins, its blood long since rendered inert, leaving no further clues behind. A mythological civilization, striving to endure the overwhelming darkness of an extraordinary night, seemed to have already suffered injuries along its arduous journey. Let us proceed. The crimson-clad enchantress, her ethereal garments billowing, ascended into the air. Observing the remnants scattered along the path, a solemn expression graced her luminous visage. The present state of this mythological civilization mirrored their impending fate. Within a year, if no resolution was found, they too would plummet from the resplendent skies, gradually fading away, entombed by the frigid earth. The weight of despair settled heavily upon the 6 companions. Now, there was no contest for power, only an exploration driven by the primal instinct to survive. Once, they had all shone brilliantly in their respective epochs, gazing down upon the world. If annihilation was their destiny, then let it be a grand spectacle. This spiritual universe possessed boundaries. It was not the boundless expanse one might envision. Feng Yuzhu furrowed her brow, her perceptions extending beyond the ordinary, sensing something amiss. At the fringes, primordial energy flowed, remnants of the chaotic matter from the era of creation. The crimson enchantress gazed intently, her beautiful eyes flickering with light as they pierced the depths of darkness. Zheng Yuantian frowned and remarked, that primordial energy, that chaotic matter, is indeed connected to spiritual power. This vast emptiness harbors significant issues. It is truly peculiar. They traversed the outer realms, journeying in a state of spiritual essence, a veritable exploration of the void, akin to fleeting rays of light that vanished into the darkness. Upon reaching their destination, they beheld the sight of calamity that had befallen the resplendent civilization. Chariots and colossal warships lay shattered, reduced to mere fragments. Littered with remnants of flesh and spiritual debris, the silent void bore no signs of life, seemingly recounting the sorrowful tales of their past, devoid of any living beings. Whether they were corporeal warriors or bygone deities in spiritual form, all had perished. There were no adversaries. It should not have been a massacre. Yet, the vessels and war chariots appeared to have endured tremendous force. The demon ancestor spoke, gripping his ebony blade in vigilance, his brow heavily furrowed. This sight chilled their hearts. The formidable civilization that had forged the divine path flag had ultimately faltered, unable to find a way out. Over there, intoned the blood ancestor, as he unleashed 3 avatars, all of which met their demise. In the lofty depths of the void, traces of chaotic matter lingered. The group ascended, encountering various shards, fragmented flesh, and withered skulls along the way, tragic and poignant remnants. A civilization had met its end. Perhaps the most powerful mythological civilization in history, as evidenced by the 10 layers of spiritual remnants they had left behind, which hinted at their endeavors in crafting the divine path flag. Here, the essence of the primordial permeated the atmosphere, chaotic primal matter surrounded them, and an eerie silence enveloped the space, shrouded in mist, leading to an impasse with no escape. They had torn through the heavens, entering this spiritual universe, believing they had attained a rebirth of myth. Yet, they discovered that light remained elusive, immortality unseen. To break free from this profound emptiness once more, they would need to strike with their warships, uniting their efforts in a concerted assault, yet the barriers remained unyielding. Feng Yuzhu spoke. 6 individuals witnessed the sanguine remnants within the chaotic substance, along with the shattered bow of a vessel. The civilization as a whole was advancing. striving to break free from this realm, yet met with failure. Here, the remnants of spirits were abundant, and many decayed bodies lay strewn about, still radiating a terrifying energy that had slain the avatar of the Blood Sovereign. The six masters held their ground, drawing closer to the chaos. Scrutinizing the mist where substances resembling both rock and permafrost lay cold and lifeless. These were not true rocks or frozen earth. They merely bore a semblance to them, representing the primordial state of chaos before all things, disordered and chaotic, chilling and frigid. Upon contact with their primordial essence, they felt a bone-chilling cold, and within, there was a remarkable solidity. The deeper they delved, the more they perceived its indestructibility, surpassing even divine metal. They were too resolute, unable to find a way out. And thus, with a fierce determination, they met their demise in a final, violent collision. The ancestor of celestial beings, Qi Teng, spoke up. Zheng Yuantian remarked, "It is because their time is running out. They have reached the collapse of the extraordinary realm, and to turn back would only lead to awaiting death." Their emotions were complex, resonating deeply with the sentiments of those who had perished. The six set forth once more, exploring this mental universe, and indeed, they made a discovery, a dark planet riddled with wounds. It was not particularly large, yet densely packed with numerous honeycomb-like cavities, exuding wisps of substance that approached reality. "Is there truly such a place?" The six exclaimed in astonishment. They hastened towards it, standing upon its surface, gaining sustenance, but soon furrowed their brows and departed from the tiny planet. Upon the slightest contact, the celestial body began to decay and shatter, its emerging energies tainted by the miasma of spiritual detritus. The asteroid, merely 100 miles in diameter, was indeed diminutive, yet it possessed a peculiar essence, harboring energies that approached reality, precisely what the immortals sought. In a sense, they had succeeded in their quest by discovering such a unique celestial body, extending the myth's life for many years, yet ultimately, it was nearly depleted, leaving only echoes behind. In those bygone days, some were exceedingly resolute. A considerable number of powerful beings commanded warships to bombard the borders of this spiritual universe, meeting a valiant end. Others remained behind, becoming the seeds of life, hoping to endure the harsh winter through this extraordinary hive. But still, they failed, for the place was filled with withered corpses and spiritual remnants. This energy, which approached reality, although still abundant, was not nourishing for the body or spirit, ranking high yet yielding sufficient attack power, proving difficult for prolonged sustenance. Zheng Yuantian absorbed the tainted remnants of this energy and, frowning, remarked that the seeds left by that civilization were also powerless. With the extraordinary waning, what other options remained? These individuals could not slumber for more than 2,000 years before they perished. The female practitioner, after thorough exploration, reached such a conclusion. In contrast to the stillness of the cosmic night sky, this span of time was far too brief. Even extending it tenfold or 100-fold would still not suffice to await the next birth of the extraordinary. This raised some questions. To wish upon an extraordinary meteor for the continuation of a myth, could it be that certain legends hold truth? Qi Teng displayed a contemplative expression and remarked, "Long ago, a departed master proclaimed that the extraordinary arises from serendipity. There exists a tangible essence, born from the fragments of fallen meteors, which heralds hope and nurtures the mythic realms. Upon the disintegration of these celestial bodies, the proximity to genuine matter may give rise to an abundance of extraordinary factors," stated the patriarch of the blood of the underworld. Zheng Yuantian nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, such notions have been articulated. Thus, there have been lamentations from wise predecessors, expressing despair that the meteoric streaks of the extraordinary merely traverse the eternal stillness of the night sky as mere accidents, not allegories, but rather authentic phenomena." The assembly fell into a reverie, pondering that these genuine meteorite falls manifest across the cosmos, thus fostering mythic civilizations, inviting boundless contemplation. Regarding these matters, Feng Yuzhu, Zheng Yuantian, and Qi Teng had all endeavored to trace the origins of the meteors, yet to no avail. They were not alone in this pursuit. Remnants of bygone mythic civilizations also spoke of their explorations in search of origins, but found themselves disheartened. How did this civilization discover the meteor in question? The group regarded one another with intrigue. No matter the perspective, this peculiar asteroid did not seem to have been introduced by those individuals. Rather, It appeared to belong to this spiritual universe, stirring their hearts and igniting thoughts. Could it be suggested that all extraordinary phenomena born of chance stem from meteorites that fall from this spiritual cosmos, thereby giving rise to diverse mythic civilizations throughout history? No wonder we cannot find these nearly genuine meteorites in the tangible world. Despite searching across the vast starry skies, they exist solely within the spiritual realm. The six engaged in earnest discourse, delving into the origins of myths. Throughout the ages, many remarkable figures have sought answers and pathways, leaving behind numerous manuscripts that document their insights. By comparing the notes of their predecessors with their own observations and experiences, they increasingly felt that the truth lay therein. The essence of mythic origins is rooted in the serendipitous fall of authentic matter. As the six pondered, they grasped fragments of the truth, yet many questions remained unanswered. What exactly is the spiritual universe? How can it give rise to such nearly authentic meteorites? Relative to the grandeur of mythic civilizations, this asteroid seemed rather diminutive, lacking the magnitude necessary to sustain a thriving mythic culture. Chen Yongjie conjectured, I surmise that in the primordial genesis of the truly extraordinary realm, there would be a meteor shower, with a multitude of meteors containing varied authentic substances falling, thus generating different extraordinary factors from which myths could arise. They observed once more. A solitary small asteroid appeared overly monotonous. It contained authentic matter insufficient to support a mythic civilization. How did this mythic civilization ascertain the presence of this spiritual universe? Why were they able to actively discover such a unique asteroid? Should they continue their search, they might indeed achieve enduring prosperity. In a certain sense, that mythic civilization found its direction, yet it did not complete its journey. The group ventured into the interior of this collapsed, decayed, and tainted asteroid. As they traversed its depths, it became increasingly dilapidated, fracturing further into disarray. Ultimately, a powerful spiritual imprint emerged, flowing forth to shape the final image, articulating the concluding words that resonated with their spirits. It was a rough, blood-stained hand, inscribing a farewell, depicting bygone scenes, reverberating into existence. Have we erred? Longing for a monumental fall, a myth to manifest, the celestial beings to arise. Yet reality proves to be profoundly cruel, culminating in sorrow, retribution. The six beheld that coarse hand, clutching a tattered imperial banner, thrusting towards the fringes of the spiritual cosmos. Was this an act of self-annihilation born from regret of the vanquished? The hand disintegrated, blood splattering forth. It unveiled a certain truth. What was the wail it referenced? Why speak of retribution? He seemed to be enveloped in boundless remorse. The countenance of the six transformed. For the first time they felt in overwhelming trepidation. What had this formidable civilization done to arrive at this juncture? Within this narrative, there seemed to be brutality, cruelty, endless remorse, and a certain melancholy. The individual extending that rough hand bore a particularly intricate emotional landscape, evoking a profound resonance in an instant. The six deliberated. Should they discover that direction, perhaps a chance still awaited them. Retracing the old scenes, they must unveil the truth, discern the greater trend. United, they honed in on the dim remnants of the coarse hand, communicating with those words, activating those imprints. They stirred them into motion. Resonating once more, they aspired to recreate the process of locating the spiritual cosmos, seeking the special meteorite. As the desolate sound of a monumental fall echoed, they vaguely beheld a colossal human head, electric sparks flickering, sorrow evident in its eyes, before it slowly turned away. It resembled the great head forged by the city of lightning, the layers of clouds and thunder, and the 10 tiers of spiritual relics. Subsequently, the imperial banner appeared, sweeping across the heavens, its surface shrouding the sky, extending into the void, as if cloaking the entire starry expanse. The all-encompassing imperial banner, after its vast surface swept by, bore droplets of blood. The six witnessed flames, heard cries, and with blurred vision, perceived the heavens torn asunder by the banner's fabric. As the month drew to a close, they sought votes for the following month. Gratitude to the support from On Top of Brocade, the Queen of Plant Spirits Upgrade Chronicle. And what's the difference in flipping over a salted fish? Thanks to the Alliance Leader for the support. Chapter 369, The Celestial Medicine in the Meteorite Crater. With a monumental fall, a life was lost. The celestial beings arose. Such a path is incomprehensible, sending chills through the six masters. Was there once a unique individual? In this tale, there seemed to be cruelty, bloodshed, betrayal, and ultimately, profound guilt, along with infinite remorse. Yet, everything remained too nebulous. They could only glimpse fragmented, hazy snippets, largely fueled by their own imagination and conjecture. The overarching direction was correct. Could they actively locate that special asteroid imbued with tangible essence? Chen Yongjie's gaze deepened as he broached the subject, and an immediate silence enveloped the scene. Zhang Dowling arrived, breaking through with unyielding momentum, only to look up and find two faces gazing down upon him. Old Zhang shot them a glance and said, "You too, refrain from prying into my affairs." With a crunch, Wang Xian bit into a cactus, savoring it with delight. Chen Yongjie, with a mouth aglow, akin to savoring sugarcane, clutched a vibrant celestial herb, chewing with fervor. Old Zhang, stood in a daze, the scene quite dazzling. Those two young lads, each cradling a celestial herb as if gnawing on a carrot. I recalled my own youth, never indulging in such extravagance. Where did these boys procure such rare herbs, flaunting their wealth before me? Immortal, would you care for some? It's rather crisp, Chen Yongjie called out. However, the barrier rendered it inaccessible to me. Wang Xian interjected. You too do realize that the efficacy of celestial herbs is greatly enhanced when refined into elixirs? Save them for later. I can assist you in concocting the 9-transformation dragon tiger elixir. Old Zhang admonished. The two grinned, their mouths shimmering, evoking a desire in old Zhang to slap them both for their ostentation. No need for that. Refining elixirs is time-consuming. Better to consume them directly and expedite our breakthroughs. Chen Yongjie replied. He privately pondered how many elixirs old Zhang would yield after refinement. Beside him, Wang Xian radiated brilliance, the essence of reality vaporizing around him, signifying his imminent ascension to the 9th realm of the mortal world. Meanwhile, old Chen successfully broke through, stepping into the 8th realm, enveloped in crimson radiance, exuding energy from his ears and nostrils. You too. Old Zhang pointed at them, wishing to kick them for their misuse of celestial herbs. Such waste. These should be reserved for significant breakthroughs, like transitioning from the mortal realm to the realm of carefree wandering, not for trivial advancements. Witnessing their extravagance pained him deeply. Immortal, should we unearth more celestial herbs, we shall invite you to refine them. Chen Yongjie called out, golden Buddhist light illuminating him. As the scriptures flowed and purple energies surged forth, complemented by the red radiance emanating from within him, presenting an extraordinary spectacle. As for Wang Xian, upon entering the 9th realm, he was enveloped by various tangible essences, yet he forcefully contained them within, as any essence approaching reality was of superior quality. Originating from the ethereal realm, he remained tranquil. This breakthrough did not disturb the external world. All was serene and orderly. Old Zhang scrutinized the two once more, then, with a dismissive gesture, vanished into the profound heavens, pursuing 6 formidable masters. Subsequently, 2 formidable figures approached, swiftly disappearing into the depths as well. What a sight! The female sovereign of the 3 formidable clans, and even that old astronaut have entered? Wang Xian expressed astonishment. Those two, indulging in celestial herbs, akin to thieves and anglers. The powerful beings from the 8th layer of the spiritual relics ascended to the 10th layer, witnessing the two seated within the barrier, their eyes ablaze with envy. Disciple, rid us of them. Chen Yongjie smiled, casting his gaze upon the man adorned with a golden feather in his ebony hair. The demonic cultivator ignored him, feigning ignorance. Turning away, they had exploited the celestial herbs for their ascension, a display of extravagance, wastefulness, and shame. Many lamented, filled with fury, believing those herbs rightfully belonged to them and should not have been consumed in such a manner, while the two remained oblivious to the value of the herbs. And then, they departed. Wang Xian whispered. Many had witnessed his breakthrough. Everything remained as usual. It was time for profound cultivation, time to plant the cacti. He and old Chen decisively made their escape, rushing towards the outskirts of the City of Lightning, seeking a secluded spot to enter seclusion, preparing to astonish the unparalleled masters. This time, he intended to make a significant impact. The legendary Qianni ferocious bird had pursued them, yet it seemed reluctant to abandon this relic. Ultimately witnessing their emergence from the dense area of lightning, Wang Xian turned back, gazing at the colossal head enveloped in electric light, feeling that this place was overwhelmingly oppressive. The spiritual realm was vast and boundless. They flew 3,000 miles in one breath before finally settling in a tranquil location. They released their physical forms, merging with their spirits for a better breakthrough. Old Chen, hold the heavenly medicine. If anything goes awry and you cannot endure, just take a few bites, Wang Xian reminded. Previously, both had only nibbled on a small piece of leaf, merely to show a semblance of consumption. It was inconceivable to actually devour such precious heavenly medicine in large quantities. Understood, Chen Yongjie nodded. Wang Xian's spiritual body stood amidst the life soil, murmuring, "What a peculiar place this is. It is the source of myths, the birthplace of the extraordinary, where substances close to reality entwine, imbued with vibrant life. Everything begins from here." Clang, clang. Wang Xian held an iron rod, the very ancient tool that had penetrated the roots of the heavenly medicine, and astonishingly, it could be brought inside. He used it to strike the nurturing furnace. Again and again, he lifted and slammed the furnace lid, causing his own life soil to tremble violently. Confucius said, "I say, old Zhang says, what is happening? It's about to topple." Chen Yongjie swayed precariously, his balance faltering, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. He guarded Wang Xian closely. This time it wasn't a gentle ride, but a roller coaster, jostling up and down, making him feel nauseous. His life soil quaked chaotically, even threatening to churn. He silently exclaimed his inability to bear it, hastily consuming a small piece of heavenly medicine leaf to stabilize his nerves. Wang Xian struck the nurturing furnace 108 times in one breath, leaving him dizzy. Various real substances from his life soil were stirred up, nearly reaching a boiling point. Outside, chaos reigned, with cries of ghosts and wolves, and a complete uproar ensued. Within the grand stage, the human sword and the carefree boat reappeared, as Zhang Daoling, Fang Yuzhu, and the true form of the scarlet-clad demon lord contended fiercely. Zheng Yuantian, the disheveled immortal, the demon ancestor Qi Yi, and others hastily joined the fray, their eyes blazing with intensity, emanating intimidating beams of light. In the real world, the extraordinary beings could hardly withstand it. Those with shaky foundations seemed intoxicated, collapsing en masse, their physical forms trembling uncontrollably. Some vomited, their primordial spirits dislodged, their spirits languishing. Their realms utterly unstable, with portions beginning to falter. Let us leave it at that for now. I doubt we can shake off many people. We can address it later. It is crucial to plant the medicine in the void, where the tremors during the elevation of realms are most pronounced, Wang Xian concluded, setting down the furnace lid. With the cacti, the god-slaying banner, the silver beast skin tome, and two pale golden beast skins burned through in the remnants of a super-mythical civilization, he prepared to embark. After some thought, he also took along the iron rod, considering it might prove useful for digging meteorites in critical moments. Whoosh! He plunged headlong into the essence soil. Utilizing his spiritual eye to ascertain the correct path, he descended deeper, magnifying both the flag and the beast hide before leaving the essence soil, taking with him a substantial amount of it. Like a fleeting ray of light, he entered a silent void, akin to a vast universe devoid of stars, where only material close to reality remained. This time, his speed was unparalleled, or rather, after planting the celestial herb, the distance between the two realms had shrunk. In his perception, it took merely a month to arrive at the shimmering life pool. With a splash, it was not only Wang Xian who leaped into the pool. He also cast the cactus into the waters to soak. Soon, it would be planted in an exceptionally arid locale, necessitating prior nourishment. The essence soil he brought was continually infused with silvery, celestial liquid, ultimately piled beside the earthen mound. The mound grew larger, enveloped in a mist of white and silver, resembling a dragon in motion, akin to various raptors circling above, an awe-inspiring sight. Upon the mound, the 9-calamity celestial lotus had indeed undergone a transformation, evolving into a vine, now as long as an arm, adorned with numerous fine thorns of a dark crimson hue, exhibiting strong self-preservation abilities. It bore 4 leaves, glistening with silver and pulsating with vibrant life. It could be dubbed the 9-calamity celestial vine. Could this be considered a form of evolution? A peculiar expression crossed his face. Upon arriving in the ethereal realm, the requisite rituals remained unchanged. He once again attempted bungee jumping from the entrance of hell, succinctly summarizing his endeavor as a perilous form of arduous cultivation. Each time he entered, he challenged the crimson clouds, enveloped in the god-slaying flag. Unless he felt his life hanging by a thread from the flames or was charred and tenderized by lightning, he considered his efforts insufficient and his cultivation not earnest enough. Indeed, he was relentless, dancing upon the tightrope of life and death. The golden beast hide was formidable, despite its holes. Its material was not inferior to that of the silver beast hide or the flag's fabric. During his rigorous cultivation, draped in the pale golden beast hide, he genuinely sensed its extraordinary nature. This item was undeniably remarkable. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt that the hide, after being struck by red lightning and subsequently burned, had somehow changed. Upon concluding this bout of cultivation and dragging his nearly lifeless body away, he sensed something amiss. Was it merely an illusion? The golden light on the hide seemed to have brightened slightly. An illusion? Regardless, after numerous trips to the silver life pool for recuperation, which indicated extensive, arduous practice, by the time he finished, the beast hide appeared less antiquated. It was peculiar. Did it not fear scorching? Once more, he boldly cast the pale golden beast hide into the depths of the dense red mist, where the clouds churned violently, becoming exceedingly terrifying, the sound of thunder relentless. From a distance, that area resembled a boiling pot, the red clouds nearly seething. In the past, he had never dared to venture too deeply here, only extracting a bit of the red mist from the fringes, fully aware that if his true self entered, even the god-slaying flag would be unable to protect him. Now, daringly attempting to throw the whole riddled golden beast hide into the tumult, he was taken aback by the tremendous commotion it caused, far beyond his expectations. He retreated to a safe distance, fearful of the consequences. As time flows, when the crimson clouds recede and vanish entirely, he hurriedly rushes forward, discovering that the pale golden beast hide remains intact, gleaming even more brightly. Moreover, whether it is an illusion or not, the two holes upon it seem to have diminished slightly. Wang Xian, filled with vigor, patiently awaits the rise and fall of the crimson mist, diligently cultivating and healing himself. He cannot recall how many times he has done so. This time, he is determined to elevate himself to an exceptionally high level, striving to break through the grand threshold of the realm of carefree wandering. Whether he succeeds or not is inconsequential. Yet he is resolute in his endeavor to confront this barrier, aiming to astonish Chen Yongjie and others. He feels that he has spent several years in this place, each time on the brink of death, only to revive through the pool of life, far exceeding his past cultivation periods. It is nearly sufficient. This method of cultivation has become ineffective for him. Merely enduring hardships and tormenting oneself will not suffice. Next time, he must devise a different approach. Nonetheless, his gains have been immense, with a significant enhancement in strength. The diligent cultivator, Wang Xian, has now become a seasoned expert of the 9th rank. Subsequently, he took the celestial medicine resembling a cactus and the life soil, which had been soaked for a long duration, and swiftly made his way to the meteorite crater region. Everything proceeded smoothly. He once again beheld the meteorite land, avoiding the tumultuous moments of its tides, and after the red mist dissipated, he quickly rushed forward, entering through the previously explored mine. There were no changes. It remained tranquil, with a dense purple aura, rippling like waves. He had worried needlessly. This place was not genuinely barren, nourished by the purple substance, and this cactus-like celestial medicine should thrive splendidly. Wang Xian deliberately steered clear of the mine area where the demonic flower resided, forging a new path deeper into the profound regions above the meteorite. He felt trepidation towards that eternally blooming demonic flower, its immortal qualities, and the terrifyingly hallucinogenic effects it possessed, and thus resolved not to challenge it this time. With an iron pickaxe in one hand and the god-slaying flag in the other, he industriously excavated, embodying the role of an exceptionally diligent miner. He mused that after digging for 2 or 3 years, this time he only burrowed several hundred meters deep, ultimately planting the cactus-like celestial medicine within a secret cavern. This celestial medicine possesses remarkable adaptability. Wang Xian was astonished. He shattered the meteorite, creating a large pit, arranged its roots properly, and placed an abundance of life soil within. Instantly, it began to absorb the local purple essence, nourishing itself. Furthermore, within this mine, the purple mist was as thick as water, nearly transforming into liquid. Indeed, a great tonic, causing Wang Xian's primordial spirit to shimmer with a radiant purple glow, exuding ethereal light. Before long, the celestial medicine, originally as crystalline and transparent as glass, began to acquire hints of purple, indicating a change. The celestial medicine seemed to immensely relish the proximity to authentic substances. With no need for concern about its demise, delivered to the void, it was akin to fish returning to the sea. Wang Xian pondered deeply. In the subsequent 2 to 3 years of mining, he also engaged in cultivation, exploring various techniques, scriptures, the sword of severing Tao, stone tablet scriptures, and the visualization of Shakyamuni, among others. Wang Xian felt that he had already reached the latter stage of the 9th rank, achieving perfection, continuously shaking that grand threshold, causing the meteorite cave to tremble in resonance. He wondered how the outside world was faring amidst the tremors. Simultaneously, Wang Xian keenly perceived that he had reached an invisible ceiling, feeling an oppressive force that hindered his true breakthrough. Was it the realm of carefree wandering? It felt peculiar. Why did he sense that his cultivation and attempts at transcendence here ultimately led him into great trouble? He had an instinctive urge to break through and venture into the domain of carefree existence. Yet he realized that traversing the meteorite pit might be an insurmountable challenge. Did his realm, the void, and the tangible environment all interrelate? Furrowing his brow, he pondered whether proximity to the true source was necessary. As the month drew to a close, he noted that those with votes should cast them, while those without need not feel compelled to offer special rewards. Chapter 370. Encounter in the void. The meteorite loomed heavy and immense, dominating the pitch-black cosmos. Penetrating it was no trivial feat. Standing within the pit, Wang Xian observed intently, muttering to himself, if this were a typical meteorite, it might be manageable, but if it proves denser than my life's essence, I would truly be at my wit's end. He commanded the god-slaying flag, enhancing his soul's flight speed tenfold. Yet even amidst the life essence, he felt he was traversing an astronomical distance. Here, it would take him 2 or 3 years to advance a mere few hundred meters. Should the thickness of the two be comparable, he would find himself overwhelmed, pondering how many years it would take to penetrate this barrier. Should I bring others in to assist me in mining? He contemplated, but after a moment's reflection, he hesitated. This might not align with the realities of the cosmos. If this place were merely a personal ethereal realm, it could lead to dire consequences. Even the slightest disturbance to his life essence could be fatal. Distracted, Wang Xian wielded the god-slaying flag like a flying sword and the iron pickaxe as if it were a dart, casting them repeatedly, sparks flying in all directions. Such monotonous cultivation and mining over the years could become unbearable. Perhaps he could traverse through a ready-made passage? Departing from the pit he had excavated, he emerged into the outside world, gazing at the meteorite pit above, resembling an inverted volcano suspended in the heavens. His emotions surged like tumultuous waves. Could he dare to risk it all and make a desperate leap? The meteorite, cold and silent, exhibited patches of gray, gradually transitioning to brown near the passage's entrance, with faint purple hues appearing deeper within, devoid of life. Only the demonic flower remained, pure and untainted, radiant and resplendent, exuding an aura of sanctity that embodied the truth of immortality. Even on ordinary days, before the most terrifying moments of crimson hues surged, red substances permeated the air, with genuine smoke particles dispersing. Wang Xian had previously attempted to envelop himself in the god-slaying flag, but as he neared, the flag's surface was scorched and charred, forcing him to flee in a disheveled state. Determined to try again, he now donned a silver beast hide as the first layer of armor, with the god-slaying flag as the second, his most trusted companion for protection. The final layer comprised an ancient golden beast hide with 2 holes, once adrift in crimson waves, now more vibrant than ever, upon which he placed high hopes. Wrapping his soul as if it were a zongzi, he carefully selected his moment and began to soar. Would he break through to a new world, or would he be met with a crushing blow, sent back in defeat? Regardless, he declared, "Here I come." Wang Xian, with fierce determination, resolved that as long as he did not perish, nothing was insurmountable. He must take risks, for his time was truly limited. In this era, even the most extraordinary masters were compelled to act, dispatching their avatars into the mortal realm, and he had no reason to falter. At this moment, Wang Zongzi transformed into a fleeting glimmer, swiftly entering amidst the faint crimson clouds and the sporadic descent of scarlet particles. A cry of agony escaped his lips. The pain was excruciating. Upon entering, he felt an overwhelming heat engulfing him, as though he were aflame. For a fleeting moment, He contemplated rolling on the ground like the round-faced little white tiger to relieve his stress, resigning himself to fate and returning to the mundane world to simply get by. However, he was unwilling to accept defeat. By nature, he was not one to easily bow down. He desired to persevere to the end, to give himself a sense of closure. Here it comes. Raise the banner, block the blade, defend. With tattered beast skin, would you choose to decay away? Reborn through fire. Do not let me down. Silver skin, resonate with the ghostly symbols, hold firm. Wang Xian, in excruciating pain, continued to brainwash himself, establishing unwavering conviction as he plunged into a realm unimaginable to the outside world. I am forging a path, seeking new realms of myth, akin to the creation of heaven and earth, where great calamities could strike at any moment. O celestial beings, earth of fate, grand curtain, if you sense my plight, grant me continued life. He surged forward, his body akin to a meteor piercing the darkened sky, traversing the terrifying void, relentlessly ascending. The stone walls of the meteorite passage were rough, with crimson mist swirling. Though thin, the atmosphere grew denser and more tangible the higher he ascended, with increasing amounts of particulate matter. This superlative energy was beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Even a mere touch would unleash thunderous explosions, akin to the blazing fires of heaven seeking to incinerate one's primordial spirit. Typically, any creature delving such a distance would be courting death. Wang Xian was assailed by luminous mists, his primordial spirit fracturing, his vision darkening, as the organs formed by his mental power threatened to disintegrate into oblivion. He glanced at the outermost layer of pale golden beast skin, which remained unscathed, a mysterious golden mist flowing around it, resonating with the two gaping holes. If this beast skin endured the flames, how could I, a mere human, retreat? I am still sheltered within it. I cannot be less than it. Press on. With a parched throat, feeling as if he might explode, he resolutely refused to retreat, thinking that perhaps enduring a little longer might allow him to break through to the source of reality. He yearned to discover what lay beyond that threshold. His heart was filled with both defiance and boundless curiosity. This path was shrouded in mystery. Had it existed since time immemorial? Or was it birthed from the trajectory of his primordial spirit? Why was this journey so interminable? Wang Xian felt as though he might go mad from the flames, his primordial spirit yearning to spew blood, as if the very strands of his mental essence were singed and smoking, his spiritual flesh tearing apart, gradually descending into a state of darkness. He opened his spiritual eye, yet even now had not approached that snow-white, sacred blossom. The distance seemed not astronomical, yet in truth, many days had passed, and he had yet to draw near the very roots of that demonic flower. Gazing at the mountain, he was exhausted, having nearly drained his primordial spirit in pursuit of the elusive flower. Before long, the crimson clouds became even more intense, leaving him in a state of bewilderment, pondering when it would come to an end. Having soared through the air for what felt like an eternity, the pain had reached its zenith, leaving him somewhat numb, his thoughts in disarray, and a relentless buzzing in his ears, as if he were hearing a cacophony of strange sounds. He gritted his teeth, vigorously shaking his head to regain lucidity. His lips, formed from mental fortitude, had become parched, and if this continued, he would undoubtedly be reduced to mere ashes. He was unaware of how many days he had been airborne, yet he noticed the outermost layer of the pale golden beast skin had turned crimson, shrouded in the clouds. Its condition now a mystery. Would it be destroyed? The god-slaying flag was nearing a dark hue, its surface wrinkled, the golden lattice expanding, still exuding power and casting a faint halo that concealed him from view. The silver beast skin book, adorned with arcane symbols that shimmered like dawn, resonated with a material close to reality, making it difficult to discern whether this was fortuitous or disastrous. Wang Xian found himself in dire straits. I must awaken my senses and practice. On his journey, he navigated with the god-slaying flag, seeking to alleviate his suffering through various scriptures, experimenting and assessing which esoteric texts were most suitable as he approached the essence of reality. This form of cultivation was extreme, yet it bore fruit, as he felt himself repeatedly striking against the ceiling of the expansive realm of carefree transcendence. For him, this trial was unique, unyielding, and immovable. Wang Xian sensed that if he chose to break through in the material world through ordinary supermaterial means, it would pose no problem, allowing him to swiftly reach the level of carefree transcendence. However, the significance of such an approach would be entirely different, and it was uncertain whether he would ever be able to tread this path again. He was driven by the desire to approach the source of truth. Hence he traversed this arduous road. The old myths had decayed, and he saw no reason to follow in the footsteps of those who came before him. Outside, even old Chen succumbed to vomiting, a manifestation of spiritual anguish, as if the very soil of existence was churning, akin to being plowed. What was this experience like? It felt as though he were seated in a rickety ox cart, careening through a pile of jagged stones, on the verge of being overturned. And then, as if he had driven the cart across the pockmarked surface of the moon, one could hardly imagine the fate of the cart, let alone the occupants. Even Chen Yongjie nearly fell from his realm, hinting at the chaotic state of the external world. The extraordinary realm was in utter disarray, with various factions unable to cope. Some fairies collapsed as if intoxicated, while descendants of celestial beings were engulfed in radiant showers, their realms plummeting. The impact of this event was immense, affecting everyone. Those with tenuous paths were on the brink of losing 2 realms, while even the steadfast could not maintain their ground. MOC's complexion turned pale. Even he could not withstand this onslaught, having officially breached his defenses. Previously, a minor tremor would have been manageable, but this was an unprecedented celestial quake, a disturbance that resonated through the stars. Who could endure such a tumult? Huang Daxian wore a pained expression, nearly coughing up bile. Chao Qingyu, with a formidable foundation, and Kong Yun, both appeared ashen-faced today. Zhou Shiqian and Chun Yin, covering their mouths, heaved and collapsed upon the desolate expanse. The progeny of the Yao ancestor, Chilean Dao, could not help but curse his father in a fit of rage, having exerted himself to the limit using the last of his celestial medicine to restore his realm, only to see it all come to naught, once again being cast down. Ancestor, are you truly my father? The shattered bloodline and the disrupted primordial spirit lack any semblance of grandeur. How utterly astonishing! My realm has plummeted once more. In the ancient times, you might have been regarded as a demon emperor, while I was akin to the prince of the demon clan. What a humiliating experience this is, and for what? At this moment, the nurturing furnace, the earthly sword, and the carefree vessel trembled in unison, as if resonating with an unseen force, sensing something profound. I must attain mastery. Chen Yongjie groaned in agony, having been scorched to the brink of death, hastily chewing on a small piece of celestial herb to restore his vitality. The violent tremors caused the life essence to quiver, which was not surprising, yet he was too close to Wang Xian, also caught in the fiery onslaught. Even the filtered and purified crimson mist was overwhelming. Master Chen was bewildered. Had Wang Xian truly reached mastery? He questioned whether Wang Xian had perished, roasted to perfection, the aroma of flesh wafting through the air. At this moment, Zhang Daoling, Feng Yuzhu, the red-clad demon sovereign, and others were equally distressed, all feeling the precariousness of their situation. The life essence was agitated, a phenomenon not witnessed in years. Old Zhang stumbled. The mirror applied to his face proved ineffective, and he sighed, finally grasping the tribulations of womanhood. Was this what morning sickness felt like? Life had finally imparted such experiences upon him. The red-clad demoness shot him a fierce glare before bending her slender waist and retching violently. After a few heaves, one becomes accustomed to it. I experienced the same upon my first taste of heavenly blood, spoke the Grandmaster of hellish blood. His retching was not mere vomiting, but a forceful expulsion, leaving onlookers utterly repulsed. Feng Yuzhu also faltered, covering her mouth, her exquisite face as radiant as white jade tightened in distress, her delicate brows furrowed, having retched multiple times. The golden bamboo vessel offering no protection. This time was particularly extraordinary. It was an overwhelming force unlike any minor tremors of the past, akin to the distinction between shattering a small realm and breaking through a grand boundary. Zheng Yuantian's complexion turned ashen, the silver mask fracturing in several places. Even they had been affected, their realms beginning to slip. Boom. The 7 formidable masters, along with 2 sinister kings, surged towards the decaying meteorite, descending into the Earth's core. For they suddenly sensed something extraordinary there. Residues of near-authentic crystal remained. They fought against the violent tremors, striving to retain their cultivation while pressing forward to seize the crystal, which had gone unnoticed until now, entirely revealed by the shockwaves. Subsequently, a massive explosion occurred, seemingly tearing through the very fabric of the void. I have endured rigorous training. faced tribulations, surmounted fatal obstacles, and comprehended the supreme scriptures. I am now lost in a haze. Where have I arrived? Wang Xian felt as though he was burning with a desire for life and death, oblivious to how much time had elapsed. Externally, there was a wheel of swords, while internally, the stone tablet scriptures churned, his primordial spirit reverberating, nearly reaching its limit. Must I persist? He discovered that he was now on the brink of the snow-white immortal flower, having indeed traversed an arduous path. Boom! Suddenly, near the flower, a stone wall exploded, and amidst the chaos, several figures staggered forth. I am in excruciating pain. What in the world is this place? Old Zhang cried out, emanating a red glow. Appearing as if he were on the verge of transcendence, he was smoking. Bang! In the distance, Wang Xian beheld the crimson-clad fairy descending, her long gown nearly consumed by flames. She danced fervently in a ritualistic manner, striving to combat the red substance, yet her efforts proved futile. Was this the dream manifesting into reality? Wang Xian, lost in thought, was astonished as the red-clad fairy approached him, performing an ethereal dance. Is it you? The fairy, unable to withstand the heat, radiated a luminous aura and surged towards Wang Xian, attempting to tear away his beast skin attire, her crystalline arms and snow-white legs nearly scorched. Thanks to the brilliance of the star universe, I appreciate the support of the Alliance leader. Chapter 371. The dream manifesting into reality. Wang Xian acutely sensed the gravity of the situation. It was utterly perplexing that these individuals had intruded upon his sanctuary. This was intolerable. The red-clad fairy had arrived, and though he remained entranced, he did not lose his vigilance, promptly evading her advance. Was she seeking to strip away his beast skin garment? The crimson mist spread, enveloping the air, as the fairy let out a soft huff, visibly scorched. This place was saturated with an overwhelming essence of reality, particularly those crystalline red particles, capable of melting everything in their vicinity, even tarnishing the god-slaying banner, attesting to their formidable lethality. Where was this? What place was this, with a meteorite path so close to the essence of reality? The Grand Master of the blood of the underworld appeared tormented, his brows and beard seemingly incinerated, presenting a dazed expression as if he had been burned into oblivion. With a swift motion, the red-clad fairy returned, her arms losing their pristine whiteness, her body emanating an aura of celestial grace as she valiantly battled the red substance. This was a mysterious war dance, her waist twisted with elegance, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending to earth, imbued with a hint of allure as she sensed the dire situation. Simultaneously, she drew closer to Wang Xian, noticing his peculiar state. Though his level was low, he remained unscathed, particularly his beast skin garment appearing oddly familiar. Young man, receive my presents. Old Zhang exclaimed, his teeth bared in pain, the dignity of a patriarch lost. His hair nearly singed away, his casual attire reduced to ashes in an instant. From where do you hail? Wang Xian inquired, his demeanor grave. He refrained from approaching immediately, aware that old Zhang had always been a significant liability. This location had been his private sanctuary, a space for solitary contemplation and profound enlightenment, now invaded by outsiders. What assurance did he possess? His primordial spirit, the celestial herbs he had cultivated, and the essence of his life soil were all potentially threatened by these intruders. However, they might not escape this meteorite passage. Ugh! Chen Yongjie retched, having fallen into this realm, his cultivation seemingly diminished. The silver mask he wore was instantly incinerated, leaving his visage pale, soon flushed red, his body emitting wisps of smoke. How had he come to be here? This posed significant questions. As Chen Yongjie battled the encroaching crimson haze in agony, he cast a cold glare at Wang Xian. The unparalleled powerhouse had fallen. Despite being scorched and eroded by the red substance, he remained undeterred, intrigued by this place. Is it nearing reality? Excellent. The demon lord with pronounced brows and eyes murmured, a brilliant light igniting within his depths as he endured excruciating pain, surveying his surroundings. I can't hold on any longer. I am about to ignite. The celestial ancestor Qi Tung also appeared, emerging from a pile of shattered meteorites, no longer concealing himself. Where's the way back? Where has the meteorite passage gone? Chen Yongjie's complexion shifted dramatically, his visage darkened and contorted from the searing heat. Even a master of such caliber appeared to be unable to withstand the resplendent crimson particles, desperately attempting to retreat through the passage, only to find himself lost. In an instant, the expressions of all present transformed. Wang Xian, what brings you here? The ethereal Feng Yuzhu, clad in flowing white garments, was the last to arrive, stepping onto a large fragment of fallen meteorite. However, her countenance also flushed crimson, unable to endure, as her garments began to disintegrate into ash. I was in seclusion, wandering through the void, and somehow found myself here, Wang Xian replied. Despite being protected by beast hide, pain still threatened to shatter his primordial spirit. Is that even possible? The seven masters expressed skepticism, yet none pursued the matter further, as they soon found themselves unable to maintain composure. The red substance seemed to possess a unique potency, akin to chaotic thunder or supreme flames, leaving each individual dazed, their spiritual armors melting away. You wished for me to perform the celestial dance, did you not? Here I come. The enchanting figure of the red-clad fairy, Xianyi, furrowed her brow, seemingly in unbearable agony, yet she transformed into a streak of light and approached. Though she suffered within the crimson glow, her elegance remained intact, her lithe form swaying gracefully, each step a delicate lotus dance. Wang Xian was taken aback. Channeling the supreme scriptures, he enveloped himself in beast hide and surged upward. A painful form of cultivation indeed. Consequently, the few individuals present were shaken, all gasping audibly, their chests heaving, some even bending at the waist. Is this related to him? Zheng Yintian's gaze turned fierce, an inexplicable brilliance surging within, as if he had uncovered a monumental revelation. Old Zhang stumbled, his expression shifting, exclaiming, "Goodness, boy, the source lies with you. The root is within you. You're finished. This shock has made me retch repeatedly and lose my standing. How will you compensate me?" He nearly succumbed to the flames, hastily using a bronze mirror to stabilize the void, trying to repel the crimson haze. Feng Yuzhu, resembling a celestial being untouched by worldly filth, also retched several times, battling the overwhelming tremors as she glanced towards Wang Xian. "Old Zhang, I shall aid you. Fairy, how may I assist you?" Wang Xian inquired, looking at old Zhang and Feng Yuzhu, with whom he shared the deepest ties, naturally prioritizing their assistance. Old Zhang promptly dashed towards them, while Feng Yuzhu transformed into a celestial maiden, seeking to unite with him before her white garments were completely consumed. Recognizing the exceptional nature of his beast hide, however, swifter than them was the red-clad fairy, who drew near, her beautiful eyes flickering as she remarked, "What lies between us is but a trivial matter, hardly worthy of mention. We belong to the same faction, and Feng Yuzhu is my sister." She approached gracefully, her tall form suffering from the burn, her once snowy complexion gradually taking on a hue of red, with her arms beginning to darken. "Assist her," Feng Yuzhu called out before getting too close, fearing a conflict might arise. Subsequently, Wang Xian sensed a scorching, almost ablaze celestial form nearing him, lifting his beast hide to share in its warmth. "And I too," Zheng Yuantian, who was also nearby, exclaimed, witnessing the efficacy of the beast hide and eager to partake. Wang Xian's expression darkened. Did his rival wish to share the beast hide? What audacity! Moreover, a grown man, charred and reeking, was simply too much. He directly activated the god-slaying flag, raising one corner, which with a resounding thud sent the ferocious Zheng Yuantian flying. This left Wang Xian momentarily stunned. Could it possess such immense power? It was hard to believe that a peerless master had been struck back by him. He then turned his gaze towards the crimson-clad female demon, who was now within arm's reach. She gathered her flowing hair, her face once again fair as jade, exhaling a fragrance like orchids, and said, "This has nothing to do with me." Immediately thereafter, she gagged and glared fiercely at Wang Xian. "Your actions have nothing to do with me," Wang Xian hastily retorted. "Have I heard something extraordinary?" Old Zhang rushed over, grabbing a corner of the flag, and began to burrow inside. Wang Xian felt uneasy. It was one thing to be near the enchanting demoness, but now old Zhang was joining in, sending shivers down his spine. With a swish, Feng Yuzhu arrived, approaching from behind and slipping into the animal skin attire. This felt surreal to Wang Xian. Was this not a figment of his occasional daydreams? Who hasn't he experienced youthful exuberance that seemed to manifest in reality? He found himself surrounded by two alluring figures, both radiating warmth, leaving him questioning the authenticity of this moment. Was it real? Old Zhang exclaimed, "Leave me some space. Otherwise, You can wrap yourself in that corner of the flag and stay outside. It's too cramped in here, Wang Xian replied. Old Zhang widened his eyes, retorting, What nonsense is this, kid? Typical of someone who values beauty over friendship. Let me burn outside while you three are cozy in there? And me? The ancestor of the blood of darkness cried out, charred and desperate to join. Zheng Yuantian, Qi Teng, and the demon ancestor also drew near, seeking refuge within the animal skin attire, leaving Wang Xian feeling overwhelmed. Beside him, the crimson-clad demoness exhaled a fragrant breath, whispering in his ear, You can defeat Zheng Yuantian. This time, I will assist you. Raise the god-slaying flag and shatter him. Her figure, exquisite and close, wrapped her delicate arms around Wang Xian's right arm. Eager to join forces against Zheng Yuantian. I will help you too, Fang Yuzhu said with a gentle smile, moving closer from behind. Wang Xian's heart raced. Even though it was a manifestation of his spirit, he could hear the pounding of his heart, like the reverberation of a divine drum. Was he truly nervous? He scolded himself for being feeble. After all, they were just two extraordinary beauties, with skin like cream and ethereal forms. What was the big deal? The heat of their bodies pressing against him was nothing to fret over. Yet, his heart thumped even more fiercely, as if it might burst. Especially, his left hand burned with an unbearable heat, and the violent thumping of his heart transformed into palpitations, followed by sheer terror. He suddenly realized what was in his left hand, the iron rod. Its searing heat was intolerable, awakening him from his stupor. He gently pricked himself with the iron rod, which immediately unleashed a thunderous roar, causing the visions before him to shatter like mere illusions. In that instant, although Wang Xian still felt the burning pain, a chilling sense of dread surged from the depths of his soul, leaving him shivering. Fang Yuzhu, the crimson-clad demoness, Zhang Daoling, Zheng Yuantian, and the others dissipated, as if they had never existed at all. Before him lay a rugged stone wall, with a slender root exposed to the elements. The iron probe in his hand did not pierce himself, but rather found its way into the delicate tendril. He lifted his gaze to behold the immaculate, sacred immortal flower, radiant with iridescent light, situated less than 3 miles away, drawing near. A shiver coursed through Wang Xian. Was he once again ensnared by a lethal illusion? Lowering his eyes, he noticed the flagpole of the god-slaying banner gripped in his right hand, contemplating a self-inflicted wound to his chest. A desperate act? Yet, the banner resisted his intent, thwarting his grim desire. A chill gripped him, nearly leading him to self-destruction. The defiance of the god-slaying banner had indeed proven effective, and the iron probe seemed to serve as a warning. Demonic flower, Wang Xian exclaimed, realizing how perilous his situation had become, narrowly escaping death at its hands once more. He struck the tendril's tip with the iron probe several times, aware that even severing it from a distance of several miles would not harm the flower. Yet he could not repress his frustration. With a swift motion, he crushed the tip, obliterating it, and in an instant, it vanished from sight. Above, the enduring flower swayed amidst the crimson haze, its pristine light shimmering. This time, I am destined not to ascend. I must retreat. Wang Xian felt as though he were on the verge of combustion. Most critically, a sense of impending catastrophe loomed over him. With the iron probe and the god-slaying banner in hand, he gradually attained clarity, his instinctive awareness returning. The tide of crimson haze was approaching. His countenance shifted. The flower of longevity had ensnared him in a mirage, a prelude to being engulfed by the red substance. He turned and fled, racing back along the path he had come. Faintly, he heard a cataclysmic roar behind him, reminiscent of landslides and tsunamis, as if a vast ocean had breached its banks, threatening to overwhelm the ethereal realm. It was the material surging from the true source. Wang Xian fled with all his might, the crimson haze billowing behind him, a sea of light and mist, tumultuous and relentless in its pursuit. Ultimately, he broke free, only to be met by an endless expanse of scarlet haze that crashed down upon him. He swiftly veered to the side, entering a mine and barricading himself within. This time, he had truly teetered on the brink of death. Not only had he been near the true source, but he had once again almost succumbed to that malevolent flower. Wang Xian realized he was in grave condition, scorched and battered, yet his pale golden beast hide remained intact, and the god-slaying banner was gradually regaining its color. The silver beast hide scroll appeared unharmed as well. Only he himself was blackened and cracked, his essence on the verge of disintegration. He seated himself beside a cactus, absorbing the purple mist alongside it, recuperating and nurturing his spiritual essence until many days later. He opened his eyes, exuding 2 beams of purple light. It is time to return. He rose to his feet. Outside, the extraordinary realm had descended into chaos. The disturbances unprecedented. The 4 demons stood in stunned silence. Even his own cultivation had diminished. Zhou Qinghuang and Gu Mingxi clung to one another, entwined, gasping, their faces ashen, having completely lost their standings. Zhang Daoling, Zheng Yuantian, Qi Teng, and others battled against the tremors while vying for the azure crystals, engaging in fierce conflict, breaking free from the void, and escaping the 10th layer of the spiritual ruins, leaving the city of lightning behind. Old Zhang stood in the realm of the mind, immobile after expelling his thoughts, a mirror resting upon his visage, deep in contemplation as he sought the source with utmost seriousness. "Do not let me find you, or I shall end your existence," he muttered, furrowing his brow. The possibility of the imperial banner being nearby, deliberately unsettling them, was profoundly troubling to him. He surmised that it was highly plausible, for the treasured relic of this super-civilization had yet to materialize. Their reckless intrusion might have provoked that tattered flag. Wang Xian returned, standing upon the sacred soil, and began to strike the spirit-nourishing furnace with fervor, causing tremors that reverberated through the outside world. At that moment, the unparalleled masters were still embroiled in the contest for the azure crystal. Even after breaking free from the ruins, they continued to engage in skirmishes scattered across the terrain. Old Zhang remained vigilant, occasionally striking the mirror against himself to channel the true essence of the celestial path, stabilizing his being, as he was wary of losing control. However, at that juncture, he and the other extraordinary masters had all inadvertently descended a level, their defenses shattered, leaving them reeling at the pinnacle of their abilities. Old Chen, in a state of horror, guarded Wang Xian, feeling as though his very insides were about to erupt. Yet what filled him with dread and profound unease was the presence of Zheng Yuantian lurking nearby, having just engaged in a fierce battle for the crystal. Should he draw closer and discover them, a single strike could obliterate them, leaving no trace behind. Wang Xian, Master Wang, awaken. Old Zheng approaches. "Without the banner of divine slaughter, we are utterly defenseless. We could perish," he whispered urgently. Zheng Yuantian was undoubtedly still in proximity, the overwhelming pressure lingering ominously. Suddenly, Wang Xian opened his eyes, his spirit returning, swiftly withdrawing his corporeal form and assuming a state of primordial essence, wielding the banner of divine slaughter with vigilant readiness. As he emerged, he heard Chen Yongjie's urgent call and sensed the oppressive force nearby. Boom! In the celestial dome of the mental realm, a red-clad female demoness clashed with a human over the coveted azure crystal, forcefully seizing a fragment, only to retch amidst the battle, hastily descending upon a mountain to vomit. Employing her demonic grace against the onslaught, Wang Xian's expression shifted. What transpired? In the meteor passage, it was merely a dream, yet here in the tangible world, he witnessed a similar spectacle. Had he glimpsed a parallel future, or was the grand dream truly manifesting in reality? Zheng Yuantian has arrived. Old Chen's countenance changed as he beheld a brilliant beam of light descending from a distant peak, akin to a comet striking the earth, a force so fierce it rendered him breathless. Zheng Yuantian had spotted the two of them, like a divine rainbow piercing the sky, arriving in an instant, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble and explode. A lithe figure emerged, standing as a divine being amidst the luminous moonlight, pure and sacred. Fang Yuzhu, accompanied by a cascade of radiant light, approached with great speed. With a thunderous sound, she intercepted Zheng Yuantian mid-flight, sending him tumbling and leaving a trail of blood as he was forcefully repelled. The female adept remained unharmed, yet like the others, her primordial essence had been severely shaken, causing her to retch intermittently. Wang Xian's expression shifted once more, but he did not linger. He surged upward rapidly, wielding the banner of divine slaughter and delivering a fierce strike towards Zheng Yuantian. Zheng Yuantian initially paid no heed, lightly waving his robe sleeve, not wishing to strike him down, but rather to capture him alive. However, he was suddenly hurled away with a resounding crash, tumbling into the mountains. Wang Xian found himself momentarily entranced, recalling the dream where the divine slaying flag had similarly sent Zheng Yuantian flying. He hastened over to support Fang Yuzhu. "I'm fine," she responded, astonished that despite the violent tremors moments before, she felt perfectly well now. She understood that the extraordinary earthquake had come to an end. On the last day of October, those who still possessed monthly tickets should not forget to cast their votes, with gratitude. Chapter 372. Ascending to the hall in the gentle breeze, Feng Yuju's white garments billowed gracefully, her long skirt enveloping her exquisite figure, while her dark hair danced about her. Her complexion was porcelain-like, and her deep-set eyes held an enigmatic allure, standing for a prolonged period in the realm of transcendent cultivation. She radiated a sacred aura, extraordinary and ethereal, yet she did not exude an air of aloofness. Instead, she wore a gentle smile, composed and elegant. Wang Xian acted purely on instinct, displaying genuine concern. Whether in the tangible world or during the recent skirmish against Zhang Yuantian, her support had been evident. A tingling sensation coursed through him as he grasped her delicate arm, the exposed skin beneath her white sleeve resembling fine ivory. Realizing the intimacy of the gesture, he quickly withdrew his hands. They were currently in a primordial spirit state, and any touch seemed overly familiar. "Thank you, Fairy Feng." Wang Xian beamed, feeling no embarrassment in this moment. They were allies, and acting in accordance with one's conscience was all that mattered. Feng Yuzhu cast him a glance, slightly surprised. His rapid approach towards transcendence was astounding, surpassing expectations with each encounter. "Every meeting reveals a new facet of you," she remarked with a gentle smile, her snowy attire exuding an otherworldly glow, as if she stood beneath a divine moon. Wang Jiaozu truly holds his own, standing alongside the most formidable fairies of the celestial realm without a hint of trepidation. Chen Yongjie mused inwardly. His thoughts wandered. Young Wang was unmarried, and Fairy Feng was also unattached. Just their presence together felt remarkably fitting, painting a vivid picture. Feng Yuzhu was dignified and breathtakingly beautiful. One could hardly contest that she embodied the essence of the extraordinary realm. Standing alone in that vast expanse, she formed a scene unto herself. In an instant, the female cultivator glanced at him. Old Chen immediately focused on his breathing, wary of overthinking, aware that such top-tier celestial beings could easily perceive his thoughts in a heartbeat. In the distance, celestial lights surged skyward, reminiscent of a dam bursting on the Yangtze River. As vast mountain ranges trembled, the fierce battle among several masters continued unabated. "You were not cast down. Instead, you have ascended," Feng Yuzhu spoke softly, her eyes shimmering with intrigue as she regarded him intently. "I was caught in the tumult, forced to consume celestial medicine, enduring until I broke through," Wang Xian disclosed, opting for a low profile at this stage. In the presence of such eminent figures, he maintained a serene disposition, wishing neither to stand out nor to have his thoughts detected by her. In the distance, the aftershocks lingered, the epicenter gradually stabilizing. Yet the surroundings remained restless, echoing with a lingering resonance. After the red-clad female demoness retched, she finally straightened her slender waist and elegant form, soaring into the air with an air of formidable dominance as she charged back into the battlefield, vying for the lustrous blue crystal. Meanwhile, with a thunderous crash, Zhang Dowling was sent flying, caught off guard. The elderly figure clad in a spacesuit approached with purpose, a radiant halo blooming from his brow. Wielding an immense psychic force that distorted the very fabric of reality, his strength was astonishingly preposterous. As the Shenxi king, seemingly existing within a chaotic temporal realm, he too sought the blue crystal. Zhang Dowling abruptly turned, devoid of any smile, his gaze icy as he proclaimed, "Shenxi king, do you dare to lay a hand on me? Do you wish to be reduced to ashes in the annals of time? When that moment arrives, you shall be as invisible as the ages themselves." At that instant, he stood as the progenitor of a school, no longer approachable, and with a mere utterance, chaos manifested beneath his feet, transforming into a dragon and tiger, propelling him forth like a divine arrow piercing the sky, sharp and unmatched. Upon the chaotic dragon and tiger, Zhang Dowling wielded a rusted copper mirror that emitted a blinding beam, shattering the Shenxi king's psychic barrier with a resounding impact. "Do you know who I am? Do you comprehend my usual endeavors? I subdue demons, vanquish evil, and capture spirits. I subjugate demon emperors, eradicate demon kings, and ensnare malevolent spirits. Dare to offend me? You seek death." In an instant, he charged forth, his aura terrifyingly potent, a radiant white light emanating from above, piercing the heavens, while the dragon and tiger beneath him roared, reverberating throughout the psychic realm. In the blink of an eye, he collided with the Shenxi king. enveloping the surroundings in an uproar of swirling mists as their psychic forces exploded like a mushroom cloud, surging violently, casting ethereal rays in every direction. With a resounding crash, Zhang Daoling struck the helmet of the elder astronaut with the copper mirror, causing it to shatter instantaneously, disintegrating into fragments that scattered wildly. Zhang Daoling was undeniably fierce. Wang Xian gazed in astonishment. The essence of the Shenxi was elusive, intangible, yet here was Zhang Daoling, engaging directly with the Shenxi king in combat. 10 miles away, crimson clouds surged into the sky as the female demoness ascended, her long skirt swirling like celestial meteors, as if accompanied by the resplendent red sun, traversing the firmament. She clashed with Qi Tong, battling fiercely, once again overpowering her opponent, causing the ancestor of the celestial beings to stagger back, blood from his primordial essence trickling from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the psychic realm darkened, and the atmosphere thickened with demonic energy, as if ominous clouds had swiftly engulfed the land, submerging this world. Within that black mist stood a colossal figure, vast and boundless, its eyes like twin stars illuminating the heavens. With a single hand, it struck towards the red-clad demoness, the psychic realm reverberating with a thunderous roar, collapsing under the weight of its presence. This manifestation of power sent shivers through all who beheld it, their very souls quaking in trepidation. The demon ancestor had arrived. Qi, do you oppose me, seeking to erase yourself from this world? The red-clad demoness pivoted, though she was a rising star compared to the demon ancestor. Her might was undeniable. With her delicate hand raised, she struck towards the heavens. Beneath the firmament, amidst the black mist, the towering figure was terrifying beyond measure. Its form surpassing mountains, with pupils as vast as blood-red lakes, an awe-inspiring presence. The disparity in their sizes was stark, yet their distant strike was not lopsided. The immense figure found itself at a disadvantage, while the graceful silhouette appeared ever more formidable, unleashing transcendent energy that swept across this realm. One is the scarlet-robed demon lord, the other is the ancient demon ancestor, the two towering peaks of the demon clan. With delicate hands, she repelled the immense hand from afar, her magical prowess surging forth like a torrent, resplendent as the Milky Way, illuminating the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. In the realm of the spirit, a fierce confrontation erupted between the scarlet-robed demon lord and the demon ancestor. A slender figure engaged in a fierce battle with a towering fahid that reached the heavens. The clash was intensely vigorous. Suddenly, the celestial immortal ancestor Qi Tong charged forth, a celestial furnace materializing in his hands, emanating billions of strands of celestial light, accompanied by endless flames, as he hurled it towards the female demon immortal. At the same moment, from the shadows, a demonic blade appeared abruptly, unmatched in sharpness, cleaving through the spiritual void, seemingly dividing the world in two. That was the demon ancestor, with a square face, thick brows, and large eyes. Yet his strikes were merciless as he aimed to sever the head of the scarlet-robed demon immortal in a single stroke, seeking to seize destiny itself. The blinding light of the blade illuminated the spiritual realm. The three formidable experts appeared, sensing an opportunity. They allied to hunt down the scarlet-robed demon lord and capture her. Observing this, Feng Yuzhu, bathed in radiant light, her white robes billowing, soared through the sky, diving towards the fray. However, en route, a figure swiftly intercepted her, resembling a divine river, vast and majestic, with surging energy, striking sideways to impede her from providing aid. He was Chen Yongjie, who had recently attempted to capture Wang Xian but was repelled by Feng Yuzhu. Now he turned to obstruct the foremost expert among the female practitioners. As the radiant light poured forth, the clash of their magical arts resonated with awe, akin to the Milky Way cascading, like two suns colliding, exploding into brilliance. The area was ablaze with radiant luminescence, mountains trembled, and the sound was deafening, with celestial mist sweeping forth like a tidal wave. Chen Yongjie was knocked down, hastily retrieving the soul lock bell to stabilize the void and himself, nearly flung away for miles. Old Zheng was indeed formidable. Had he concealed his strength not long ago? A grave expression crossed his face. Wang Xian, equally solemn, remarked, while he may not rival Feng Yuzhu, his strength is indeed extraordinary, a testament to a select few who have ascended to the highest echelons of the spiritual realm and successfully harvested celestial herbs since ancient times. The root of that silver celestial herb lay buried in his life soil. Though Zheng Yuantian would reap benefits later, Wang Xian currently reaped the rewards. He whispered, I believe that despite their overwhelming presence, they have indeed diminished in realm, weaker than when they were in the 10th level of the spiritual ruins. He tightened his grip on the banner with great force. Upon seeing this, Chen Yongjie immediately inquired, What do you mean? What do you intend to do? Ultimately, their conflict ignited over the sudden emergence of blue crystal stones, a supermaterial close to reality, immensely beneficial to extraordinary beings. I wish to seize the opportunity to strike hard against Old Zheng. Upon finishing, Wang Xian turned his gaze towards Chen Yongjie. Old Chen understood instantly, their synergy impeccable, and he quietly remarked, You want me to seize the moment and lure the blue crystal stones? Wang Xian nodded, Exactly. I will do my utmost to force the true crystal from him. Standing by your side to protect your essence, you may strike freely. Chen Yongjie felt a chill run down his spine. But that is Zheng Yuantian. Can you withstand him? What if he turns back to strike us both? He has fallen from grace. I believe, within this realm of spirit, the powers of the God-slaying banner and the soul-locking bell have surged dramatically. Now I am capable of contending with him, Wang Xian declared solemnly. Master Wang, you have become arrogant, Chen Yongjie remarked. The path of the new myth approaches reality. Do you not perceive the significance of such a true crystal? We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Should we refrain from striving, it will haunt us for a lifetime. Wang Xian asserted. At this juncture, he has entered the ethereal realm, unable to break through the meteorite passage, finding it difficult to transcend the constraints of the boundless realm. If he could acquire the essence of creation in the material world, perhaps he would ascend to greater heights. Wang Xian elaborated. Even if the extraordinary world of this era collapses, possessing such a superlative true crystal would safeguard a portion of our extraordinary abilities. Chen Yongjie instantly replied, What are we waiting for? If heaven bestows an opportunity and we do not seize it, we shall bear the consequences. Let us fight and eliminate Zheng Yuantian. At that moment, a tremendous surge of energy erupted as several unparalleled experts clashed over the blue crystal, causing astonishing devastation, the psychic field sweeping across all directions. In the distance, the second son of the demon ancestor, Qilian Dao, along with a horde of demons, drew near, only to be violently hurled away, spitting blood. Chen Yongjie witnessed this scene unfold. As those individuals revealed themselves, they were swept away, and he felt a chill run through his soul, frozen in place. How careless of me! I should not have agreed. Did I not see? Those are unparalleled masters. Their expanding waves have even toppled Qilian Dao and his companions. And they were merely collateral damage. Wang Xian reassured him, No worries. Qilian Dao may have fallen from the boundless realm, and besides, he possesses no extraordinary treasures. Look at us. We remain unscathed. Very well, let us engage. The Fisher of Gods prepares to return. Chen Yongjie nodded solemnly, taking the fishing line and hook, biting down on a conch shell while donning the silver soul-locking bell helmet. Wang Xian kept a vigilant eye on the battlefield, awaiting the opportune moment. There was no time for hesitation. Since it was fated that we must oppose Zheng Yuantian, we should endeavor to weaken him as much as possible. Preventing old Zheng from growing stronger is imperative, lest he wreak havoc upon the world in the future. Thus, seizing his essence of creation is our undeniable duty. The two of them mentally fortified themselves, bolstering their confidence and courage. In the external realm, within the extraordinary domain, chaos reigned. Many had fallen from grace. Even the sword fairy was affected. In the desolate mountains, beneath the earth, the miniature version of the female sword fairy gazed down at herself, filled with indignation. She had shrunk again. After all her hard work, she had only just begun to grow, and now she was regressing. She was now plump, her face adorned with collagen, displaying a hint of baby fat. Her once sparkling large eyes now blazed with fury as she leaned back, letting out a cry of frustration, and then began to roll, unleashing sword energy, utterly incensed. Are they attempting to force me to enter the world prematurely? This infuriates me. I can never grow up. In the depths of space, the aged black fox gazed skyward with a sigh. I have fallen a level. This bodes ill. The extraordinary world grows increasingly dire. In the realm of sorcerers, a dragon of darkness soared into the sky, driven by an urge to escape this planet. In the Elven dynasty, a solar elf, radiant with golden light, stood amidst the dreamlike forest, ascending towards the heavens, inquiring, Have any human ships been spotted recently? In the realm of the old Earth's outer space. Amidst the exotic and spiritual dimensions, Chen Yongjie was struck by a female sorcerer, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of his true spirit's essence. Plummeting towards a certain direction, Wang Xian swiftly retaliated, launching a sudden offensive, merging with the god-slaying banner. With an already formidable power at his disposal, his speed surged to more than tenfold, as if threatening to shatter the very fabric of reality. With a resounding flourish, the banner unfurled, rustling in the air, distorting the spiritual realm. A cascade of golden lights swept across the cosmos, crashing down upon Chen Yongjie, propelling him into the air once more. Crucially, for shards of the blue crystal he harbored within his spirit were jolted free. Wang Xian, exerting every ounce of his strength, delivered another blow, forcefully swinging the god-slaying banner to cover Chen Yongjie's face. The banner's terrifying might was designed to obliterate the spirit, with interwoven golden grids nearly piercing through Chen Yongjie, threatening to tear him apart. In truth, as Wang Xian launched his assault, the female sorcerer was also engaged, her radiant light rising like steam, confining the void. Otherwise, Wang Xian would not have found such ease. She assisted in ensnaring Chen Yongjie. With a swift motion, Feng Yuzhu retrieved 2 gleaming blue true crystals. In another direction, Chen Diao, with resolute determination, unleashed his ancient fishing hook, gliding through the vast expanse, shrouded in a muted glow, modestly ensnaring 2 true crystals before vanishing from sight. Wang Xian immediately retreated to safeguard Old Chen, and upon approaching, he realized the extraordinary nature of these blue crystals. They were true cores, remarkably close to reality, immensely beneficial to him. His spirit stirred, contemplating that if he were to absorb and refine them, it might indeed elevate his realm once more. In such a scenario, even upon returning to the real world, he would no longer fear Chen Yongjie. Chapter 373, The Unparalleled Slayer. After expelling a mouthful of his essence, Chen Yongjie cast a cold glance at Wang Xian in the distance, his eyes reflecting an icy disdain. This was his cultivated crop, a prized pig, daring to rise against him? In his heart, Wang Xian had long been marked as a celestial drug, the 5-colored soil of Mount Buzhou, and the divine nectar, all meticulously supplied for a purpose. One day, he would transcend into a demonic embryo, reborn through those with special inner landscapes, returning stronger. Not only had Zheng Wulian perfected the demonic embryo technique, but he had surpassed it. Such formidable figures meticulously study various texts, especially he, possessing profound insights into a few historical figures with unique inner landscapes. Unlike others who merely recognized Wang Xian's potential at the onset of his extraordinary journey, he speculated that Wang Xian might have unlocked his inner landscape even during his mortal days, which was the fundamental reason for his fixation on this youthful individual. A fervent light blazed within him, as he deduced that such a person might still have a role to play even after the myths have faded. Look, his gaze is so fierce, fixated on us. It instills a sense of unease, Chen Yongjie voiced, his heart heavy. Chen Yongjie was no ordinary being. No matter. I shall await my opportunity to strike again, aiming to deliver several more blows to secure a kill. In fact, I believe I can confront him directly, Wang Xian asserted. Within the spiritual realm, the power of the god-slaying banner in his grasp surged dramatically. He had thoroughly assessed the situation and found little to fear from his opponent. In truth, the pressure he bore within was immense. Here, he found some solace in the presence of Lao Zhang, Feng Yuzhu, and his most dependable ally, the god-slaying banner, all of whom enabled him to confront adversaries. However, beyond these confines, if Zhang Daoling and Feng Yuzhu were to depart, according to the 5 existing rules of the New Covenant, Chen Yongjie could very well hunt him down. At that juncture, who would safeguard him? Among the extraordinary, as long as they do not endanger ordinary people within modern cities, hunting and engaging one another is unrestricted, which is indeed terrifying. It was a matter of life and death. He must either eliminate his foe or strengthen himself, for otherwise, they might perish once they stepped outside. Wang Xian whispered. Chen Yongjie was undeniably formidable and possessed remarkable patience, having been biding his time to ensnare Wang Xian until the latter's avatar manifested, at which point he would be ready to close in. One must acknowledge the formidable prowess of Feng Yuzhu. With a calm demeanor, she aimed to obliterate Chen Yongjie, seemingly intent on preventing any disruption from him. indicating her readiness for a fierce confrontation. Chen Yongjie was aghast, fully aware of the various accomplishments of this female practitioner, who appeared dignified, graceful, and composed, a prominent figure among the immortals. Yet, once her murderous intent was invoked, she became a relentless hunter of unparalleled masters. Over the span of 2 millennia, she single-handedly quelled the great upheaval of pre-Qin practitioners and had once ventured alone to annihilate the ancient and most potent demon emperor. Remaining undefeated to this day, was she truly prepared to unleash her wrath upon him? In an instant, Chen Yongjie discarded his silver mask and donned black armor that concealed even his visage, arming himself for the impending confrontation. Simultaneously, a black spiritual chain materialized in his grasp, more potent than the silver chain he had bestowed upon Zheng Wu, clattering ominously, resembling a dark river of stars encircling him in defense. He was genuinely apprehensive. Although it was merely an avatar, its destruction would still bear significant repercussions, inflicting damage upon his true self as well. In this era, the age of mythology was drawing to a close, with all seeking a means of escape, striving to preserve their strength to the utmost. Ahead, a radiant luminescence enveloped the surroundings, as Feng Yuzhu emanated an aura of sanctity, bathed in the brilliance of the divine moonlight. Traversing a golden river like a goddess of war, transformed into something utterly different, her figure adorned with resplendent silver armor, resonating with a sonorous clang. At that moment, she was dazzling. Her hair billowed, sweeping through the silver armor, a beautiful sight imbued with boundless extraordinary power surging within her, rendering her exceptionally formidable. With a decisive motion, Feng Yuzhu's palm cleaved through the air, causing the heavens to roar and tremble. Her mastery of sorcery was unparalleled as she simply and directly drew upon one of the 4 golden bamboo scrolls to craft her domain of mastery, her offensive capabilities unmatched. The black spiritual chain before Chen Yongjie quivered violently, the dark river of stars roaring, straining to block, exerting all its might against the pure white hand that sliced through the sky. However, this extraordinary treasure trembled intensely, threatening to snap under the pressure. In a swift motion, Feng Yuzhu advanced, her palm descending with force, directly severing a segment of the black spiritual chain, sending a jolt of anxiety through Chen Yongjie, leaving him on edge. The stance of this female practitioner instilled within him a sense of dread. Could it be that she truly intended to engage in a battle to the death with him? I intercepted you not with ulterior motives, but solely for the azure crystal. I shall withdraw. He spoke, retreating backward. However, Feng Yuzhu did not relent, casting a glance at the crimson-clad female demoness. Though the demon lord faced 3 adversaries, her life was not in peril. She continued to engage in fierce combat. Feng Yuzhu advanced through the air, for there existed a legend surrounding her. Once donned in armor, her silvery mail would inevitably be stained with the blood of her foes, for she would not cease until the battle concluded. Witnessing this, Chen Yongjie unleashed his full power. He could not afford to stand idly by as his opponent wreaked havoc. Employing every stratagem at his disposal, he sought merely to thwart this woman and retreat unscathed. The myriad of spells surrounded Chen Yongjie, as feathers of various hues, all stained with blood, floated about him, spinning rapidly. In an instant, the golden-winged roc, the vermilion bird, the golden crow, and the white peacock emerged. This was a forbidden technique, the 10,000 birds slaying immortal skill, long thought lost, which he had painstakingly reconstructed from various ancient texts. The reemergence of these profound principles summoned forth the most exalted of beings, manifesting in a dazzling display of celestial light, intent on overwhelming the woman ahead. Each divine bird possessed formidable origins. Any one of them, having attained its zenith, would invoke trepidation among even the most powerful immortals. In that moment, the cacophony of avian cries reverberated through the spiritual realm as countless wings unfurled, surging forward in a relentless assault, saturating the void. Chen Yongjie gasped in awe. This scene left him astounded. He surmised that in the face of such might, he would likely be obliterated in an instant, utterly incapable of withstanding such overwhelming force. In the distance, Qi Chengdao, Qilian Dao, Zhou Qinghuang, Gu Mingxi, and others arrived, their expressions drained of color. This was the chasm that separated them from extraordinary figures. Even with a mere 3 or 4 minor realms between them, an insurmountable sense of despair lingered, rendering resistance seemingly futile. Chen Yongjie sighed, his scalp prickling with unease. Wang Xian interjected, "Fear not. We are not behind the grand curtain. Do you truly believe he can command the myriad birds and summon various celestial predators? Such notions are fanciful, for most are merely semblances." He perceived clearly that beneath the spiritual celestial eye, the seemingly insurmountable killing technique bore traceable patterns and could be countered. If he were to charge forth wielding the god-slaying flag, he would not feel undue trepidation. Feng Yuzhu's brow radiated light as a golden bamboo grove descended, akin to the primordial roots of heaven and earth, piercing through all, entrapping the myriad birds amidst its embrace. Within the bamboo forest, ethereal rain of feathers danced, executing unilateral slaughter. The ethereal bamboo, Feng Yuzhu. In the distance, MOC arrived as well, his breath caught in shock at this spectacle. The so-called ethereal bamboo possessed unparalleled spirit, intertwining with the Tao, inscribing sacred scriptures, manifesting as the most divine. According to ancient tomes of the demonic path, Feng Yuzhu was known to be seated in meditation within the grove of ethereal bamboo, comprehending the Tao. After several clashes, the multitude of birds was obliterated, and the female cultivator, donned in resplendent silver armor, advanced with a resonant clangor, stepping through the luminous rain, her spells dazzling and confining Chen Yongjie within a limited void. The contest between unparalleled powers need not extend for long. At times, the moment each party confronts the other with their utmost strength determines the outcome. Bang! The black armor encasing Chen Yongjie shattered, obliterated by a beam of light emanating from the female cultivator's brow. She pressed forward, her right hand slicing through the void, revealing a sword of Tao. In an instant, countless beams of light transformed into celestial swords, soaring from around her, densely packed and radiantly brilliant, all unfolding in magnificent celestial splendor. Chen Yongjie roared, unleashing myriad techniques as his domain expanded, a surge of dark light enveloping him in an attempt to thwart the unparalleled assault of his adversary. Surrounding him, starlight shimmered, black holes emerged, devouring celestial swords, while a cascade of stellar brilliance manifested between his hands, propelling forward with tremendous force. The onlookers were awestruck. These spells, if unleashed upon a grand stage, would undoubtedly possess the power to devastate, wielding the might to stir the very stars, a manifestation of ultimate profundity. Yet here, although tangible, it lacked the capacity to engulf the heavens and the earth, revealing merely the expected grandeur without the authentic spread of supreme laws, an outcome of mythic decay. Boom! As Chen Yongjie advanced, various lights intertwined. The celestial sword pierced the starry expanse, shattering the black hole. Amidst the cacophony, and in the midst of his astonishment and fear, the sword of severance penetrated him, countless beams of sword light erupting from his form. The sounds of piercing echoed incessantly, his primordial blood surging forth as he disintegrated. Shattered in an instant, his very essence cleaved away. Chen Yongjie, the foremost master behind a certain grand tapestry, revered and admired, had been decisively slain by the formidable Feng Xianzi. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Zhou Qinghuang clasped her hands over her heart, exclaiming in shock, "So powerful! Feng Xianzi truly is an unparalleled force." Even the arrogant MOC murmured, his expression grave, pondering if he could ever ascend to such heights. Feng Yuzhu gathered the cluster of azure true crystals suspended in the void. Gazing ahead, she remarked, "Having reached this era, one must tread carefully." As the silver armor upon her dissipated, she stepped forth upon a divine rainbow of energy, descending into the battlefield where the red-clad demoness faced off against her foes. The demon ancestor, Qi Tong, and the demon sovereign instantly became alert, but upon seeing her silver armor vanish, they collectively sighed in relief. They had no desire for a bloodbath. Such conflict was unnecessary. "Sister, it has been ages since you donned your armor. You still exude such martial prowess. Come, let us vanquish all three of them." The red-clad demoness spoke in a voice both gentle and melodious, yet laced with lethal intent. Her figure boasted astonishing curves, her red gown insufficient to conceal her breathtaking beauty, yet she radiated an aura of deadly resolve, intent on slaying the trio alongside her female compatriot. Addressing her as sister in front of others, she playfully called the woman Feng Shishir behind her back, a smile gracing her lips, her murderous intent seemingly absent. "Sister, strike them down. Eliminate all three." The red-clad demoness secretly allied with her. Yet, As it was not her true form, what meaning lay in the kill? Collecting a few blue crystals would suffice. Meanwhile, Zhang Daoling wore a solemn expression as he traversed the void, demonstrating the correct use of the rusty copper mirror to the audience. With a single hand, he swung it forcefully, shattering the old Shinzwang into oblivion. The typically invisible Xinshling became manifest in the radiant glow of the old Zhang and the mirror, revealing the grim defeat of the ancient astronaut. It must be said, Zhang was exceptionally fierce, seemingly plunging into a chaotic timeline as he relentlessly struck down the Shinzwang amidst a bloodbath. However, the ancient Shinzwang ultimately escaped, vanishing into an inexplicable realm. Such beings were remarkably unique, exceedingly difficult to touch, capture, or kill. A lesson has been imparted. Should you dare to provoke me again, there will be no mercy. These crystals shall serve as your ransom. He weighed a substantial handful of genuine creation crystals, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Truly formidable, Chen Yongjie exclaimed, having witnessed several fierce battles. At this juncture, he realized how far he still had to go. Wang Xian was perplexed, as from a distance. A luminous rain began to rise, first revealing several azure crystals, followed by the indistinct silhouette of Zhang Yuantian reappearing. Not dead, many were astonished. Having seen him brutally slain, countless celestial swords piercing through him, causing his disintegration, yet he had returned. However, many quickly regained their composure, recalling the lady's final words, indicating her restraint. Fairy Fong, do you disdain old Zheng's incarnation and thus spared him? Zhang Daoling spoke with a smile, his demeanor far less serious. No longer resembling a patriarch of a sect. I shall eliminate him. Wang Xian whispered anxiously. He was apprehensive. Fang Yuzhu was indifferent to Zheng Yuantian's avatar, but he feared for his life. Upon departing the spiritual realm and returning to the mortal world, if old Zheng were to unleash his wrath, he could easily annihilate him and seize his physical form. Safety is paramount, Chen Yongjie declared, fastening the soul lock bell onto Wang Xian's head, and then, clutching the fishing line, he hastily fled toward Zhang Daoling, seeking refuge. In that moment, Wang Xian donned an enlarged silver beast skin tome, wearing the shimmering soul lock bell upon his head, wielding the god-slaying banner, transcending his limits, charging forth with the might of a shattered void, advancing toward Zheng Yuantian. Spectators were astonished. Mo Si, Gu Mingxi, Qilian Dao, and Zhou Qinghuang all felt their pupils constrict. Was he truly attempting to confront a peerless master alone? With white hair and a silver cloak, he exuded an aura of fearlessness, as if ready to challenge the entire world. Wang Jiaozu would vanquish Zheng Yuantian. Chen Yongjie cried out. At the beginning of the month, a customary plea for monthly votes was made. If you have any, please deliver them at the month's onset. Much appreciated. Chapter 374. The convergence of true and strange stars twinkled, intertwining to outline a hazy form, as Zheng Yuantian gradually re-emerged, reconstructing his primordial spirit. Once he was fully formed, how could that be? Wang Xian was meticulous, delivering a finishing blow, ensuring the enemy would not be allowed to fully emerge from the mist of light. Since he had already struck, he would pursue the kill to the end. He merged with the god-slaying banner, leaving behind traces of a plowed spiritual realm, as a white, billowing energy surged forth. Accelerated tenfold, he arrived in an instant. With a resounding explosion, a golden lattice spread, the spiritual energy fluctuating like crashing waves, forcefully striking Zheng Yuantian below. Old Zheng, already burdened by the female warrior's assault, felt a resurgence of oppressive energy engulfing him, as golden light bore down upon him, threatening to shatter his primordial spirit once more. With a roar, a legendary ruthless being, even in his incomplete recovery, and while still in the process of reviving his primordial form, exhibited the dominance befitting his nature. In a moment, a chaotic expanse of thunder appeared above him, as he expelled a breath of innate primordial energy, transforming it into a thunderstorm directed at his foes. This was his divine retribution. The downpour of lightning was relentless, each bolt and flash cascading from the void, striking at the ambushers behind him. However, he himself could not escape the strike of the divine slaying flag. Time was of the essence, and he had not anticipated such a lack of decorum from an opponent, especially one of such caliber. He was engulfed by the explosive, interwoven golden patterns of the flag, shattering into a cascade of radiant light that burst forth in all directions. Not far away, above Wang Xian, lightning crackled and resonated, followed by a series of thunderous sounds. Though he stumbled slightly, he swiftly pursued his opponent. All the electric arcs struck the soul-locking bell, and he did not even attempt to evade. He withstood the onslaught with unwavering resolve. Chen Yongjie re-emerged ahead, enveloped by ethereal matter, reconstructing his primordial body, only to find the divine slaying flag magnifying and barreling toward him once more. Old Zheng, both astonished and enraged, thought to himself, this reckless fool dares to attempt to vanquish the strong with the weak? It hardly seemed a mere ambition, as the adversary had nearly succeeded moments prior. The thunder did not topple Wang Xian, who advanced with remarkable force, igniting a cold glint in Zheng Yuntian's eyes. I am resolute. Wang Xian laughed, for this was a blatant provocation. He swung the great flag again, as if sweeping away refuse, the flag's surface slicing horizontally through the air. The terrifying, otherworldly power woven into the golden patterns resembled a broom or a celestial blade, severing the spiritual void with overwhelming force. Zheng Yuntian's figure became indistinct. His body was yet to fully materialize, but he could not tolerate such insolence. His eyes flared with intensity, and he retaliated with a resounding slap against the divine slaying flag. Then, intricate runes interlaced across his entire being, a forbidden technique from the Yuantian scripture. With a resonant hum, the spiritual realm quaked in response, the very essence of spirit matter boiling over. The Yuantian soul-locking technique unleashed chains of divine energy, emanating from his core, cascading toward Wang Xian in an attempt to bind and refine him. You, an old man, wish to connect with my primordial spirit? Begone, begone, perish. Wang Xian's silver beast skin cloak radiated light, the arcane symbols roaring in defense. Of course, the finest defense lies in offense. The divine slaying flag cleaved through the spiritual void, shattering Zheng Yuntian's massive hand. Blood from his primordial essence flowed forth, gradually disintegrating. The divine slaying flag continued its sweeping assault, severing the countless divine chains. Wang Xian was determined not to fall victim to his adversary's forbidden technique. Nevertheless, Zheng Yuntian, brimming with murderous intent, was willing to endure some injury in his immediate endeavor to eliminate Wang Xian. Even after his hand was shattered by the divine slaying flag, he did not retreat. He emanated radiant light. More divine chains surged forth from his being, like rivers of stars shooting outward, intent on ensnaring Wang Xian, while he himself soared through the air. Will you fight to the death? Do I fear you? Wang Xian's fighting spirit surged. He faced Zheng Yuntian without trepidation, harmonizing with the divine slaying flag. Striking forward in unison, the sound of shattering resonated incessantly as the chains of primordial light were severed dozens of times. Ultimately, Wang Xian's head glowed, silver ripples expanding, culminating in a resounding crash, akin to a divine bell colliding with Zheng Yuntian's embrace. As the great flag and the soul-locking bell met, Zheng Yuntian was momentarily blinded, his primordial essence fracturing instantly. Deep within his gaze lay an abyss of chilling light, yet he felt helpless. What manner of combat was this? He sensed excruciating pain. Although the light of his primordial essence bound the opponent's silver battle robe, he too was struck, his chest caving in from the chaotic onslaught. Following this, his visage was met with the forceful impact of Wang Xian's silver helmet, colliding against him, accompanied by the grand resonance of a bell, the silver waves rippling outward. As the flag enveloped Zheng Yuntian, it began to constrict him with lethal intent. In his cold and unwilling gaze, he felt a portion of his primordial spirit shatter. Despite his indignation, he could not afford to act recklessly, unwilling to continue a clash of spirits against an extraordinary treasure. Unyielding, I possess countless treasures and a resolute spirit. Daring enough to challenge the indomitable Mount Buzhou, Wang Xian declared with conviction, opening his spiritual eye to pursue Zheng Yuntian relentlessly. He believed that with a few more strikes, the elder would be utterly vanquished, having already diminished parts of his primordial essence with remarkable efficiency. Zheng Yuntian had suffered greatly, his spirit fragmented under Wang Xian's onslaught. Even Chilean Dao was rendered speechless, captivated by the spectacle of this madman. Here was a peerless master, brought to his knees by Wang Xian's crude yet effective tactics. Strength begets the ability to shatter all laws. MOC mused from a distance, observing clearly how Wang Xian's treasures wielded immense power in this confrontation. His reckless and desperate demeanor left even the consummate master Zheng Yuntian momentarily at a loss. It was akin to an injured artist encountering a brute, who would engage in a gentle discussion of technique when faced with such raw aggression. Zhou Qinghuang and Gu Mingxi exchanged glances, resolved never to confront Wang Xian. Recognizing that even a head-on assault would be intolerable for someone of their esteemed stature as celestial beings. This time, Zheng Yuantian, like a shooting star, stabilized from afar, breaking free from Wang Xian's grasp, and truly began to reconstruct his primordial body, advancing towards his foe with murderous intent. Did he truly believe that acquiring the god-slaying flag would guarantee his victory over me? External objects are lifeless. No one can ever rely on them to achieve invincibility. Come forth. The ground beneath Zheng Yuantian radiated with light as a golden-winged rock manifested, carrying him aloft at unparalleled speed. Its presence exuding a tremendous pressure that reverberated through the spiritual realm. Above him, the vermilion bird and the golden crow circled, their cries resonating with a host of celestial birds, diving down with overwhelming force like a barrage of meteors. Nearby, several mountain peaks trembled and fractured under the strain. Earlier, he had employed such techniques during his fierce battle with Fang Yuzhu. Wang Xian, undeterred, charged forward, merging with his treasures as he unleashed the Wheel of Swords. In an instant, thousands of sword lights erupted from him, bolstered by the god-slaying flag, and surged forth. Within the spiritual domain, everything was grounded in mental substance. The myriad sword lights were unstoppable, crashing forward with unyielding force. Was he truly confronting Zheng Yuantian head-on? Gu Mingxi pondered in disbelief. Swish, swish, swish. The sword lights, enhanced by the flag's power, surged forth with formidable might, obliterating several celestial birds. Yet, some managed to soar through unscathed, but Wang Xian paid them no mind, allowing them to collide against him. His spiritual eye pierced through the illusion, recognizing them as mere ephemeral light and mist, devoid of any real threat. Only a display of grandeur. Lock. Zheng Yuantian, cold and resolute, formed seals with his hands, summoning the light of his primordial spirit to construct a mental prison, attempting to ensnare Wang Xian within. With a fierce roar, Wang Xian's body swelled, the flag expanding to its limits as he invoked the dharmic manifestation of the Shakyamuni Sutra. His entire being radiated golden light, expanding in tandem with the god-slaying flag, transforming him into a mountain that shattered the mental prison. As he swung the colossal flag downward with unrelenting force. Boom! The mountain peak below erupted, forcing Zheng Yuantian to evade, his gaze narrowing as he sensed the formidable challenge ahead. How could this individual grow stronger with each encounter? Huang Daxian observed from afar, his spirit trembling. Chao Qingyu let out a soft sigh, gazing skyward, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Not long ago, he had harbored aspirations of rivalry with Wang Xian. But now his resolve had dissipated. Zhou Shiqian, Chen Yan, and Kong Yun were equally moved. After all, they were witnessing Zheng Yuantian engaging in a direct confrontation. Following Wang Xian's manifestation of his Dharma form, although his physique had expanded, his agility remained undiminished, even enhanced. With a swift motion, he removed the soul-locking bell, unleashing a resounding blast that sent a white wave of sound crashing forth, propelling the airborne Zheng Yuantian into disarray. Zheng Yuantian's celestial aura became subdued, transforming from radiant brilliance to an inky darkness, as if he were standing within a black hole consuming all light, his form becoming indistinct. He surged forward, attempting to devour the ethereal light emanating from Wang Xian's spirit, seeking to strangle and annihilate his spiritual essence in successive strikes. In an instant, Wang Xian's divine illumination receded, his aura shifting into a kaleidoscope of colors, his presence evolving anew. He invoked a secret technique from the stone tablet scriptures, revealing his second true form. At that moment, he harmonized his inner and outer spirit, coalescing into a chaotic essence that began to rise. An immortal aura seemed to flow through him, amplifying his strength. The soul-locking bell hovered protectively above, while he wielded a grand banner, crashing it downward. With a thunderous impact, Zheng Yuantian was expelled from the blackened region, the banner slicing through the darkness. No longer resorting to reckless flailing, he stood firm against Zheng Yuantian's onslaught. Zhou Qinghuang and the others were astonished. Such a display was indeed terrifying. Wang Xian, having diligently studied several powerful scriptures, had not squandered his time when it came to fierce combat. He demonstrated his formidable prowess in this grand confrontation. Did he still see himself as Zheng Jushi? Initially, he had suffered a blow that shattered part of his spiritual essence, and now he dared to present himself as a supreme being? Would he intimidate him? Killing was the answer, Wang Xian declared, invoking a secret method from the golden bamboo scrolls, his spirit soaring like a rainbow, manifesting the power of transformation as a deluge of light cascaded down upon him, enveloping him in resplendence, merging man and banner into one. With a resounding crash, the wave of spiritual energy erupted, distorting the void as he charged forth, cleaving Zheng Yuantian in two with the banner, and this time, he vigorously shook the flag, intent on utterly obliterating Zheng Zhushi. Zheng Yuantian roared, incredulous that this mere sprout would evolve into a towering tree. He was filled with a mix of fury and despair, having been struck down by the female cultivator and then brazenly attacked by Wang Xian. Part of his spiritual essence had been shattered, leaving him undeniably weakened and overwhelmed. Feigning an escape, he turned, only to find his body cleaved apart by the banner. And yet he lunged backward, attempting to thrust his spiritual light into Wang Xian's being, eager to deploy the true essence of the demonic embryo technique, aiming to seize everything from his opponent's spirit. In this endeavor, he was willing to pay a hefty price, locking the divine slaying banner with his spiritual light, which was being continually consumed. Many gasped in astonishment. Zheng Yuantian was ferocious indeed. Was he attempting a comeback against Wang Xian in his moment of desperation? Certainly. Many revealed their astonishment, particularly Zheng Zhuesi, who found himself cornered to the brink of annihilation, nearly embracing mutual destruction. Merging his essence with that of his adversary in a desperate struggle, Wang Xian's expression remained impassive as myriad rays of sword light erupted around him, once again forming a wheel of swords, while he relentlessly vibrated the god-slaying banner to dissolve his opponent's spiritual essence. Zheng Yuantian, undaunted, shone like the blazing sun, resolutely enduring it all. Moreover, he resonated with the soul-locking bell suspended in midair, preventing it from descending upon him. He aimed to eliminate Wang Xian, to impart a lesson, for as the sustenance of the demonic embryo, his ultimate fate would remain unaltered. His spiritual essence, like a keen blade, surged forth with the intent to pierce Wang Xian's corporeal form. A cacophony of swords resounded, all striking Zheng Yuantian, severely depleting his spiritual substance. Suddenly, an inexplicable pattern intertwined within the depths of Wang Xian's gaze, ensnaring the void and temporarily restraining him. In silence, a steel spike materialized in his right hand, piercing upwards into Zheng Yuantian's body from below. Zheng Yuantian let out a pained groan, wishing to curse. He leaned back, expending a vast amount of spiritual essence to withstand the god-slaying banner and stabilize the soul-locking bell. Yet, in the final moment, he could not suppress a roar of agony. It was a most undignified demise, as he was impaled from behind by a sharp, iron spike. In the distance, Chen Yongjie exclaimed, as the sages say, Zheng Zhuesi has been brutally skewered from behind. It is a sight that evokes sympathy. Old Zhang, who stood beside him, shot him a glance and retorted, silence. I did not say that. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Moments ago, a grand battle had unfolded, but the final blow had shifted the narrative entirely. Wang Xian had thrust an iron spike from Zheng Zhuantian's rear into his chest, twisting it, thus fracturing his spiritual essence. How formidable was that iron spike? With a resounding crash, Wang Xian wielded the god-slaying banner, completely enveloping the nearly depleted spiritual essence of Zheng Yuantian within its folds. With a powerful tremor, it crushed and transformed him into light, into ashes. Instantly, several azure-hued creation crystals descended, which Wang Xian promptly gathered in his hands, having obliterated Zheng Yuantian. As the month began, he called for votes, expressing gratitude to all his readers. Chapter 375, Mastering the Kitchen. Zheng Yuantian's demise was rather undignified. The long-concealed Lord of Blood emerged, shaking his head and then clicking his tongue in disapproval. So unceremoniously did old Zheng perish. Zhang Daoling spoke up, his expression revealing surprise as he regarded Wang Xian, deeply impressed. This young man had actually managed to vanquish Zheng Yuantian. He was no simpleton, albeit his methods seemed rather ruthless. Nearby, chaos erupted. Even the two great masters spoke in hushed tones, illustrating the astonishment of others. The avatar of Zheng Zhuesi had been slain, and it was none other than Wang Xian of the mortal realm who had accomplished this. Now, even the madman Qilian Dao had ceased his frenzy, behaving with decorum, quietly melancholic, unwilling to provoke Wang Xian for fear of suffering a similar fate. Moc furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering as he scrutinized Wang Xian's departing figure. Uncertain if it was the brief resurgence of the elder who practiced the divine coffin technique that orchestrated these events. This individual was exceedingly formidable. It would be wise to maintain a distance, for he had effortlessly cleaved Zheng Jueso in twain. Zhou Qinghuang gently patted her heaving chest, a visage of rapid heartbeat. Subsequently, she tossed her flowing hair and leaned close to Gu Mingxi's ear, saying, "Last time, you were indeed fortunate amidst misfortune. Wang Xiongren has shown you a remarkable degree of gentleness. Be quiet." Gu Mingxi felt a lingering fear. Yet the frustration and lingering anxiety that had plagued him vanished upon witnessing the earlier confrontation. As the extraordinary era draws to a close, and myth is destined to fade, a young man of such caliber has emerged from this desolate reality, astonishing all and sundry, captivating their attention. Wang Xian remained composed. He was no stranger to grand spectacles and was accustomed to them. After all, he had merely dispatched old Zheng, who was not his true self. So it was hardly a matter of great consequence. He reminded himself to approach this with a tranquil heart. However, he soon found it difficult to maintain his composure. After all, this was Zheng Yuantian, a peerless powerhouse who could easily eliminate him upon returning to the real world, yet he had managed to vanquish him just moments ago. Unable to restrain himself, a smile broke forth, and his countenance relaxed. With the major threat eliminated, he felt a profound sense of relief, especially as he grasped a substantial handful of blue true creation crystals. The rich, genuine super energy flowed slowly, nourishing his primordial spirit in a most delightful manner. Though he could not traverse the meteorite passage of the ethereal realm, he had discovered an entirely new substance in the mundane world that was immensely beneficial, likely enabling him to break through barriers and ascend to greater heights, becoming even stronger, vanquishing foes, eliminating the greatest threats while simultaneously enhancing oneself with the resources of the enemy. Such circumstances left him in a state of undeniable elation. "Calm down," Wang Jiaozu, Chen Yongjie cautioned, discreetly advising him against foolishly smiling, as it could undermine the imposing image he had just cultivated after his victory. "It's too uncomfortable to maintain such a facade. My heart is simply so radiant, I cannot help it. One should express their true nature in youth. Pretending to be mature is far too exhausting," Wang Xian replied nonchalantly. At that moment, the fierce battle in the distance came to a halt. The red-clad female demon floated gracefully, standing amidst the celestial heights, separating from the three formidable experts. Indeed, the demise of Zheng Yuantian astonished Yaozu, Qi Teng, and Mozu, leaving them speechless. Old Zheng had unexpectedly perished, a most humiliating fate. They could easily envision the fury of Zheng Yuantian's true form lurking behind the scenes. It was a profound disgrace to die at the hands of a mere mortal youth, severely damaging his dignity. The red-clad female demon glanced repeatedly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance, preparing to approach, causing Wang Xian's smile to freeze. As if faced with a formidable adversary, he quickly assumed a defensive posture. Fang Yuzhu, stepping lightly upon beams of light, approached her and whispered a few words, diverting the red-clad demon's attention. Wang Xian swiftly made his way to Zhang Daoling, joining Chen Yongjie, and then cast another glance at the distant figure in red. He discreetly transmitted a message, saying, "Zhang Jiaozu, are you preoccupied with business?" He was eager to inquire of old Zhang, who had been subduing demons for over 2,000 years, how it was that a powerful demoness was on the verge of unifying the demon clan. He mused to himself, was old Zhang waiting for someone to come and subdue the demons? Zhang Daoling cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "You need not concern yourself so much. It would be wiser to manage your own affairs. Do not delude yourself into thinking that having slain a mere avatar of Zheng Yuantian qualifies you to confront a being of such caliber. You are still far from being capable. It is only because he was previously weakened by Fang Yuzhu." Wang Xian chose to ignore him and inquired about the matter of subduing demons, attempting to change the subject. "I must inform you, Zheng Yuantian will not simply let this go. He may very well dispatch another avatar to confront you in the mortal realm," Zhang Daoling cautioned. "Is his true self unharmed after the demise of one avatar? Can he still divide himself at will?" Wang Xian frowned, realizing that in the realm of the mind, he was indeed unable to contend with Zheng Zhu. Naturally, there are consequences, but does old Zheng truly care for his reputation? Moreover, If he believes that capturing and killing you would yield greater benefits, he would not hesitate, Zhang Daoling stated with calm assurance. Wang Xian felt there was more to his words. Was old Zhang prying into his secrets with that tarnished copper mirror of his? Master Zhang, if you have few engagements, would you consider taking on a new business opportunity? Wang Xian inquired. What are you up to? I have little time to subdue demons lately, old Zhang replied, decisively declining the offer. He suspected that Wang Xian intended for him to engage in battle with the female demon immortal. Surely, Master Zhang could not be so easily manipulated. However, if it were to confront the demon ancestor, and the remuneration was substantial, well, perhaps it would be worth considering. In the distance, the demon ancestor Qi felt a stirring within him and glanced towards Zhang Daoling, sensing a potent wave of malevolence. Master Zhang, where are your thoughts wandering? I maintain an excellent rapport with the demon tribe. We are like family, Wang Xian interjected, casting a smile towards the demon ancestor before turning his gaze to the enchanting female demon immortal, nodding to her with serene composure. In response, the demon ancestor bared his teeth, eyes glinting ominously within the shadows. Meanwhile, the red-clad female demon immortal returned his gaze with a beguiling smile. Her charm accentuated as she swept her hair elegantly, casting furtive glances in his direction. Wang Xian hastily turned back to face old Zhang, asking, will you accept the task of eliminating Zheng Yuantian? To eradicate evil and uphold righteousness is the duty of all masters. Of course, for the greater good. I am willing to bestow upon you true creation crystals to aid your undertaking. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daoling nodded with restrained approval, saying, very well. Provide me with those crystals. Should old Zheng appear, I shall negotiate with him to send him back. He then extended his hand, eager to take the large handful of azure stones from Wang Xian. It is not merely about eliminating an avatar or sending him back. I wish for Master Zhang to slay the true self of Zheng Yuantian, Wang Xian clarified. Instantly, old Zhang's composed smile froze, and he withdrew his hand decisively, declaring, what are you implying? Is Master Zhang so cheap as to kill a supreme master for a few worthless stones? Unless I am deranged. Wang Xian silently produced the diagnosis report that old Zhang had shown him earlier, raising it with a flourish. I'll kill you. Old Zhang's expression darkened immediately. With a flick, the paper in Wang Xian's hand vanished, having been whisked away by the red-clad female demon immortal through a shower of light, traversing space in an instant. Demon Lord, what do you mean by this? Zhang Daoling questioned, his face darkened. Would this dark history be exposed? The red-clad female demon immortal glanced at the diagnosis report, her face contorted in disdain, before tossing it back to him, her expression nearly causing old Zhang to spit blood. Was she doing this on purpose? Let that be, for it is meaningless to spare the true body. Wang Xian stowed away the shimmering stone, transforming the immense pressure into motivation, bracing himself for the inevitable retaliation from Zheng Juesher. The chaotic battle had concluded, and various factions retreated. Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie made a swift exit. With a sudden explosion, they took off, prompting an entire throng to follow suit. What was happening? Old Chen was momentarily bewildered, wondering why such a crowd was pursuing them. Was it true that Wang Jiaozhu had truly incited the wrath of heaven and man, making everyone wish to eliminate him? In truth, Wang Xian felt a deep-seated anxiety. For the demon ancestor, Qi Tong, and the menacing demon lord had all approached, indicating that the situation was dire. Even old Zhang approached with a grim countenance, clutching a rusted mirror, running at full speed. Then he noticed the female cultivators, the red-clad demoness, leisurely traversing the void, truly embodying the grace of two ethereal sisters, unrivaled in beauty. As for the other extraordinary beings, such as MOC, Gu Mingxi, and Zhou Qinghuang, they too arrived in a flurry, anxiously pursuing them. Dear esteemed predecessors, have I wronged any of you? Wang Xian felt an overwhelming sense of guilt as he was relentlessly chased. No matter how brazen he was, the intense unease was palpable. You're about to leave. If we do not depart now, we risk being trapped at the exit, bombarded by warships. Who could withstand that? Zhang Daoling spoke up. Wang Xian was speechless, finally comprehending the gravity of the situation. Am I that kind of person? Would I engage in such behavior? He defended himself, feeling utterly wronged. A chorus of disdainful gazes met him, with many casting murderous looks, reminding him that this was precisely how he had acted upon entering this space. The trust between individuals had waned, and Wang Xian found it hard to articulate his thoughts. What else could he say when everyone had followed him, no one trusting him? The crux of the matter was that prior to entering this peculiar realm, Qing Mu's overwhelming display had indeed intimidated many, resulting in certain celestial beings being left maimed and some demon cultivators rendered incomplete. Soon after, the majority chose to vacate the alien domain, reappearing in outer space. Ultimately, when Qing Mu came to retrieve Wang Xian and Chen Yongjie, his worship was filled with notable figures, all renowned masters, including Zhang Daoling, the demon ancestor, and Qi Tong, with only Zheng Yuantian absent. The other significant characters sat beside Wang Xian, sharing the vessel homeward. Upon realizing who was aboard, Qing Mu felt a surge of anxiety. This was the aftermath of the previous confrontation, as even several high-ranking individuals were apprehensive about potential mishaps, preferring not to board other ships. Wang Xian felt a rigidness in his body. Seated to his left was the red-clad demoness, close enough to be enveloped by her fragrant aura, who then leaned in closer, engaging him in conversation. Those past events are but grains of sand slipping through one's fingers, trivial matters, insignificant. She exhaled softly, whispering to him. Wang Xian felt a surge of electricity. How was it that the affairs within the meteoric passage seemed to manifest into reality? The words were strikingly similar, and the proximity made them all the more poignant. Old Chen remained still, observing intently, unable to assist Wang Jiaozu, feeling quite distressed himself, especially with the demon ancestor seated beside him, who appeared quite intrigued. Little monk, having practiced the Shakyamuni Sutra, do you aspire to subdue demons and eliminate evil? The demon ancestor inquired, flashing a bright, toothy grin. The enchanting figure of the demon ancestor approached, his large, expressive eyes fixated on Chen Yongjie, as he affectionately ruffled the young man's hair and remarked, "You have no future if you continue like this. Should anyone else dare to touch him in such a manner?" Chen Yongjie would not hesitate to wield his formidable black sword to sever the intruder's hand. However, given the stature of this particular individual, he chose to let it slide. At long last, the battleship descended upon the spaceship base outside in city, prompting several prominent figures to rise and prepare to disperse. The languorous red-clad enchantress stretched her supple torso, then leaned closer to Wang Xian, whispering, "The full moon approaches. Please do not close your door at night. Await my arrival." Wang Xian felt a wave of confusion wash over him, eager to inquire about her intentions. "Haven't you been yearning to see me perform the celestial dance? You even extorted the little white tiger for a crystal to capture my image. I shall seek you out on the night of the full moon." Wang Xian remained seated, overwhelmed by the unfolding events, feeling betrayed by the round-faced white tiger who had so swiftly divulged his secrets. The red-clad enchantress departed with an ethereal grace, reminiscent of a drifting red cloud. "Zhang Jiaozu, since we are in city, my territory, I cordially invite you as my guest," Wang Xian transmitted discreetly. Old Zhang, dismissive, replied through subtle communication, "Are you seeking a free enforcer? I shall not attend." He walked away, leaving Wang Xian muttering about his lack of loyalty. "Fairy Fong, and city is my home. Shall I show you around?" Wang Xian extended an invitation to Fong Yuzhu. To his delight, she smiled and nodded in agreement. An unexpected response from such a renowned figure, the esteemed Fairy Fong, who had consented to remain. As evening descended, Chen Yongjie abruptly vanished. Unable to endure the company of such unparalleled masters, he opted for retreat. Upon learning of Fong Yuzhu's identity, Qingmu regarded her with profound reverence, akin to that of a deity. Old Chen cautioned him that even the most devoted ascetics might not stand against her prowess. Consequently, Qingmu, feeling overwhelmed, arranged a secluded courtyard and provided an array of culinary offerings before hastily departing, unable to withstand the pressure emanating from the divine aura surrounding Fong Yuzhu. Wang Xian, however, remained unfazed. Such a magnificent woman, poised and graceful, was nothing short of a visual delight. What was there to fear? To his astonishment, as night fell, Fong Yuzhu expressed her desire to cook, a notion that left him incredulous. "What of it? Who among us has not traversed the mundane realm?" Fong Yuzhu countered, her surprise evident, before she sighed gently. "In the future, myths will fade away, the extraordinary will cease to exist, and life will return to the ordinary. We must adapt, seeking the sensations of yesteryears." With an ethereal presence, she illuminated the surroundings, truly descending into the kitchen in pursuit of bygone memories, reliving the experiences of her mortal days. As twilight enveloped the world, The setting sun cast a crimson hue upon the reeds surrounding the small lake outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, while waterfowl took flight, their graceful arcs etched against the backdrop of the evening glow. Feng Yuzhu, now donned in home attire and with her long hair tied back by a ribbon, retained an air of celestial grace, yet appeared more grounded in the earthly realm. In the kitchen, she perused the menu while exploring various culinary techniques, occasionally consulting her phone for optimal recipes, determined to master each dish. Wang Xian gazed at her gentle profile, finding it almost surreal that an extraordinary being, a celestial fairy among the ranks of the immortals, was engaged in the mundane act of cooking. She was deeply focused, her luminous and delicate visage adorned with a faint divine halo, as if she were studying the scriptures of cultivation while meticulously following the steps of culinary preparation. Then, Feng Yuzhu began to showcase her culinary skills. Her arms swayed lightly, and her fair, elegant fingers moved with a natural grace, expertly stir-frying a homely dish, exuding a certain aesthetic charm. Wang Xian was convinced that Feng Yuzhu had never cooked after attaining immortality. Her fluid movements were a testament to her profound cultivation, a response of body and spirit far beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. She glanced at the recipe while cooking, her textbook-level techniques evoking a sense of ethereal clarity, transforming even the act of cooking into a visual delight. I now believe that culinary art can indeed be elevated to a form of artistry, Wang Xian expressed, his admiration heartfelt. Although Feng Yuzhu was preparing food over a flame, she somehow conveyed an ambience untouched by the smoke of the kitchen. With her back turned to Wang Xian, her hair tied back by a black ribbon, the strands danced as she worked, her feet adorned in simple flip-flops, the white toes glistening like crystals. Feng Yuzhu smiled, and in the kitchen, she became a scene unto herself. As the faint glow of light dissipated, she became increasingly real, embodying the essence of an ordinary woman. For many, the essentials of life, firewood, rice, oil, and salt, are just that, life. Yet, from another perspective, one might see it as art, perhaps reflecting different moods through varying landscapes. As she spoke, she completed a stir-fry of shredded pork with green peppers, her wrist lifting gracefully as the dish landed in the plate, its descent natural and pleasing to the eye. This signifies my positive mindset and my ability to discover beauty in everyday life. Of course, there must also be an aesthetic quality in the culinary arts, or my praise would be in vain. Wang Xian mused, leaning against the door, appreciating her efforts without perceiving her as an otherworldly immortal. Observing her busy movements, he found a rhythm of clarity that held a certain beauty. Before long, she had prepared a selection of homely dishes: shredded pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour ribs, smashed cucumbers, scallion tofu, and a seaweed soup. Though the dishes were simple and commonplace, once presented by Feng Yuzhu, they evoked a different feeling. Crafted by the hands of the foremost practitioner among the immortals, it was likely that she had not cooked in over 2 millennia. Strangely, he found himself reluctant to eat, feeling as though these dishes contained immense fortune and luck. Surely, if the celestial beings were to learn of this, they would be enviously awestruck. I reckon very few have had the opportunity to partake in such a meal, Wang Xian remarked with a smile, contemplating that those who might share this experience were likely acquaintances of Feng Yuzhu from the mortal realm, though nearly 3 millennia had passed, and all past matters had become mere memories. I suppose we shall see how it tastes. I merely followed the recipe, returning to the world for my initial experience. Feng Yuzhu chuckled, her hair swaying beneath the ribbon, radiant and ethereal. Wang Xian felt that she genuinely possessed a mindset of integrating into the real world, exhibiting an amiable nature devoid of any airs of an unparalleled master, transitioning toward the ordinary. Not everyone can relinquish such stature. After all, she was likely among the most formidable of the immortals, if not the strongest of them all. Delicious. It has been ages since I have savored such authentic homestyle cooking. Wang Xian praised the dish, feeling it far surpassed anything his mother could make. Feng Yuzhu smiled, taking a small portion for herself. As she closed her eyes, memories of the past intertwined with the flavors, evoking visions of loved ones and old friends long gone, now turned to dust, never to return. Wang Xian poured her a glass of fruit wine. I am not suited for alcohol. I easily become intoxicated, she remarked. Not to worry. Just think of it as a beverage, Wang Xian replied. Although she claimed to be susceptible to drunkenness, one would find it hard to believe she could truly become inebriated. Given her advanced cultivation, old Zhang has no fortune. I invited him over, but he fled, destined to wander and perhaps even become a recluse. However, he might have caught a whiff of the aroma and is likely salivating from a distance, unable to resist the temptation to join us, Wang Xian continued. Outside the estate, Zhang Daoling was peering in their direction, his nostrils flaring, tempted to approach, especially since it was the renowned Feng fairy herself who was cooking, an opportunity few could ever experience. Yet, his ears were attuned to Wang Xian's words, and he felt a twinge of annoyance. If he were to approach, it would only confirm what that young man had said. Just wait, I will deal with you next time for daring to disparage Master Zhang, he thought, feeling frustrated and glancing back one last time before departing. Having chosen to embrace the ordinary, I must truly immerse myself in experience. I plan to integrate into society fully, Feng Yuzhu declared. She asked Wang Xian for assistance, expressing her desire to visit the university in Anqing for a month of study. She wished to quiet her mind and systematically observe the transformations of humanity over millennia, not only to peruse the vast collections of the largest library, but also to experience life as a student. Of course, this endeavor would be brief. With her extraordinary abilities, reading, memorizing, and learning would pose no challenge. A celestial being, a university student, Wang Xian mused, struggling to reconcile these two identities. I have traversed the realm of reality and learned much, yet it still feels as though I am separated by a veil. I may require a role to fully engage, Feng Yuzhu explained, thus choosing the identity of a student as her entry point. Wang Xian's expression shifted as he continued. I can already envision the myriad anecdotes that will emerge in due time. For instance, a celestial among mortals. What is it like to study alongside a fairy? My destined yet unattainable rendezvous with a celestial being. Since I intend to blend in, I shall become utterly ordinary, concealing any extraordinary traits, Feng Yuzhu smiled. At that moment, after having consumed 2 glasses of fruit wine, although not intoxicated, her constitution was not accustomed to alcohol, and a faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks, rendering her stunningly beautiful. Such a sight of a female immortal was likely a rare occurrence. Wang Xian stared, captivated by the aesthetic splendor before him, while also feeling a poignant sense of loss at the thought of a mythic figure facing the twilight of existence after 3 millennia. Even the celestial beings are destined to perish. Some extraordinary individuals, like Feng Yuzhu, such unparalleled figures, after struggling in vain, may ultimately descend into the realm of the ordinary, potentially facing a solitary end or even marriage. Such images and scenes evoke a complex emotional landscape within him. Across 3 millennia, whether as a revered founder or a celestial being who once dazzled the era, all must eventually fade and meet a decline. Many may resist this fate, and in the final moments, their struggles may intensify. Yet, when the flame of the extraordinary must extinguish, it shall do so, impervious to any attempt at prevention. Feng Yuzhu spoke with a calm demeanor. Beneath her gentle and graceful aura lay a heart filled with reluctance, yet she felt helpless. She had explored every possible avenue and considered every conceivable solution, and apart from a few faintly hopeful, albeit treacherous paths for minimal resistance, everyone was powerless in the present circumstances. In this emotional state, she found herself indulging in a few extra cups of fruit wine, her beauty radiating like a rosy dawn. After dinner, Wang Xian suggested they take a stroll to admire the night scenery of Anqing and experience the true vibrancy of the mortal world. Soon after, they departed from the Qingmu estate, a branch of the Secret Path organization, and entered Anqing, adorned with flickering neon lights and towering skyscrapers. As they walked along the street, Wang Xian introduced various night attractions and pointed towards a campus, saying, "Let Qingmu assist in arranging your visit there." He had once studied there himself. "Shall we watch the light show, or perhaps go to a bar?" "No, let us just watch a movie," Wang Xian proposed. Observing the nightscape, he felt that every city was quite similar, lacking novelty, and he suspected that Feng Yuzhu had not experienced many of the dramas of the human realm. Ahead, there was a theater, and various local delicacies lined the street. "Let us go take a look," Wang Xian suggested. Recently, during dinner, Zhang Daoling had used a bronze mirror to observe them. Feng Yuzhu laughed as she shared this on the pedestrian street, her left arm cradling a large plush toy while her right held a skewer of candied hawthorn, a delightful experience that kept a smile on her face. Wang Xian, dissatisfied, remarked, "Old Zhang, can't you curb that peeping habit? Always using a mirror to spy on me. Who knows, you might be trailing behind us right now, like a colossal spotlight." Why are you always following me? Behind the pedestrian street, old Zhang's face darkened. This fellow had never spoken well of him behind his back and deserved 100 punches. With a thud, Zhang Daoling felt a heavy slap on his shoulder as the blood of the underworld patriarch emerged, greeting him enthusiastically. What a coincidence, Patriarch Zhang, running into you here. What a coincidence indeed. Old Zhang shot him a sidelong glance, silently cursing, You've been following me all along, thinking I wouldn't notice. I believe I just spotted Fairy Fong walking together with Wang Xian, strolling down the street. I must say, the man is handsome and the woman resembles a goddess from a painting. They do make a fine pair, the blood of the underworld patriarch chuckled. Then, leaning in with an air of mystery, he whispered, Do you think Fairy Fong, moved by nostalgia, has come here to walk closely with Wang Xian? What do you mean? Zhang Daoling asked, astonished. Oh, I forgot, little Zhang. You're only a little over 2,000 years old. You've only heard whispers of that earth-shattering era without witnessing it firsthand. You seem to lack clarity on many matters, particularly concerning the illustrious figures of history, such as those associated with the enchanting Fong Xianzi, the master of the blood cult remarked with a smile. Zhang Daoling found this rather irksome. The founder of a sect being casually downgraded to little Zhang by this elder was somewhat amusing, though it was true that he had embarked on his journey a tad later. As the silver moon hung high in the sky, the vibrant human world was aglow with life, bustling with activity along the pedestrian streets, where the night was steeped in the essence of the mortal realm. Fong Yuzhu had long since exchanged her ancient gown for a modern early summer outfit consisting of stylish trousers and a t-shirt, her figure splendidly accentuated. A strand of long hair danced in the gentle breeze, her complexion as flawless and luminous as ivory, and her bright eyes sparkled radiantly, attracting an extraordinary amount of attention from passers-by. Nibbling on a candied hawthorn, she clutched a large plush toy while strolling alongside Wang Xian, who too found himself the object of numerous scrutinizing gazes, albeit of a less favorable nature. Brother, buy some flowers to give to sister. I've never seen such a beautiful sister. She looks just like a fairy, her beauty almost unreal, a little girl selling flowers near the cinema exclaimed. Her big eyes fixed on Fong Yuzhu, mesmerized by her charm, holding fresh, dewy blooms. Buying flowers is too common, unworthy of this sister, Wang Xian chuckled. Kneeling down to propose, I'll purchase the young flower seller along with the flowers, so she can present them together to this lovely sister. I want to sell myself. If you dare to take me away, I will call for my mother, who is over there, the little girl replied earnestly. Her large eyes filled with suspicion as she stepped back. Seeing Wang Xian chuckling, she was on the verge of tears. Fong Yuzhu smiled, further immersing herself in the vibrant night, casting a playful glare at him. Why frighten the poor girl? It's all right. She was merely jesting, she reassured, comforting the child. Wang Xian gently patted the girl on the head, saying, Then I shall purchase all the flowers. Yes, not you, just the flowers, to gift to this sister. Upon witnessing him pay via facial recognition, the little girl eagerly thrust the flowers into his arms before darting away. Wang Xian remarked, Did you see that? Today's children are so precocious, quite sharp-witted, it would not be easy to abduct them. The girl, indignant, pointed at him from a distance, as if to say, You really do want to take me away, don't you? Accompanied by the youthful and vibrant Fong Yuzhu, Wang Xian entered the cinema, decisively choosing a film titled Heavenly Fairy at Home, which seemed quite fitting. Fong Yuzhu offered no objections, merely casting him a sidelong glance. Oblivious, Wang Xian purchased popcorn and various snacks, leading the enchanting sorceress into the theater. What an extraordinary maneuver. What does this imply? Bringing Fong Xianzi to watch. What is it called? A movie? The master of the blood cult behind them wore an expression of disbelief. He then remarked, Little Zhang, do you not feel a certain affinity, hence trailing behind? Should you dare to refer to me as Little Zhang again, be wary of my immediate exorcism of demons. Zhang Daoling warned, asserting that the founder of a sect ought not to be addressed so casually. Very well, Master Zhang, the master of the blood cult conceded, and under Zhang's gestural prompt, hurriedly went to purchase tickets, though he did not follow Wang Xian and the others into that particular screening. They merely wished to experience the present age, where one must actively embrace the prevailing trends. However, when Zhang Daoling received the ticket for the Blood Demon sect, he merely glanced at it before nearly throwing it back, exclaiming, What sort of ridiculous seating arrangement is this? Does it suit our company? The Blood Demon sect replied with a glance. Oh, you mean this? I purchased it based on the tickets for Wang Xian and Fairy Fong, and this is what they sold me. Old Zhang's face twitched. This is a couple's seat. Do you think you can just mimic that? Did you not even bother to check? You expect me to sit with you? Chapter 377. There once existed an individual who unlocked a unique inner realm. The blood demon sect was taken aback, then furrowed his brow, saying, I have no disdain for you. Let us endure this together. Zhang Daoling felt an urge to strike him, clutching his bronze mirror, ready to deliver a blow to his head, wanting to make it abundantly clear, I do have disdain for you. Old Zhang, Master Zhang, what is the matter with you? The blood demon sect hastily retreated, startled. I shall vanquish demons and eliminate evil. Old Zhang thought to himself. What a joke. How could anyone witness Master Zhang seated in a couple's seat with this old demon? How could he ever show his face again? Ultimately, he restrained his impulse, darkening his expression as he instructed the blood demon to buy another ticket immediately. Who would sit with you? The blood demon sect shook his head, saying, Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? We are both masters of our respective sects. This earthly pretense and superficiality are inconsequential. One should perceive oneself as the sole entity in this world, as all honor and disgrace are but fleeting dust. Zhang Daoling was stirred by this thought, recalling the peculiar scripture left by Wang Xian that seemed to have originated from a severely troubled mind. He waved his hand dismissively. Very well. Let it be as it is. The blood demon sect was taken aback, turning to leave. What nonsense is this? Two old men cannot sit together. I shall buy another ticket. Zhang Daoling genuinely wished to slap him, realizing that after all this commotion, the old demon merely spoke empty words, lacking any real understanding. Simultaneously, he could not help but think that with so many impersonating the blood demon, there was reason behind it. This fellow was indeed quite irksome. Fang Yuzhu entered the theater for the first time, the dim atmosphere having no adverse effect on her, accompanied by exquisite visuals. An ancient celestial being clad in blood-stained white descended slowly through the passage of a millennium into the present world. Though she exuded an ethereal grace, she appeared lost and filled with infinite sorrow. The film commenced, labeled a romantic comedy, yet it began with death. Wang Xian thought to pull the director aside to inquire. Where was the promised romantic comedy of celestial beings? How could it start with a multitude of immortals perishing, and the supposed male lead meeting a tragic end while the female lead traversed time to the present? The screenwriter must have been deranged. The director appeared utterly foolish. Nearby, someone could no longer contain themselves, expressing their disdain vocally, unable to tolerate the tragic opening. This was far from a comedy. Moreover, the cold, somber tone established at the outset remained unchanged. Wang Xian also wished to voice his thoughts, but held back, for he noticed Fang Yuzhu was utterly engrossed. Captivated by the storyline, he realized that Fairy Fong had likely watched very few performances and seemed easily satisfied. In another screening room, Zhang Daoling and the Blood Demon sect were also watching the same production, and old Zhang was immediately displeased, muttering about the shoddy quality of the play. He yearns for tales of swift retribution, decisive slaughters, a single hand overpowering the realms, a sword extinguishing all demonic legacies. This tedious display, with celestial beings shedding tears, is meant for whom? Such a production is a waste of my time. Ming Shui returned to this crew in a dream and informed them that their portrayal is utterly implausible. They ought to inquire of the celestial beings emerging from the grand curtain, who among them weeps without cause. Let them witness the scarlet demon sovereign to comprehend what a celestial truly is. With a mere slap, she could obliterate all practitioners on the battlefield, vanquishing countless ancient behemoths, single-handedly subduing the 18 divisions of the demon race, and after her ascent, she unified the demon clans in nearly 3 years. Old Zhang, passionately expounding, spewed saliva that splattered onto the neck of the old ghost seated before him. Beside him, a girl with violet hair rolled her eyes and remarked, "Uncle, are you a titanium alloy straight man? Is that how you depict celestial beings? A single slap to slay everyone, a glance that ensnares souls, turning all on the battlefield into mere husks. This is demonic. Indeed, I speak of demon immortals. In the face of adversaries, she is ruthless. To seek the whereabouts of her parents, she ventured alone into the grand curtain, brazenly assaulting the demon stronghold. Throughout her youth, she even slaughtered the 18 offspring of the ancient demon emperor. She is a blood-soaked demon flower, battling fiercely for her parents, even challenging the ancient demon emperor. Fully aware of her disadvantage, yet refusing to bow her proud head in the face of death. Old Zhang spoke with utmost seriousness, yet the violet-haired girl regarded him with a gaze of pity, as though observing a troubled soul, and soon lost interest. It was no comedy, it was too tragic. Whispers filled the air. Wang Xian noticed that Feng Yuzhu was absorbed in the performance, her gaze deepening, tranquil as a falling petal, enveloped in silence. Before long, the audience fell into a hushed reverie. This play, initially met with various criticisms, unfolded into a heart-wrenching narrative that rendered spectators speechless, leaving them to observe in silence. Indeed, at the poignant moments, some young women began to weep. This production bore a semblance of reality. The latter acts resembled an old tale from behind the Grand Curtain. The founder of the Ming blood sect furrowed his brow and nodded, stating, "It seems some of the celestial beings have adeptly integrated into the various realms of the real world. I suspect individuals from behind the Grand Curtain participated in this production." As the story continued, the scenes appeared quite grim, with some familiar elements that might hint at the experiences of Lady Feng. Zhang Dowling expressed his suspicions. The founder of the Ming blood sect privately mused, "You, little Zhang, may not appreciate this. These are all events I have personally encountered, while you merely possess superficial knowledge. Do share," Zhang Dowling urged, his expression unyielding, as he caressed a bronze mirror, signaling him to refrain from speaking in half-truths. Once, there was an individual who, in mortal times, unveiled inner landscapes, radiating brilliance in that era. "Are you referring to the one from 2,700 years ago?" Old Zhang inquired. Ming Xuan nodded and replied, "Indeed, that was he, rapidly maturing, rising with fervor, illuminating the earth and brightening that age. What entanglements did he have with Lady Feng?" Old Zhang's curiosity ignited. In the realm of the blood of darkness, there exists a notable figure who ascended to prominence, becoming a formidable force despite a relatively brief period of cultivation. Though he faced few rivals, the celestial maiden harbored feelings for him and attempted to draw near on multiple occasions, only to be rebuffed. At that time, the celestial maiden had just emerged as a champion for the young red-clad demoness, having slain the most powerful demon emperor of ancient times, and was recuperating in solitude. Shunning all company, misunderstandings arose, giving birth to a myriad of emotional entanglements and grievances, leading to a profusion of celestial bloodshed. An expression of intrigue flickered in old Zhang's eyes as he probed further. Contrary to what one might think, this individual remained seated outside the secluded area where the celestial maiden was in closed-door cultivation, serving as her protector by thwarting two unparalleled adversaries until her emergence. And then, old Zhang inquired. Upon her exit from seclusion, the celestial maiden expressed her gratitude towards him, yet maintained a distance by sending him away from the mountain. "Let us hasten to the part where they must converse," old Zhang urged. Subsequently, this individual, possessing an exceptionally strong physique, became an object of fascination during his mortal years when the discovery of his unique inner realm was made. Several unmatched experts banded together to capture him, eager to unravel the mystery of his exceptionalism. As the Blood of Darkness cult leader recounted this tale while watching a film, Feng Yuzhu, upon learning of this situation, naturally rushed to his aid, repaying the kindness he had shown her. Unfortunately, she arrived too late. Upon her arrival, she witnessed the crimson sky painted with the blood of the individual, a striking sight. In that battle, Feng Yuzhu contended against four supreme masters, but ultimately succumbed to their overwhelming numbers, sustaining grievous injuries and departing with a sense of regret. Zhang Dowling remarked, "I had anticipated some melodramatic twist, yet there seems to be little between them. It is merely that the celestial maiden owes a significant debt of gratitude to that person, which remains unpaid." The Blood of Darkness cult leader disregarded his comment and continued, "The four masters sought the body of that individual, yet they were unsuccessful in their search. Had someone else claimed him first? Could it be that Feng Yuzhu took him away?" Zhang Dowling queried. The Blood of Darkness shook his head, stating, "This individual did not perish. He possessed a tenacious will to live and managed to survive against the odds. However, he was gravely injured and sought refuge in a secluded place to recuperate gradually. Oh, I was unaware of this secrecy. I only know that throughout history, the three individuals who manifested their inner realm during their mortal phase all met tragic ends, none achieving a peaceful conclusion," Zhang Dowling stated with solemnity. "Historically, only three have succeeded in this endeavor during their mortal years. There are, of course, claims of a fourth, but regardless, it remains exceedingly rare, and their paths are not replicable. It is particularly lamentable that none left behind descendants, their fates wrought with misfortune. And what transpired thereafter? Zhang Daoling asked, intrigued by the hidden truths. After recovering from his injuries, he quietly monitored his adversaries and soon discovered that 5 supreme masters had united in their pursuit of Feng Yuzhu. Was the celestial maiden once subjected to such dire circumstances? Zhang Daoling exclaimed in astonishment. 4 of the masters were those who had previously sought to eliminate that individual for the sake of studying him, but this time, they were joined by another in their quest to eradicate the increasingly formidable Feng Yuzhu. The individual in question was truly a person of integrity, and upon learning of this dire situation, he chose to confront the threat directly rather than retreat into further cultivation, fearing for the safety of the celestial maiden. Considering this individual's potential and his relatively brief years in cultivation, if afforded sufficient time, he could indeed dominate the shadows of the world, unmatched and invincible. Yet, this person does not remain silent. He is resolute, fully aware that at this stage, he can only contend with a singular, unparalleled master. Yet he daringly ventures forth to offer assistance. What transpired thereafter? Zhang Daoling inquired. That battle was exceedingly brutal. The individual demonstrated remarkable character, being an admirable person, fighting valiantly and standing in front of Feng Yuzhu, ultimately being shattered, yet not retreating a single step. Several of the 5 unparalleled masters were gravely injured, yet they continued to tread over his remains to strike down Feng Yuzhu. It was indeed tragic, sighed old Zhang. Feng Yuzhu fought fiercely, risking everything and severely wounding 2 or 3 of the unparalleled masters. Moreover, 2 previously injured masters had retreated, allowing her to escape with her near-death body. Mingxue paused momentarily and continued. This part is seldom mentioned, for afterward, Feng Yuzhu ascended powerfully, looking down upon all, and many wished to avoid her blood-stained past. Zhang Daoling nodded and remarked, I am aware of some subsequent events. The era belonging to Feng Yuzhu has arrived, transcending the golden bamboo slips of the pre-Qin period. She has comprehended her own supreme path. Indeed, the Grandmaster of Mingxue nodded, stating, after the emergence of the red-clad Demon Lord, they united to strike together. During that battle, the Demon Lord was still inexperienced, aiding Feng Yuzhu in restraining one opponent while desperately distracting another. The Fairy Feng single-handedly faced 3 unparalleled masters, eliminating them all within a day. Old Zhang nodded, acknowledging, that truly was a battle that reverberated through the ages. One of the most astonishing events inscribed on the Celestial Monument. I am well aware of this. Feng Yuzhu's silver armor was stained red with blood, bathed in the essence of unparalleled warriors. After vanquishing the 3 masters, she turned to find the red-clad Demon Lord, causing the remaining 2 foes to flee in terror. Consequently, she pursued one throughout the night, ultimately slaying another, achieving the remarkable feat of 4 unparalleled masters in a day and a night, shaking both heaven and earth. It was also during that battle that the red-clad Demon Lord officially rose, having slain an unparalleled master herself. Together, these 2 effectively brought an end to the last glories of the ancient beings. Zhang Daoling nodded, fully cognizant that Feng Yuzhu had slain 4 unparalleled masters within a single day and night, 2 of whom were ancient demon emperors, and the other 2 were formidable figures of the ancient human race, all being practitioners of ancient times. Feng Yuzhu, dignified, elegant, and gentle, had once donned silver armor, fighting bloodily across the world. The Grandmaster of Mingxue whispered, Young Zhang, no, Grandmaster Zhang, you are likely following those 2 primarily to observe Wang Xian, are you not? Do you also find him extraordinary, suspecting he may have opened his inner realm during his mortal years? You certainly have a vivid imagination. Zhang Daoling cast him a cold glance. Mingxue continued, do you think Feng Yuzhu once harbored regrets, and that some of her thoughts might now be directed toward Wang Xian? Look at her. She has actively entered the mortal realm. In another screening room, Feng Yuzhu quietly observed the 3-dimensional projection, witnessing a reenactment of scenes reminiscent of the past. As that individual met his demise for the second time, his body shattered by an unparalleled master, blood staining the void. Deep within her eyes lay sorrow, yet she remained silent. Chapter 378. May we depart on the same day, in the same month, in the same year what is real and what is illusion. Life unfolds like a series of cinematic scenes, interweaving the sights, sounds, and sensations that evoke both joy and sorrow, reflecting upon the past. Feng Yuzhu, clad in women's trousers and high heels, with her hair cascading naturally, radiates a modern charm. Yet her profound gaze seems to be cast in the antiquity of bygone eras. In this moment, she remains silent, like a maple leaf, serenely embracing the autumn breeze, vibrant and stunning, yet tinged with a hint of solitude. Wang Xian realizes that she harbors her own stories. For even the most extraordinary beings possess moments of vulnerability and unresolved pasts. Have I lost my composure? Feng Yuzhu's profile appears, her eyes tranquil as water, clear and sparkling. No, you seem quite engrossed, so I refrained from interrupting, Wang Xian replies, shaking his head. In another screening room, Zhang Daoling glances at Mingxue and remarks, "You think too much. Who is Feng Yuzhu? She single-handedly vanquished unparalleled ancient cultivators, bringing an end to the grandeur of antiquity. Such a person would hardly be swayed by external sentiments. She genuinely seeks to engage with the mortal world. Not everyone possesses such a mindset, able to grasp and let go. For instance, in this society, can you, as the ancestor of the Mingxue sect, truly relinquish your pride? I am striving to adapt," the Mingxue ancestor muses, finding it difficult to accept a life of ordinary existence. In his vision, the least he could achieve would be to establish an agricultural conglomerate to address the needs of his disciples and descendants, rather than watch them endure the rigors of a 9-to-6 work schedule. Indeed, I was overthinking it. That person, despite being genuinely admirable and wishing to connect with the fairy Feng, was graciously declined. Yet, it is evident that Feng Yuzhu carries her own regrets. That individual perished before her eyes, crushed by others in his attempt to save her. It would be one thing if it were the demon ancestor with a heart of stone, but no matter what, she would inevitably feel gratitude. Alas, he was missed, and she could not save him. The Mingxue ancestor states, given Feng Yuzhu's character, if she were to forget the past and disregard her gratitude, she would be no different from Qi Yi or the demon ancestor. In this context, it seems that Wang Xian truly possesses a unique inner landscape, one that Feng Yuzhu is moved by. Is this intentional protection? Is she fearful of Zhang Yuantian's true form descending to capture him? The Mingxue ancestor chuckles. Zhang Daoling casts a glance at him and says, "Little Ming, those who know too much often meet a tragic end. I fleetingly envision the moment of your dismal finale. Little Ming." The Mingxue ancestor feels an urge to spout a mouthful of disdain. This is far worse than being compared to little Zhang. He retorts, "I am destined to live in harmony with the heavens, striving to depart alongside you on the same day, in the same month, in the same year." Zhang Daoling finds this rather irritating. He interprets it as a backhanded compliment regarding his longevity, yet questions why they should die together. He is tempted to gift him a bronze mirror. Feng Yuzhu continues to watch the play, calmly stating, "I am reminded of a friend who saved my life twice. Yet I could not preserve his." Wang Xian responds, "In life, who is without a few regrets? Otherwise, how could one justify traversing this world with clarity?" He adds, "Of course, those devoid of feelings are exceptions, as are individuals like old Zhang, who have been issued medical diagnoses, truly atypical humans." Zhang ancestor, I believe I overheard someone discussing you. The Grandmaster of the Blood sect chuckled, as he and his companion conversed within a realm of mental fortitude that rendered their words inaudible to the outside world, unaware that atypical humans were eavesdropping on their exchange. Let them mock me. I shall seize the opportunity to retaliate 100-fold. Old Zhang's countenance turned grim, radiating an aura of lethal intent. In times past, there was brilliance, yet also bloodshed. Some matters are irreparable, now merely echoes of history. Feng Yuzhu spoke, her tone tranquil, yet tinged with melancholy. For that individual had met a most tragic end. Even if she were to vanquish the 4 unparalleled masters, what could be altered regarding one's fate? Subsequently, she immersed herself in the final scenes until the credits rolled and the lights illuminated the room. I have come to realize that indulging in dramas can be quite enjoyable. Though exaggerated, they often reflect reality in a myriad of ways. However, I found myself rather engrossed in this one. Wang Xian perceived that this drama bore a resemblance to her experiences, evoking a profound resonance within her. The trajectory of life is inherently a reflection of emotional fluctuations. I remained silent as you were so entranced, for it felt remarkably authentic. Those who are truly focused embody sincerity, whether they dwell in the present or are lost in the past, each revealing their attitudes within. As they strolled outward, they swiftly liberated themselves from the narrative of the film, returning to normalcy. It was not too late. after savoring local delicacies on the pedestrian street. They commenced their journey homeward. Old Zhang and the Grandmaster of the Blood Sect found themselves at a modest eatery by the street, indulging in skewers and enjoying their beer with abandon. In the early summer, the two Grandmasters, akin to mere mortals, gazed at the beautiful women passing by, the neon lights flickering, while engaging in spirited discussions about the grand tapestry of history over the past 5 millennia. Goodness, is that not Grandmaster Zhang? And the Blood Sect's old demon. They are truly down to earth, enjoying skewers. Huang Ming gasped from a distance, his astonishment rendering him speechless. Close your mouth, Kong Yun urged, swiftly pulling him away, fearful of being overheard. Yet, he too was taken aback. Witnessing those two Grandmasters casually enjoying street food and beer was an extraordinary sight. I believe I heard someone uttering my name. You, and you, come forth. The Grandmaster of the Blood Sect called out, his voice low yet distinctly ringing in the ears of Huang Laoshe and Kong Yun. Huang Ming, his face contorted in surprise, turned to see Kong Yun, both of them beaming as they approached to pay their respects. Zhang Dowling intervened immediately, cautioning them against drawing attention in such a public setting. In the mortal realm, we shall adhere to the customs of common folk. Indeed, Grandmaster Zhang. Kong Yun nodded in agreement. What are you two up to? Inquired the Blood Sect Grandmaster. Huang Laoshe, slightly apprehensive, nevertheless responded earnestly. We are scouting locations and selecting shops, aspiring to establish a venture in this old soil. The Grandmaster of the Blood Sect was rendered speechless, realizing that his subordinates were more proactive. Despite his own ideas, he had yet to take action. While they were already preparing for their opening, Zhang Dowling mused that those emerging from the curtain of history were increasingly adaptable, seamlessly integrating into the world of mortals. Are you two reliable? Old Zhang questioned, concerned about potential legal transgressions. Fear not. We are pursuing legitimate enterprises, opening a cafe and a serene tea house, Huang Ming replied, his eyes sparkling with ambition. Kong Yun added, since our arrival from the New Star, we have conducted extensive market research for over half a month, familiarizing ourselves with various market conditions, and we have successfully secured investors. The Blood Cult Master, feeling rather perplexed, harbored aspirations of establishing a company, a conglomerate at that, yet currently found himself utterly bewildered. To his astonishment, it appeared that both of these young men had secured investments. Were they merely pretending to conduct research, perhaps to deceive? Lao Zhang, possessing a deeper understanding of the mortal realm, remarked, you two wouldn't entertain notions of trickery, would you? Huang Ming protested, how could we? We owe a duty to our investors. Rest assured, our cafe and tea house will possess unique charm, embodying the essence of celestial grace. Very well, you two may depart. Lao Zhang gestured dismissively. If they were indeed to engage in unlawful activities, there would be consequences, especially since various parties had now ratified the guidelines governing mortal affairs. Those who dared to overstep would inevitably face repercussions. The duo lingered, with Huang Ming insisting on offering a 1% equity stake to both Zhang Dowling and the Blood Cult Master. This left Lao Zhang speechless. Had they truly assimilated into this environment so swiftly? Adapting to local customs, they seemed to have learned the dubious arts of manipulation. The Blood Cult Master, lost in thought, felt a surge of inspiration. He realized his own inefficiency stemmed from outdated ideologies. Resolutely, he resolved to swiftly mobilize his livestock conglomerate. Masters, in due time we shall inaugurate our establishment. Do come and lend your support. Huang Ming expressed his reluctance to part ways, attempting to foster camaraderie until he was forcibly pulled away by Kong Yun. Remarkably, this crafty weasel might just thrive in the future. While some of the more earnest cultivators might falter in comparison, mused the Blood Cult Master. Survival of the fittest, when faced with such an overarching environment. Even the most talented practitioners might find it necessary to humble themselves. With their abilities, they would surely not falter. Zhang Dowling shook his head, finishing the last of the skewers and downing the final sip of wine before both rose to leave. Let us take residence in Anqing for a while, Lao Zhang instructed. Old Ming, find a hotel to book a room. However, I warn you, if you dare to reserve a single room, I shall ensure your demise. Lao Zhang's stern warning accompanied a shake of the rusted, battered mirror in his hand. The Blood Cult Master, unable to contain his indignation, retorted, Pa, do you fancy yourself a celestial being? Why would I wish to share a room with you? What nonsense. Thus, the two formidable masters displayed their grounded nature, strolling toward the hotel, this time opting not to pursue Wang Xian. Meanwhile, Wang Xian drove back to the branch of the Secret Path organization with Feng Yuzhu. The estate was expansive, with numerous rooms. Qing Mu had made prior arrangements. In the backyard, near a small lake surrounded by reeds, there were townhouses, one of which had long been Wang Xian's residence, while the other, after being tidied up, became Feng Yuzhu's abode. Upon returning, Wang Xian escorted Feng Yuzhu to her door before turning to enter his adjacent dwelling. As for the notion of entering together for a pleasant evening chat, that was a thought he dared not entertain. He had already demonstrated enough boldness today, making various unilateral decisions without consulting Feng Yuzhu. However, he considered these trivial matters. As for getting too close, he decided against it. After all, this was the illustrious Feng Yuzhu, who had dispatched more than one formidable adversary. A certain level of respect was warranted. He believed that given the arrangements he had made from dusk until now, Feng Yuzhu would likely not mind, brushing it off with a smile. Yet, if he were to act too casually, it would certainly be inappropriate. As for the various whimsical thoughts of celestial beings descending to the mortal realm and mingling with the mundane, he dismissed them entirely. Who were they? The foremost practitioner among the preaching alchemists, appearing gentle and refined, embodied a temperament of harmony and goodwill, seeking to genuinely integrate into the world without any pretense. Anyone who overstepped their bounds with frivolous notions would merely invite misfortune upon themselves. After cultivating for such an extended period, how could Feng Yuzhu possibly fall to the earthly realm in such a brief span? At the very least, in this moment, she remained an unparalleled celestial maiden, untainted and ethereal, as if standing amidst the divine moonlight, making it arduous to fully transform into an ordinary woman. Upon returning to his chamber, Wang Xian commenced his cultivation, channeling the supreme scriptures and examining the azure crystalline essence upon his body, which held great significance for him. Within half an hour, he anticipated completing the second chapter. A gentle blue mist rose, and that night, both his corporeal and spiritual forms were enveloped in azure ripples, as if his essence was undergoing a sublime elevation. What a treasure! I shall endeavor to refine and absorb as much as possible. The following day, he opened his eyes, invigorated and spirited, sensing that the barriers of his realm seemed to yield. While the celestial passageway remained inaccessible, he resolved to forge ahead within the realities of the earthly world. That day was also meticulously planned. Wang Xian escorted Feng Yuzhu to report to Lanqing University, where Qingmu had already made arrangements with the familiar and cooperative heads of the academy. Everything proceeded smoothly as Wang Xian pointed towards a distant row of dormitories, informing Feng Yuzhu that he had once resided there. Will you be a day student or reside on campus? Wang Xian inquired. I shall stay on campus for now. After a couple of days, if I find it inconvenient, I may return to being a day student, Feng Yuzhu replied. In her youthful vibrancy, she donned attire reminiscent of a female student, and indeed, the unparalleled celestial maiden from the realm of immortality, in such attire, captivated the eye with her purity and an indescribable inner grace. Fairy Feng, a familiar voice exclaimed, rushing over with an enchanting presence. It was Zhou Shiqian, whose essence and unique charm were unmistakable. Notably, Feng Yuzhu had no intention of concealing her identity from her fellow immortals. Currently, Zhou Shiqian had emerged as a new singer, recently venturing into the market under her agency's guidance, intentionally enrolling at Anqing University as a form of publicity and as a transfer art student. Though she had not yet reached the pinnacle of popularity, her notoriety was considerable, garnering significant attention on campus, and her youthful demeanor astonished many, drawing their gazes toward her. Zhou Shiqian, undeterred by the attention, exclaimed with fervor, Fairy Feng, you and I are in the same dormitory. My roommate is a celestial being. Wang Xian mumbled, having jested about it the previous night, only to find the reality unfolding before him, likely mirroring Zhou's own excitement, even as she herself was a celestial entity. My roommate is an unparalleled celestial maiden, Zhou Shiqian corrected him. In the ensuing 2 days, Feng Yuzhu embarked on a fresh chapter of her life. Embracing her role as a university student, she yearned for a life of discretion, yet on the very first day, Zhou Shiqian became her ardent admirer, drawing attention wherever she went, despite her efforts to conceal her true self. 2 days later, Zhou Qinghuang sought out Wang Xian, requesting his assistance in gaining admission to Anqing University to experience campus life. Wang Xian was utterly speechless. What was happening? 3 practitioners emerging from behind the scenes, all eager to become university girls? Soon, He noticed the fervor in her eyes, which stirred a sense of excitement within him, and he swiftly grasped the situation. The relationship between Zhou Qinghuang and Gu Mingxi was ambiguous, and now she intended to approach Fang Yuzhu? I must advise you, Zhou. While your flirtation with Xiao Gu may be tolerable, if you venture too close to the fairy Fang, beware, her delicate hand could effortlessly erase you from existence. Wang Xian cautioned her. Simultaneously, he reflected that this was a source of lamentation for many male immortals. Zhou Qinghuang and Gu Mingxi were both esteemed figures behind the scenes. Yet their unclear connection was a profound waste of potential. What are you implying? I merely admire the fairy Fang. Your thoughts are quite unhealthy. Zhou Qinghuang retorted. Clad in professional attire, striding about in high heels, her white shirt revealing the unmistakable rise and fall of her excitement. The competition among men was one thing, but now women were embroiled in it as well. Truly, the phenomenon of internal rivalry was rampant. Wang Xian shook his head. Zhou Qinghuang adjusted her glasses, quickly countering. Adamant in her denial of any unconventional inclinations, Wang Xian replied, "Do as you wish. Seek out Qingmu for assistance, but I refuse to aid you in such folly. Isn't that inviting trouble into your home? Are you suggesting that I should abandon the fairy for you? I will inform Fang Yuzhu." Zhou Qinghuang haughtily turned on her heel to leave. "I warn you, refrain from speaking ill of me. Otherwise, I shall send you straight back to Xinqing," Wang Xian declared. As he understood it, the situation at Xinqing was quite complex. Although the immortals adhered to the 5 new rules, they were rapidly expanding their enterprises, resulting in fierce competition. That night, Wang Xian resumed his cultivation, refining the creation crystal and absorbing materials that approached the essence of reality. In the midst of his practice, he began to perceive strange sounds and glimpses of blurred, fragmented images, which unsettled him. Never mind, I must grow stronger. I need to venture into the depths to meet others. I must break through the meteorite pit. I must become more powerful and surpass Zheng Yuantian. If I do not strive, I may be killed. He motivated himself fervently. For days later, Fang Yuzhu called him, announcing her intention to be a day student and asking for an address so she could take a taxi back, suggesting that flying in her physical form was best avoided for the sake of discretion. She explained that she was constantly under scrutiny at school, and even simple outings in the evening attracted too much attention from her overly enthusiastic classmates. After pondering for a moment, Wang Xian decided it would be best to personally pick her up. At Anqing University, Qin Sheng was out for a walk with his girlfriend, reminiscing about their glorious past when he spotted Wang Xian arriving in Qingmu's expensive car. "Wow, old Wang, you've changed. In such a short span of days. I hardly recognized you." Qin Sheng approached with determination, and upon seeing Fang Yuzhu, his face instantly transformed into a broad smile. "Hello, sister-in-law. I am Qin Sheng, a brother of Wang Xian." Wang Xian hurriedly pulled him aside, wishing to silence him. "Can you not speak so freely? Do you know who this is? She is the unparalleled immortal who personally ended the ancient myths and ushered in the latter half of the divine saga. What is the matter? Why are you pulling me?" "It's fine, Lao Wang, don't be nervous. I just wish to make the acquaintance of my sister-in-law." Qin Sheng attempted to brush him aside. He had previously met Fang Yuzhu, but her appearance had changed. Although her figure still exuded perfection, the school uniform could not conceal her outstanding form. Yet her visage was different from before. "Brother," a fresh and capable young woman approached, calling out to Wang Xian. She was none other than Qin Sheng's girlfriend. When Qin Sheng decided to go to New Moon, she decisively proposed a breakup, exhibiting a remarkable clarity and decisiveness, effectively delivering a death sentence to their relationship. She believed that between them, separated by the expanse of the cosmos, there was no future. Wang Xian greatly admired this young lady named Yang Lin. Her independence and straightforwardness were commendable. Yang Lin swiftly pulled Qin Sheng away, providing Wang Xian a chance to escape. "Lao Wang, we'll talk later. You should go attend to your matters." Qin Sheng finally retreated a few steps, patting Wang Xian on the shoulder. "It's not what you think. She is the immortal," Wang Xian explained earnestly. Communicating through mental transmission here was no different from speaking aloud. Fang Yuzhu would undoubtedly capture every nuance, given their proximity. "I understand." Qin Sheng feigned comprehension, signaling that he would refrain from making any indiscreet remarks. He added, ostensibly enlightened, an immortal emerging from behind the curtain, "You go for it. Farewell, sister-in-law." Wang Xian was utterly exasperated by him. With a brother so eager to understand, he was at a loss whether to feel grateful or speechless. He quickly clarified, She is the female immortal. This time, his words had an impact. The simplicity of the statement left Chen Yongjie astounded. He truly grasped the significance of who she was. He engaged in a mental dialogue with Wang Xian, assuming his communication was discreet, yet to the eyes of the powerful, it was merely childish play, failing to conceal any secrets. Lao Wang, you are defying the heavens. I thought she was merely an immortal. Instead, she is the foremost female immortal behind the curtain? Such a sister-in-law brings immense pressure. Unable to continue the conversation, Wang Xian pushed him aside. Yang Lin, ever efficient, understood the gravity of the situation and took Chen Yongjie away, preventing him from speaking indiscreetly. Yang Lin, let me tell you, Lao Wang has truly surpassed all limits this time. Do you know who that woman was? He exclaimed, still in disbelief. Nearby, Zhou Qinghuang and Zhou Shiqian emerged to see Fang Yuzhu off, both suppressing smiles, reveling in Wang Xian's discomfort, which brought them considerable amusement. In truth, once Chen Yongjie had distanced himself to a solitary place, he quickly stowed away his ignorance, ceasing his reckless chatter. He sighed. I merely wished to provide Lao Wang with some pressure, to remind him not to forget his original intentions. Some things may be gained, but some people must not be forgotten. As Fang Yuzhu got into the car, she waved goodbye to the two young women, radiating a serene demeanor. Though she endeavored to blend into the mortal realm, the world held few matters that truly captured her attention and concern. On the road, Wang Xian instructed her on how to drive. For celestial beings, mastering the art of driving was a trivial pursuit compared to the profound truths contained within sacred texts. Next time, she would be able to navigate the roads by herself. In the evening, Wang Xian indulged in a delightful home-cooked meal. Just then, his mother's call came through, inquiring about his eating, clothing, and living conditions. Such concern was a rarity. Usually, his parents were carefree and seldom bothered with such trifles. As his mother would say, "You're not a girl. We trust you wherever you are." "I'm eating well," he replied. "Yes. I'm currently enjoying a meal of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and braised shrimp. It's even tastier than what you make, and I've had 2 large bowls today." "What are you talking about? Who could possibly cook better than me?" His mother protested, demanding to know who was preparing his meals. "My roommate." "No, my neighbor." Wang Xian replied. "Is it Fang Yuzhu? Little Fang?" His mother asked. Wang Xian was taken aback. How did even his mother know? "I asked Qingmu, and he mentioned that a girl named Fang Yuzhu has recently moved in next door. Little Fang is quite nice. You should spend more time with her," his mother said with a cheerful laugh before promptly ending the call. Fang Yuzhu felt a strange sensation. It had been a long time since anyone had referred to her in that manner. She quietly reflected on it, but detected nothing amiss. That evening, under the silvery moonlight, which grew fuller by the moment, Wang Xian gazed skyward and sensed an unusual presence. After dinner, he resumed his cultivation, refining the azure crystalline essence. Soon, he fell into a tranquil state, enveloped in a blue mist as if he were submerged in a deep slumber. At midnight, the moon in the sky took on a faintly crimson hue, and a fishing line silently descended into Wang Xian's room. In that moment, in the adjacent chamber, the ethereal Fang Yuzhu suddenly opened her eyes, her brilliance flowing like a miniature river of divinity. Chapter 380. The fisherman who fished on the moon is facing bankruptcy. Moonlight, like water, streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Wang Xian's room, casting a soft white glow. Though it was midnight, the room wasn't dark but rather shrouded in a hazy light. He was immersed in a blue substance that invigorated his spirit with a near-real energy. At that moment, he sensed something and abruptly opened his eyes. What is happening? A massive hook loomed before him, glaringly bright. He was momentarily stunned. Was he trapped in a dream? Then, his expression shifted. How could this be? He was bursting with energy and had no need for sleep. Anger surged within him. How dare someone so brazenly attempt to fish for him? This was utterly audacious. In his own home, in his own dormitory, and yet a hook descended from the heavens. How arrogant! Did they truly think so little of him, to drop a hook into his abode without even bait? Wang Xian was furious, unable to tolerate such blatant disregard. The hook, heavy and conspicuous, was directly targeting him. He evaded the icy, shimmering hook, ready to unleash his wrath upon the audacious fisherman. Who are you? Where are you? I shall drag you down and make you pay. The hook, silent yet persistent, flew towards him once more. Wang Xian pointed his finger like a sword, and the sword's brilliance shot forth, aiming to sever the line. Yet, astonishingly, the blade of light silently vanished into the line, absorbed without a trace. This transformation altered his gaze. The newcomer was decidedly malevolent, exuding formidable strength. His spiritual eye opened wide, instantly alerting him to the fact that the great hook was infused with 80% solar gold. No ordinary material, but divine iron. This substance immediately recalled memories of his past, reminiscent of the mysterious beings on the moon who had once used such solar gold hooks to ensnare him. Moreover, the line was crystalline and transparent, yet notably thick, comparable to a finger, intricately engraved with a myriad of patterns, reminiscent of stars. Its composition was similarly exceptional. How had the beings from that bygone realm arrived in this familiar territory? His expression grew exceedingly grave as he peered through the window into the night sky, where the moon hung high, tinged with a faint crimson hue. Upon closer inspection, the moon appeared akin to a bloodshot eyeball, somewhat eerie, bearing an unsettling quality that was far from pristine. Suddenly, the great hook reappeared, glimmering ominously, nearly anchoring itself in his mouth. Such brazen intimidation. Where was the bait? Previously, there had been scriptures. Now, not even a single manual was spared. Did they truly look down upon him? Wang Xian deftly evaded once more. In his hand, a short sword manifested, resembling bronze yet decidedly not. It was palm-sized and, without hesitation, he swung it towards the fishing line. It was with this very short sword that he had once severed the line that hung in the bygone realm. Moonlight cascaded into the room, illuminating the ancient blade in his hand. Now, Wang Xian activated the secret text of the Sword Sutra, merging it with the tangible sword, causing the short sword to resonate with life, vibrating with a low hum, suddenly becoming extraordinarily radiant, as if a great sun had risen, transforming into a wheel of swords. With a swift motion, the sword light sliced through the finger-thick, transparent fishing line, soundlessly severing it. However, Wang Xian felt a disquieting sense of unreality. He lacked the sensation of making contact with a physical object. In the void, the fishing hook emitted a glow, piercing through the night sky, yet the severed line remained, its numerous runes illuminating the room, infusing it with a gentle glow, as if a flurry of pristine feathers floated about. This was an energy light rain, resembling feathers, like pure white snowflakes drifting down, creating a surreal dreamscape. Furthermore, Wang Xian felt his spirit becoming unmoored, drawn by an enigmatic force, as if it were attempting to extricate him from his corporeal form. The situation was decidedly amiss. It seemed as though they sought to fish for his very essence. In an instant, Wang Xian fortified his spirit, preparing for any eventuality. His spiritual form donned a white robe, cloaked in a silver beast skin tome, its head covered by a golden beast skin with 2 singed holes, wielding the banner of god-slaying, concealing an iron stake. This evening, the visitor was clearly ill-intentioned. Even the severed line bore an unsettling calm, indicative of a determined effort to reel him in. Nevertheless, he remained composed. After all, Fang Yuzhu was just next door. Should a particularly formidable adversary arrive tonight, he could summon the strongest practitioner from the Fang clan for assistance. At present, he had not called for help. This was merely the beginning. How could he ascertain his capabilities without a struggle? After all, men often feel reluctant to seek aid from women. Yet, he was not overly concerned. As long as things felt amiss, he would readily invite Fang Yuzhu to join forces against their foes. The tally of kills mattered little in the grand scheme of things. The alluring essence of the spirit possesses such formidable power. Wang Xian furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was far more grave than he had anticipated. As the surrounding void began to warp, his spirit was forcibly extracted, drawn to the window, and then swiftly pulled into the watery night sky beneath the luminous moon. He abruptly shook the divine slaying flag in his grasp, its golden patterns intertwining, anchoring his spirit and preventing it from ascending further. The approaching force was malevolent and exceedingly potent. He was not so naive as to willingly follow the lure. Beneath the night sky, above the small lake flanked by reeds, it appeared as though a flurry of feathers was falling, or perhaps it was a heavy snowfall. As light cascaded down, ensnaring him, attempting to elevate his spirit toward the pale red moon, Wang Xian centered himself, stabilizing his essence, as it seemed rooted in this place. Fixating on the source of the fishing line, the moon, resembling a bloodshot eye, grew increasingly sinister. Was it truly the moon, or merely an energy orb obscuring the genuine moon, suspended there? He found it hard to believe that anyone could anchor him from the lunar surface. Resolutely, he stood his ground, wielding the divine slaying flag in defiance, unwilling to depart, and disdainfully remarked, penny pinching, unable to even cast a decent bait. Who do you look down upon? Sooner or later, your head will be reduced to that of a dog. Is that the scent of vegetation? He was taken aback. In his spiritual state, he could detect such aromas, prompting him to gaze upward. He had misjudged the situation. There had indeed been temptations, albeit from a distance. Above the fishing line floated various herbs, undoubtedly potent spiritual remedies. One mere herb attempts to entice me? I have harvested celestial herbs before. Wang Xian scoffed. Who did they think they were dealing with? However, he soon found himself moved, not due to the provocations, but because he had previously overlooked the multitude of objects drifting above. Amid the ethereal white mist, high in the night sky, there were scriptures. What appeared to be the eggs of sacred beasts, jade stones, weapons, various vials, and a plethora of herbs. Wang Xian felt no joy, but rather a chill in his expression. They truly regarded him as a fish, casting an assortment of bait, akin to setting a trap. This was pure folly. His gaze sharpened. He remained still, giving the divine slaying flag a slight shake. The golden patterns expanded and swiftly spiraled upward, successfully ensnaring the nearest herb, which he retrieved with a swift motion. While it could not compare to celestial herbs, it was nonetheless a spiritual herb, reasonably acceptable, and would prove to be a significant boon for Qingmu and Qinsheng. He remained motionless, directly calling out to Feng Yuzhu. As there was a fisherman above willing to cast valuable items, there was no need for politeness. He would summon the ethereal fairy to assist him in gathering all that was offered. Fairy Feng, he whispered, estimating that the commotion in the night sky had already drawn her attention. Indeed, a shimmering radiance enveloped her as Feng Yuzhu appeared, soaring into the night sky in her spiritual form. In this time of desolation, her physical body might not be able to ascend, but she faced numerous constraints. At this moment, she appeared little different from her corporeal state, clad in a white shirt and fitted trousers, exuding a refreshing elegance. Her physique could transcend all methods, rendering her stunning in any attire. Her garments were naturally woven from spiritual energy. Even in such contemporary attire, she radiated an ethereal aura beneath the moonlit night. Her dark hair flowed gracefully, her porcelain visage luminous, and her deep-set eyes held a captivating depth, enveloped in a gentle halo. Recently, flip-flops have become her preferred choice of comfort, and they now reflect an unconventional elegance under the moonlight, with her toes glistening in a pearly sheen. Approaching Wang Xian, she spoke not a word. Instead, a subtle mist enveloped her, accompanied by a faint halo that obscured her presence. Clearly, she wished to evade detection by the creatures of the moon, igniting a spark of intrigue in Wang Xian's eyes. Was she stealthily planning to confront that being? Feng Xianzi, do those from the realm of demise possess any particular state? He inquired. Feng Yuzhu nodded slightly, responding, in an era where myth gradually decays, they too face decline. However, there exists a glimmer of hope that endures a bit longer. She refrained from elaborating further, for the realm of demise holds a certain mystique for the beings that dwell behind the curtain, accessible only to those of her elevated status. To the eyes of unparalleled power, the realm of demise is merely one of several alternatives, yet this path offers little promise, treacherous and arduous, particularly given the inscrutable depths that lie behind it. In the future, someone may attempt to seize a realm of demise, she stated calmly, knowing that if this information reached the outside world, it would certainly stir a tempest. The realm of demise has been historically formidable and unfathomable. Some even claim it to be the precursor of the Grand Tapestry, or perhaps a glimpse into the future. Let us proceed. She walked beside Wang Xian, their figures ethereal against the night sky as they ventured towards the moon. Wang Xian, unreservedly, began to gather various peculiar artifacts along the way, scriptures, herbs, weapons, and more, though he regarded them as rather commonplace. It was not until he stumbled upon an egg, which radiated a faint golden glow upon the infusion of energy, that Feng Yuzhu expressed her astonishment. A pungbird's egg, rare indeed, yet it cannot be hatched in this era, and it is inherently flawed. Wang Xian felt a surge of emotion. This fisherman was surprisingly generous, releasing such a divine beast's egg. How infuriating it was to think he could resist such temptation. You should take it, she suggested, her bright eyes and radiant smile juxtaposed with her pragmatic words. Though it may not hatch, it could serve as an exquisite dish, whether scrambled or steamed. Wang Xian nodded in agreement, recognizing the virtue of frugality and the importance of not wasting resources. That creature is confined within a unique energy moon ring. It cannot escape, posing no immediate danger. Feel free to collect whatever you desire, Feng Yuzhu informed him. What are we waiting for then? Let us pillage and take everything, Wang Xian declared, wielding the god-slaying banner to sweep away all that lay within reach without a hint of reservation. As he ascended, he noticed the environment had transformed. No longer were there fishing lines, but rather a verdant vine ladder, glistening with leaves, cascading from the moon not far away. This is the celestial vine, Feng Yuzhu remarked. Had you been alone without the god-slaying banner, escaping would have been quite challenging. Tonight, you would likely have been drawn away by the vine ladder. Wang Xian's expression shifted slightly. Is it truly determined to ensnare me? Fortunately, my roommate and friend is a celestial being. Not quite. It may not be a formal arrival of the realm of demise, but rather an unexpected occurrence, Feng Yuzhu observed, gazing at the blood moon above, which seemed alarmingly close as the celestial vine ladder swayed gently. Wang Xian pondered for a moment before shouting once more, addressing the despicable fisherman. Declaring that the price paid was still far too meager, he resolved to remain steadfast, exclaiming, "Are there any scriptures left? Any supreme tomes? Any celestial elixirs? If not, I shall take my leave. Hey, Zhang Jiaozu, this is quite amusing. Look, a fisherman is baiting the waters. Let us join him and drive him to ruin." On the rooftop of a hotel in Anqing, the Lord of the Underworld and Zhang Daoling unlawfully crossed the railing to reach the terrace. Indulging in drinks while the panoramic nightscape of the city lay before them, Zhang Daoling looked up, took a swig, and remarked, "Is it them, the ones from the past? They once baited me as well. If it truly is them, I shall shatter that big crimson eye." Chapter 381. The ancient friend returns. Wang Xian had arrived, yet he refrained from drawing too close to the blood moon, wielding the god-slaying flag to counteract the verdant light of the celestial vine ladder, anchoring the void. With no celestial elixirs, no supreme scriptures, and no extraordinary treasures, he provocatively suggested they might as well butcher themselves and throw themselves away. His challenge was straightforward and brutal. At this juncture, there was no need for intricate techniques, as Feng Yuzhu concealed nearby, with two formidable beings poised to plunge into the blood-red ring at any moment. He acknowledged that he still had a distance to cover to reach the pinnacle of strength, yet he believed that their combined might would rival that of any other two formidable powers. One must possess confidence in life. There was no need for undue self-deprecation. Or at least, that was his current belief. In the distance, Zhang Daoling and the Lord of the Underworld arrived, their eyes lighting up upon seeing the pung egg Wang Xian cradled in his hands, a true delicacy. "We have arrived too late. A pure-blooded roc's egg, and he dares to cast it aside. It has been years since I savored such a taste. It seems the landlord still has reserves. We shall seize it." Resolute in their decision to penetrate the lunar ring and plunder this dubious locale, they recognized that even the most extraordinary immortals struggled to thrive in the present world. Even the young of the Weasel clan were striving diligently. As their leaders, they had no reason to be complacent. Witnessing adversaries and superpowers, failing to take action would be a disservice to themselves. Wang Xian adamantly refused to ascend the moon, standing outside to challenge, now perilously close to the colossal crimson sphere, swaying and provoking incessantly. "Come forth. Tianyuan Wang Xian stands here. Let the counterbating battle commence. Come, if you possess the capability to summon me. If not, can you truly bait me up there?" He was unyielding, occasionally prodding the scarlet halo at the edge of the blood moon with the god-slaying flag, displaying considerable audacity. Since arriving here, he had realized that this was not the true moon. The real moon was obscured by the supermateriality of the blood moon. Suddenly, the blood-red orb erupted, tidal waves surging forth, and the vast crimson halo expanded, engulfing Wang Xian like a tide of red foam and mist. The blood moon devoured him, intricate blood threads intertwining, radiating a crimson glow, pulling him in despite the fluttering of the god-slaying flag. Ultimately, this involved the high-end powers of the departed, and even if there were complications, it was beyond Wang Xian's capacity to withstand at such proximity. Had he remained on the surface, far from this place, he would have been fine. Now, however, he was prodding the vermilion moon with his flagpole. The verdant tendrils of the heavenly vine have retracted, leaving the outside world devoid of substance, shrouded in a vague haze, while the eerie lunar ring begins to obscure itself. At last, Wang Xian has fully entered this realm, his first steps into such a peculiar place. Uncertain if the creature that had previously lured him here resides within. This moon, though not grand in size, emanates a radiant energy, its surroundings veiled in a delicate crimson mist that evokes a sense of ethereality. A figure clad in a raincoat, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, stands motionless with his back turned, clutching a fishing rod, enveloped in silence. Wang Xian nearly gasps as he observes the attire, reminiscent of Su Fu, yet distinctly different in essence. "Who are you, and why do you fish for me?" Wang Xian inquires, his brow furrowed. "Was it you last time?" The figure speaks without turning, revealing a voice belonging to a middle-aged man. "I am here at the behest of another, to fulfill a task. This is our first encounter." The man exudes an aura of formidable energy, casting doubt in Wang Xian's mind as to whether he too is an unparalleled powerhouse. Facing this individual, Wang Xian feels no less pressure than he did confronting Zheng Yuantian in his unscathed form. The man radiates a faint white light, transforming his raincoat into a shimmering silver hue. "Indeed, it was not you last time. That was a creature from the Oath Moon, within the realm of the true moon. This blood moon, however, is merely an ethereal energy radiation, belonging to the spiritual domain of the lunar ring. Are you fulfilling a command? What was that monstrous being? And what is your origin? Do you know Su Fu?" Wang Xian's inquiries are numerous and direct, showing no trepidation. The man cloaked in silver light turns to face him, his hat pulled low, obscuring his features. His demeanor is cool and composed as he retorts, "You have an abundance of questions." He gazes intently at Wang Xian, deeming the young man, marked for capture, to be rather unworthy of respect, lacking the necessary reverence befitting a captive. "According to rumors, your progress has indeed been rapid, yet you carry a multitude of issues, which explains your selection." Though Wang Xian feels a twinge of irritation, he refrains from escalating the situation, wishing to extract further information. "Chosen, thus you seek me? How absurd and laughable. Why not simply invite me?" He muses, pondering the identity of this enigmatic figure. Outside, Zhang Dowling expresses a note of concern. He seems to be privy to recent events, perhaps colluding with those behind the scenes. Otherwise, what a coincidence it is for him to seek out Wang Xian. He appears somewhat familiar. The patriarch of the underworld Blood observes gravely, contemplating the resemblance to someone from his memory, albeit with a hint of disbelief. "Who? I don't recall anyone familiar." Zhang Dowling queries, as they approach the blood moon, lurking in the shadows, ready to breach the scene at any moment. The patriarch of the underworld Blood maintains a tranquil demeanor, responding lightly, "At that time, you were not yet present." Zhang Dowling turns back, yearning to deliver a sharp retort, feeling as though he has been outmaneuvered by this ancient sorcerer, yet the tone of the response is quite irksome. "We, those of the adult world, have endured much over time." The patriarch of the underworld Blood continues, "If it is indeed that individual, it could be rather terrifying." Zhang Dowling struggles to tolerate the implications, taken aback by the attempt to diminish his status, and refrains from speaking, casting a sidelong glance to gauge the other's composure. This could very well be an ancient being, a paragon of unparalleled strength. The Lord of the Abyss murmured, yet uncertainty lingered in his gaze. Old Zhang was taken aback, realizing for the first time that he was in the presence of a formidable being from ancient mythology. He recalled how the final splendor of that era was ruthlessly brought to an end by Feng Yuzhu, who single-handedly vanquished 2 ancient demon emperors and 2 human ancient cultivators, thereby entombing that epic and ushering in a new era of legends. Was there truly a titan from antiquity here? What was his background that even Zhang Dowling felt a sense of curiosity? "You speak too much, which is rather tiresome, and such a fate seldom endures," remarked the man cloaked in silver light. Wang Xian, noticing the lack of specific information, felt disinclined to maintain a cordial demeanor. "I know not whether that creature is human or ghost. However, who does he think he is to bait me with a fishhook? Does he truly believe I am merely a small wild fish, easily kept in a tank of his liking? One day, I shall exact my vengeance. What of it if I were to catch a small wild fish? Even the pung and the dragon have been caught, and frankly, they have grown tiresome." The silver-clad, middle-aged man responded, casting a glance at the pung egg in Wang Xian's grasp. Wang Xian's expression turned frigid, realizing that the power of the departed realm was far beyond imagination, so terrifying that even pure-blood dragons and pungs could be regarded as mere prey. He coldly declared, "What fate awaits me is not for you to discern. Rather, it is you who hangs by a thread, with little future ahead. Though you are indeed impressive and your growth rapid, in this age, even the departed contend for survival, let alone you. Your demise is inevitable. The man in the raincoat stepped forward, slowly raising his hand to seize Wang Xian, prepared to abduct him. His patience had waned. In that instant, a beam of white light shot forth, resembling a crescent blade, seemingly cleaving through the blood moon's radiance, warping the void into a terrifying blur. This individual, with a mere gesture, sought to ensnare Wang Xian within a distorted space, aiming to bind him with the shackles of the void. Wang Xian felt overwhelmed, recognizing the formidable prowess of this supreme being. Naturally, constrained by the collapse of the extraordinary in the reality they inhabited, this individual could not fully manifest their once unparalleled might. Wang Xian unfurled the grand flag in his hand, and with a thunderous roar. In this realm of intense energy radiation, the might of the divine slaying flag surged forth, unleashing a cascade of golden light that crashed forward like a colossal wave. Another intervened. The crimson waves surged as the Lord of the Abyss appeared, clashing against the white light that emanated from the raincoat man's hand. So it is you, the White Knight Demon Emperor. The Lord of the Abyss exclaimed in astonishment, stepping back a few paces. I had wondered who was peering from the shadows. It turns out to be you, little fellow from the Abyss, the man referred to as the White Knight Demon Emperor replied with a calm demeanor. Old Zhang, who had initially entered with a composed gait, exuded an air of an unmatched patriarch. Yet upon hearing the title bestowed upon the Abyss, his previously serene expression began to falter. If the Abyss was merely a little fellow, then he, as a rising star, would have to reassess his standing. Indeed, after glancing at Zhang Daoling, the White Knight Demon Emperor remarked, and who might this young lad be? Quite impressive, a pinnacle among the unparalleled. Zhang Daoling mused inwardly, realizing he had been relegated, a term not heard in many years. He was displeased and said, Do not rely on your age. I have slain formidable foes before. The man beneath the raincoat removed his hat, revealing his true visage, a distinguished middle-aged gentleman with flowing silver hair and piercing, spirited eyes. However, it was evident that he was not in his true form, but rather a manifestation of a fragment of his spiritual essence. In his prime, he was renowned as one of the ancient demon emperors, his true body a colossal silver wolf, capable of devouring the heavens and earth, unmatched in strength, and having ruled over a vast celestial realm behind the scenes for an extended period. Are you attempting to obstruct me, little creature of the nether? Inquired the White Knight Demon Emperor. The patriarch of the nether blood sighed. It seems that although the esteemed Demon Emperor still maintains ties with the backstage of the Grand Realm, his information is rather outdated, or perhaps someone harbors malicious intent, delivering you obsolete news, seeking your demise. What do you mean? Asked White Knight. Boom. The blood moon nearly erupted, and the peculiar land afflicted by its radiance fractured extensively. Feng Yuzhu, clad in a white shirt and trousers, her tall figure entering the blood moon, had always been gentle, beautiful, and approachable. Yet now, she exuded an icy killing intent. Feng Yuzhu, the White Knight Demon Emperor staggered back, but quickly steadied himself, beams of terrifying light shooting from his silver pupils. Filled with animosity and indignation, his silvery hair billowing around him. For him, the girl from years past, the youthful successor, was a veritable nightmare. In his memories, the armored woman wielded power that could obscure the heavens, single-handedly slaying their four great formidable foes, and now she stood before him in this very realm. Years ago, I dispatched all four of you, and only your corpse was unaccounted for. You truly survived, whisked away by the departed. Do they wish for death as well? To accompany you in your burial? Feng Yuzhu spoke coldly. Her usual elegance and grace were replaced by a fierce demeanor, radiating a palpable aura of death. Wang Xian was equally astonished. A participant in the legendary battle that concluded the ancient myths was still alive, an ancient demon emperor re-emerging in this place. Clad in resplendent armor, Feng Yuzhu pointed forward, distorting the very fabric of space, drawing forth memories of the past. The scenes of the ancient battle's conclusion reappeared as if time had rewound. The earth lay shattered and scarred, a massive silver wolf impaled by four towering pillars. Upon closer inspection, those pillars were remnants of a shattered jade hairpin, as colossal as mountains, piercing through its skull and spiritual essence, shattering its heart and leaving the silver wolf lifeless upon the ground. Beside it lay a gigantic golden divine ape, another demon emperor, reduced to naught but half a head. Its golden glow dimmed, its enormous form devoid of life. Wang Xian felt a chill. The demise of two great demon emperors reverberated through time and space. And he sensed an overwhelming aura approaching. "Do you wish to trace my steps?" roared the White Knight Demon Emperor as he struck out, attempting to prevent Feng Yuzhu from witnessing the departed souls. Then perish. Feng Yuzhu advanced, her luminous palm descending, warping the very space around them. The White Knight Demon Emperor fought back, but found himself suppressed. His body, once a powerful demon emperor, began to crack, spiritual blood splattering forth. He, an ancient demon emperor, felt as if the very heavens were descending upon him, faced with the overwhelming force of imminent obliteration. Chapter 382. The temporal distortion tavern. It felt as though yesterday had returned, and the White Knight Demon Emperor's heart trembled with fury. It was this very woman who had single-handedly vanquished the four unparalleled champions of their time. At that moment, she had just begun to shine, emerging as one of the newly ascended supreme beings, ultimately subduing ancient monarchs and bringing an end to that era. Blood from the White Knight's primordial spirit splattered as he bent beneath the weight of a celestial white hand descending upon him, reminiscent of that fateful day when he struggled for breath. His silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, and his silver pupils glinted like blades. With both hands raised to the heavens, a colossal silver wolf surged forth from him, dominating the sky with a magnificent presence. In an instant, white radiance erupted, and the wolf roared defiantly, as if to challenge fate itself, seeking to recreate the cosmos amidst a tempest of primordial matter. The space around him became blurred and collapsed under the formidable power he wielded, threatening to shatter time and space as the silver wolf surged forth. Feng Yuzhu, unchanged in her beauty, seemed to have stepped from the annals of time itself, traversing from the twilight of antiquity to this present moment, clad in resplendent armor. As she approached, the very ground beneath began to cave in. The White Knight coughed blood, further suppressed, unwilling to accept his fate. Would the scene of their past battle truly be replayed? A spine-chilling wolf howl echoed, the immense wolf's body glimmering with silver fur, transforming into intricate silver patterns, growing larger and encompassing the heavens. This was his primordial spirit's manifestation, compelled to emerge. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of silver light erupted, each strike more fearsome than any celestial sword. The White Knight, cloaked in silver wolf fur, unleashed a torrent of runic beams, akin to the ancient demon emperor's swords converging, piercing the celestial expanse. Countless silver lights, impossible to count, filled the skies with a blinding array of white blades, dense enough to instill terror, saturating every inch of space. Limitless and boundless, the explosion of sword light surged forth as he fought desperately to shatter that pristine hand, determined to annihilate Feng Yuzhu and prevent the haunting echoes of his past defeat from resurfacing. The space grew hazy and collapsed, pierced by innumerable demon emperor swords. A blanket of white. Zhang Daoling furrowed his brow slightly, recognizing the ancient demon emperor's formidable reputation. The Blood Abyss Patriarch was equally astonished, silently acknowledging the unmatched prowess of this legendary demon sovereign, whose presence still evoked a chilling awe. Feng Yuzhu had no intention of prolonging the battle. She unleashed her full strength from the outset, determined to secure victory in their clash. Her silver armor resounded with a clangor, embodying the essence of an invincible warrior goddess. Her snow-white palm exuded a grandeur that suggested a universe within each grain of sand, a cosmos within each flower, as she descended to crush her opponent. With a thunderous crash, limitless runes cascaded down from her crystalline, white palm, shattering the onslaught of sword light. With a single blow, the massive silver wolf roared, bloodied and tumbling away. The silver wolf howled at the moon, its form embodying the essence of the primordial spirit amidst the irradiated blood moon landscape, where the White Knight gained a palpable enhancement, growing ever more immense, stretching the very fabric of reality, surrounded by boundless supermaterial. In that moment, around the colossal wolf, silver light transformed into celestial bodies, intertwining like a starry river, dotted with countless stars, as the sun and moon traversed the expanse. The demon emperor's form stood tall within the vast cosmos. The great war of yesteryears left him haunted by nightmarish shadows, and now, he fervently wished to never relive those harrowing moments. The White Knight Demon Emperor, wielding a constellation of stars, roared defiantly, striving to harness every remnant of fading power in an attempt to obliterate Feng Yuzhu. Alas, under the rare and piercing gaze of Feng Yuzhu, all his resistance was destined to be in vain. Before Feng Yuzhu, two sword lights intersected, transcending the principles of the Sword of Severance. Their intricate patterns weaving together like a rainbow and a blade, launching forth with unbridled force. With a swift strike, the White Knight Demon Emperor's ethereal body was cleaved asunder. A torrent of spiritual light spilling forth like blood, dimming the once vibrant cosmos, the stars, and the celestial bodies. Then, a luminous hand descended, instantly annihilating all matter. Erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, the White Knight Demon Emperor, once a figure of despair for many, revered as the Demon Emperor and one of the most illustrious ancient warriors, now found himself ensnared in the same futile struggle against Feng Yuzhu as he had in the past. Once again, he was vanquished. Feng Yuzhu's ruthless intent stemmed from the memory of the man who had perished for her, shattered before her eyes by the very hands of the White Knight and his cohorts. Suddenly, the entire blood moon resonated with a thunderous roar, its radiating power surging as if a creature's eye were slowly opening, an immense pressure piercing through. Feng Yuzhu, are you not seeking me? I am in the land of the departed. Come find me if you can. The voice of the White Knight Demon Emperor echoed, frail, yet filled with fury. In that moment, the blood moon morphed, transforming into a passageway amid the chaos of time and space. I shall prevent your vital spirit from returning to the realm of the living, the White Knight declared coldly, seemingly driven to madness in the land of the departed. What had been slain moments ago was merely a fragment of his ethereal light that had manifested here, while his true form remained elsewhere. From his position, it was evident that the Blood Moon Patriarch was an unparalleled powerhouse in the realm of escape, lingering at the periphery of the Blood Moon. With a swift motion, he vanished from that space. Zhang Daoling's copper mirror glimmered, instantaneously unleashing a soul-locking technique, connecting a beam of light to the Blood Moon Patriarch, propelling him and old Zhang forth. Wang Xian reacted swiftly, however, being deep within the Blood Moon, just as he summoned the Sword of Severance. He was engulfed by the vast and gaping crimson passageway. Feng Yuzhu was present as well. She did not shy away but calmly advanced, piercing through with lethal intent. As the world spun, Wang Xian felt a wave of vertigo, the fabric of time and space unraveling as he traversed the blood-red passageway. Witnessing the sky hanging low and the earth suspended, even glimpsing the land of the departed, where a gargantuan silver wolf, akin to a mountain, was impaled by 4 columns, blood saturating the ground. Then, he beheld the grand vista, glimpsing the cosmic expanse filled with various warships. He and Feng Yuzhu seemed to have traversed through layers of chaotic realms. Where were they headed? Finally steadied, he ceased to sway and began to descend along a misty corridor, approaching an unknown territory. Where have we arrived? The land of the departed? Wang Xian inquired. Feng Yuzhu regained her composure. The once palpable aura of cold menace dissipated. Most days, she wore a smile that effortlessly bridged the gap between her and others, fostering a sense of intimacy. Perhaps it was the passage of time, or perhaps the allure of the unknown. She informed him with a gentle smile, her serene and graceful visage conveying an impression that the journey ahead was not insurmountable. Wang Xian was left speechless. Why, he thought, was it that he, a man, could find a sense of security in her presence? It was utterly unforgivable. How absurd. He shook his head. What are you saying? Feng Yuzhu glanced at him, her fair nose elegantly poised, and her beautiful, clear eyes piercing into one's soul. Nothing. Wang Xian resolutely refused to admit that walking alongside her evoked a profound sense of strength beneath her gentleness, a sentiment he, as a man, could never reveal. He hastily shifted the conversation, asking, if it is the land of departure that brings us to their stronghold, could it pose significant trouble? There are countless unpredictable dangers. With calm assurance, Feng Yuzhu replied, it's of no concern. If it is the source of the land of departure, I can resonate with my counterpart in the grand tapestry and draw upon immense power. If it is merely an ordinary realm of extraordinary radiation, then we shall explore it as we go. Wang Xian was taken aback. Could the grand tapestry and the source of the land of departure be interconnected in some manner? At last, they descended, as if arriving from another world, emerging from a nebulous passage into a realm where various supermaterials coalesced. The atmosphere was hazy, resembling chaos, rendering distant objects indistinguishable. Yet, What left Wang Xian in awe was a colossal mothership before them. However, it was rusted, large swathes of its hull decayed, suggesting it could no longer set sail or embark on long voyages. "Where are we? Can we return?" Wang Xian exclaimed, astonished by the unpredictability of their surroundings. Was this truly the land of departure? It was entirely different from his imaginings, with a gigantic steel vessel at rest, surrounded by supermaterials, mysterious elements, and a pervasive aura of chaos. "May I borrow a battlesuit?" Feng Yuzhu requested, her demeanor shifting slightly, and then gradually returning to tranquility. Was she preparing for something? She possessed an inner armor of the primordial spirit, yet at this moment, she seemed reluctant to enter with her true form exposed. Was she sensing something amiss? Wang Xian promptly handed it to her. The silver gleamed. The silver beast-skin tome expanded, enveloping her graceful figure, resembling an exquisite, alternative white gown, exuding elegance. Wang Xian couldn't help but acknowledge that she wore it far better than he could. When he donned it, he felt like a mere bundle, akin to a relic of a primitive tribe. After she casually draped it over her shoulders, tying it at the waist, the skirt billowed, surprisingly showcasing a modern aesthetic. He was momentarily at a loss for words, silently mimicking her technique with his own golden beast skin, which bore 2 singed holes, and donned it as well, finding it oddly more appealing. This place was extraordinary, with the ancient mothership looming large, perfectly suited for the activities of the primordial spirit. Soon, both sensed a vibrant pulse of life emanating from the mothership. As they advanced, they spotted an entrance within the misty expanse. The atmosphere was bustling, with numerous beings coming and going. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the temporal bar," chirped a cat girl at the hatch, her sweet smile accompanied by the playful twitch of her furry ears as she invited them inside. What a peculiar situation. Is the realm of the departed truly so hospitable? Wang Xian found himself in a state of bewilderment. Upon his arrival, he chose silence to avoid revealing any vulnerability, merely responding with calm nods. "Esteemed guest, please proceed inside." As he stepped into the metallic chamber, the space opened up remarkably, with friendly greetings exchanged at regular intervals. This was entirely contrary to Wang Xian's expectations. There was no hint of hostility, only a serene atmosphere imbued with modernity. The pathway was lengthy and expansive, leading him into a bar where the raucous music had just subsided, giving way to a gentle, melodious tune. Wang Xian observed silently, maintaining his composure. Though his heart was unsettled, the beings here exuded formidable strength. Indeed, one could assert that they were exceptionally powerful, devoid of any lesser extraordinary individuals. Their attire was eclectic, predominantly modern, with avant-garde choices such as hot pants and crop tops being commonplace. Yet, there were also individuals donned in golden battle attire, exuding an aura of divinity and dignity, reminiscent of celestial beings. Others sported feathers in their hair, resembling youthful chieftains emerging from tribes, their faces adorned with vibrant paint. What an extraordinary locale. It surpassed his wildest imaginings. He had never envisioned that a mysterious place linked to the realm of the departed would manifest in such a manner. A striking young man with silver hair approached, dressed in a casual jacket, his handsomeness undeniable. Yet, his attempt at flirtation left Wang Xian unimpressed. With those large eyes, had he not noticed his companion, Feng Yuzhu, at his side? There was no need for such advances. Feng Yuzhu smiled, radiating charm in the dimly lit bar, graciously indicating that she was not alone. Wang Xian nodded with a smile, though he felt a flicker of surprise. His spiritual vision revealed that this young man possessed formidable strength. The young man raised his hands in a gesture of politeness and retreated. Wang Xian noted that everyone here, even the young and beautiful women, were exceptional talents. None were to be underestimated. "Esteemed sir, beautiful fairy, may I inquire what you would like to drink?" a young woman asked, her presence ethereal. Even the servers exuded an air of the extraordinary. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was a modern elf clad in a leather skirt. Gratitude to the benefactor, Sansheng Yuan Zong Laijia, for the support. Chapter 383. The North Ocean of 1982. Wang Xian examined the drink menu, filled with cryptic symbols that felt oddly familiar, yet ultimately, he could decipher none. Maintaining his composure, he glanced briefly before stating with gravity, "A bottle of North Ocean from 1982, please." He was confident that no one here would recognize his order, as there were no inhabitants from the old Earth, and production had ceased over a century ago. Since ignorance was not an option, He opted for an air of profundity, adopting an expression of tranquility, eager to discover the uniqueness of this place. Indeed, upon his utterance, the beautiful elf maiden appeared puzzled, her pointed ears twitching, and she softly replied, "My apologies. Please hold on while I check." Around them, several individuals turned their attention, their expressions tinged with a certain gravity, particularly upon witnessing Feng Yuzhu. Their respect intensified as they grappled with the depths of her character. Wang Xian was left speechless, realizing that this establishment must indeed possess some rare libations. If even the temporal bar was unable to provide such offerings, it underscored a degree of prestige, intertwined with both influence and mastery. "Forgive me, sir," the elven maiden began, her voice laced with a hint of embarrassment as she lowered her gaze, her azure bangs veiling her eyes. "I regret to inform you that we cannot procure this particular drink." It was Wang Xian's first encounter with an elf. He pondered whether this place truly housed all manner of refined beings. He even carried a Peng egg on him. He hoped he wouldn't cross paths with any members of the Peng clan. "Just bring us a couple of distinctive beverages," Wang Xian requested, his eyes casually scanning the menu. The elven maiden, perceptive to his gaze, began to place an order. Feng Yuzhu effortlessly took the menu from her, her voice gentle as she stated, 2 cups of moonlight elegance." Wang Xian was taken aback. She recognized the cryptic symbols above. He would have to inquire further later, as he had encountered such script in various texts, from the silver beast skin tome to the medicinal furnace. Moreover, her ease in ordering suggested she was no stranger to this place. Wang Xian began to realize that his understanding of this ethereal being was woefully insufficient. He had always perceived her as an ancient figure from before the Qin dynasty, oblivious to the modern world. Yet now, it seemed, she had frequented places such as this transcendent temporal bar. "Is there an issue with my selection?" Wang Xian silently questioned. "The drink your eyes lingered upon is crafted primarily from a complete celestial herb, juiced and infused with various extraordinary ingredients, resulting in an ethereal brew." Upon hearing this, Wang Xian felt a chill run down his spine. This place was rather unsettling. The mere fact that they could extract juice from a celestial herb to brew alcohol was preposterous. He became wary, sensing that those seated here might be formidable figures or esteemed kin of the most powerful, none of whom would be easily trifled with. Feng Yuzhu remarked, "No one would dare order celestial liquor as a fool. The highest echelon of the spiritual realm is not easily accessible. It takes years to harvest even a single celestial herb, and while the temporal bar may be extraordinary, its prices are certainly not modest. It would be disgraceful not to earn several times the profit." Seizing the opportunity, Wang Xian inquired, "Is this the land of the departed?" "It is part of the land of the departed. Observe closely, but do not pry into others' affairs. Every being here possesses strength." With Feng Yuzhu present, he felt assured that their conversation would not be overheard. "Who are these people?" Wang Xian asked, perplexed. Given the amiable disposition of such a formidable being, he felt no qualms about engaging in conversation. After all, if he missed this opportunity, whom would he turn to for answers in the future? Would he rather discuss life with old Zhang or share ideals with Mingxue? Feng Yuzhu responded earnestly, "I have only stumbled upon this place twice myself. Each individual here is unique and will not divulge their origins. Undoubtedly, there are beings from the source of the land of the departed, as well as unsettling spirits, but refrain from inquiring about their backgrounds or revealing your own." Wang Xian nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the profound implications of this establishment named the Temporal Bar. The fact that even entities existing in chaotic realms could manifest here was indeed remarkable. Then, he became somewhat lost in thought, observing several individuals clad in spacesuits, their brows furrowed in concern. This was not his first encounter with such beings. Yet, these individuals were either seemingly intertwined with the future or ensnared in history, representing an ephemeral intersection with the reality of the world, a fleeting contact from a parallel universe. Alas, trapped for many years, returning was no longer an option. One person sighed softly, resignedly, enveloped in melancholy. These beings were peculiar, seemingly existing in a different dimensional realm, manifesting here. Wang Xian gestured towards Feng Yuzhu. Feng Yuzhu, exuding a serene aura, remarked, "Indeed, they are formidable. One among them possesses strength comparable to Chen Yongjie." Wang Xian fell silent. Had Zheng become a unit of measurement? He reminded himself to strive harder. When would he be able to ascend to such heights, gazing down upon the myriad forces of deep space? Feng Yuzhu added, It is exceedingly difficult to ascertain their origins. They are tight-lipped. Wang Xian, perplexed, replied, "We should approach them, perhaps even subdue them directly. The powers at play in deep space must pursue such individuals, as they may be linked to entirely different universes, possibly extending the myths of old." Feng Yuzhu shook her head, stating, "Some have attempted force, yet what transpired was their ephemeral dissolution, vanishing like a mirage." At that moment, someone on the bar's high platform called out, "Ladies and gentlemen, yet another spectacular performance is about to commence. Those wishing to participate in the auction, prepare yourselves." Simultaneously, stirring music erupted, resonating like 1,000 swords clashing, instantly captivating everyone's attention towards the stage. This bar was expansive, located within the mothership, providing ample space for these formidable, extraordinary beings to maneuver. Someone wheeled in a colossal iron cage and placed it upon the platform, housing a ferocious beast within, a creature with warty, grayish skin, its appearance grotesque, resembling an octopus with triangular serpent heads at the end of each tentacle. It towered dozens of feet high, akin to a mountain of flesh, with numerous heads simultaneously raising to coldly scrutinize the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the Zhen beast. Discovered in the depths of the cosmos, its power rivaling that of ancient titans. Within its body lies a unique crystal core, rich in essence that approaches reality. This declaration sparked a flurry of chatter, the atmosphere in the time-space bar becoming tumultuous. It was indeed precious, on that planet. Fewer than 200 Zhen beasts had been discovered. Is there anyone interested in bidding? If nurtured properly, it might yield a continuous supply of those near-reality crystal cores. Immediately, the crowd began to murmur excitedly. The tranquility shattered. Wang Xian was moved. He had initially believed this bar was a place for relaxation, showcasing fairies performing various talents, only to find it displaying such entities. Someone interjected, "Though the Zhen beast is rare, it cannot be raised on a large scale. They are colossal creatures requiring numerous guardians. Moreover, with fewer than 200 existing on their home planet, expanding their population seems unlikely." The man on stage nodded, stating, "Indeed, we have presented the situation truthfully. This brother's keen perception affirms our honesty. Those interested may proceed with the auction, for the crystal core within is genuine and holds significant benefits for the strong in this age of extraordinary depletion. Compared to the bidding for the rare beast, my interest lies more with that celestial body. How is it that such creatures can crystallize near-real cores in such an environment?" A man clad in golden armor spoke, his presence commanding like that of a deity, exuding immense power. The youthful host presiding over the auction, though appearing young, possessed deep-set eyes that hinted at a greater age, and began, "In our quest to sustain the extraordinary world, our principle is transparency. We shall not conceal any information. That planet once experienced the fall of a unique meteorite fragment, which gave rise to the rare beast." Many shook their heads, and some sighed, lamenting, "What a pity." The extraordinary meteor streaked across the cosmic expanse. Although fragments have been witnessed in various locales, the source remains elusive. Someone acquired the rare beast, intending to conduct a thorough study. The next item promised to be equally intriguing. The remnants of a bygone mythological civilization, a relic from a formidable being. Though it met its end completely, examining its desiccated flesh and blood might yield inspiration. The myths may fade, yet any potential benefit is invaluable and must not be overlooked. This place is a veritable treasure trove, where remarkable items brought by various individuals can be exchanged or auctioned. Next, we have a fragment of root excavated from the ruins of the Moon Spirit Dynasty, suspected to be remnants of celestial medicine. Legends tell that the celestial medicines nurtured by the Moon Spirit Dynasty were nearly authentic. I shall take it, willing to exchange for a scripture left behind by a vanished mythological civilization. I offer the 9 Phoenix Flying Immortal Furnace in trade. Not worth it, at most. A year remains before the echoes of the extraordinary world collapse entirely. Even if it is a remnant close to true medicine, what good will it do? There is no time for resurrection. Wang Xian was lost in thought, marveling at the abundance of treasures here, contemplating a bid for further study. However, after some reflection, he decided against it, observing that there were too many formidable figures present, and he could not compete. Feng Yuzhu remarked, "I have no extraordinary items on me." She also showed no intention of participating at the moment. Suddenly, a resounding roar reverberated through the air, causing the entire space-time bar to tremble violently. In truth, it was the colossal mothership that shook. It has arrived, everyone. It has indeed passed through here and will soon depart. Luck would determine what fortune awaited them. If they were fortunate, it might prolong their existence, preventing a slow return to mediocrity in a year's time. The youthful auctioneer exclaimed with excitement, then added, "The space-time bar also has its own prize. Whoever makes a significant discovery will receive a flask of heavenly immortal drunkenness, whose value surpasses that of celestial wine. I need not elaborate on its effects and extraordinary nature." With that, he leaped down and swiftly moved with the crowd towards the exit. Wang Xian and Feng Yuzhu naturally followed the throng, eager to discover what awaited them. Outside the mothership, numerous beings, regardless of their races, had mostly transformed into human forms. Collectively advancing into the depths of the mist, they soon found themselves beneath the starry sky, where countless stars adorned the vast universe, stretching into the dim and profound distance. A tremendous surge echoed forth as extraordinary substances reached their apex, and the rules of mythology emerged once more, no longer fragmented, but complete and resonant. Only because something is approaching from afar. The source of the extraordinary, alas, is about to recede, to vanish, destined for extinction. A sigh of lament escapes the lips of some. Tears brim in the eyes of others, for even though its journey through this realm was foretold, the people remain powerless to alter its course, unable to halt its departure, a disappearance that signifies the decay of mythos at its twilight. Gratitude is extended to Daming 9524 for the support of the Alliance leader. Chapter 384. The emergence of the essence of the extraordinary. Many stood in a daze, not only the fairer sex, with an elven beauty sporting cascading silver locks shedding tears, but also stalwart figures, like the diamond-white ape seated upon a flying sword, whispering in low tones, their faces etched with sorrow and regret. Alas, time is insufficient. Otherwise, we might decipher this phenomenon, perhaps even conceive an infinite myth. A young man spoke, his demeanor rational. With black hair and eyes, clad in a white lab coat, exuding the aura of a researcher, his extraordinary prowess rivaling that of half a legendary figure. Beside him trailed two active metallic automatons. It has arrived, here in our midst. Can it guide us home? Yet, prolonged contact may lead to disorientation, risking assimilation unto death. Even those clad in space suits, the eerie spirits, murmured, lost in wistfulness, gazing at the vast light in the cosmos, their hearts a tumult of excitement and trepidation. That is the light of life, the essence of the extraordinary, the very origin of myth, vast and magnificent, sweeping across the boundless firmament. All were entranced, observing the awe-inducing spectacle, a terrifying yet soul-stirring sight, the trajectory of the twilight of myth, the fading glow of decay. Even the eyes of the female sorceress remained transfixed upon that radiant illumination. The mightiest beings among them felt the stirrings of combat, their powerful auras flowing unmasked, no longer concealed. Wang Xian squinted, silent, his heart in turmoil. This familiar light of life was not a first encounter. It approaches, my friends. Though reckless actions may be perilous, they could yield boundless rewards. Someone, suppressing their emotions, spoke, their spirit trembling. Boom. A thunderous roar, deafening, akin to the sound of mountains collapsing, reminiscent of a great river breaching its banks, as if overwhelming the vast and lofty mountains, submerging the world beneath. All hearts quaked. This was no mere flood on a single planet, but a deluge sweeping through the infinite cosmos, engulfing the dark void. One could observe fragments of tumbling meteors, mingling with a substance so rich it seemed to liquefy, surging and howling as they passed through. Could these be the meteor fragments that tear through the celestial heavens, descending upon life-bearing planets, weaving tales of myth? Who would have thought that in this age of desolation, some sizable and rare remnants still persisted in the world, such a waste, soon to vanish? A voice, heavy with despair, lamented, gazing at the surging waves, at the radiant expanse of river and sea, traversing the starry sky, boundless and infinite. Naturally, not all are meteor fragments. The majority are mysterious elements, intermingled with various extraordinary substances, a kaleidoscope of colors, belonging to different dimensions of extraordinary energy. Beyond these extraordinary substances, some beings still manifest, albeit long deceased. Among them lies a figure, cold as stone and rigid, who in life must have possessed formidable strength, resembling a legendary demon sage. Beware, everyone, for this realm of transcendent light continues to weave myths, yet it also seeks to assimilate us, particularly those who grasp the rules of existence, making it especially perilous. The white ape, commanding the sword's radiance while perched upon a massive crimson flying sword, remarks that the stronger one is, the more swiftly they may perish within this luminous sea, easily losing their sense of self. It is as if the great path has receded into oblivion. We are irresistibly drawn to it, only to be assimilated and swept away into extinction. A man clad in golden battle attire speaks, akin to a celestial being, his golden hair radiant like the sun. Meanwhile, a black-haired youth donned in a white lab coat shakes his head, asserting that there is no great path, that those lost in myth are merely entrapped in self-hypnosis, and that everything can indeed be explained through science. He adds that this sea of light is akin to a transcendent magnet, attracting all extraordinary substances along its course. We, the likes of you and I, are akin to iron filings. Should we plunge into its depths, escape becomes nearly impossible, and we would be assimilated and carried away. Different paths do not necessitate the denial of others' systems, interjects a silver-haired youth in a casual jacket who had previously engaged with Feng Yuzhu. His reasoning is sound, capable of self-consistency, and such interpretations are valid. The youth in the white lab coat nods in agreement. They may appear youthful, yet few here are truly young. Formidable demon sages and beings of unparalleled might are present, each with significant backgrounds. Have you noticed the evergreen tree of heavenly medicine within the sea? It appears to be a remnant of a bygone mythic civilization, now washed away. Some express astonishment. Indeed, there are numerous treasures within the luminous sea. Many gaze upon the half-excavated tree, crafted into a treasure box. Yet it still bears branches and leaves, vibrant with life, inscribed with mysterious patterns, linked to the vanished transcendent civilization, drifting away with the tides. Retrieve it. Someone can no longer contain their eagerness, believing that the heavenly medicine-grade tree itself is worth a fortune, and that whatever lies within could be even more astonishing, perhaps encapsulating the essence of a mythical civilization. At last, someone takes action, casting an extraordinary spear, tethered by a thread of consciousness, leaving a fleeting shimmer in the cold expanse of the universe. With a resounding crash, tumultuous waves surge skyward. Undoubtedly, the individual is powerful. The spear plunges into the sea, creating a colossal wave as it pierces the heavenly medicine-grade stump. He swiftly attempts to retract the spear, intending to recover the stump, but alas, with a sudden thud, the connection between him and the spear abruptly severs. The thread of consciousness fraying. He stumbles back, muttering, "So formidable. It seeks to assimilate me, attempting to draw me into the extraordinary sea of light." The auctioneer in the bar cautions, "Ladies and gentlemen, for those who comprehend the super rules, it is prudent to refrain from reckless actions. It is all too easy to become ensnared and meet an untimely demise." The extraordinary sea of light recedes into the distance, gradually fading away. This is not its first discovery. 3 months prior, a collaborative effort had already extrapolated its existence and identified the corresponding regions. Today marks the second encounter with this phenomenon. At that time, a peerless master was drawn into its depths, sacrificing their life to elucidate the disintegration and collapse of the rules within their primordial spirit, which allowed us to garner some understanding of it. Nods of agreement echoed among the crowd, as no one wished to perish in vain. Regardless of the allure, no one was willing to gamble their life. In contrast, those who had not cultivated the rules might still venture in to retrieve divine artifacts, albeit with a degree of peril necessitating careful judgment. However, mere mortals or automatons crafted from mundane iron would find no success. The entirety of the luminous sea pulsated with extraordinary forces, rendering them too fragile to withstand its might without being torn asunder. Patience is key, one advised. Based on our previous experience, it will take several days for the extraordinary sea to traverse from this unique node. Currently, we face tumultuous waves that are ill-suited for salvage. It would be prudent to wait for the waters to calm. Wang Xian listened quietly, gaining deeper insight into the vast ocean that surged through the pitch-black cosmos. He was certain he had witnessed this phenomenon before. Atop the cold mist mountain outside the New Star Sioux City, he had seen a blurred sea receding into the distance, a mere remnant projected upon the endless void. Here, however, it appeared far more tangible, strikingly vivid. This was the ultimate truth of decaying myth, vividly presented before us. As the extraordinary sea carried everything away, gradually blurring and dissipating until it was utterly exhausted. What a vibrant spectacle! Yet, the truth is far more brutal. Theoretically, it silently siphoned extraordinary matter from the cosmic stage and various life planets, rendering mythic rules ineffective, maintaining a semblance of balance. Its disappearance must not occur without reason. Somewhere downstream, or in some other realm, it ought to coalesce. The question remains, can we locate it? A colossal dragon spoke, a creature of the divine, its true form adorned with 12 pairs of angelic wings, emanating a formidable presence. The elusive downstream, the so-called destination, remained unfound. We could only hypothesize a few limited nodes. Perhaps 3 months hence or 6 months later, we might witness it twice more. It evaporates into thin air, potentially transforming into other mundane energies. Or it may cease to exist within this universe altogether. In truth, given time, I should be able to decipher it. However, the manifestation of the Sea of Light is too ephemeral to pinpoint, making it impossible to simulate its complete trajectory. The youth clad in a white lab coat expressed profound regret, embodying the essence of a scientific zealot, yearning to plunge into the Sea of Light. Preparations commenced, with the majority of attendees existing in a state of primordial spirit or as avatars, nearly devoid of their true forms, fearing demise at the hands of others or accidental obliteration within this peculiar spacetime. Indeed, the Spacetime Tavern is no ordinary locale, compounded by the extraordinary sea, where peerless masters might sporadically appear. Even the most formidable of beings falling victim would not be deemed an anomaly. Some attendees brought their disciples, individuals unversed in the power of rules, who were thus unafraid of the sea's assimilation in the short term. Others extracted segments of their primordial spirit, purging all traces of the Great Path's patterns, leaving behind not a single rule rune, preparing to allow their lower-tier selves to venture forth for salvage. Maintain a low profile. Avoid provoking trouble, yet do not fear it. Feng Yuzhu spoke to Wang Xian as he prepared to venture into the extraordinary ocean to salvage various divine artifacts. Feng Yuzhu, with utmost seriousness, remarked, "At this stage, all parties enjoy a harmonious relationship. However, once we depart from the time-space bar, we may be met with bloodshed and chaos. Even the mightiest can fall if hunted with intent. It is exceedingly perilous. Let us set that aside for now. During the salvage operation, various circumstances may arise, so you must exercise caution." As time passed, after a significant portion of the day, the extraordinary ocean gradually calmed, its turbulent waves subsiding, revealing various luminous vapors. Wang Xian was astonished to behold familiar, almost tangible materials, a swirling red mist, a glimmer of silver light, which filled him with trepidation. Truly, this was the lingering essence of the extraordinary realm, allowing even such sights to be witnessed. He mused to himself, and soon after, he laid eyes upon an array of creation crystals, which was quite remarkable. He felt compelled to immerse himself in the ocean to salvage these treasures, as they could potentially facilitate a breakthrough in the real world. When he next ventured into the ethereal domain, it would likely be significantly easier. How thrilling it would be if I were to discover various materials close to reality here and ascend to the realm of carefree wandering. I might not have to fear Chen Yongjie any longer. Should he dare to dispatch avatars to encroach upon my corporeal form, who might truly be the hunter then? Excitement welled within him. If he were to succeed in stepping into the realm of carefree wandering during this era, perhaps he could eventually stand shoulder to shoulder with Feng Yuzhu and others in the real world. Whether he could become Wang invincible, this extraordinary ocean was of paramount importance. Throughout this process, individuals approached for contact, all remarkably gentle. Even those who appeared fearsome, such as the formidable elder of the green-skinned divine monkey clan, displayed a toothy grin, striving to appear amiable despite their intimidating visage. They engaged in friendly conversation, stating, "Once we enter the extraordinary ocean, we shall look out for each other." Subsequently, the leader of the elven clan arrived, her silver hair cascading elegantly, her pointed ears accentuating her innate beauty, exuding an ethereal grace. She introduced herself as a descendant of the Moon Elves and exchanged warm greetings with Feng Yuzhu. Wang Xian took particular notice of her, recalling that the root resembling genuine medicine had been sold by her clan at the bar auction. Groups of individuals continued to arrive, all courteous. In fact, Feng Yuzhu was actively reaching out to others, graciously engaging with a bright smile, frequently connecting with various parties. The young man with silver short hair appeared again, his handsome face adorned with a smile, suggesting an alliance for the salvage of divine artifacts. Ada, heir, and you, my young brother. Go converse over there for a moment. Look out for one another, as I need to discuss important matters with the lady. The silver-haired youth gestured for his companions to take Wang Xian aside to discuss post-salvage collaboration, as he wished to speak with Feng Yuzhu personally. If one overlooked the details, it might appear inconsequential, and one could easily perceive his demeanor as friendly and peaceful. However, Wang Xian discerned that this so-called Ada and heir were certainly not brothers of the silver-haired youth. They were likely his subordinates or servants, positioned as the lesser among them. As a result, the silver-haired youth naturally categorized him as the younger brother of Ada and heir, and intended to take him aside for a conversation. This was a condescending gaze, imbued with a polite smile that concealed a hint of disdain, treating him as inconsequential. Most infuriatingly, this short-haired youth, akin to a glaring light bulb, perceived him as an eyesore and sought to lead Feng Xianzi away for drinks, aiming to foster intimacy. Feng Yuzhu, with a calm expression, informed him that Wang Xian was her friend and that, should they wish to collaborate, it was essential for Wang Xian, as a companion and ally, to be present and informed. Brother, how do you envision this collaboration? Let us converse. Wang Xian grinned, his smile radiant, and generously approached to pat his shoulder. However, when he was merely an inch away, he halted his hand, opting for a light tap on the shoulder instead. As the other party was in a primordial spirit state, and being a fellow man, he preferred to avoid direct contact. Furthermore, this individual was undeniably formidable, seemingly on par with the likes of Zheng Juesher. The short-haired youth chuckled, displaying a look of surprise. How could a young man of such a low realm address him as a brother? Was this a form of retaliation, a means of elevating himself? He found it rather challenging to allow Ada and heir to refer to this young man as brother, lest he himself be diminished. After a brief conversation, he led the two away. This person likely hails from the most elite of the Lost Lands, remarked Feng Yuzhu, observing his departing figure. His attire is strikingly modern. Could it truly originate from one of the ancient Lost Lands? Wang Xian was taken aback. According to Su Fu, there were indeed many Lost Lands, but the 8 most renowned ones were the most illustrious. Who told you that those residing in the Lost Lands are necessarily ancient mythical beings? Feng Yuzhu shot him a glance, her expression rarely so vivid, momentarily dazzling and beautiful, captivating the onlookers. Indeed, I have been rather narrow-minded in my definition of ancient cultivators. For instance, Lao Zhang dresses more stylishly than anyone else, and Feng Jie appears youthful and radiant, looking even younger than I. Hearing him refer to her as Feng Jie, Feng Yuzhu gave him a sidelong glance, but refrained from correcting him. He is quite dangerous. Should anything occur, I will enter the extraordinary realm alongside you. There is no need. Down here, if anyone dares to act with malice, I believe I can handle it. Wang Xian shook his head, declining to let her take risks. In the distance, a researcher was observing Feng Yuzhu and the others, displaying a look of intrigue. Such a unique primordial spirit would be well suited to leave a bloodline. Perhaps we could rekindle a myth. Chapter 385. Let us have offspring. The young man in the white lab coat approached, his straightforward nature as a researcher evident. Upon seeing Feng Yuzhu, he exclaimed, "Are you from the Lost Lands, or a celestial being from the realm of myth? Your genes are remarkable, and your strength and potential are truly boundless. If someone like you were to unite with the best of the best, your offspring would undoubtedly be unimaginably powerful." At that moment, not only did Wang Xian's expression darken, but the graceful Feng Yuzhu also lost her smile, an aura of hostility beginning to emanate from her. "What do you think of me? I hail from the Mingyuan Lost Land, undoubtedly one of the finest examples of humanity. In our realm, after testing, I am recognized as one of the humans possessing the strongest and most superior genes," he stated unequivocally, astounding even Wang Xian. This individual hails from the realm of the departed? Engaged in scientific research as well? This person is indeed exceptional. After years of meticulous analysis and study of the spectrum of the primordial spirit, it is highly probable that his corporeal form and genetic makeup possess immense potential, marking him as a paragon among humanity. He fixates on Wang Xian, assessing him with the same fervor as a researcher from an agricultural academy beholding a rare and precious crop seed. As he articulates these thoughts, his gaze ignites with fervor, shining brilliantly, and he grows increasingly candid, proclaiming, "You two arrived together, companions, I presume? How fortuitous. Why not consider procreation and send your offspring to the mysterious land of Mingyuan? I believe I can nurture them to rise amidst the extraordinary collapse of the age. Breaking conventions. Your progeny might just reshape the mythos, equivalent to creating a new world for the realm of the extraordinary." Wang Xian stands dumbfounded. Who is this audacious individual? Speaking so boldly, he is astonishingly direct, unlike anyone Wang Xian has encountered before. How can one speak so unabashedly in front of others? Wang Xian finds himself momentarily lost in thought, struggling to keep pace with this unconventional mind. However, upon closer inspection, he perceives that this forthright gentleman is not entirely off-putting. Fang Yuzhu, on the other hand, radiates a palpable aura of menace. Although her temperament is generally amiable, the pallor of her fair complexion darkens as she has never met someone so brazen as to speak so recklessly in her presence, even daring to mention procreation. The young man, with raven hair and eyes, clad in a white lab coat, interjects, "Please do not take offense. I apologize for my directness, but I speak with utmost sincerity." He possesses a semblance of awareness, a hint of trepidation at the prospect of Fang Yuzhu's wrath, for his power is akin to that of half a Zhengzhu Shi, and he can sense her formidable strength. He introduces himself as Zhang Qifan, handing Wang Xian a metallic card resembling a business card, forged from solar gold, truly resplendent and luxurious. Wang Xian harbors grave suspicions, pondering whether the golden list he had glimpsed in the mysterious land, that heavy mass of solar gold, might indeed belong to this man. Zhang Qifan continues, "According to our research within the realm of the departed, this myth is destined for annihilation, and no amount of struggle will alter that fate. However, my research branch, grounded in the unique spectrum of the primordial spirit, holds theoretical support for the fusion and emergence of a new human race, potentially extending the existence of extraordinary life." With fervor rekindled, he turns his gaze toward Fang Yuzhu, stating, "You are remarkably unique. According to the studies conducted by the elders of our Mingyuan realm, your condition signifies a complete comprehension of the supreme scriptures, transcending their original meanings, establishing you as one of the mightiest beings of this era. Your spirit has thus ascended, achieving a remarkable transformation. Your primordial spectrum is exceptionally unique, a metamorphosis we refer to as a perfect supreme nirvana rebirth." Wang Xian is taken aback. The realm of the departed indeed holds profound insights. The ability to deduce so much from an individual's primordial spirit is astonishing. In a fleeting moment, he absorbs a wealth of knowledge. According to the assertions made, the reason Fang Yuzhu possesses such strength is that she has transcended the confines of the supreme scriptures, her primordial spirit undergoing further evolution. Does this imply the emergence of a new tier, a new realm? Or rather, only those who experience a supreme elevation and transformation of the primordial spirit can navigate through a realm of unparalleled figures without encountering rivals. According to our research, in your case, once the era of depletion arrives, you may manage to retain a portion of your extraordinary power, albeit temporarily. However, your lineage, your descendants, if guided by us, can be enhanced, undergo further transformation, and ultimately alter the very fabric of existence." Zhang Qifan whispered excitedly, gesturing fervently, his emotions and gaze intensely fervid. Wang Xian felt that Zhang Qifan was somewhat deserving of a reprimand, as he had once again broached a sensitive topic. In the next moment, Zhang Qifan fixed his gaze upon him and remarked, "You are also quite unconventional, belonging to a unique category of primordial spirit within theoretical deductions. Your innate foundation appears sufficiently robust, suggesting that you will inevitably undergo astonishing transformations." Wang Xian furrowed his brow. This research on the realm of the departed was indeed remarkable. Was it possible to discern the essence of various issues through the light of the primordial spirit? He was aware that he had unlocked his inner landscape during his mortal phase, which indeed possessed certain peculiarities that required gradual exploration and investigation. Yet, the fact that an outsider could observe such intricate matters was somewhat alarming. Should he eliminate him? Wang Xian discreetly inquired of Fang Yuzhu, contemplating a silencing act. For this individual knew far too much. "I swear I will not speak indiscriminately, and besides, our elder from the realm of the departed lacks my insight. I possess a unique sensitivity, allowing me to resonate with certain extraordinary elements, so please do not overthink it. I shall take an oath at this very moment. Zhang Qifan's sensitivity was exceedingly extraordinary, as he instantly sensed the peril of impending doom and hastily swore with fervor, ensuring that no information would be disclosed. He had seldom encountered individuals as exceptional as the two before him, and solemnly pledged that confidentiality was paramount, placing the hopes of a new humanity upon them. The crux of the matter lies in your role as a scientific researcher. Disbelief in mythological paths renders oaths futile, Wang Xian remarked. Zhang Qifan replied, science is akin to mythology, they are one and the same. Otherwise, how could I have cultivated such extraordinary power? Naturally, I refer to the extraordinary principles as scientific laws. Look at me, Fang Yuzhu interjected, the depths of her eyes revealing two peculiar runes swirling in motion as she cast a spell upon Zhang Qifan. Should there be any breach of confidentiality, you shall endure the 3,000 severing strikes of the Sword of Annihilation. She constructed an inescapable oath incantation using the extraordinary patterns of Zhang Qifan's own primordial spirit, the runes delving deep into the essence of his being. Zhang Qifan gasped in astonishment. He was convinced that even the most eccentric individual from their esteemed research facility in the realm of the departed might not stand a chance against this woman. Surely, you have not undergone a second rebirth of the primordial spirit more than once. Zhang Qifan was taken aback, yet he shook his head, concluding that this should be impossible, as there were still unresolved issues within theoretical research. Your research appears promising. Do you possess any publicly accessible texts? Wang Xian felt intrigued. The realm of the departed was indeed as illustrious as its reputation suggested, particularly this Mingyuan realm, which seemed distinctly different. Encountering this exceptional youth, he yearned to engage and comprehend further. Upon our next meeting, I shall present you with a stack of manuscripts from the forefront of the field. Zhang Qifan stated as he turned to leave, sensing that remaining any longer could indeed spell calamity for him. I propose that, for the sake of a new myth, for the emergence of a new humanity, and to perpetuate the extraordinary, you should endeavor to bear a descendant with her. Just before his departure, Zhang Qifan discreetly transmitted this thought to Wang Xian. However, Wang Xian chose to disregard him, responding would likely plunge him into immediate peril, as he was certain Fang Yuzhu could intercept such covert communications. Indeed, a luminous essence surged from Zhang Qifan's primordial spirit, nearly exploding forth, prompting him to seal his lips and hasten forward, his complexion pallid. After more than an hour, the sea of extraordinary light finally began to settle. Although there were still waves, their ferocity had diminished, making them bearable. Fang Yuzhu cautioned, saying, you must not activate the God-slaying banner later. It ranks just below the carefree vessel, the nurturing furnace, and the ascension banner, containing formidable rules. In the sea of extraordinary light, if it were to awaken, it could potentially lead to your assimilation. Wang Xian nodded gravely, recognizing the seriousness of her warning. He discreetly handed the God-slaying banner to Fang Yuzhu, saying, if someone stirs up trouble, Sister Fang, use it to vanquish them. She accepted it graciously with a nod. As the sea of extraordinary light began to recede, a lament echoed. The myth was drawing to a close, yet he sought to navigate this passage and extend his life by another 500 years. An elder spoke, manifesting a fragment of his essence that erased the texture of rules, and with a splash, he leapt directly into the sea of light. Observing this, others began to act, each one fixated on the water, and upon witnessing peculiar objects emerge, they swiftly plunged in. Everyone was quick in and out, wary of lingering too long lest they be swept away by the extraordinary sea. Failure to reach the shore would undoubtedly spell doom. However, there were few unusual objects near the shore. The true treasures awaited in the depths, such as the occasional surging waves concealing fragments of extraordinary meteorites that flickered and vanished. Moreover, there were dazzling curiosities, various colored stones akin to authentic creation crystals, floating within the radiant currents of the extraordinary sea, beckoning irresistibly. Even the most formidable beings gazed into the depths with shining eyes, unable to avert their gaze. Wang Xian, entering such a realm for the first time, felt rejuvenated. Perceiving this luminous sea as a sanctuary for cultivation, imbued with extraordinary substances and rich in active factors. Yet, he refrained from indiscriminate absorption at this juncture. He was only interested in materials closely resembling the authentic. Upon spotting a bubble brimming with dense silver substance, he immediately surged forward, unhesitatingly absorbing it completely. This substance bore a striking resemblance to the silver matter he had encountered in the void, igniting a cascade of thoughts within him. Was there a connection? This was the first time he had encountered such material in the external world. In the distance, a Da and a air swam by, but Wang Xian paid them no heed. If they dared to provoke him, he felt no fear in this underwater expanse. They were all extraordinary beings lacking mastery over rules, and no one could intimidate another. Soon, Wang Xian discovered a purple crystal, rich in authentic material, stirring excitement within him. This substance seemed extraordinarily potent, and his primordial spirit craved it intensely, prompting him to rush forward. He firmly believed that acquiring some rare creation crystals here would enable him to transcend into the grand realm of carefree wandering. As he touched the purple true crystal, his primordial spirit trembled violently, emitting a faint sound, and he instantly absorbed a portion of its essence, feeling the barriers that constrained him loosening once more. Truly astonishing. This was indeed a wondrous creation. He was moved, his expression grave, yet an overwhelming joy surged within him. At that moment, a massive wave crashed over him. Even the depths of the extraordinary ocean were fraught with surging undercurrents, propelling Wang Xian a considerable distance away. A silver-haired elven maiden swam gracefully like a fish, gliding through the waves to seize Wang Xian, guiding him toward a spot closer to the shore. Although Wang Xian could have returned unaided, he expressed his gratitude, appreciating the admirable nature of the Moon Elf clan. Soon, he spotted a dazzling orb of light beneath the sea, akin to golden flames ablaze. It was a golden true crystal, moving with the ebb and flow of the water, radiating brilliance. The value of this gem must be astronomical. He felt invigorated, realizing it was pivotal for his breakthrough, and swiftly swam toward it. Upon grasping it, his primordial spirit was bathed in a golden glow, enveloped in golden radiance. A sensation of immense satisfaction washing over him as he fervently refined and absorbed its essence, causing a corner of his profound realm barrier to tear apart. Such effectiveness. This was truly a material of creation. He marveled at its potency. Not far away, a cry of alarm pierced the air. An elven girl was in peril, threatened by the tumultuous currents. Though not the silver-haired moon elf maiden from before, she too appeared to be a descendant or disciple of a formidable elven lineage. Her green hair pure and beautiful. Wang Xian swam over, grasping her and pulling her toward the shore. To his astonishment, the green-haired elven maiden struck at his primordial spirit, a betrayal for his assistance. Fortunately, she missed, as Wang Xian deftly evaded her strike. Moreover, the golden beast skin he wore was no ordinary item. Although it had not been activated, it was impervious to mere primordial spirit blades, and thus he could not be harmed. The elven girl widened her eyes in shock, primordial blood gushing from her as she was simultaneously pierced by a rusted iron spike. Suddenly, a massive shadow rushed past, intent on seizing the radiant golden true crystal from Wang Xian's grasp, a matter critical to his progression. Instantly, his gaze turned icy. The depths of the ocean were a realm of creation, yet also a battleground steeped in bloodshed. Chapter 386. The Abyss of Devouring Myths. A colossal spider, dark and covered in steel-like bristles, measuring 15 meters in length, plunged downwards with alarming speed, its 8 legs as cold and sharp as spears, aiming to snatch the golden crystal from Wang Xian. Beside him, the green-haired elven maiden collapsed, having been struck by the iron spike. Her primordial blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Soon, her neck twisted at an unnatural angle, her gaze dimming as she perished in the depths, swept away by the currents. Such fragility. Wang Xian was astonished. It was merely a single strike, yet she succumbed so easily, perhaps having been pierced through her primordial core. Nevertheless, he felt no remorse. She had sought to claim the crystal first and had dealt a lethal blow. He swiftly maneuvered his body to evade the spider's attack. After the colossal spider missed its strike, it rapidly spun, creating a tumultuous current that formed a massive whirlpool. Wang Xian furrowed his brow, astonished that such a gargantuan creature was merely the manifestation of a biological spirit. It was formidable, yet without mastery over extraordinary laws, it could not look down upon him. In an instant, he broke free from the inky whirlpool and took to the skies on his sword, the iron spear emitting a faint glow. Although it was not an activated extraordinary treasure, its durability was commendable. With a swift motion, He merged with the specialized iron sword beneath the sea, colliding with the black spider multiple times. Initially, the creature approached with arrogance, intending to toy with him as one would with a child. However, in mere moments, he pierced 3 of its legs, leaving the arachnid master in disbelief that a mere novice could inflict such damage upon its 8-legged form. It felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Who was this young man? A disciple of an unparalleled powerhouse, often privy to the teachings of the mightiest. And now, he had been wounded by a fledgling cultivator. During the fray, the spider unleashed a barrage of techniques, its legs whirling like windmills, and a myriad of black spears lunged forward. Yet, it proved futile. It faced setbacks. In response to Wang Xian's relentless assault, the spider relied solely on one brutal maneuver, the iron spear shattering through illusions, dismantling spells, and piercing its long legs. Driving deep into its body and distorting its visage in agony, blood gushing forth, its spirit in excruciating torment. Ultimately, it fled, unable to endure any longer. Its spirit riddled with holes, nearing its core mark. However, Wang Xian had no intention of letting it escape. In the final moments, he united with his sword, unleashing the secret techniques of the slashing path, twisting the fabric of time and space, surpassing the bounds of reason. He used the external golden beast skin to shield himself, enduring 2 fierce thrusts from its elongated limbs, while simultaneously driving the iron spear through its massive head. The 8-legged divine spider met a tragic end, its spirit disintegrating and being assimilated by the sea of extraordinary light, carried away with the tides. A verdant creation crystal fell, which Wang Xian caught with great satisfaction. This would serve as vital sustenance for his ascension to the realm of carefree wandering. Not only was he engaged in this battle, but elsewhere, fierce confrontations erupted, bloodshed rampant. Whenever extraordinary artifacts were unearthed, fierce competition ensued. The sea of extraordinary light receded, revealing numerous extraordinary relics, some of which did not belong to this mythical civilization, stirring even the mightiest of beings. Half a day later, Wang Xian had gathered 6 creation crystals, the essence of reality continuously refined by his spirit, the barriers of his grand realm trembling with each passing moment. 13 creation crystals. His eyes sparkled with excitement. In the depths of the sea ahead lay a scatter of crystals, emerald green, deep purple, silver white, and golden yellow, all dazzling and vibrant. An intoxicating spectacle that beckoned to be approached. Wang Xian was convinced that if he could obtain and refine such a multitude of superlative creation crystals, he would surely break through his current limits. Yet, the distance was considerable, and rushing forth could lead to being swept away by the extraordinary sea, leaving no chance of return, potentially perishing in the grand retreat. Emerging from the extraordinary sea, Wang Xian immediately contacted Feng Yuzhu, feeling no embarrassment since they were allies. For him, treasures awaited below, and they must be claimed. Feng Yuzhu nodded and said, "At a critical moment, I will guide you with a thread of spiritual connection, ensuring you remain undisturbed for a brief period. Seize this opportunity." The vast cosmos, with its profound starry expanse and surging extraordinary luminosity, evoked a tremor in the very essence of one's being, resonating with the last remnants of the extraordinary. With a resounding splash, Wang Xian plunged into the depths once more, venturing into perilous territory. A cluster of crystalline stones drifted with the dark currents, and he sensed a thread of spiritual energy entwining him. Without hesitation, he swiftly approached the crystals. "Ah, the wonders of fate," he exclaimed. At that moment, Ada and Aer appeared, laughing from a distance, unleashing their attacks without a second thought. They dared not approach closely, instead stirring up fierce undercurrents from afar, aiming to disrupt Wang Xian and jeopardize his life, sending him adrift with the tide. "You two are courting death." Wang Xian fumed. He had been sufficiently low-key, never instigating conflict, always on the defensive, yet he found himself repeatedly targeted. Reflecting on his own kindness, he wondered if it had been a folly to refrain from confronting them. In that crucial moment, Feng Yuzhu's spiritual thread pulled him back, allowing him to swiftly retrieve 13 crystalline stones and race toward the shallows. Clearly, even someone as formidable as Feng Yuzhu could not maintain a delicate spiritual connection immersed in the ocean of light for long. She had to wield her sword to sever the oncoming force of the extraordinary light. If she were to be assimilated, the consequences would be dire, potentially leading to her disintegration on land as well. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Xian had distanced himself from danger. Beneath the surface, Ada and Aer snickered coldly, once again disrupting the waters, collaborating to create a terrifying undercurrent that propelled Wang Xian deeper into the sea. Most critically, a fearsome dragon's roar echoed, causing the seabed to tremble violently as a divine dragon unfurled its 12 pairs of wings, sweeping past. It posed a tremendous challenge for Wang Xian, who, after contending with Ada and Aer, had not yet fully returned to the shallows when he was struck by a beam of light emitted by the dragon. His body was sent soaring through the depths, carried away by the waves, racked with pain. This dragon, a being of immense power, had been seen on the shore, a true master of its domain. The divine dragon projected a portion of its spiritual light into the depths, washing away the extraordinary patterns of rules, yet retaining formidable strength that ordinary beings could not withstand. This blow was immense. Had it struck anyone else, they would have been shattered, their essence obliterated. Wang Xian endured it, his exterior clad in golden beast skin that crackled with energy, yet even so, blood from his essence trickled from the corner of his mouth. He found himself in a passive position, attacked at the edge of danger, once again plunged into the depths, making retaliation exceedingly difficult. With a thunderous crash, the dragon swung its tail, possessing the body of a true dragon and wings akin to those of an angel, holy and resplendent, reigning supreme in this ocean of light. Where it thrived, the tumultuous waves it stirred only further ensnared Wang Xian, pushing him further from the shore. Moreover, 7 of the 13 vividly colored true crystals he had just grasped were dislodged by the force, drawn towards the dragon's gaping maw. Truly, like a dragon returning to the sea, it finds its innate invincibility there, seizing every advantage. Wang Xian radiated light, transforming into a wheel of swords, his eyes emitting intricate strands that locked onto the shore as he forcibly sought to return, yearning to escape this perilous place. At that critical moment, Feng Yuzhu once again cast her spell, swiftly conjuring spiritual threads that ensnared his waist, guiding him away from the most treacherous depths of the ocean. Boom! The divine dragon, fixated on the primal crystal of creation adorning Wang Xian, charged towards him once more, its wings unfurling in an attempt to sever Feng Yuzhu's spiritual threads. Amidst the tumultuous currents, Wang Xian was nearly swept away, his figure receding into the distance. Yet, Feng Yuzhu, with her formidable strength, resisted the threat of assimilation, continuously fortifying the threads, forcibly drawing him back to safety in the shallows. Indeed, it was remarkable that they had survived, not swept away. The masters of Ada and Aer, a youth with silver hair, appeared, smiling as he slashed through the void, intent on severing Feng Yuzhu's spiritual threads. Anticipating his move, she retracted her essence instantaneously. Boom! Almost simultaneously, at the ocean's depths, the dragon lunged at Wang Xian, fiercely attacking to seize the remaining primal crystals of creation. Concurrently, the silver-haired youth approached with a smile, launching a relentless assault, his hands seemingly blocking out the sky. Silver light surging as he struck repeatedly. Wang Xian, though strong, found himself thrown off balance in the face of this dual onslaught, being drawn into the swirling vortex created by their combined might, carried downstream by the overwhelming oceanic light. Thank you for the gift of the primal crystals, the silver-haired youth remarked, grasping the colorful shards that Wang Xian had dropped, collecting them eagerly. The divine dragon also absorbed a few pieces, swishing its tail as it ventured elsewhere in search of new prey, unwilling to confront the silver-haired youth directly. As Wang Xian was swept further away, descending into the depths, he wiped the spirit blood from the corner of his mouth, cornered by the manifestations of these two unparalleled masters. He struggled desperately to surge towards the surface, but the force of assimilation from the depths of the luminous sea intensified, far more fearsome than that of the coastal waters, binding him and rendering escape nearly impossible. What was most terrifying was the abyss at the very heart of the extraordinary light sea, drawing in all matter related to the extraordinary, even affecting one like him who had yet to grasp the rules. With every ounce of strength, Wang Xian fought and resisted, his spirit body glowing as if aflame, propelling himself toward the shore. Yet beneath the water, the gravitational force from the depths was overwhelming, pulling him inexorably toward the abyss within the luminous sea, distancing him further from the shore. If this trend continued, his demise was inevitable. There would be no return. With a heavy heart and simmering fury, Wang Xian inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of despair as the dragon and the silver-haired youth forced him into a corner, leaving him no opportunity for vengeance. He fought valiantly at the seabed, thrusting iron spikes towards various entities, such as the tumbling, decaying warships and massive blocks of divine iron, in a desperate bid to stabilize himself and resist the pull. However, it proved futile, as even those colossal objects were drawn inexorably toward the center of the luminous sea, edging closer to death. Exhaustion began to take its toll. His spiritual body trembled, light surging forth continuously, yet alas, the forces of the deep sea were insurmountable. He found himself unable to replenish his strength. Not only had he lost the true crystal of creation in his grasp, but the few fragments he had previously discovered were also dislodged from his body after being struck by the silver-haired youth and the dragon. To perish in such a place was utterly unacceptable. A profound frustration enveloped him. In an instant, thoughts of his parents and many others flooded his mind. He had yet to marry and bear children, leaving behind countless regrets, and there were those awaiting his return. He had uncovered the realms of the void and the path of meteorites, yearning to glimpse what lay beyond them. At merely 20-something, in the prime of his life, he still aspired to reshape legends. His mind was a tempest of thoughts, a chaotic resistance against the gravitational pull of the sea of light. At the final moment, he recalled the two principal offenders, the silver-haired youth, who had cast him into the depths with a mocking sneer, and the dragon, whose disdainful indifference had belittled him before departing. Bang! At last, as Wang Xian was swept into the abyss of the sea of light, he collided with several crystal stones. He hastily retrieved one and absorbed its nearly authentic superior energy. Yet, it proved futile. He could not escape, could not break free. The abyss that devoured the extraordinary and the mythical seemed to truly exist, its gravitational force intensifying, causing his primordial spirit to roar. If he continued to resist, he risked disintegration and death. As he was thrust far downstream into the deep sea, he encountered an increasing array of wondrous phenomena. Occasionally, vast schools of crystal stones swam past, densely packed and irresistibly alluring. Ahead, a kaleidoscope of colors revealed enormous bubbles, containing substances that were even closer to reality. A stirring sensation filled Wang Xian's heart as he beheld a familiar and terrifying substance within the colossal bubbles. Red clouds billowed like flames and thunder, surging violently. This was reminiscent of the crimson radiance he had witnessed in the void, strikingly fierce. There was not merely one gigantic bubble, but clusters of them, with the red mist sprawling alongside other extraordinary materials. He resolved to take a daring risk and detonate them. Fueled by determination, he prepared to shatter the equilibrium of this realm and escape the sea of light. As long as he could breach the surface, everything would be negotiable. He charged forward, wielding an iron pike, striking fiercely to rupture these massive gas bubbles. Various volatile substances erupted forth instantaneously, destined to collide and ignite. Among them, the red substance did not disappoint. It indeed mirrored the characteristics he had observed in the void, and once activated, it resembled a tempest of thunder. He quickly cloaked himself in golden beast skin. Had he been anyone else, he would surely meet a grim fate, incinerated or cleaved by this intensely concentrated crimson fire. It resembled a supreme flame and thunderous deluge. A mere touch was sufficient to reduce a body to ash. This was Wang Xian's attempt to disrupt the balance here, poised to unleash a colossal wave. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he beheld something profoundly sacred and resplendent. He must seize it and bring it back. It would grant him the power to transcend and seek vengeance against the dragon and the silver-haired youth. He charged recklessly towards it. Chapter 387. The breaking of the barrier by Wang Jiaozu. Before him lay a mass of golden transformative liquid, supremely holy, akin to a great sun ascending. Slowly flowing within the bubble, the richness of the substance drawing his gaze irresistibly. The essence of the true creation crystal is remarkably resilient, requiring a gradual process of refinement for absorption. However, this brilliant true creation liquid remains uncoagulated, allowing for immediate extraction of its essence, thereby accelerating one's cultivation without the need for time-consuming efforts. Wang Xian, risking his life, approached with the intention of surfacing with it. Should he succeed, a breakthrough might be imminent, enabling him to seek vengeance promptly. He managed to seize a substantial mass, approximately the size of a basin, swiftly stowing it within his golden beast hide. The resplendent golden radiance illuminated his primordial spirit, casting a mesmerizing glow, with cascading beams of light creating an atmosphere of profound serenity, filling him with an exhilarating sense of ascension. Yet, the crimson substance was exceedingly volatile. Once activated, it unleashed tumultuous waves throughout the luminous sea, creating an insurmountable chaos. Coupled with various energy shocks, their collisions resembled a volcanic eruption. Below the sea, the ground seemed to quake violently, culminating in an explosive upheaval that summoned towering waves. Encased within the beast hide, Wang Xian felt his primordial spirit nearly shatter under the relentless onslaught of energy. The extraordinary tides surged toward the heavens, crashing against the starry sky. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he captured the golden liquid, allowing his entire primordial spirit to immerse within it, continuously drawing upon its essence to mend his injuries. The sudden and overwhelming waves shattered the relative tranquility beneath the extraordinary sea. On the shore, a figure emerged, clad in a flowing silver gown. In an instant, a strand of spiritual thread extended across the vast distance, pulling Wang Xian from the depths of the ocean. Feng Yuzhu had followed downstream, relentlessly pursuing him. Upon witnessing Wang Xian break the surface, she immediately guided him back to safety. The tumultuous waves naturally drew the attention of distant observers. Many gazes shifted toward this scene. For even at a great distance, those by the shore were no weaklings and could sense the commotion. Beneath the sea, bubbles of air erupted, and various energy substances collided with increasing ferocity, causing the extraordinary sea to convulse. To their astonishment, he was still alive and had been rescued. It appeared he had acquired something extraordinary from the depths. In that moment, many could not tear their eyes away, and several individuals began to move swiftly closer. Originally, factions were embroiled in a fierce struggle for this rare treasure, with bloody encounters frequently occurring on the ocean floor. Notably, the sacred dragon was particularly fond of seizing opportunities, often descending to snatch the fortunes of those who had gathered true creation crystals. Emerging from the beast hide, Wang Xian was enveloped in golden radiance, unmistakably indicating that he had obtained something remarkable, successfully drawing attention and conflict toward himself. Many ceased their clandestine battles, their gazes fixated on Wang Xian. At this moment, Feng Yuzhu felt a weight lift from her shoulders, exhaling deeply. Given her past experiences, she had always dreaded witnessing the demise of those around her, feeling powerless to intervene. Thus, relatively speaking, since the end of the ancient times, those by her side had remained relatively safe, with few daring to hunt down those she trusted. However, this situation was different. Most individuals were unfamiliar with her, and now, the sacred dragon was the first to arrive, exuding an overwhelming presence that caused the extraordinary sea to convulse violently. A young man with silver hair approached along the shoreline, smiling serenely. Yet the aura of an unparalleled powerhouse emanated from him, clearly indicating he was preparing to take action. Wang Xian furrowed his brow, for the neighboring sea of extraordinary light had manifested the rules of mythology once again. Each individual on the shore possessed formidable strength, radiating a genuine aura of unrivaled power. He sighed and remarked, "It seems I must remain within the depths of the sea. As long as this luminous expanse persists and the extraordinary rules do not completely fade away, I am ill-suited to emerge. I will separate a portion of my primordial spirit's light and accompany you to the seabed," offered Feng Yuzhu. Wang Xian shook his head and replied, "No need. Sister Feng, you should stay on the shore to confront the main threat. I will strive to break through in the depths and hunt down the fragmented lights of their primordial spirits." He cautioned Feng Yuzhu, reminding her that many strong individuals were present on the shore, and she should not be caught off guard. "I shall be fine, with the god-slaying banner in hand. Even if I am besieged, no unforeseen events will occur," Feng Yuzhu assured him. Though her concern lay in the perils he might face beneath the waves, as most of the primordial spirit lights were derived from formidable beings, not only powerful but also seasoned. Although Wang Xian was exceptional, he had to contend with creatures that might have emerged from the realm of the deceased, or perhaps sinister spirits, or even avatars of unparalleled strength, rendering the situation precarious. "Fear not, I am on the verge of a breakthrough. In the sea, no one dares to employ extraordinary rules. Who lives and who dies is yet to be determined. Besides, I possess the sword of immortal slaying." Wang Xian shook the iron rod in his hand decisively and plunged into the shallows with a splash, as the enemy had arrived. The atmosphere on the shore was tense, with some individuals fixated on Feng Yuzhu, conspiring in the shadows to strike against her. Everyone, do not act recklessly, Zhang Qifan interjected, clad in a white lab coat. Although he was not the most powerful here, his identity was sensitive. Boom. At that moment, the seabed erupted, as a colossal dragon surged forth, intent on seizing Wang Xian's golden, transformative essence. You gluttonous beast, I shall settle the score with you in due time. Wang Xian evaded confrontation and swiftly fled into the depths, confident that he would soon break through, as the barrier trembled increasingly violently. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. His return had inadvertently aided these individuals, who had previously been embroiled in conflict, and now they all focused on him. Primarily, he was too alluring now. Standing amidst a blinding halo of light, where golden substances vaporized around him, clearly signaling to others that he was special and inviting them to come, to strike, to hunt for his transformative essence. Thud. Although the divine dragon's avatar had shed the shackles of rules, it remained an imposing force, swiftly closing the distance. Few could rival its speed within the sea of light. Wang Xian was taken aback. Was he to be pursued so quickly? You foolish dragon. Seeking your demise by repeatedly attempting to seize my essence, prepare to be flayed. Wang Xian deliberately provoked the creature to divert its attention, for he had noticed bubbles containing red substances being swept ashore by the tumultuous waves from the deep sea, while he rapidly refined and absorbed the transformative essence. Hastening his breakthrough, he contemplated methods to decelerate the dragon's pursuit. Otherwise, he would be caught and hunted down by these formidable beings. Rat dragon, come, let us duel. Wang Xian taunted, luring the colossal dragon towards the area of the crimson bubbles. His silhouette swiftly traced an astonishing arc, igniting those crimson bubbles. Although far smaller than the red orbs of the deep sea, even a minuscule amount of this substance possessed remarkable lethality. A cataclysmic explosion ensued, sending the colossal dragon tumbling forth, its blood gushing, the radiance of its essence fading, its body marred with craters, on the verge of being severed, its wings charred. Those pursuing were taken aback. This dragon, an unparalleled master in its true form, now appeared bathed in blood, having even lost one of its horns. With a resounding thud, Wang Xian suffered a grievous blow. A young man with a shock of silver hair, cloaked in invisibility, closed in and struck him, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth, the essence of his spirit flowing forth. Nevertheless, despite enduring this assault, he succeeded in thrusting an iron spike towards his adversary's heart. Regrettably, the foe was too formidable, leaving behind only an afterimage, the attack merely piercing his shoulder before he was sent flying. In the next instant, Wang Xian detonated all the bubbles in the vicinity, seizing the chaos to make his escape, continuing his flight. The dragon roared, racked with excruciating pain, glowing as it rolled over and resumed its pursuit. The silver-haired youth, accompanied by a Da and a heir, followed at a leisurely pace, while others behind joined in the chase, encircling him. Charge! Wang Xian, in a desperate state, fervently absorbed the resplendent, golden, transformative liquid, oscillating between the depths and shallows of the sea, battling through barriers in his flight. Indeed, this transformative substance proved remarkably efficacious. Even after the myths had decayed, it was likely to retain some semblance of extraordinary power. Someone exclaimed in delight as Wang Xian was briefly impeded once more, struck by the dragon's tail, causing fragments of golden substance to scatter from him. Soon, he urged himself to break free, to pry open the gates of the realm of carefree transcendence. Wang Xian murmured, racing against time to breach barriers, with no alternative but to strive for a breakthrough to alter his fate. He was convinced that in this unique domain, once he ascended to a higher state, he would no longer fear these pursuers and would truly transform his circumstances. In fact, a fierce battle erupted by the shore, where extraordinary rules intertwined, more terrifying than ever, shaking the very cosmos. Yet, as the sea of light spread, seeking to assimilate these extraordinary laws, the presence of the supreme beings receded. Wang Xian had thoroughly studied various sacred texts and the writings of esteemed sages. Now, he felt an urgent need to assault the monumental barrier. He sensed that he had absorbed a considerable amount of the golden transformative essence, most of which had vanished, theoretically enabling him to break through. Quickly, he realized that haste could lead to failure. His mind was not tranquil enough. In this relentless pursuit, his mental fluctuations were too intense. clashing with the profundities of certain scriptures. In this world, I alone perceive and feel the ephemeral. There are no dragons, merely a creature shaped from yellow clay. There is no silver-haired youth, only bubbles conjured from soap, shattering at a mere flick. There are no formidable adversaries, just clumsy sketches of chickens and dogs on paper. Insignificant in the grand scheme. At this critical juncture, Wang Xian invoked the scripture of a severely disturbed mind, not delving into its highest doctrines, but utilizing it to brainwash and hypnotize himself, seeking to calm his spirit and quell his anxiety. Initially, it proved to be quite effective, bringing him a sense of tranquility, and that formidable barrier seemed to be loosening, as if it were on the verge of breaking. Unfortunately, after being pursued, he suffered a beating. A giant dragon struck him with a claw, a silver-haired youth landed a punch, a young elven maiden shot an arrow, and a green-skinned deity unleashed a beam of green light that struck him squarely in the chest. Wang Xian awoke in agony, unable to maintain the mindset of a severely disturbed individual, and once again found himself fleeing for his life. I am not a confirmed patient like old Zhang. Perhaps it is best to refrain from practicing those scriptures for now. I am who I am, charging forth in the strongest and most authentic state. Whether it be through excruciating pain or relentless pursuit, I will endure my true self, breaking through all obstacles with unwavering resolve. Wang Xian recalibrated his mindset, recognizing that the mental exercises he had just practiced were merely an evasion of reality. Now, battered and bleeding, he felt unafraid, choosing to experience his authentic state as he forcibly pressed on. By the end, he had nearly refined the essence of the golden transformative liquid. At that moment, he heard a crackling sound within him, akin to a colossal barrier fracturing and collapsing. He halted, stretching his limbs, an intense radiance erupting from his entire being. He had finally broken through, the thunderous roar within him echoing incessantly. No longer fleeing, Wang Xian savored the sensation of this overwhelming power surging within him, sequentially activating several supreme scriptures. Was it the realm of the carefree wanderer? Regardless, I have indeed shattered that solid ceiling and ascended, successfully breaking through. In a swift motion, Wang Xian turned to face his pursuers. In an instant, he left behind a fleeting shadow as he lunged at the elven expert with a decisive snap. He twisted her neck, shattering her corporeal form and dispersing her ethereal light. In the blink of an eye, he darted towards the giant dragon, catching it off guard. In a fierce confrontation, the iron spear in his hand pierced one of its eyes with a blinding thrust. The sacred dragon roared in fury, its body aglow, momentarily freeing itself from him and teleporting a short distance away, fixating its gaze upon him. This sensation is truly delightful, Wang Xian murmured as a fierce killing intent surged forth, raising his head, brandishing the sword of celestial slaughter as he advanced. Chapter 388. Regrets in life. This novel experience led Wang Xian to mistakenly believe he had matured from a mere child into a vibrant and vigorous youth, akin to a rebirth. His entire being radiated with a powerful beam of light, representing the pinnacle of vitality, as his essence basked in it, genuinely experiencing the fulfilling strength of his transformation. Before him, the dragon, one eye bloodied and blinded, brimmed with humiliation, feeling deeply insulted by the one who had dared to injure it. The animosity it harbored was as fierce as a winter snowstorm, chilling to the bone. The juxtaposition of feelings between Wang Xian and the dragon was stark. One was exuberant and filled with battle spirit, while the other bled and felt a heavy discomfort in its heart. This was a transformative moment. Wang Xian's radiant smile expanded as his killing intent surged outward, crashing against his adversaries like a relentless tide. He assessed that his essence had ascended, the accumulation of extraordinary power triggering a qualitative change. The light of his spirit danced outside his body, and he felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him, significantly surpassing his previous capabilities. Others could naturally perceive this transformation, furrowing their brows at the audacity of this brash youth who had managed to break through the extraordinary sea of light, his strength surging immensely. One-eyed dragon, if you are a true man, come and face me in battle. If you are afraid, then join those women and swarm me. Wang Xian challenged boldly. The remaining eye of the sacred giant dragon glinted with an even colder gaze. How dare he call it the one-eyed dragon? Such insolence was tantamount to courting death. Many wore unfriendly expressions, particularly the men present, who found themselves insultingly categorized with women, a blatant provocation and mockery. as Wang Xian was relentlessly pursued. He had no kind words to offer. Now, emboldened, he was prepared to engage the formidable warriors of the depths. One-eyed dragon, cease your weeping and come forth. Wang Xian beckoned, brandishing a bloodied iron stake. The sacred giant dragon was consumed with a fierce desire to kill, its piercing eye bleeding. Mocked as if shedding tears, a fate that had befallen those who dared to belittle it in history. With a resounding dragon's roar, clear and penetrating, akin to the clash of heavy metal shattering glass, it stirred tumultuous waves in the sea, warping the very fabric of extraordinary time and space. This dragon charged forth, seeking nothing but to crush this human beneath its claw, to relieve its wrath. How dare he ridicule it? A blatant invitation to demise. What manner of creature was this? A being of the most noble bloodline, a sacred giant dragon, a hybrid of true dragons and the mightiest of giants, existing at an unparalleled echelon. The seabed roiled with dragon silhouettes, the water glimmering with the sheen of scales, sharp claws, and a gaping maw that could swallow the heavens, a sight most terrifying. Accompanied by blinding spells bursting forth, the sacred giant dragon unleashed its full might, its astonishing offensive force causing all factions to retreat, fearing collateral damage. You still harbor anger? You ambushed and wounded me, seized my true crystal of fortune, forced me into the perilous depths, nearly leading to my demise, and you still believe your grievances are unresolved? Dragon spawn, I shall flay your skin. Wang Xian erupted in fury. This dragon had plundered and severely injured him, yet now it was the one in a frenzy, brimming with rage and vowing to take his life, truly outrageous. Before Wang Xian, he conjured tens of thousands of divine swords with extraordinary power and with a sharp command. The blades surged forth like a resplendent wall of swords, crushing the dragon's dazzling spells. Each year, the extraordinary beings who pay tribute to me number not less than 8,000, and I freely roam the divine gardens of the gods. This sea of light, wherever my gaze falls, is my dominion. The true crystals you have found rightfully belong to me, and I shall reclaim them. To show disrespect to the supreme deity is to invite endless flames of retribution, purging your sins before you may find peace in death. As the dragon spoke, it bore the haughty demeanor of one who believed itself above all, demanding subservience from the world, even claiming to be a supreme deity. A dragon of your ilk embodies the logic of a thief, a rogue dragon indeed. Wang Jiaozu shall surely extract your tendons. This was Wang Xian's first encounter with such a creature. Now, there was nothing left to say. Tens of thousands of extraordinary divine swords roared forth. The sword wall clashing violently against the various dragon clan spells, a fierce confrontation ensued. Clang, clang, clang. Beneath the depths, it resembled countless iron plates grinding against one another, producing a dazzling display of extraordinary light. The sacred dragon's scales shimmered and pulsated, each scale adorned with unique symbols, clashing against innumerable divine swords. This dragon was undeniably formidable. Even without invoking any rules, it possessed the power to look down upon beings of the same realm. It vibrated its scales, severing a multitude of extraordinary divine swords, engaging in near hand-to-hand combat, and then charged directly forward. Wang Xian remained vigilant, yet he did not falter. Gripping an iron rod, he approached the beast. Undeterred by the prospect of close combat, many were taken aback, while some displayed apprehension. The dragon race was notorious for their formidable physical prowess, which translated to their ethereal forms, making them well suited for melee. This young man was audacious indeed, daring to confront the dragon in such a manner. With a resounding force, Wang Xian unleashed the Feather Transformation Fist, a technique inscribed in the supreme bamboo scrolls, capable of vanquishing ethereal beings with its immense power. Simultaneously, his other hand was unrelenting, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, thrusting the iron rod forward. With a sharp sound, it proved remarkably effective, creating a wound in the dragon's body. The clash of radiant ethereal light erupted between them. The dragon's enormous claws, terrifying horns, and its fearsome maw all launched a fierce assault simultaneously. The area resonated with thunderous sounds as Wang Xian engaged in fierce combat, exchanging blows, causing both his blood and that of the dragon to splatter. Spectators were astonished. How could this young man be so extraordinarily powerful? He was able to hold his ground against a sacred dragon in physical combat. The sacred dragon diminished in size, transforming from a colossal entity to a length of over 3 meters, more suited for grappling with a human of less than 2 meters in height. Lest it be akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, dragons, by nature, were inherently robust, their entire bodies serving as weapons. With a constricting motion, it was comparable to a divine chain, attempting to ensnare Wang Xian and sever him. Its body radiated light, the now 3-meter-long form ringing with a metallic resonance, instilling fear in onlookers. Even a mountain would be shattered if ensnared by it. Furthermore, its scales were as sharp as the finest blades, trembling as they opened and closed, capable of effortlessly slicing through opponents. As for its horns and claws, they were indomitable. In this intense scenario, Wang Xian continued to exchange blows, embodying the sacred essence of an ancient Buddha, employing the supreme body technique from the Shakyamuni scriptures. As the dragon shrank, he rapidly expanded, striving to rupture the encircling dragon's form before trampling the mudskippers in the sea. Subsequently, he diminished in size, activating the second true form from the stone slab scriptures, becoming immensely strong and resilient, clashing with the dragon's claws, sparks flying in the encounter, his ethereal essence exuding an immortal aura. He then transformed into a radiant wheel, his figure multiplying into dozens, employing the secret techniques from the golden bamboo scrolls to engage in a bloody battle with the dragon. Ultimately, with a thunderous sound, the two separated. Wang Xian's ethereal blood flowed, his face marred with wounds, bearing distinct claw marks, his fingers tattered, and a horrifying gash appeared on his neck, perilously close to severing it. Opposite him, the dragon had one of its horns broken, a large patch of its hide torn away, and several punctures marred its head, blood streaming from its ethereal essence. Though wounded, Wang Xian smiled, his external spiritual light swirling around him, indicating that his strength was still on the rise. He was perpetually growing stronger. This breakthrough was particularly extraordinary. Could it be the realm of carefree wandering? He was uncertain, sensing an oddity within. Most crucially, after shattering the barrier of his realm, his power continued to escalate rather than stagnate. This was somewhat uncanny. Could he truly contend with the divine dragon Roan to such an extent? The onlookers were deeply moved, hailing from diverse origins, each with remarkable backgrounds and exceptional insights. They realized that this young man transcended mere talent. His combat prowess was astonishing. Roan, who claimed to be the supreme dragon, was not without reason, possessing immense strength that made even the gods retreat in his presence. For a young man of this caliber to engage in brutal combat with such a being and not falter was indeed extraordinary. Seizing upon this moment of separation, Wang Xian sought to comprehend his state of being, quietly and attentively sensing the peculiar nature of his enhancement. This time, he was not ascending in a void, nor was he disconnected from the nurturing furnace. Hence there were no unusual occurrences of other extraordinary beings losing their realms. The realm of carefree wandering allows one to transcend the physical, almost liberating the spirit from the corporeal body, embarking on a journey through the vastness of the cosmos, unbound by flesh. However, after his silent contemplation, he felt a subtle weariness deep within his soul from prolonged detachment, a yearning to return. This was not the sensation one would expect from the realm of carefree wandering. What then could be said of his breakthrough? He distinctly felt as though he had shattered the ceiling, forcefully succeeded in his challenge, and was still refining his path. True carefree wandering allows the spiritual essence to take root in the void, with the vastness itself serving as one's dwelling. Could he attempt to resonate and harmonize his spiritual essence with the external cosmos, merging with the universe? By entrusting a part of his spiritual imprint to the void, could he step into the true realm of carefree wandering? Contemplating this, Wang Xian began to experiment while remaining vigilant against enemies lurking in all directions. As the heavens emitted a soft resonance and the sea of the extraordinary ebbed and flowed, a unique light emanated from him, as if his spiritual imprint sought to extend invisible roots into the vastness. At that moment, Wang Xian radiated a brilliance surpassing that of the sun, crucially infused with an inexplicable sacred aura that illuminated all directions. This sanctity made the celestial beings feel as though they were mere mortals in the mundane world, while the radiant young man before them appeared transcendent, resplendent, and utterly extraordinary. Wang Xian's spirit stirred, and he halted his advance, refraining from taking that step, not following the ancient text that advised him to entrust part of his spiritual imprint to the external void. He was gripped by an intense unease. The most primal intuition of his life trembled, suggesting that if he were to take that step, it would lead to lifelong regret. Why did he feel this way? For the first time in his cultivation journey, he experienced fear. If he were to break through and enter the realm of carefree wandering, would it bring about a profound sense of regret in his life? Resolutely, he withdrew his spiritual imprint, refraining from proceeding. In an instant, his spiritual essence surged with vitality, leaving him with a profound sense of spiritual fulfillment. He followed his heart and acted according to his instincts, feeling a profound clarity within and around him. As the rays of dawn illuminated the surroundings, Wang Xian observed his environment and was astonished to detect a peculiar anticipation in the depths of the old fellow's eyes. Were they actually hoping for his breakthrough? A jolt of realization struck him. Were they merely waiting for him to take that crucial step? This was no ordinary situation and hinted at something far more serious. During this unfolding moment, the sacred dragon, along with a young man sporting short silver hair and an elder from the green-skinned Shinshao clan, refrained from any aggressive actions. This group of old rascals. Wang Xian became acutely aware, a chill racing down his spine, as he realized that his fleeting decision might have profound implications for his life. Fortunately, he hesitated, momentarily regretting his inclination to advance. The formidable beings of the deep sea were no ordinary individuals. Most belonged to a powerful faction with extensive knowledge and experience. They anticipated something from him that he would never fulfill. I grant you time to ascend to the realm of carefree wandering. Then, I shall engage you in a fair battle. The young man spoke coldly, exuding an air of disdain as if he looked down upon Wang Xian's current state. Wang Xian felt a surge of anger. This audacious young man was attempting to deceive and mislead him. With his spiritual vision, he had certainly perceived the fervent expectation in their eyes moments prior. Now, such shameless words were intended to coax him into stepping forward. His intentions were malevolent. So weak. And yet you haven't even tapped into the most sacred powers of the dragon clan, and you expect to prevail? The sacred dragon, Luoan, interjected. Surrounding him, many silently scoffed, acknowledging his status as a supreme dragon, yet all were aware of his notorious nature, tyrannical, predatory, and devoid of principles. However, no one voiced their thoughts. They merely awaited the outcome. Wang Xian couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Even this dragon, with a logic akin to a bandit, sought to mislead him, willing to halt hostilities, indicating that the domain he had ventured into was indeed extraordinary, garnering their keen interest as they aimed to provoke him into a moment of vulnerability. Feigning indifference, he stepped aside, pretending to prepare for a breakthrough while strategically biding his time to strengthen his own abilities to their utmost. Wang Xian maintained a facade of calm as he lingered to delay, while this group of old schemers surprisingly did not intervene, displaying an unexpected magnanimity, as if they had no intention of troubling the younger generation. Wang Xian found their behavior utterly detestable. Where had they been earlier, when they had surrounded him? Now, they feigned wisdom, granting him time for a breakthrough. It was truly shameless. A group of actors conspiring together, it seemed they wished to mock and deceive him, aiming to leave him with eternal regret. He pretended to be absorbed, picking up a piece of golden transformative crystal and placing it upon his spiritual body, retreating to the side to cultivate and comprehend the way. However, it was not long before his ruse was uncovered. What sort of individuals were present here? Many were seasoned and experienced beings who quickly sensed something amiss. After all, Wang Xian had nearly taken that step earlier. Why was he now hesitating? With a sudden hum, the young man with silver hair made the first move, diving towards him in an instant, his casual jacket shredding apart. He conjured a mystical seal and unleashed a series of formidable strikes against Wang Xian. The silver light surged, revealing his terrifying strength, surpassing even that of the colossal dragon. "Why do you hinder my breakthrough?" he exclaimed. To contradict oneself is akin to slapping one's own face. Wang Xian erupted in a blaze of sword light, simultaneously launching a mighty strike that reverberated through the depths of the ocean. As he approached the surface, he swiftly transmitted a message to Feng Yuzhu, conveying his predicament and inquiring about the situation. "You are doing well. Trust your instincts and remain steadfast." Feng Yuzhu promptly replied, advising him against taking that step, affirming that his primal intuition was indeed correct. This was an extraordinarily unique state, belonging to the most avant-garde realms of mythological theory. One should not blindly follow the manuscripts and experiences of predecessors. There will always be a select few, a rare handful, who are exceptional and distinct. Feng Yuzhu quickly relayed some clandestine knowledge, feeling a pang of guilt for neglecting to remember that Wang Xian was a solitary cultivator. It could even be said that he was a wild cultivator, entirely unaware of the esoteric secrets that were traditionally passed down through masters and disciples. Secrets not documented in the scriptures, especially the core secrets of cutting-edge theories held by unparalleled powerhouses. Many formidable lineages remained oblivious, and ordinary transcendent beings dared not even contemplate them. The revelation from others pales in comparison to the awakening of one's own instincts and the realization of that extraordinary state. Feng Yuzhu expressed her inner hopes. At that moment, the other masters on the shore received transmissions from their avatars, becoming aware of Wang Xian's condition, and brilliant beams of light erupted forth. Remarkable figures among them began to take action. For instance, the divine dragon on the shore let out a mighty roar, sending ripples of runic sound waves that shook the starry sky and crashed against the sea of extraordinary light. Meanwhile, the silver-haired youth struck down with a colossal hand, casting an overwhelming shadow over the near sea, intent on eliminating Wang Xian. They risked potential assimilation, yet chose to act, which spoke volumes in itself. Who among you dares to act recklessly? On the shore, Feng Yuzhu's silver gown billowed as she summoned a flag of annihilation, which swiftly enlarged and swept across the heavens and earth. With a resounding thud, blood splattered as a dragon's tail was severed. She too ventured forth, risking assimilation, for she was perilously close to the sea of the extraordinary. The recent chapters of similar length had not been released, serving as a silent compensation for the previous omissions. A second chapter had been penned, to be unveiled in an hour. Chapter 389. Is all under heaven not the land of Wang? The flag unfurled, radiating brilliance as Feng Yuzhu swung it toward the silver-haired youth. Simultaneously, others joined the fray, surrounding Feng Yuzhu, igniting a grand battle. In the depths of the ocean, Wang Xian plunged to the seabed, fortunate that the unique nature of the sea purified the extraordinary rules, mitigating the devastating attacks from the supreme beings. Even though beams of light descended, annihilation remained elusive. However, the assaults from the two peerless powerhouses still inflicted wounds upon him, causing his primordial blood to spill. Not far away, the avatars of the supreme beings, including the cyclopean dragon and the silver-haired youth, swiftly descended upon him once more. Do you wish to prevent me from maintaining this extraordinary state? Then I shall inevitably strive for completeness within this domain. I will eliminate all of you here. Wang Xian swiftly traversed the depths of the ocean, simultaneously retaliating while awaiting the culmination of his own transcendence, poised to unleash the most ferocious counterattack upon his adversary. I shall relentlessly pursue you, making it nearly impossible for you to establish yourself in that peculiar realm. I revel in the anguished wails of the feeble as they lament their lost opportunities, proclaimed the one-eyed dragon, pursuing him with fervor. In a sudden reversal, Wang Xian executed a counterstrike, delivering a resounding slap that resonated like thunder against the dragon's colossal visage, shattering the essence of its spirit and leaving its countenance marred and sunken. Braving a fierce claw strike, he thrust a steel rod into the dragon's head, creating a gaping wound. Amidst its furious retaliation, he seamlessly merged with his sword, transforming into a radiant beam of light as he broke free. Wang Xian swiftly altered his course, momentarily evading the rapid giant dragon, and exchanged a powerful blow with the elder of the green-skinned demon tribe, igniting a dazzling display of divine radiance between them. Others closed in, intent on encircling him. Undoubtedly, Wang Xian's extraordinary state captured their attention. Few had genuinely ventured into such theoretical realms. The battle beneath the sea raged fiercely, with Wang Xian countering while introspecting his own transformations, though he bled and sustained injuries. A smile graced his face, brimming with anticipation for the impending metamorphosis. Feng Yuzhu informed him that he was at the 10th stage. He was meant to ascend to the realm of carefree wandering, where his spiritual essence would unify with the vast cosmos, allowing him to traverse the boundless seas and liberate himself from the shackles of his corporeal form. However, the emergence of the 10th stage was somewhat revolutionary. He no longer needed to anchor parts of his essence in the void. Feng Yuzhu advised him to safeguard the 10th stage. Upon the return of his spirit, he could resonate with his physical body, propelling himself further and rectifying any past shortcomings in his cultivation. The 10th stage is insufficient. The path of new mythology must reach new heights. Wang Xian, initially exhilarated, quickly regained his composure. He contemplated the realm of Go, which also comprises 9 stages, the highest being 9. Yet, the ancient Go sage, Huang Longshi, once evaluated him, suggesting that his prowess in competitive play reached a remarkable 13th stage. Drawing parallels between the realm of Go and the domain of mythology, he mused that should he navigate this earthly realm to attain the 13th stage before entering the grand realm of carefree wandering. Even if mythology were to decay entirely and the extraordinary world crumbled, he would not necessarily regress. With the foundation laid by such a remarkable transformation at the 13th stage, it was difficult to fathom just how powerful he could become. Wang Xian's heart surged with fervor as he set a near-term goal to reach the heights of Huang Longshi within the realm of cultivation. Simultaneously, he pondered that he need not adhere strictly to the traditional notions of carefree wandering. Suddenly, a beam of sword light pierced the ocean. Its rules dissolved and its unparalleled strength diminished, yet it still sent Wang Xian hurtling through the water, causing his iron rod to tremble in his grasp. His hands were battered, and spiritual blood sprayed forth. How formidable! Even with its unparalleled power dissolved, it remained so potent. Wang Xian was shaken. The entity on the shore was indeed formidable. At the same time, a cold glimmer ignited in his eyes. The more they obstructed his path, the more it underscored the extraordinary nature of the realm he occupied, compelling him to deliver them a surprise. A series of colossal handprints descended, manifestations of transcendent light. As the silver-haired youth's true form unleashed devastation upon the shore. Beneath the waves, Wang Xian coughed up the blood of his primordial spirit, clutching a piece of golden creation crystal, fervently refining it to replenish his strength before making another escape. Watch closely, for I shall not only annihilate your avatars. Once the sea of transcendent light vanishes entirely, and you are suppressed by the earthly limitations, I may even hunt you down. Wang Xian's resolve hardened, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Upon the shore, the battle raged with terrifying ferocity. Feng Yuzhu stood alone against several unparalleled powerhouses, besieged yet undeterred, having already slain one of her assailants. The explosion of that individual's primordial spirit painted the sky above the sea of transcendent light in hues of crimson and gold. Primordial spirit, after supreme transformation, you are Feng Yuzhu, a paragon of excellence. Without a doubt, it was not only Zhang Qifan who possessed keen insight. Others who had traversed the realms of the deceased also stood at the forefront of mythological research, well aware of the pinnacle of primordial rebirth. The divine flag of slaying gods surged with terrifying potency, fully revived in this realm, yet true strength resided within the individuals themselves. At the level of the extraordinary, each possessed unique attributes, particularly given their formidable backgrounds and astonishing origins, each harboring exceptional treasures of their own. Above, celestial swords sang in harmonious resonance, while divine chains of rare artifacts spanned the heavens, and a 7-tiered pagoda roared downwards, imbued with chaotic energy, exerting its oppressive force. The conflict reached a boiling point, the extraordinary battle marked by unprecedented intensity and dread. However, when the tumult of the transcendent sea crashed against the shore, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. As all rules and formidable powers were retracted, after a brief clash, they would cease hostilities, reluctant to engage in continuous bloodshed. The waters churned violently, aside from the avatars. Others on the shore unleashed spells into the depths, aiming to slay Wang Xian, thrusting him into perilous situations repeatedly. The individuals pursuing him were no weaklings. They were the avatars of top-tier figures, exhausting his efforts, and their relentless pursuit only compounded his troubles. Feng Yuzhu brandished the divine flag of war, her silver gown billowing, her spells cascading forth, severing the shoulder of an unparalleled powerhouse, blood from the primordial spirit splattering across the battlefield, reigniting the clash upon the shore. How intolerable! They are all ancient relics, yet they continue to target me. Wang Xian seethed with rage, primarily concerned for Feng Yuzhu's safety as she defended him against relentless assaults. At long last, Wang Xian sensed his cultivation nearing its zenith. As the final rays of light erupted like a blazing sun, his entire being radiated with blinding brilliance. Streams of light erupting from his primordial spirit. Those luminous beams eagerly drew in nearby materials, leading to the shattering of some creation crystals, transforming them into flowing mist that was swiftly and violently drawn into his primordial essence. With one final, earth-shattering tremor, the undercurrents surged violently, and the surface of the sea erupted in tumultuous waves. Wang Xian was enveloped in resplendent radiance, vibrating and roaring with power. The 10th stage became utterly stabilized, particularly with the final leap propelling his cultivation to new heights, not merely at the onset of the 10th stage, but in the later, perfected realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Xian turned and charged back into the fray. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths as he clashed head-on with the divine dragon, the ancient dragon Roan. Shedding scales in their fierce encounter, the echoes of dragon roars reverberating through the air. Entwined in a fierce struggle, Wang Xian radiated brilliance as he invoked the forbidden scripture of the Sword of Severance. A burst of sword light erupted from him, severing one of the dragon's claws. Subsequently, he nearly eviscerated it, delivering a devastating blow to its ethereal form. With a resounding thud, he stood firmly atop the dragon's head, grasping its remaining horn to steady himself. He unleashed a series of powerful strikes, swiftly driving an iron spike into its skull, provoking a pained roar and violent thrashing from the beast. Old dragon, behold your avatar, a mere swine dragon. I have rendered its limbs weak. Come forth, show your true self, and I shall shatter you. Wang Xian taunted the lord of the shore, all to alleviate the pressure on Feng Yuzhu and draw the divine dragon away. Beneath the waves, he flayed the dragon's manifestation, tearing away a significant portion of its form. Being in a state of ethereal essence, the pain inflicted was excruciatingly profound. I shall slay you. The divine dragon was incensed, having brazenly trespassed into the realms of the gods, frequently storming through. Now, with its avatar being assaulted, it perceived this as a grave humiliation. Dream on. You wish to slay your elder? Come over here. Wang Xian pressed down on the dragon's head, striking relentlessly until he shattered its horn and fractured its skull. Bring forth my creation crystal, he commanded, plundering the dragon and declaring, under heaven, all is the realm of the king. All that your gaze falls upon is my territory. If you wish to live, go gather crystals as tribute. The dragon roared and struggled fiercely. And you all, Wang Xian pointed at the others, mounted upon the dragon. With the iron spike piercing its ethereal mark, he drove it into a frenzy, thrashing through the depths of the sea, consequently dispatching several adversaries in his wake. Everyone was astonished. On the shore, Feng Yuzhu battled an unparalleled master, while in the depths, Wang Xian pursued their avatars, a spectacle so rare that it unsettled many. Ada, I'll air. Meet your demise. Wang Xian surged forward, dispatching the silver-haired youth's two subordinates. Silver-haired Asan, where are you? I see you, come forth. He zeroed in on the youth with silver short hair, who had previously targeted and ambushed him, causing him considerable injury. Thus, he was determined to eradicate him. Standing atop the dragon's head, Wang Xian forcefully stomped down, shattering the dragon's skull and causing its avatar to scream, transforming into a cascade of ethereal light. Obliterated beneath his feet, he dove into battle against the silver-haired youth, engaging in a fierce clash where he shattered the youth's shoulder, then wrenched off his entire arm. Blood of ethereal essence sprang forth. Many in the depths felt a chill run down their spines. This young man was in a frenzy, his eyes aflame with bloodlust. Though they were avatars, their strength remained formidable, and their experience was significant, yet they were still ruthlessly slain by Wang Xian. White-haired one, halt. You have relished attacking me, even ambushing me multiple times. Where do you think you're going? Wang Xian pursued, delivering a punch that pierced through the silver-haired youth's back, causing half of his body to explode. Along the way, an elder of the green-skinned Xinxiao tribe evaded him. However, Wang Xian had already set his sights on him. After pinning the silver-haired youth with the iron spike, he began his relentless pursuit of the elder. In the blinding radiance, amidst a series of violent clashes, Wang Xian obliterated his own primordial spirit with the feathered transformation fist, resulting in the tragic demise of the elder from the green-skinned Xinxiao clan. On the shore, the elite combatants wore expressions of icy disbelief, unable to fathom the confrontation unfolding before them, while simultaneously, their incarnations were being retaliated against beneath the waves. Although Feng Yuzhu was one matter, the prowess of that young newcomer, who could achieve such feats, left them feeling quite embarrassed. White-haired one, did you not long for me? Come, let us duel beneath the sea. Observe how feeble your avatar appears. Wang Xian taunted those on the shore, wielding the celestial slayer iron pike. Hoisting the silver-haired youth he had captured after a fierce battle. With a clenched fist, He swung with immense force, and with a resounding thud, he shattered the youth's primordial spirit, causing it to burst apart. Chapter 390. A sense of disillusionment. Wang Xian, brandishing the iron pike, radiated brilliance as the silver-haired youth was mercilessly crushed by sheer force, marking yet another powerful avatar's demise. This was no trivial occurrence. The individuals present were of considerable renown, typically dominating others within their tier. He had slain the avatar of the sacred dragon Roan, and now even that of Koen was reduced to rubble by his fists. A murmur of complex sentiments arose among the onlookers. In the time-space tavern, although backgrounds were seldom inquired about, certain patrons were well acquainted with one another. The two he referred to held significant stature. One was the sacred dragon Roan, revered as a supreme deity in the mythologies of various planets, regarded as a god among gods. Kuiyuan, the silver-haired youth, emerged from a realm of technological ruins, yet stepped into the domain of mythology, surpassing even Roan in strength. The golden ape had also met its end. A new scenario unfolded beneath the sea, a confrontation of flying swords, resulting in the giant ape being drenched in blood. Its sword shattered, pierced by a multitude of blades, as its primordial blood flowed like a waterfall, leading to its annihilation. On the shore, not all participants focused on attacking the female sorceress. A considerable faction of enigmatic figures remained neutral, observing the fierce battle between land and sea. That was an extraordinary forbidden spell. Zhang Qifan retreated, filled with trepidation. On the shore, a woman cloaked in a black robe executed unparalleled sorcery. Flames, akin to divine light and thunder, coalesced into a blinding ocean, descending from the void, destabilizing the fabric of time and space, enveloping Feng Yuzhu. She was presumably the witch god queen. Speculations arose regarding her origins. Only she could wield such potent witchcraft. The dazzling spellwork rivaled the brilliance of the transcendent sea of light, vast and magnificent, freezing time to ensnare her foes, tearing at the very fabric of space to obliterate her adversaries. Alas, just as time momentarily halted and the void began to shape a forbidden spell scroll, Feng Yuzhu broke through, rendering the temporal tapestry in tatters. A crimson sigil appeared upon her brow, bestowing an ineffable elegance upon her flowing gown. As a stream of transcendent light burst forth, with a swift strike, the witch god queen's arm was severed. Her body sent sprawling as blood rained down in a tumultuous cascade. Silently savor the moment, for it may be the final ode. Once the transcendent sea of light fades, no one shall showcase such unparalleled divine might again. A heavy voice broke the silence. Simultaneously, beneath the waves, Wang Xian surged forth like a tempest, stirring the extraordinary waters into a violent upheaval. Upon encountering the avatar of the witch god king, he first shattered the binding spell with an endless sword light, then pursued relentlessly with his magical form. His body expanded, radiating golden brilliance, as he advanced through the water towards the woman in black robes. Faced with his assault, she too grew in stature, her witchcraft manifesting in a dense array. Various spells emerged, some weakening, some petrifying, some confining the void, all seeking to engulf Wang Xian through spiritual erosion. Wang Sherdwan's luminous essence illuminated all directions. After his profound transcendence, his comprehension and release of the supreme scriptures transformed entirely. Surrounding his form was a layer of near-real light, akin to armor, or like pages of exalted scriptures affixed to his being, dissolving and incinerating all witchcraft. With a resounding splash, his primordial blood sprayed forth, and an infinite cascade of light erupted. As the witch god king fell to Wang Sherdwan's might, he surged past, breaking through the avatar with his magical form. On the shore, the clash of unparalleled adversaries continued, yet the battle beneath the sea raged on. Wang Xian, consumed by fury, descended into madness, relentlessly pursuing his foes. Naturally, he bore wounds as well, for on the shore, powerful beings unleashed their true forms, launching various attacks. Though the purifying light diminished their extraordinary strength, it also inflicted considerable pain upon him. What could quell his wrath? Only the destruction of these avatars. Thus, Wang Xian became a whirlwind of chaos, unaware of how many elite avatars he had obliterated in the depths. "Young man, I harbor no grudge against you. Why pursue me?" A middle-aged man protested, simultaneously resisting and fleeing, nearly exhausted to the point of collapse. His main body remained among the onlookers on the shore. feeling as though his avatar had been unjustly attacked, teetering on the brink of dissolution. Is that so? Mistaken identity, yet the blows have been struck. And you harbor resentment towards me. Shall we continue this battle? Wang Xian retorted fiercely. Primarily, he was oblivious to who had conspired against him. Anyone fleeing in panic was surely suspect. I truly bear no enmity towards you, the middle-aged man exclaimed, blood pouring from his wounds, agitated and desperate. Brother Sherdwan, cease. That man is my friend. He has not attacked you previously, called out Zhang Qifan from the shore. Wang Xian, however, did not pursue a singular path. He turned to assault another target, driven largely by a desire for vengeful plunder, seizing the true crystallants and various wondrous items from those he faced. At this juncture, each individual had garnered something, with even the least fortunate possessing at least 4 true crystals, treasures of exorbitant value when brought to the outside world. After the disappearance of the transcendent sea of light, such items would never again manifest. Every piece counted, especially after the mythos had utterly collapsed, rendering these exquisite resources non-renewable. In the future, no wealth, scriptures, or weapons could barter for such treasures. When all practitioners sank into the mundane, only these true crystals might retain some extraordinary attributes. Brother, you have attacked the wrong person. I bear no animosity and have had no part in your grievances, another voice interjected, waving his hands in protest. At this stage, Wang Xian has descended into a frenzied state beneath the sea, recklessly engaging in fierce confrontations. Indeed, after a brief pause, Wang Xian unleashed the Sword of Severance, a dazzling array of blades converging like an impenetrable wall of divine brilliance, overwhelming and obliterating that quasi-peerless avatar. I am well aware of your pursuit. How dare you brazenly deceive me with falsehoods? Wang Xian collected the fallen crystals and moved on to seek another target. On the shore, many were entranced. Some gasped in awe, others shook their heads, while a few remained silent. Even the Shadow King met his demise at his hands, dying in an undignified manner, having failed in his ambush, instead falling victim to a brutal strike. People could not help but feel a sense of gravity. Wang Xian, adorned with wounds and bleeding divine essence, continued to fight like a ferocious tiger, seizing and pummeling his foes. Each of those avatars held considerable significance. None were ordinary transcendent beings. Many had shone in their youth, drawing the eyes of the masses in adulthood, forever shrouded in glorious halos, prominent figures in their respective realms. Yet here, they were being vanquished, and at the hands of the very young man they once looked upon with disdain. Enough is enough, my friends. What meaning lies in such life and death confrontations among transcendent beings? Is it merely for a handful of crystals? Perhaps it would be wiser to seek peace and avoid wasting time in conflict, as it may yield far greater rewards. On the shore, a peacemaker urged all parties to cease hostilities, insisting there was no need for further strife. Such authentic crystals could likely preserve some degree of our transcendent powers, yet, when faced with the vast cosmos, their efficacy is far less than imagined. Perhaps a year from now, we shall all reluctantly discover that the most formidable transcendent abilities may simply be the art of hypnosis. All notions of reaching for the stars or transcending the material world will be mere fantasies, rendering our quarrels over trivial possessions utterly pointless. Indeed, it is possible that in a year's time, during an era of depletion, we might find ourselves stepping out from the shadows and reminiscing together, left only with nostalgia, content to share sunflower seeds and hot pot, reflecting on the glorious past, while transcendency becomes a distant memory. Let us not engage in further strife. This splendor is nearing its end. Standing at the shores of transcendence, one can only wield the power to move the stars in memory, as it shall soon become a mere recollection. During the tumult of battle, tempers flared, yet in the end, the words of these individuals fell like cold water, extinguishing the fervent passions of many. Despite being prominent figures, the pinnacle warriors from the realm of the departed, once formidable in ancient times, now felt a profound sense of impotence. It was akin to being awakened from a vibrant dream, confronted with the reality that their past was merely an illusion, and it was time to return to the mundane. Let us disperse. This is devoid of meaning. Some felt disheartened, sensing that everything had lost its significance. No one should strike out against one another, even for the sake of retrieving a few crystals to take home. The battle on the shore has come to an end. Feng Yuzhu, holding the god-slaying banner with one hand, usually exudes a cheerful demeanor, Yet today her aura is decidedly cold. With a gentle shake, the blood from the banner drips down, her silver-white gown still emanating a faint trace of murderous intent. In the sea, Wang Xian has also ceased his slaughter. Overall, he has fought with great fervor and satisfaction. Though he bears numerous wounds from battling formidable foes such as the giant dragon, the white-haired Asan, the green-skinned divine demon, and the Witch King, he has purged the malice from his heart. Most importantly, he has honed himself through these encounters, and the results are palpable. The underwater conflict has unveiled a new vista for him, revealing a broader world ahead, guiding him on how to proceed and elevate himself. In the aftermath, all parties coexist in relative peace, each intentionally avoiding conflict while seeking opportunities in the luminous sea. Even Feng Yuzhu has manifested a separate avatar to cleanse the inherent rules within her, venturing into the vast ocean. 2 days later, the extraordinary luminous sea appears blurred and gradually dims, on the brink of vanishing into the void. The starry sky loses its brilliance, and the ocean retracts. Wang Xian ascends to the shore, his accumulation of true essence crystals surpassing 280. He notices Feng Yuzhu not far off and approaches her. She stands quietly at the water's edge, gazing into the void left by the disappearing luminous sea, her silhouette exuding a sense of solitude. Her gown fluttering as if yearning to soar into the ocean. Wang Xian gasps, sensing her unwavering resolve to leap into the sea. He hurriedly strides closer. Sister Feng, the extraordinary luminous sea marks the final echoes of myth. Perhaps I should follow it into the unknown. This is one of the choices after the conclusion of a myth, to perish or to be reborn in a new realm. She speaks calmly, her gaze fixed on the flowing luminous sea of the universe, revealing her contemplation. Wang Xian immediately interjects, Sister Feng, do not act impulsively. Those who have entered the luminous sea have been assimilated and perished. Chasing the sea is not the optimal choice. The extraordinary world may be collapsing, but that does not signify the absence of opportunity or a complete end. There is always a glimmer of hope. Feng Yuzhu responds, the universe has existed for 13.8 billion years, with numerous mythic civilizations arising and fading, each lasting no more than a few thousand years, some even less than 5,000. They are fleeting like a blooming ephemeron, devoid of a future. I wish to reach the end of the extraordinary luminous sea, to where it ultimately ceases. Sister Feng, I recognize your formidable strength. As they say, your primordial spirit has undergone supreme nirvana and rebirth, likely more than once. However, do not act rashly. The situation has not yet devolved into utter despair. This sea resembles a mythic black hole, consuming all that is extraordinary. At this stage, paths still exist. Let us first explore. Mythic civilizations, throughout history, have sought answers, and myriad opportunities have emerged, only to be disproven one by one. Perhaps only the end of this sea holds the truth. What we lack now is not the paths themselves, but the courage to rise from the depths. Feng Yuzhu turns back, her dress billowing, transcendent and ethereal, radiating beauty. Yet, Wang Xian feels a tightness in his throat, fearing she might vanish from this world in a single leap. Gratitude is extended to Jidi Gui Dao, thanking the leader for their support. Chapter 391. Slightly intoxicated Wang Xian's heart hung in suspense. Then, with a sudden leap, he lunges forward and seizes Feng Yuzhu. What are you doing? Feng Yuzhu gazed at him, her ebony hair cascading down, her eyes profound, and then she smiled, akin to a blossom unfurling in the morning glow following a rain. Fresh and radiant. With a gentle shake of her head, she remarked, Are you worried I might leap into the abyss? It is not yet the time, not today. If I were to plunge into the sea, drifting away, those individuals would not spare you. They would come for you. Then I am reassured, Sister Feng. We still have time. It is not yet a moment of despair. Let us return to the present realm. Wang Xian exhaled, relieved, fearing she might take the plunge. Then why do you not release my hand? Feng Yuzhu looked at him, her brilliance transcending the mundane, turning away from the sea and walking toward the distant rusted mothership. Wang Xian felt no embarrassment. In a moment of urgency to save her, what was wrong with holding the hand of an extraordinary being? After walking a short distance, he finally let go, which was certainly preferable to dancing with old Zhang amidst the treacherous peaks. The transcendent sea of light receded, emerging from the void and retreating into the unknown as the mythos waned, inevitably leaving everyone in silent suspension for an extended duration. There may be one or two more opportunities. The youth hosting the auction in the bar, known as Old Mu, spoke, his gaze deep as he contemplated the darkness of the vanishing light sea. This juncture was the result of many prominent figures collaborating in a complex simulation, perhaps yielding opportunities 3 or 6 months hence. Feng Yuzhu gazed into the distance, resolutely choosing to take that next step. As the extraordinary sea of light vanished, the oppressive weight of the present realm descended once more. Without the rules of myth, everyone felt constrained, their powers still far from reaching the realm of celestial beings. In this place, most individuals roamed leisurely around the 3rd or 4th tiers. Now, holding the god-slaying flag, Wang Xian felt no trepidation, gazing at the divine dragon, Roan. With its severed tail in the distance, he felt an impulsive urge to charge forth and slay the dragon. However, after a moment's consideration, he decided against it. Having called for peace, and with many eyes upon him, any excessive action might incite public wrath. Most importantly, the divine dragon with the severed tail was not even Roan's true form. These ancient beings were all exceedingly cautious, unwilling to step lightly into the realm of the departed. Brother Shidian, do not misplace my business card. In the future, it will grant you access to Ming Yuan's realm. Zhang Qifan spoke, his eyes filled with fervor as he looked at Wang Xian. He then discreetly cast a glance at Feng Yuzhu, fixated on the thought of reconstructing humanity, seeking to decipher the myth through scientific means to prolong the extraordinary. Inside the vast mothership, within the temporal bar, though the host was called Old Mu, his visage was youthful, sporting a buzz cut, his crimson hair glistening, dressed in modern attire, adorned with earrings and a nose stud. Even a gold stud embedded in his forehead, an inch long. Do not underestimate him. I have a rough idea of his identity. He is likely the sole disciple of the ancient emperor of the demonic cultivators, who vanished over 2 millennia ago, presumably retreating to some hidden realm after stepping away from the grand stage. Feng Yuzhu discreetly informed, revealing the host's identity. Wang Xian was taken aback. The legitimate monarch of the demonic sect that Magic For had been searching for actually had a disciple, whom he encountered in this temporal bar. Those 3 golden studs of his were only a shade weaker than the god-slaying flag. In the era of the most robust mythic laws, 3 studs could stabilize time and space, pinning down unparalleled powerhouses. Upon hearing such words, Wang Xian fell into a speechless state. Initially, he had thought of him as an atypical human, overly eccentric, never expecting that those 3 nails bore such significant implications. Oh, Fairy Fong, how you have concealed matters from us. Including this time, you have visited thrice, each time cloaked in secrecy. Had it not been for this grand upheaval, where you employed your extraordinary skills, we might still be unaware of your presence. Old Moose spoke, approaching with a smile. He handed Feng Yuzhu a small wine cup, saying, "Here, this is the time-space token. Next time you come, simply present it at a special node to enter here. This young man is truly remarkable. The battle beneath the sea has moved us all deeply. Alas, being born in this era is profoundly unjust for you. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly be an unparalleled genius." Old Mu expressed his regret, shaking his head before smiling again, offering another small wine cup, the so-called time-space token. He elucidated that both this small cup and the time-space bar aboard the mothership are remnants of a long-lost super-mythical civilization. Across the cosmos, there exist certain unique time-space routes, allowing swift travel here, serving as shortcuts for select supreme beings to convene. Ordinarily, unfamiliar intruders would face pursuit after the bar gatherings. So Fairy Fong, our apologies for the previous encounters. We were merely adhering to the rules, unaware of your arrival. Old Mu clarified. In truth, even without the time-space token this time, no one wished to besiege Feng Yuzhu and Wang Xian, had they not had enough of the earlier bloodshed. Even that madman of the 10th segment had been driven to frenzy, eliminating numerous avatars beneath the sea, let alone Feng Yuzhu, as no one desired to be her adversary. Previously, it had been agreed that the time-space bar would prepare a reward, 1 pot of heavenly immortals wine. I believe no further words are necessary. It shall be gifted to Fairy Fong. Old Mu smiled. He was quite agreeable, retrieving a small pot of wine that emanated an ethereal aura, remarking, "Heavenly immortals wine is a divine elixir from the bygone mythical civilization, which we have managed to restore. It serves to fortify one's essence during the era of myth's decline. According to him, when the age of depletion arrives, this wine possesses a delaying effect and is exceedingly precious, Yet alas, it cannot alter fate. What is destined to occur will still unfold. Old Mu advised, it is best to consume it soon. Our restoration skills are not up to par, and under the prevailing extraordinary circumstances, the wine's spirit diminishes daily, leaving no essence for the future. Farewell, everyone, until we meet again. The crowd began to disperse, each embarking on their separate journeys. Wang Xian and Fang Yuzhu also departed, retracing their steps through the time-space passage, their wine cups glowing, illuminating a web-like path. In the high skies above the old land, there existed what was termed the submoon space, resembling a blurred moon, a peculiar spatial node that leads to the location of the time-space bar. After the extraordinary beings vanished, it remained uncertain whether this node would also close, for fear that it might become irretrievable. Wang Xian glanced back at the hazy submoon space. Upon returning, it was still evening. The night was gentle, with moonlight cascading like thin smoke, a bright moon hanging high in the sky. Fang Yuzhu returned the divine flag and the silver beast skin to Wang Xian, restoring her original attire. Her flowing black hair and white shirt paired with fitted trousers made her resemble an urban beauty, yet they now soared through the night sky. This wine should pose no issues. Allow me to sample it, Wang Xian declared, pouring a measure into the small, chalice-shaped spatio-temporal token. The liquid shimmered a verdant green, radiating a luminous glow reminiscent of gentle flames dancing, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance. There are no concerns. This elixir serves as a potent tonic for the primordial spirit. Fang Yuzhu discerned with a mere whiff, confirming the medicinal wine's integrity. Subsequently, Wang Xian consumed it, and in an instant, he experienced a vivid clarity from nature. The rich texture of the wine, a celestial lightness, and the fragrant essence of blossoms, all intertwining with threads of extraordinary power, collectively washing over him, dispelling the fatigue of battle. He felt his primordial spirit being nurtured, as if fortifying his path, enhancing its resilience. Fang Yuzhu, astonished, remarked, typically, for an ordinary individual, the effects of this wine are quite pronounced. It appears that your own primordial spirit has undergone a flawless evolution. It requires such nourishment, yet remains largely unchanged. Wang Xian shook his head, feeling somewhat tipsy. Fang Yuzhu also indulged in a small cup, and moments later, she found herself in a state of mild inebriation. As she had stated, she was not accustomed to drinking, not in the sense of ordinary wine, but rather this ethereal brew. Meanwhile, Wang Xian staggered slightly. This so-called celestial intoxication truly had the power to incapacitate, leaving him with the sensation of drunkenness. Surprisingly, the less seasoned Fang Yuzhu held her composure better than he did, her prowess evident, though she too was merely tipsy. Wang Xian felt disoriented, seeing double. Sister Fang remained sober. Yet I am the one intoxicated. How embarrassing. He vigorously shook his head, needing Fang Yuzhu's support, which only added to his discomfort. Look over there. Old Zhang is a peculiar creature. His true form possesses 3 heads, sitting atop the large tree outside my house. When will his voyeuristic tendencies cease? Wang Xian pointed downward. Despite his inebriation, he still managed to spot old Zhang, who began to holler midair. What on earth? In the dead of night, he and the Lord of the Underworld Blood are sitting together. Are they sharing a toast? Why are their arms intertwined? Oh, perhaps it is my drunken state causing me to see double? Below, Zhang Daoling's expression darkened instantly. As for the so-called spiritual divine eye, what a flawed vision. He sat there drinking, safeguarding their physical forms, yet this drunken fool dared to disparage him. He deserved a beating. The Lord of the Underworld Blood exclaimed. Have these two entered the Yao pool, returning inebriated? I see even Fairy Fang is slightly tipsy. With a couple of swift motions, Zhang Daoling and the Lord of the Underworld Blood projected their primordial spirits into the sky, casting unfriendly glances at the drunken Wang Xian, each contemplating administering a beating. Has Zheng Yuantian arrived? Fang Yuzhu inquired, slightly inebriated. A hazy figure appeared beyond the curtain. Upon a brief glance, he turned and departed. The Lord of the Underworld Blood relayed this information. It is old Zheng, he informed the Night Demon Emperor. This is a diversion to lure me out. He seeks to harm me? Wang Xian vigorously shook his head, striving to regain clarity. Zheng Zhu's intentions were focused on his physical form. What of Yin Yan? Fang Yuzhu inquired. Evidently, she felt quite at ease, for prior arrangements had been made before the departure of her primordial spirit. The demon lord had placed both of your physical bodies in a chamber, informed Lao Zhang with utmost seriousness. The The demon lord is named Yin. The inebriated Wang Xian found his focus somewhat difficult to maintain, his attention surprisingly fixated on the name of the demon lord. On Feng Yuju's beautiful visage, a faint luminescence appeared, her expression subtly shifting as she, slightly intoxicated, gracefully swayed and swiftly approached the dwelling below. She was acutely aware that the demon lord could be quite troublesome when capricious, having meddled with the physical forms of both her and Wang Xian, which was truly vexing. Yin, come out this instant. Feng Yuju called from outside, her ethereal form, transformed from her primordial spirit, enveloped in radiant light, hastening towards the room. Yin, the demon lord, the crimson-clad female demoness, what has she done? Wang Xian slurred his words, swaying as he followed after her. Chapter 392. 1,000 years of cultivation together with the moon hanging high. Wang Xian staggered down from the night sky, nearly tumbling into the small lake of reeds beside the house. Lao Zhang, what has happened to me? My physical body in the room, Wang Xian inquired, his intoxication somewhat alleviated by the jolt of concern. You are truly floating away. Zhang Daoling observed him, then, without hesitation, produced a copper mirror, intending to give him a light tap on the forehead. Typically, he was addressed as Zhang Jiaozu. Yet now this drunken fool had not only claimed he had grown 3 heads, but also referred to him as Lao Zhang. With a soft hiss, a faint golden aura emanated, and a small flag appeared above Wang Xian's head, effortlessly blocking the copper mirror. The intertwining golden patterns shimmered, and the rusted copper mirror failed to descend upon him immediately. Now, with a mere thought, Wang Xian could wield the god-slaying flag, achieving a significant breakthrough in the extraordinary realm of light, a qualitative transformation that drastically elevated his prowess. He has achieved carefree wandering. Lao Zhang exclaimed in astonishment. It had only been 2 days and nights, yet this lad had ascended once more, which was rather absurd. Although Wang Xian's strength was commendable, Zhang Daoling had previously felt he could easily grasp his neck, but now it seemed a more challenging endeavor. Moreover, instinctively reacting to the aggression, Wang Xian's right hand manifested a hefty iron stake, subconsciously preparing to strike at Zhang Jiaozu. This was not an act of revenge, but rather a natural reflex to being attacked, indicative of his keen and formidable combat awareness, a seamless transition from defense to offense. As Zhang Daoling looked down to see the long, thick iron stake thrusting towards his abdomen, his expression darkened. It was only natural that he would evade the impending strike. However, Lao Zhang was now unsettled. He had yet to strike this young man 100 times, and now the tables had turned. The fledgling had transformed into an eagle ready to soar. I apologize, Zhang Jiaozu. I've had too much to drink. Wang Xian quickly retracted the flag and the iron stake, bowing in respect. He held a great deal of reverence for Lao Zhang. 10 segments, quite intriguing, Zhang Daoling remarked, his expression shifting. It was indeed remarkable how those who had unlocked special inner realms during their mortal years could ascend so unreasonably. How little time had passed. He was somewhat lost in thought, reflecting on the illustrious past of old Zhang, who had once vanquished demons and seized various opportunities, emerging from the depths of despair during the most intense era of supernatural cultivation. It had taken him considerable time to reach such heights. I am certain he is akin to that individual from 2,700 years ago. The patriarch of the blood of the underworld discerned a pattern in his heart. In fact, he believed this young man's ability to progress to this point in an age of desolation surpassed even that of the individual who once treaded into the realm of the extraordinary. As he descended from the celestial void, although Wang Xian was not in a corporeal form, he felt an intense heartbeat, as if something truly significant was unfolding. His ethereal body, shaped by his primordial spirit, resonated in perfect harmony with human physiology, the rhythm of his heart echoing like a drum. What do you think will transpire? Old Zhang cast a glance at him and sighed. Do the youth of today possess such grand ambitions? How audacious to contemplate relationships with women who are significantly older, aspiring to ascend to celestial ranks. Old Zhang, that is not the case. I am merely speculating about what has transpired. Please refrain from making unfounded assumptions. Wang Xian promptly corrected him. The patriarch of the blood of the underworld interjected with a smile. As a male patriarch among the celestial beings, I believe that age differences of 3,000 years can still lead to shared joys and hardships. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian's heartbeat steadied, reassured that the seductive fairy, Yin, would not act recklessly with these two formidable patriarchs observing the situation. However, as he approached the window, he was taken aback. It appeared that two figures lay intertwined on the bed, having achieved such intimacy after a millennium of cultivation. Yet, the room held an air of mystery, as a magical formation was in place to obstruct the exploration of his primordial spirit, preventing him from fully perceiving the scene without employing a flag to break through the barriers. To his astonishment, there were indeed two individuals on the bed, nearly entwined, causing his spirit light to tremble. "Do you see that, sister? This little rogue has dared to defy the heavens, his heartbeat thundering like a storm. His audacity is truly remarkable." On the large bed, the magical formation dissipated, revealing two figures lying there. One, a hazy form leaning towards masculinity, was the red-clad fairy. Now, she languidly sat up, adorned in ancient attire, her long red dress cascading from the bed to the floor. As she rose, her raven hair fell freely, her fair and enchanting visage adorned with a smile, long eyelashes framing her captivating eyes, and her red lips exuding allure. Having encountered the fairy lord, this was Wang Xian's first close encounter with her in the old world. She had come to his chamber, and had it not been for Feng Yuzhu and old Zhang's presence, he would have been inclined to confront her with a staff. "Oh, it is fortunate that nothing untoward has occurred," he muttered to himself. "What are you anticipating?" The red-clad fairy, Yin, covered her mouth as she stifled a yawn and stretched languidly, exuding a carefree attitude, oblivious to the gaze of others. Yet, she retained her inherent grace, with a slender waist and a striking figure that captivated the eye. Yin, Feng Yuzhu's primordial spirit returned to her physical form, rising from the bed in a soft white nightgown, preventing the fairy from indulging in her whims. "Where's my physical body?" At that moment, Wang Xian realized he could not sense his corporeal form. Where had it disappeared to? Under the bed, the red-clad fairy, Yin, replied, "In the realm of the demons. You are also revered as a patriarch. Why do you still reproach Feng Yuzhu?" On the bed, two individuals sat side by side, one clad in snow-white attire, ethereal and seemingly untouched by the world, while the other donned vibrant red, exuding a compelling charm that hinted at a spirited defiance. These two formidable beings resembled two celestial blossoms in full bloom, radiating an unparalleled grace. Wang Xian felt a slight twitch in his facial muscles. How different people could be. Some luxuriated comfortably on the bed, while he found himself unceremoniously cast beneath it. Simultaneously, an unsettling anxiety gripped his heart. He was adamant that no one should intrude upon his physical form. The enchanting demoness, Yin, cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "What, are you dissatisfied? I am only protecting you. You have no idea. Without my intervention, Zhang Daoling would have begun his examination of your body." Wang Xian's heart raced. He harbored too many secrets within him, including a precious life-nurturing furnace buried in his destiny's soil. Should it be discovered, he would be doomed. "Do not slander me, demoness. It is you who wishes to study him. Moreover, you intend to investigate the body of Fairy Feng, placing them both upon the bed." As Zhang Daoling entered the chamber, he refuted her claims, asserting that he was the one who had thwarted the demoness. Wang Xian extricated himself from beneath the bed. Realizing why he had failed to sense the impending danger, he had been tightly bound, his body covered in yellow talismans. Half of them bore the Taoist mark, presumably affixed by Zhang, while the other half belonged to the demon clan, plastered not only on his body but also across his face. Was this intentional? He was neither a zombie nor a vengeful spirit. Was it truly necessary to encase him like a rice dumpling? "I sealed your body to prevent Zhang Daoling's primordial spirit from entering you, thus safeguarding your physical form," the red-clad demoness explained. Seated on the bed, her long, immaculate legs dangled gracefully, her petite toenails painted a lustrous red, shimmering with a captivating glow. Zhang Daoling countered, "I was the one who first sealed his body to prevent your spirit from infiltrating him." Ignoring their exchange, Wang Xian began to peel away the talismans, wincing in pain as they seemed to cling to his flesh. He quickly returned to his essence, feeling an immediate sense of completeness wash over him. As both body and spirit harmonized, radiating light from the crown of his head and exuding auspicious energy from his feet, his physical form transcending to new heights. His primordial spirit had reached the 10th realm, yet his corporeal self had yet to catch up. That transformation had now commenced. During this process, he turned his focus inward to examine his destiny's soil, relieved to find the life-nurturing furnace still vigilantly guarding its secrets. He reminded himself not to repeat such a lapse in judgment. While Zhang was indeed commendable, matters involving treasures were a different story altogether. Individuals of such caliber, devoid of ruthlessness and cunning, likely perished long before reaching this echelon. As for the red-clad demoness Yan Yan, it was needless to say that in Zhang's absence, she would undoubtedly ravage his destiny's soil without hesitation. Do you trust Zhang Dowling over me? With your sister present, you have forgotten our agreement. Were you not eager to witness my celestial dance before you? And now you cast doubt upon me? The red-clad demoness, Yan Yan, with every expression and gesture, exuded an allure that was simply enchanting, her languid demeanor infused with an irresistible charm, her demonic grace strikingly exceptional. Feng Yuzhu took decisive action. Placing a hand on her shoulder, though her smile remained, it exerted immense pressure upon the demoness. Wang Xian, focusing solely on his physical transformation, disregarded their discourse, intent on continually enhancing his power to achieve perfection. Yet, deep down, he harbored a certain trepidation towards the demon lord. Although she had graciously chosen not to hold past grievances against him, it did not imply that she would refrain from striking should the opportunity arise. Fortunately, with old Zhang present, both parties' intentions seemed to neutralize each other, maintaining a precarious balance. 10 segments, quite impressive. Truly, you are one who wishes to see me dance. Such a privilege is rarely bestowed upon the ordinary, he remarked. To utter such words would typically invite dire consequences, yet you possess a certain uniqueness. The demon lord, Yan Yan, smiled radiantly, her hair cascading gracefully, exuding an enchanting allure. She was utterly unrestrained and spoke her mind without hesitation. Wang Xian stood still, every inch of his being glowing with an ethereal light, embodying serenity akin to that of an ancient monk, feigning ignorance before the extraordinary female demon. The lord of the underworld grew increasingly convinced that he was in the presence of one who had unlocked the inner realms even during his mortal existence. The other three were already well aware and had been the first to perceive this. In days gone by, they had interacted within those inner dimensions. At last, Wang Xian's fleshly ascension reached completion, mirroring his spiritual elevation to the pinnacle of 10 segments, with even the haze of intoxication dissipating, leaving him in a state of sublime tranquility. He sensed that the imperfections of his past path had been rectified, leaving no regrets. And he now stood in his most flourishing state. Simultaneously, upon the return of his spirit, his perceptions sharpened remarkably, and he caught a faint, delicate fragrance wafting through the air. Was it not the scent of Feng Yuzhu? It enveloped him. He furrowed his brow. The demon lord was indeed restless, likely having engaged in some clandestine actions. Throughout this ordeal, Feng Yuzhu had been waging a covert battle against the demon lord. Her spirit was suppressing Yan Yan, her hand resting gently upon the demon's shoulder, emanating a soft glow, unwilling to let her depart. Sister, do not misunderstand. Truly, there is nothing amiss. I worry for you. After all these years together, I dread the thought of separation. I fear that when the myth fades, you too shall vanish from sight. Do you intend to recklessly pierce through the realm of reality? I cannot bear the thought of losing you. I believe such a path distances you from the mortal world. Perhaps it would be better to settle down and create a family, anchoring your heart in this existence. Do not rush. I have yet to act, merely contemplating the beginnings of such intentions. Sister, cherish the present. Myths are but grand dreams, and we still dwell in reality. We are but fragments of spirit wandering within the grand tapestry. In truth, the mortal realm is the authentic domain. Seize all that lies before you. I have assessed the situation. Wang Xian possesses potential, albeit somewhat careless. Sister, marriage and children, having something to hold dear, may reveal to you how beautiful and close the real world can be. Stay. Do not seek demise. Do not depart. Despite her myriad soft entreaties, Feng Yuzhu remained steadfast, her eyes shimmering brightly, transforming into runes, intent on suppressing the crimson-clad demon Lord Yan Yan. At worst, I shall accompany you. Would that be agreeable? The spirited Yan Yan, with her playful demeanor, rested a hand upon Feng Yuzhu's form, her alabaster chin gracing her shoulder, saying, Do you wish for me to journey far with you, or to live alongside you in the mortal realm? Either is acceptable. Zhang Dowling, the lord of the underworld, and Wang Xian had stepped outside, oblivious to their mental exchanges. Yet they could feel the electric tension crackling between the two, unwilling to be drawn into an unforeseen calamity. Especially Wang Xian, who is also one of the parties involved, caught a whiff of the fragrant aroma on his clothing and immediately sought to engage in philosophical discourse with Lao Zhang, hastily following him out. Zhang Daoling cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, "What profound truths do you wish to discuss with me? It's merely 10 segments. Have you become delusional? What? Do you desire the esoteric teachings to be passed down orally? You may as well ask Fang Yuzhu for that, and study it with her." Lao Zhang continued, "Enough of this. I have safeguarded your corporeal form for 2 days and nights. Now, swiftly procure that pung egg, prepare it through various culinary methods, and enjoy it with a bit of celestial intoxication. This shall suffice as a modest repast." However, this late hour was destined to be anything but tranquil. A hazy curtain loomed ominously, drawing ever closer to the manor, instilling a profound sense of dread. "Zhang Jiaozu, you are here as well? Perhaps it is best for you to depart." A figure emerged from the curtain, exuding a faint aura of chaos, wielding an ancient banner with a grandeur that seemed to consume the stars. Hung Jun had arrived, the first to obtain the coveted treasure, wielding the feathered ascension banner. Now virtually invincible, with none capable of opposing him. Beside him stood Zheng Yuantian, clad entirely in black armor, his visage obscured. Wang Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Was this a confrontation he was headed towards? This was dire indeed. Yet, his eyes gleamed with defiance. Who was to fear whom? If it came to a fight, it was uncertain who would emerge alive. At worst, he would expose the precious life-cultivating furnace he possessed, and he had 4 unparalleled masters on his side. He was not convinced they couldn't overwhelm the opposition. Of course, should it reach such a critical juncture, the life-cultivating furnace would likely become the talk of the land, making it exceedingly difficult for him to retain it. Chapter 393. The treasure trembles outside the manor. The curtain glimmered, appearing abruptly in the stillness of the deep night, radiating a sense of the sacred, yet evoking a shuddering apprehension. Was Heng Jun, holding the treasure, about to cross dimensions? This sudden arrival sent ripples of unrest through all factions. Not only did Zhang Daoling's expression darken, but the likes of Ming Shui also felt the shift. The powerful figures within the curtain were stirred, aware of Heng Jun's movements. "Heng Jun, what brings you here?" Zhang Daoling inquired, maintaining an air of authority despite facing the seemingly insurmountable feathered ascension banner. His demeanor remained cool and composed. "I am here for him." Heng Jun pointed with the feathered ascension banner towards Wang Xian, who stood by the lakeside. Despite his white hair, his face bore a youthful countenance, his deep-set eyes conveying a profound wisdom. Clad in garments woven from the threads of yin-yang divine fire, shrouded in the curtain, enveloped in an inscrutable chaos. "Old Hung, were you not the one who most detested meddling in the affairs of others? Why have you come to aid Zheng Jusher now?" Ming Shui inquired. "Ming Shui, are you taking sides, intending to oppose me and brother Heng Jun?" Zheng Yuantian interjected, his black armor exuding an air of mystery and weight. Ming Shui shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "Zheng Heixin, have you forgotten the recent incident where you, Qi Yi, and the demon ancestor impersonated me? My alliance with brother Heng Jun is not personal. It is simply that I find you disagreeable." Zheng Yuantian remained silent, reflecting that it was hardly surprising. Those with 9 true destinies had long been impersonated by various factions seeking to engage in unsavory deeds since ancient times. In Heng Jun's grasp, the transformative banner seemed poised to rend the very fabric of reality. The treasure was indeed formidable, and in the hands of such a powerful individual, it rendered all opposition futile. It could truly sever the bonds of the old covenant. This young man had eliminated everyone who transported me to the old world, leaving none alive. Naturally, I must seek retribution against him, Heng Jun stated with an air of calm. Wang Xian replied solemnly, "I acted in self-defense against them. They sought not only to end my life, but also to bring harm to my parents and slaughter my friends without mercy. Am I to stand idly by as they strike, unable to resist?" At present, he felt no fear. At worst, it could result in mutual destruction. As long as he was willing to relinquish the life-preserving furnace, with the 4 unparalleled masters by his side, he believed they could turn the tide against their adversaries. Heng Jun, however, paid him no heed, instead engaging in conversation with Zhang Daoling and Ming Shui. It was evident that he held his status in high regard and had no intention of further discourse with Wang Xian, as they were not on the same level. "Years ago, I owed old Zheng a favor, and today I shall repay it by standing against all of you, he declared. It was unnecessary to speculate. Ultimately, it was Chen Yongjie who had summoned him. Otherwise, for the sake of his followers, he would have no need to mobilize such forces. In the future, he would have ample time. During the transition, he could silently eliminate Wang Xian. It was Zheng Zhushi who could no longer wait and sought him out for assistance. Zhang Daoling interjected, "Fellow Taoist, such actions may not be prudent. If your disciples were to be unjustly harmed, your wrath would be understandable. However, if they sought to kill and instead fell themselves, is it wise for you to wield a treasure and disturb the balance of our realms? Shouldn't your other disciples take action instead? We would have no objections." Clearly, this argument was Zhang's attempt to negotiate, urging him to refrain from rash actions, as those of their caliber preferred not to openly sever ties. Hengjuan shook his head and replied, "I may abstain from direct confrontation, but I do not wish for you to clash with Taoist Zhang. This is a private matter for Zheng Zhushi." Zhang Daoling chuckled, saying, "You would have Zheng Yuantian resolve this privately? That seems rather unfair. Old Zheng belongs to an era far older than the artifacts in a museum. Engaging in conflict with a youth is rather incongruous." This sentiment was echoed by Ming Xue, the ancestral figure of the blood sect, who nodded in agreement. The world is indeed harsh. Having entangled himself in profound karmic consequences and slaying one of my incarnations, this matter cannot simply be overlooked, Zheng Yuantian interjected. Within the realm of spirit, he had suffered a portion of his primordial spirit's power severed by Fang Yuzhu, resulting in a grievous impairment to his cultivation. Subsequently, he was vanquished by Wang Xian, a young man barely in his 20s, an event that reverberated throughout the cosmos. In recent days, Zheng Yuantian felt a heavy obstruction in his heart. As a supreme master, to be slain by a mere youth was a source of immense humiliation. Resolved, he aimed to seize Wang Xian's physical form, mastering the demonic fetus technique to absorb all the strengths of those with unique inner landscapes, transcending this era. He envisioned not merely becoming invincible, but forging a new myth. He recalled the fate of the super-civilization that crafted the Tao-controlling flags. Tracing back to images of the whale fall, that so-called whale was likely akin to someone like Wang Xian. That civilization had come to regret, recognizing that had they not been short-sighted, allowing the whale to thrive, they might have discovered a path forward. Certainly, Wang Xian has lost his chance. The myth has withered and is on the verge of conclusion. He has only recently stepped into the realm of the extraordinary, his cultivation too shallow to uphold such a grand scheme. In Zheng Yuantian's eyes, as a peerless powerhouse, he must integrate with the other to forge a new myth. Zheng Yuantian, do you wish to battle me? Come forth, and if you dare to divide yourself again, I shall accompany you to the end, Wang Xian declared, emboldened after reaching the 10th segment of perfection. Youngster, do not be overconfident. You still have much to learn, Zhang Daoling remarked discreetly. Qingmu, residing within the estate, was abruptly awakened and immediately contacted old Chen, who was in Pingqing. The master and disciples swiftly mobilized their resources, with warships rising in the distance. If the situation escalated unfavorably, there would be no further discourse. Bombard the celestial beings. Regardless of the odds, both Chen Yongjie and Qingmu were prepared for the worst. Hengjuan was imposing, his feathered banner thrust forward, emanating chaotic light that cleaved a rift in the grand curtain. It was indeed a genuine breach. He did not seek to emerge himself, but gazed at Zheng Yuantian, saying, "My friend, feel free to strike. I shall uphold my promise and shield you from them." He paid no heed to Wang Xian, who did not capture his interest, only regarding Zhang Daoling, the lord of the dark blood sect, and the two women in the room with a level gaze. Such audacity, Wang Xian uttered coldly, refusing to bow in submission. He possessed a certain level of strength now, wielding a treasured artifact and allied with several top-tier powerhouses. Having been driven to this juncture, he was prepared to fight resolutely. If exposure was inevitable, so be it. He intended to risk it all. The disdainful attitude and condescending gaze of his adversaries ignited a desire within him to resist fiercely, to overturn the situation. Having a treasured artifact was remarkable, but he, Wang, was no less. At that moment, Wang Xian's spirit surged dramatically, a portion of his divine essence sinking into the earth of life, reaching out to the nurturing furnace, gently flicking his fingers upon its surface. Old furnace, you have accompanied me for so long. Perhaps today you shall see the light of day again. If an unstoppable crisis approaches, we shall break through together. His emotions fluctuated intensely. The nurturing furnace, an unparalleled divine artifact, was not forged by a single individual, but was the crystallization of a civilization's blood. A true treasure whose awakening would create immense commotion. Though it had not yet been fully activated, a faint glimmer of awareness was beginning to permeate. With the grand curtain torn asunder, Yongjie stood steadfast with his banner. Chen Yongjie's gaze deepened, his impatience growing as he sought to seize Wang Xian's corporeal form, intending to replace him as the unique individual. Suddenly, Yongjie took 2 steps back, his brow furrowed in slight trepidation, a thread of unease creeping in. Notably, he had felt the feathered banner tremble slightly. What could this mean? Alas, though he could currently wield the feathered banner, he had never received a response. No matter how he attempted to communicate, he abruptly looked up to see 2 women approaching. Ones he recognized well, their reputations far too grand, having personally brought an end to ancient myths. One donned pure white, ethereal and transcendent, while the other wore radiant red, as enchanting as a demonic flower. They approached in unison, each embodying distinct divine allure, destined to become the vibrant center of attention wherever they roamed, captivating all gazes. Yongjie, do you intend to assist Chen Yongjie? Yongjie inquired, her demeanor calm. Even in the presence of a peerless figure wielding a treasured artifact, she remained unperturbed. Yongjie furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of trepidation in the presence of this woman, who had once slain the demon emperor, an event that lingered in his memory as a witness. Especially now, with the 4 great masters gathered, their true forms concealed behind the curtain. It was impossible for him to feel no pressure. Feng Xianzi, Demon Lord, what is the necessity of this? Yongjie remarked. Zheng Daoyu has suffered the disgrace of having his avatar slain. It is a profound humiliation. If a master of unparalleled prowess cannot avenge such a grievance and is obstructed by you, his fellow practitioners, it would indeed be quite vexing. At this point, he directed his gaze fully towards Wang Xian, stating, the circumstances have been brought forth by you. I believe you should step forward to resolve this matter yourself. Do you wish to instigate a grand melee among the supreme beings? If you dare to provoke Zheng Daoyu, you must possess the courage to confront him. Zheng Yongjie. Am I afraid of him? You should summon him forth. Wang Xian declared with resolute clarity. He continued, stating, this is my grudge with him, and all can witness it. I shall confront him in a solitary duel without the intervention of others. Such words drew the attention of all present. Yongjie slightly shook her head, wishing to convey that Zheng Yongjie was not so easily dealt with. At this stage, even with the constraints of the present world, facing Zheng the Peerless would still be insufficient. Was Wang Xian afraid? Unfazed, he prepared to strike down Zheng the Peerless with the furnace lid if necessary. What purpose does a treasured artifact serve if not to be wielded? When cornered, if there are no choices left, it is time for it to emerge. I shall battle him in a blood-soaked confrontation. Are you certain you will not intervene with the treasured artifact? Wang Xian inquired, looking towards Yongjie. Of course. If they chose to intervene, it would not be a significant concern. He had already made up his mind. Once the treasured artifact was revealed, he would entrust the furnace body to Yongjie, allowing her to crush Yongjie. Do you truly believe you are worthy of my intervention? Yongjie replied coldly. This time, if truly pushed into a corner, Wang Xian thought, let it be a grand spectacle. Let them all be annihilated. As for the ensuing bloodshed and the fierce competition for the treasured artifact, solutions would arise in due course. Moreover, this time he might even acquire a feathered banner. Whether from Old Zhang, the Demon Lord, or even from Ming Shui, no matter how sinister their intentions regarding the treasured artifact, he would not mind bestowing upon them the feathered banner. At this moment, Qingmu in the manor, observing through the detector, saw Old Chen sweating profusely. Even Ming Shui and Old Zhang were visibly moved. Within the curtain, the celestial beings were equally astonished. This young man was willing to sacrifice himself, to stain the curtain with his blood, and have Yongjie and the others seek vengeance for him. However, the principal figure frowned. Zheng the Peerless was perceptive, feeling a ripple of unease wash over him. As for Yongjie, his senses were heightened. Something felt amiss today. The feathered banner he held had trembled once more, stirring a wave of apprehension within him. To fight or not to fight? Wang Xian pressed, feeling that it was of little consequence. The worst that could happen would be a bloody breach of the curtain, staining the ancient soil. If he were to pay a price, his enemies would not find respite either. Gratitude is extended to Beta Atlantic, Yongjie in black silk, and Chen Dong's beloved son. The mention of the black silk is comprehensible, yet the name of the leader behind it leaves me somewhat perplexed. My heartfelt thanks to the three esteemed leaders for their unwavering support. Chapter 394. A magnanimous heart, the moonlight shines brilliantly, and the curtains of night are gentle. Hung Jun furrows his brow, hesitating to respond immediately, for an unsettling stir within him suggests something is amiss. Is this merely a misperception? He does not believe so. Those who have risen to such heights are no ordinary individuals. Their keen instincts surpass common understanding, enabling them to emerge from ancient graveyards of corpses and blood, navigating countless perils to stand atop the pinnacle of existence. However, he cannot discern the source of his unease. What threatens him? He dismisses the notion that the four formidable masters could bring about his demise. Wielding the feathered banner, who could stand against him? The more he contemplates, the greater his dread becomes. After a brief reflection, he ponders various possibilities. Could an incursion from another realm provoke a backlash from the ancient pact? Or is it that a treasure of the present world has fallen into the hands of one among those four? The very thought astonishes him. Otherwise, what else could pose a threat? He disregards Wang Xian, deeming him insufficiently formidable, while simultaneously seeking to mask his own inner turmoil. His silence betrays the astonishment wrought by his own conjectures. The life furnace. This object springs to Hung Jun's mind at once. While other treasures have revealed themselves, this furnace remains elusive. His gaze deepens as it settles on Zhang Daoling. Could it possibly be in his possession? For over 2 millennia, this individual has been known to wander through demon caves and magical lairs, perhaps having stumbled upon the life furnace by chance. Next, he turns his attention to the Lord of the Underworld, who possesses 9 true lives and can traverse various locales simultaneously, making his movements more extensive than others, thus raising suspicions. Furthermore, Hung Jun's gaze shifts to Fang Yuzhu and the scarlet-clad demoness, Yin Yan. These 2 women are even more likely to be the ones who could decisively end the ancient splendor, their fortunes undoubtedly formidable. He has privately pondered whether, after the demise of this mythical civilization, anyone could endure the forthcoming dark winter. If so, surely someone among them would be on that list. In that moment, Hung Jun perceives potential in everyone around him, scanning the 4 masters, yet he pays no mind to Wang Xian, believing that conversing with him would be beneath his dignity. 3,000 years of struggle, 5,000 years of rise and fall. Dear friends, reaching this point has not been easy. Reflecting on the past, countless contemporaries have perished along the way, yet you and I are fortunate to stand at the apex of the immortal gathering, surveying the world's vistas. Hung Jun feels privileged to share in the rise and fall of this mythical civilization, witnessing its impending conclusion. With less than a year remaining, I hope that during this final period, we do not turn against one another, leading to anyone's demise. Hung Jun speaks, his words heavy with gravitas. He continues, let this matter rest. I shall show consideration to you 4. I advise Brother Zheng not to take action. Yet I hope there will not be a next time. I implore you all to reflect carefully, so that we may avoid conflict. Wang Xian had initially prepared to strike, his eyes gleaming with fervor, though, to some, they appeared rather fierce. Part of his soul energy was immersed in the land of fate, and he had already lifted the furnace lid, ready to unleash his might upon Zhang Yongjie on the moment he emerged. Zhang Daoling finds himself taken aback. Hung Jun has surprisingly yielded, altering his earlier assertiveness, revealing a commendable breadth of spirit. The Blood of the Underworld sect master immediately revealed a smile and said, Brother Hungjuan possesses great ambition, unwilling to see bloodshed between the 2 realms. I am deeply impressed. As an unparalleled powerhouse, one should indeed be this way. I also hope that friend Zheng can soon let go of his obsessions. Hungjuan, will you take action again next time? I hope you refrain from getting involved. Fang Yuzhu spoke calmly, showing no gratitude for Hungjuan's temporary retreat. As an extraordinary being who had undergone the supreme transformation and rebirth in the realm of the primordial spirit, she sensed that the other party's supposed ambition and broad-mindedness were merely a facade masking their apprehension. Indeed, let us not linger in ambiguity. Resolving the matter today would alleviate future troubles. The scarlet-clad demon lord, Yin Yan, said with a faint smile. Zhang Daoling added, Friend Hungjuan, it is unnecessary for you to fall into this trap. I just consulted the oracle, and should a conflict arise, it would be detrimental to all, leading to an outpouring of unparalleled blood. Hungjuan's expression remained placid, He did not believe that the four great masters would consistently guard Wang Xian. Next time, when they are absent, he could simply part the curtain and send Zheng Yuantian over. Could he not easily deal with a young man of the present world? Thus, he remained non-committal, calmly looking at the others, and continued to advise Zheng Yuantian not to provoke conflict today. At this moment, Zheng Yuantian also felt an unusual sensation. At his level, his divine awareness was remarkably keen. He nodded and stated, "What concerns my personal honor or disgrace matters little. I simply believe that he has shown disrespect towards the immortals, continuously desecrating their essence, and thus deserves punishment. Should the extraordinary collapse, when we enter the present world in the future, he will likely exploit various human rules to slaughter the immortals. However, since Brother Hengjuan has spoken, I shall comply this time." Wang Xian shot him a sidelong glance, feeling a sense of distaste as he openly rolled his eyes. Zheng Yuantian, clearly fixated on his body, shamelessly displayed his lofty principles, presenting himself as refined and otherworldly. If he possessed unparalleled strength, he would ensure that a decisive blow was struck. Zheng Yuantian casually swept his gaze over him, ignoring him entirely, adopting an expression that conveyed, "You are but a lowly figure. I am the supreme sect master, and I shall not stoop to your level." What a pity it is that this time he could not eliminate the old Zheng. Wang Xian sighed openly, stating it plainly, and his gaze and tone were hardly more favorable than Zheng Yuantian's when he looked at him. Zhang Daoling, the blood of the underworld sect, and Yin Yin were all rendered speechless, thinking to themselves, "What more are you contemplating? Are you never satisfied?" Behind the two unparalleled powerhouses, numerous followers and disciples accompanied them, all with unfriendly expressions and cold glints in their eyes. The actions of these extraordinary beings directly influenced the stability of the two realms, thus they could not act recklessly. In light of this, it was proposed that they attempt to resolve the issue today. Someone among the immortals spoke up, and another immediately echoed, "That makes sense. Since he is unwilling to submit and speaks arrogantly, while the unparalleled powerhouses today do not wish to stoop to his level, I am willing to descend to the mortal realm and see if this young man truly possesses extraordinary talent or is merely a madman." The two collaborated, intending to take action against Zheng Yuantian and capture Wang Xian. Wang Xian did not hold them in high regard, yet ultimately nodded, appearing reluctantly compliant. His intent was clear. He wished to eliminate them. Today, since they had already pressed against his doorstep, and he could not deal with Hengjuan or kill Zheng Yuantian, he would simply eliminate the others who instigated trouble. A figure approached Zheng Yuantian, bowing respectfully and requesting permission to enter the mortal realm. Zheng nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze towards Hengjuan. Hengjuan remained silent, and with a swift motion of the feathered banner in his hand, a fissure opened in the grand curtain, from which two streaks of light surged forth. They were the direct disciples of ancient, true immortals. Some recognized their identities. Far more formidable than ordinary immortals, yet upon entering the mortal realm, their powers were severely diminished, constrained by the ceiling of this world. Indeed, they were remarkable, managing to maintain their strength at the second tier of carefree wandering. It was the merit of the feathered banner, which emanated an aura that countered the external limitations. Old Zhang spoke up. Wang Xian retreated, questioning why he should grant them the opportunity to engage in combat before the grand curtain. The two advanced menacingly. As they distanced themselves from the curtain, their levels began to plummet, their mastery slipping toward the first tier. Continuing forward would render them unstable. In the next moment, Wang Xian acted decisively, unwilling to linger in confrontation, intent on swiftly eliminating them. Since they were aware of his god-slaying banner, he saw no reason to conceal it any longer. At that moment, the palm-sized banner fluttered in the wind, rapidly expanding into a grand, billowing flag, which he grasped with both hands and struck forward with a resounding force. With a loud bang, one of them was struck by the flag's surface, shattering into pieces in an instant. The other, positioned behind, evaded the flag's surface but could not escape the encroaching golden script net. With a soft hiss, his primordial spirit's light dissipated, severing his consciousness, and he too perished instantaneously. "Is that all?" Wang Xian scoffed. 10 segments. Zheng Yuantian exclaimed, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. The growth rate of this individual was astonishing, having ascended to the rare realm of 10 segments. He gestured for those around him to remain silent and refrain from further risking themselves. His expression was calm, devoid of anger. In fact, he felt a heightened anticipation. He had intentionally allowed others to act, eager to observe Wang Xian's true capabilities, and the results were gratifying. Exceptional individuals indeed broke through barriers at an extraordinary pace, and he was thoroughly pleased. He patiently awaited the next opportunity to personally capture Wang Xian. Many extraordinary beings within the Grand Curtain were unsettled. Those two were genuinely formidable. Yet they had perished upon exiting. What an unfathomable era this was, where a mere specter in the mortal realm could effortlessly slay them with a single encounter. "Thank you, Dao brother," Zheng Yuantian remarked. In the next moment, the Grand Curtain vanished with a swish, and everyone disappeared, restoring tranquility beneath the night sky, as if nothing had transpired. "What are your thoughts?" Zhang Daoling inquired, smiling as he held up a tarnished copper mirror, reflecting Wang Xian's image. Wang Xian felt an urge to spar with the venerable Zhang, but after some contemplation, he restrained himself, likely still outmatched. Old Zhang, right before his eyes, was peering through the tarnished mirror, undoubtedly indulging in such antics whenever he had the chance. Zhang Daoling, somewhat skeptical, sensed that this young man harbored secrets. So he drew closer, repeatedly inspecting the mirror, yet found nothing of note. "Not particularly impressive. Being bullied right at my doorstep is utterly humiliating. I have never felt so constrained in my life." Wang Xian sighed in response. "Are you trying to be cute?" Old Zhang could no longer contain his frustration. Having allowed Zhang to leave empty-handed while witnessing him slay two right before his eyes, yet this young man still felt aggrieved. "Zhang Jiaozi, what kind of clumsy words are you using?" Wang Xian corrected him. "That's enough. You haven't suffered any loss." The scarlet-clad demon lord, Yin Yin, cast him a sidelong glance. "I am merely worried about the future. They could breach the curtain at any moment, and if you are not present, would I not face a dire fate?" Wang Xian sighed. This is the truth. Without Feng Yuzhu and Zhang Daoling by his side, even with the life-enhancing furnace in his possession, he would undoubtedly be slain and lose his precious treasure. The four of them held significant status. It was improbable that they would always accompany him, as such formidable beings had not descended to the level of becoming bodyguards. Feng Yuzhu nodded, her eyebrows slightly raised, an expression of contemplation gracing her stunning visage. "I shall bestow upon you 3 beams of immortal light, which you may activate at any time. Each is equivalent to my full force strike." "Sister Feng." Wang Xian felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Hearing her name invoked was remarkable. A full force strike from Feng Yuzhu was nothing short of astonishing. And if unleashed amidst the Grand Curtain, it could potentially annihilate an entire battlefield of celestial beings. "You have been secretly calling her Sister Feng all along. What else have you been concealing from us?" The scarlet-clad demon lord, Yin Yin, interjected, her eyes glinting with a mix of allure and charm. Feng Yuzhu shot her a glare, then turned her gaze back, offering a faint smile. "You recently made a mistake. You should also grant him 3 divine talismans." "Sister, you truly wish to involve me, don't you?" "Very well, I shall comply. I have always said I want to be with you." The scarlet-clad demon lord laughed enchantingly, her demeanor radiant as she teased the female cultivator. "Thank you, Sister Yin." Regardless, Wang Xian felt invigorated. Setting aside concerns about whether the scarlet-clad demon lord would stir trouble, he began to contemplate a grand plan. Is this truly feasible? Zhang Daoling listened to the title and was at a loss for words. The blood of the Netherworld Patriarch was equally speechless. "Brother Zhang." Wang Xian immediately approached him, greeting him warmly, his eyes sparkling as he sought further guidance. His own primordial spirit could traverse realms, entering the Grand Curtain without risk. Thus, if he possessed unparalleled techniques, could he stealthily approach and eliminate a certain individual, transforming passivity into initiative? It is quite late today. This will suffice for this chapter. I shall pen some lengthy chapters to compensate in the near future. Chapter 395. Fated Encounters in the Mortal Realm. The mere address of Brother Zhang sent chills down Zhang Daoling's spine. He immediately glared, instinctively reaching for his neck, intending to lift him. Fortunately, Wang Xian had attained the 10th level, reacting swiftly, always on guard against Zhang's tendency to grab him for no reason. Old Zhang glowered and said, "Silence, do not call me that. Brother Zhang, Patriarch, I implore you to assist me and bestow your teachings." Wang Xian's eyes gleamed with fervor. He truly harbored some audacious thoughts. "I previously granted you 3 divine abilities." Old Zhang spoke up. Wang Xian now felt the weight of concern. If he were to take a risk, who would complain of having too many divine abilities? He murmured, "Last time, was that not the supreme scripture that only a lunatic could practice, which I exchanged with you?" The other three turned silently to glance at Zhang Daoling. If you cannot articulate, then do not speak. Old Zhang wished to strike him. Feng Yuzhu interjected, saying shortly, you should request a mirror light technique or a life-preserving dragon tiger pill from Zhang Daoling. That should suffice. Thank you, Patriarch Zhang. Wang Xian immediately bowed in gratitude. Old Zhang gently touched the mirror, suppressing the urge to smash it. He cast a glance at Feng Xianzi and thought to himself that they had clearly arranged everything for him in advance. How about it, Mingxue? Hong Yinyan smiled. Mingxue nodded in agreement, saying, I believe it is suitable. Master Zhang possesses immense power. If he bestows a technique, it must be an extraordinary art. Am I here to flatter you? The focus is on you. Old Zhang shot him a sidelong glance. Then, Mingxue realized that all three were gazing at him, making it impossible to evade their anticipation for him to bestow a technique. In that case, I shall grant young Wang Xian 3 rays of undying divine light. Mingxue gritted his teeth and bestowed the gift, as Zheng Yuantian had been impersonating him, aligning himself temporarily. As the silver moon hung high, a few individuals sat cross-legged by the reed-fringed lake, meticulously inscribing intricate and exquisite runes. Such grand undertakings could not be taken lightly. In the real world, there were no longer extraordinary rules. Otherwise, these runes would tear through a super battleship as easily as ripping paper. Wang Xian felt as if he were a grand sorcerer, able to summon external might to cast forbidden spells. Old Zhang scoffed, saying, forbidden spells that summon meteors from the heavens to devastate cities? Spare me. If our techniques were to erupt, supported by mythical order, piercing the sky and incinerating swathes of sorcerers would be a trivial matter. Wang Xian introspected, noticing that each part of his body emanated small orbs of light, the extraordinary patterns sealed by these individuals, which he could easily mobilize, flowing through flesh and resonating within his primordial spirit. He silently sensed and pondered that if he were to activate them, harnessing such a level of power might indeed lead to the demise of someone. Now, he contemplated whether to quietly strike or to bide his time for a better opportunity. No, I must not become overzealous. That is an unparalleled being, capable of a full-scale eruption. I need to calm myself and think carefully before taking action. Under the gentle moonlight, Wang Xian set about preparing the massive peng egg, intending to entertain the 4 great masters. He felt no regret. Premium ingredients were meant to be consumed. As for nurturing a pure-blooded Dapeng, he had no such thoughts for the time being. He was currently under threat himself and still struggling to navigate through challenges, lacking the energy to raise such a fierce bird. Moreover, Feng Xianzi had mentioned that this peng egg had a significant flaw and was unlikely to hatch. Wang Xian established his goal, to live well, avoiding being eliminated by the unparalleled fiends hidden in the curtain of fate. During this process, he would strive to seek new paths and reshape legends. The patterned golden eggshell was incredibly tough. Ordinary extraordinary beings might not even be able to shatter it. In the night, it appeared to shimmer with a faint golden glow. Upon seeing Wang Xian preparing to wield the god-slaying banner to crack the eggshell, Feng Yuzhu directly took over, handling it simply in the kitchen, frying and sautéing, then pairing it with various side dishes. Wang Xian brought over tables and chairs by the reed lake, laying out an array of ingredients and presenting the celestial intoxication. Hongyi Yaozhu Yinyan watched Feng Yuzhu's figure in the kitchen and smiled. How rare it is for you, sister, to cook and prepare dishes personally. Alas, I haven't seen this in ages. We are in for a treat. This is a delicacy crafted by the fingers that have ended several demon emperors, imbued with great fortune. Savoring the dishes crafted by the hands of the celestial chef Feng Xianzi has allowed me to boast for quite some time. The Lord of the Blood cult appears rugged, yet his flattery is delicate and resplendent. The eagle egg, which I had not tasted in 150 years, has become increasingly rare, but its flavor is indeed exquisite. Zhang Daoling has begun to partake, and golden light emanates from his mouth and nose, reflecting his deep appreciation. Qingmu resides within the estate, and with such commotion tonight, he naturally pays attention to the mythic figures present, quickly discerning their preparations for a feast. What is that? The dishes on the table seem to radiate light. Is it stir-fried gold, boiled gold, or steamed gold? He muses in wonder. Then, Qingmu hastily brings forth a cart laden with food, aromatic sauces, marinated delicacies, fresh produce, an array of platters, and a selection of fine-aged wines. The golden-winged peng's egg? Upon realizing what graces the table, Qingmu is rendered momentarily speechless. I must save some for my master, he says, cradling the dish with care, fearful of mishaps. There is more in the kitchen. Please take some. Feng Yuzhu beckons with a smile. This domestic scene is rather rare. Perhaps there exists a faint possibility for my sister to descend into the mortal realm, as it seems to be taking shape now. The enchanting Lord Yao Yao rests her chin delicately, her gaze not on the food but observing Feng Yuzhu in the kitchen, revealing a hint of intrigue. This is a good fortune. We can dine here often in the future. The Lord of the Blood cult chuckles, raising his cup, the heavenly intoxication illuminating his form. As he seems on the brink of ascension once more in the deep of night. Will you not remain among mortals? Perhaps you could also showcase your culinary skills. Zhang Daoling boldly suggests, encouraging the enchanting Lord Yao Yao to join in the cooking. The one worthy of my culinary prowess has yet to appear, she replies. Holding a luminous cup, her demeanor languid as she sips the heavenly nectar, her charm captivating. Yet, when her eyes subtly lift, it reveals not only allure but also the formidable presence of a ruler of the demon clan, a beauty concealing unparalleled power. That night, the hosts and guests reveled in joy, with Wang Xian expressing heartfelt gratitude to the four esteemed masters, frequently toasting them. During the gathering, he produced a scripture left behind by a severely afflicted soul for their perusal. I ponder, since Zhang the cult master practiced without incident and holds it in high regard, then the concerns should be minimal. Wang Xian slurred, reluctant to become inebriated. Alas, that potent brew could incapacitate even the immortals. Old Zhang's expression darkened as he comprehended the implications. He was being used as a subject for experimentation. In the late hours, the crimson-clad Lord Yao Yao ascended, her graceful form enveloped in shimmering light. Was this the corporeal essence of a mortal bathing in moonlight as she took flight? Wang Xian marveled. I shall depart for now, but I shall return shortly. Her voice resonated through the vast expanse. Zhang Daoling and the Lord of the Blood cult also took their leave, first walking upon the moonlight, and soon after, soaring with the aid of a bronze mirror, drifting into the ethereal. Wang Xian sighed. Ah, immortals! What a pity, as the year's end approaches. It is likely that such graceful figures capable of soaring through the skies will no longer be seen among mortals. He lay upon his bed, having reached a state where sleep was no longer a necessity. Yet today, a sense of intoxication enveloped him and his eyelids grew heavy. Clothed as he was, he succumbed to slumber, and just before drifting off, he caught a whiff of the fragrant aroma lingering on his garments. The enchanting demoness, Yin Yin, truly had a penchant for mischief. What had transpired, after all? It appeared that both he and Feng Yuzhu had been placed together, sharing the same bed. The following day, Feng Yuzhu promptly returned to Anqing University, reclaiming her identity as a student. She sought to immerse herself in this institution for a brief period of 10 days to half a month, fervently wishing to peruse a myriad of texts spanning both ancient and modern times, traversing the entirety of history. Celestial beings entering the mortal realm faced the tumult of the ages, be it Zhang Daoling, the demon lord, or Feng Yuzhu. Each harbors their own considerations. Some have indeed come to terms with the harshness of reality, striving to integrate into the present world, such as the patriarch of the blood of the underworld. Yet, there are others who, amidst the chaos of mortal existence, remain resolutely ambitious, gathering strength in tranquility, preparing to soar into the heavens, bidding farewell to the mundane. Wang Xian observed this with clarity, lamenting, some must adapt to the vicissitudes of life and live in the moment, while others yearn to leap beyond the mortal coil, willing to fade away yet desiring their brilliance to illuminate the myths, unwilling to extinguish the flame of belief within. That pure and fervent spirit of the immortal path lies merely dormant, awaiting the moment of ascension, either to be reborn or to embrace eternal silence. In the ensuing days, Wang Xian devoted himself to the study of scriptures and cultivation. As his strength had surged rapidly, he sought to deepen his foundation and enrich his understanding. He did not recklessly pursue confrontation, but rather prepared earnestly, striving to enhance his own prowess. The extraordinary aspects of this world were becoming increasingly elusive. Why engage in conflict? At times, he pondered whether all of this held any significance. It was primarily that some individuals, driven by ambition, sought to endure the bitter winter of the extraordinary. Yet their ascent was often built upon the corpses of others, leaving him with no choice but to compete. When others aimed to strike at him, he was left with no alternatives, Thus, he had to adopt a more proactive stance. Wang Xian, how are things with Xiaofang? As Wang Xian stood in the realm of reality, yet traversed the extraordinary domain, his father's call interrupted his thoughts. Xiaofang. Initially, Wang Xian was taken aback, but he quickly corrected himself, saying, "Dad, please don't refer to her that way. Sister Fang is a practitioner. Addressing her as sister already, it seems promising." "Xiaofang is a wonderful person," his mother interjected, sounding quite pleased, evidently eavesdropping on the call. "She is an extraordinary being," Wang Xian hastily reminded, lowering his voice. For Fang Yuzhu was nearby, returning home each evening after having learned to drive. "I know. I've already inquired with Qingmo. She's a celestial being. Isn't that splendid? Son, put in more effort and marry a fairy," his mother replied, her excitement palpable, eagerly playing matchmaker, almost as if she wished to intervene personally. "Mom, please stop. Sister Fang might hear you," Wang Xian insisted, believing that with Fang Yuzhu's capabilities residing next door, there was hardly any secret left to conceal. "Hearing it isn't a problem. I already know. If there's no more extraordinary path ahead, then not becoming an immortal is fine. Do you want me to assist you?" his mother inquired. "Please, Mom. Don't get involved. I know everything," Wang Xian quickly interjected. "What do you know? You don't grasp the essence of it all. Celestials are still human. Meeting in the mortal realm is a matter of fate," his mother lamented, wishing for her son to seize the opportunity. Next door, Fang Yuzhu was engrossed in her book. A serene and graceful woman, embodying beauty in her tranquility. Her long hair cascaded naturally beside her fair, delicate face. She set her book down, catching snippets of conversation that made her smile, devoid of anger. However, she soon heard Wang Ma's more fervent words. "Son, wait for us. Your father and I will come immediately to Anqing to support you. We have decided on this daughter-in-law. They intended to come over." "Stop. You know nothing about this matter. Please refrain from involving yourselves," Wang Xian interjected, wishing to end the conversation. After all, Fang Yuzhu was a figure of remarkable stature among the immortals. Even though she was exceptionally magnanimous, hearing others discuss her marital fate felt excessively romantic. Thus, Wang Xian felt a twinge of guilt and sought to prevent his parents from continuing. "If you dare hang up, we will come over tonight." Wang Xian's mother expressed her dissatisfaction with his nonchalant attitude, frustrated by his lack of initiative. "You don't understand. The extraordinary is not of this world. It is far more complex." "Mom, Dad, please don't say anything more. I will explain everything to you later." "How could we not understand? Recently, we have been well informed about the secrets of mythology from the relevant authorities in Pingcheng, more than you might know." Wang Xian didn't want them to be overly concerned. They were unaware of the various mindsets of immortals in the mortal realm, and not everyone would choose to return to the mundane world. Wang Ma remarked, "In this day and age, what is the point of seeking immortality or a land of eternal life? Cherishing the present is what truly matters. The so-called grandeur fades, the path of immortality withers, and returning to simplicity is what is fundamental. After searching for him 1,000 times, upon a sudden turn, one may find that person, that land of eternal life, in the dim light." Wang Xian stared blankly, realizing that his mother was lecturing him. "I tell you, in this era, pursuing the extraordinary is not wrong, but do not become too engrossed," Wang Ma cautioned. "I understand. What do you truly understand? Those who crave something and are willing to give everything, yearning to leap forward, often find themselves chasing illusions that are forever out of reach. The more you obsess over what you desire, the harder it becomes to attain. Otherwise, you will be like a moth drawn to light, seeking illumination but finding only fire, which consumes you. It seeks your very life." Wang Xian was taken aback by his mother's bitter wisdom, momentarily lost in thought, as her words inadvertently resonated with some of his own experiences. The ever-blooming flower of immortality blurs the line between illusion and reality. In that void, the path of meteorites raises questions of truth and authenticity. Is there a genuine place? These thoughts drove him to pursue recklessly, willing to accept the burning of red matter. He sought to transcend his death tribulations, willing to gamble his life, pushing forward at any cost, all to approach the source. He was prepared to give everything. Yet, was all his effort akin to a moth flinging itself into the flames, striving for reality while it demanded his very life? At that moment, Wang Xian was stunned, inexplicably touched, and a sense of dread washed over him. He had never contemplated whether the true source might harbor lethal dangers, always envisioning it as a place of beauty. convinced that success would grant him everything. Feng Yuzhu reclined gracefully on her bed, immersed in her book, enjoying the tranquility and relaxation of the moment. Occasionally, she would catch snippets of conversation between a mother and her child, finding a certain charm in their words, which felt grounded and relatable, eliciting a faint smile. However, as the venomous chicken soup was brought forth by Wang Ma, her smile faded, and she tucked away her long, fair legs, sitting cross-legged on her bed. Feeling the insidious effects of the toxicity, she was an unparalleled celestial being, a slayer of demon emperors and destroyer of dark lords, having brought an end to ancient relics and ushered in a resplendent era since the Middle Ages, her power unmatched. With unwavering conviction, she believed the myths would extinguish. She was willing to ignite her true form and ascend beyond the clouds to prolong the existence of the extraordinary world, vowing never to bow down or surrender. Yet now, those words struck her with unexpected force. Was the extraordinary ocean she yearned to plunge into truly genuine? She possessed a cosmic ambition, one that ordinary individuals could scarcely fathom. Was the step she longed to take, perhaps misguided? Like a moth drawn to a flame. Had she been seduced by the dazzling allure of that radiant sea? Mom, another bowl of toxic mushroom soup, please. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xian called for his mother to serve him another bowl. That is the true essence of life, the light of the soul. Do not tarnish it with careless words. Strengthening your body is one thing, but do not fall into madness. Everything must have its limits. Excess is as detrimental as deficiency. That evening, Wang Xian consumed numerous bowls of both toxic chicken and mushroom soup, truly feeling the effects of the poison. In the final moments, under his mother's scrutiny, he found himself nodding in agreement, vowing to strive for his marriage. After hanging up the phone, he reflected on the situation. Was he coerced, overwhelmed by annoyance, thus verbally conceding? Was it merely a ploy to avoid further soup consumption? It was rather peculiar. Why was she so invested? Although she had urged him before, it had never felt so forceful. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. His parents had informed him they would be visiting soon. Once in quietude, Feng Yuzhu immersed herself in contemplation, meticulously attuning to her surroundings. As she processed her emotions, various figures from legends surfaced in her mind. Some were distant, having vanished. Once formidable, but now dissipated like mist. Others had crossed paths with her, and indeed, some had faced her wrath. Days later, Huang Ming and Kong Yun's celestial tea house opened, inviting acquaintances to support their venture. Initially reluctant to attend, Wang Xian found himself unable to resist the enthusiastic invitation from Huang Daxian, who subtly mentioned that Lao Zhang and Ming Shui held shares in the establishment. This revelation surprised him, prompting curiosity. Had the two revered masters descended into the mundane world to act as protectors? He decided to see for himself what the situation entailed. When Zhang Daoling and Ming Shui received their phone calls, they nearly rushed over to vanquish any malevolent entities, warning Huang Ming not to leverage their names for his business. Nevertheless, they felt compelled to attend, concerned that Huang Daxian and the others might cause trouble. The Celestial Tea House, with its ethereal name, was situated in a bustling area of an city. Thanks to an investor behind Huang Ming and Kong Yun who generously poured in capital, the interior was impressively adorned. Notably, both Huang Ming and Kong Yun personally participated in the establishment's aesthetic, planting flowers and vines, some of which were rare varieties sourced from the grand stage, enhanced further by the presence of unique stones and spiritual artifacts. This tea house, substantial in scale, was arranged to resemble a small celestial abode, with wisps of mist rising. Undeniably captivating. In today's world, the tea business faces considerable challenges. However, under the management of Huang Ming and Kong Yun, this three-story tea house has experienced a remarkable surge in business. Their specialty is the ethereal beverage, centered around themes of celestial wellness and longevity. Upon entering, patrons are greeted by an array of exotic flowers, wisteria, and unusual trees, and as they inhale the enchanting aura within the tea house, a profound sense of tranquility envelopes them, making it impossible not to attract attention and thrive. Dear patrons, do not fret. You may order online and have it delivered to your doorstep. We assure you that our tea comes from ancient trees nurtured in a celestial realm, with the freshest buds meticulously handpicked. Each tin of tea can be traced back to its authentic origin, with every leaf delicately harvested by true celestial beings. At the entrance, Huang Ming is actively promoting the tea and conducting a live broadcast, as an interminable line of customers stretches beyond sight. However, he feels the presentation lacks allure. So he has enlisted the help of the enchanting Zhou Shiqian and Chen Yongjie to elevate the appeal. Zhou, a recently debuted extraordinary singer, has garnered significant fame from her illustrious background. Please download our Zhixian Tea House app, the sole provider of genuine celestial tea, where a gentle tap allows for doorstep delivery, ensuring quality and convenience. On the upper floor, Zhang Daoling glanced down, feeling a twinge of annoyance at Huang Ming's ostentatiousness, employing every trick in the book, hoping not to deceive anyone. Are you serious? The tea trees are cultivated in the celestial realm, harvested by true fairies? Someone exclaimed loudly. Indeed. Upon ordering, you can scan the anti-counterfeit celestial code on the tea canister to witness the harvesting process. Every leaf is touched by the hands of the fairies. Each morning, when the first rays of sunlight illuminate the dewdrops, the purest celestial beings delicately pick tea for a mere quarter of an hour. No longer. No more leaves gathered, because this moment is when nature's vitality is most potent. Thus, the tea from this celestial abode is indeed scarce. We impose a purchasing limit, allowing each individual to acquire only one small canister every fortnight. Intriguing, I must say. This cunning weasel knows how to capitalize on opportunities. Perhaps we should consider acquiring his establishment, someone remarked casually. Undoubtedly, individuals of equal extraordinary stature have arrived, hailing from illustrious backgrounds, and their influence is significant. This may not be appropriate. As fellow denizens of the celestial realm, it seems unseemly to usurp their business, another cautioned. It is merely normal capital operation. We shall not engage in coercion. Once they recognize our strength, Huang Ming will be inclined to collaborate. Behind us stands a disciple of Zheng Juesher. Moreover, we originally intended to pursue a similar venture. The Angel Coffee Shop is set to open a branch in this very locale. Wait, who is that on the third floor? Someone interjected, noting the presence of Zhang Daoling, the Lord of Mingxue, Fairy Fong, and Wang Xian. Forget it, let's not dwell on that for now. This weasel has managed to summon their presence. Tea grown in an otherworldly abode, handpicked by pure celestial beings. Do you ponder how exquisite such tea could be? Even the legendary Zhang Daoling has praised it. Huang Ming boasted, invoking the name of the esteemed elder. Who is this Zhang you speak of? The revered Zhang Daoling, a paragon among deities. Huang Ming's enthusiasm was infectious, captivating not only ordinary individuals, but also many extraordinary beings in attendance. On the third floor, old Zhang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. This yellow weasel was truly attempting to exploit his name to sell tea. Did it wish to be flayed? With its yellowish fur, it seemed to have no shame. Old Zhang claimed it was good. Wang Xian was chuckling away. Huang Ming and Kong Yun, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately wiped their cold sweat and rushed upstairs. Master Zhang, Master Ming, Fairy Fong, we have indeed prepared the first immortal tea from the grand spectacle, Huang Ming proclaimed, swiftly unsealing the jade jar. Within, divine radiance surged forth, and the aroma of tea wafted out, enveloping the entire third-floor tea house in a mystical haze, akin to a celestial realm. Wang Xian was moved. Could this truly be an exquisite immortal tea? This is the tea that ancestor Hengjuan bestowed upon my family long ago. I've never had the heart to drink it until today, inviting you esteemed masters to partake, Huang Ming said, wearing an apologetic expression that made it difficult for old Zhang to reprimand him. Inside the jade jar, instead of tea leaves, there were small fruits, glimmering more brilliantly than jade, only a few in number, the size of a fingernail, each with varying colors. Upon steeping, the jade pot revealed a dreamlike landscape, the fragrance intensifying and mingling with the earlier tea aroma. Light and mist spread, showcasing various enchanting scenes. As the entire three-story building was enveloped in the fragrance of tea and wondrous sights, leaving one awestruck. What a fine tea, Zhang Daoling exclaimed after taking a sip, genuinely impressed. Even Master Zhang claims it is good. The blood of the underworld master laughed heartily. Old Zhang's expression was grim, yet he ultimately refrained from lashing out, casting a stern glance at Huang Ming, and thus this matter was set aside. Wang Xian, naturally qualified to taste such tea, took a single sip and felt a radiant energy enveloping him, lifting him to ethereal heights, startling him. Could he be on the verge of breaking through to the 10th stage? This astonished him, and he dared not take a second sip, preferring instead to savor the experience and reflect slowly. Zhou Shiqian and Chen Yongjie soon arrived, despite the presence of the masters, unable to resist joining in for tea. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Qinghuang appeared, a university roommate of Zhou Shiqian and Feng Yuzhu, now openly indulging in the tea. You claim this was bestowed by ancestor Hengjuan to your family? Wang Xian inquired. Huang Ming nodded, affirming, indeed. The ancient tea tree outside ancestor Hengjuan's cave is known throughout the world. It is the finest tea in the celestial realm, renowned far and wide. In his pursuit to draw closer to old Zhang and Feng Yuzhu, he had brought forth this ancestral rarity. Wang Xian's mind began to race. He had intended to enter the celestial realm and discreetly eliminate Zhang Yuantian, and now it seemed a visit to the Hengjuan family was warranted. He had been preparing for days, seeking to refine his plans, and it was nearly time to act. Wang Xian could traverse the mist rising from the soil into the grand spectacle, a secret unknown to others. He contemplated whether to guide certain individuals out this time. Considering prudence, he felt it wise to maintain a low profile. Regardless, he was eager to enter the celestial realm. Having interacted with so many mythological figures for a considerable time, he had yet to truly explore the celestial domain. He longed to witness the magnificent landscape of the celestial realm, which was on the brink of fading. Should he travel alongside Sister Feng, seek out the sword fairy's true form, or embark on a solitary journey? Wang Xian pondered various possibilities. Gratitude, DYDYDYD. Thank you for the support, Alliance Leader. Chapter 397. The Battle Against Zhengzhou Shi. Both online and offline, Wang Xian contemplated various possibilities, sensing significant potential. Setting aside the prospect of defeating Zhengzhou Shi, merely seeking various fortuitous encounters in the celestial realm was worthy of aspiration. Unbeknownst to him, he sipped another mouthful of celestial tea, enveloped in ethereal mist. As fantastical sights unfolded around him, revealing the breathtaking landscapes of the celestial realm, before him stood an ancient tea tree, lush and verdant, bearing sparse yet exquisite fruits, each uniquely hued, some golden, some purple, and others of fiery crimson, a kaleidoscope of colors. This was none other than the world-renowned first tea tree at Hengjuan Cave. Each fruit, no larger than a fingertip, was meticulously guarded by a fairy, signifying its immense value, to be harvested at specific intervals. This tea tree belongs to me, Wang Xian declared, as he beheld the mesmerizing scenery composed of tea fragrance and mist, feeling an extraordinary sense of awe. The brewed tea fruits were indeed remarkable. If he were to enter the celestial realm, he must excavate this tree. Not only within the confines of the celestial tea pavilion, even passers-by on the streets were astonished, captivated by the enchanting aroma and the manifestation of the celestial realm along with the ancient tea tree. Undoubtedly, the business venture between Huang Ming and Kong Yun had succeeded, ensuring a surge in popularity henceforth. This tea is truly extraordinary. It aids in breakthroughs. The young attendees, eyes closed, were all reaping its benefits. For instance, Huang Ming and Kong Yun, who had recently experienced a setback in their realms, were now beginning to ascend once more. It was no wonder that Zhou Qinghuang, relentless in her pursuit, arrived, while the demure fairy Zhou Shiqian also joined in to savor the tea, which proved highly effective. After sipping a cup of tea, Wang Xian felt a profound tranquility, yet ultimately did not achieve a breakthrough. He realized that the 10th segment was remarkably unique, situated at the theoretical frontier. Aspiring to reach a level comparable to the 13th Dan and Go, the challenge loomed immense. As for Feng Yuzhu and Zhang Daoling, breakthroughs were even less conceivable. At their stage, relying on the first celestial tea would yield minimal effects. Xiao Huang, your business is thriving. Do you have any other ideas? The ancestor of the blood of the underworld spoke with a smile, intrigued by the prospect of developing endeavors on the old soil for his disciples. Thank you for the compliment, ancestor. I indeed have some ideas. If you are interested, you could join us and offer your guidance, Huang Ming replied with great enthusiasm, eager to ally himself with a powerful figure. The returning celestial beings were not few, a veritable mix of talents, and the competition was fierce. Some had even lost their lives in the process. Du Sher, the ancestor of the blood of the underworld, who was originally contemplating establishing a livestock group, sought inspiration from Huang Ming. Huang Ming explained, it's still related to leisure and wellness. I had also intended to open a cafe adjacent to the Celestial Tea Pavilion. As everyone has different tastes, this would foster a beneficial interaction. Upon hearing this, the ancestors' interest waned. Beverages were not particularly novel. and he wondered if it could even rival the allure of the tea house. The others shared this sentiment, recognizing that Huang Ming's various endeavors had already secured the tea house's success, and introducing a competing product seemed futile. With unwavering confidence, Huang Ming asserted, "Ladies and gentlemen, my cafe will take a unique approach, ensuring unparalleled popularity. Those who enjoy it will absolutely adore it, while those who dislike it may voice their criticism vehemently. However, it serves as a means to attract traffic, highlighting the Celestial Tea Pavilion's refreshing elegance and exquisite refinement." Wang Xian, Fang Yuzhu, and Old Zhang were all intrigued, inquiring about his methods. Noticing their keen interest, Huang Ming felt a surge of energy and passionately declared, "In this era, what holds the most value? Innovation, standing out from the crowd, and being distinctive. To put it plainly, let us accelerate the conversation." The Lord of the Blood Abyss genuinely aspired to become a respectable businessman, which made him quite anxious. Kong Yun pulled Huang Ming aside, advising him to remain composed. "Our cafe is named Celestial Envoy Coffee. Just the name alone is worth a fortune and destined to be a sensation." Huang Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. The Lord of the Blood Abyss, however, expressed confusion and disappointment, questioning the lack of uniqueness. "Isn't that merely a mimicry of the name of the Celestial Tea House?" Wang Xian's heart skipped a beat as he contemplated a certain possibility, losing interest in his tea, realizing how audacious this Huang Ming truly was. Fang Yuzhu, having recently transformed into a university student eager to peruse all the literature of this age, also displayed a flicker of insight, casting a sharp glance at Huang Ming. "Is that all? My name would serve better," Zhang Dowling interjected. Huang Ming chuckled awkwardly, bowing in apology. "I would never dare to disrespect your esteemed name." Upon hearing this, Wang Xian felt a glimmer of hope. Huang Ming turned to the celestial ladies present, inviting them to join him, promising mere endorsements in exchange for shares. Zhou Shiqian, Chen Yan, and Zhou Qinghuang were taken aback, questioning what he was selling. Old Earth and New Star. The most popular coffees currently are Cat Messenger Coffee and Raccoon Messenger Coffee, and we aim to showcase the elegance of the Celestial. Before Huang Ming could finish, Chen Yan's celestial sword flew out with a resounding clang. Zhou Shiqian, usually gentle, now wore a fierce expression, radiating a menacing aura. Zhou Qinghuang discarded her glasses, shedding her scholarly demeanor as a phantom of the Qinghuang appeared behind her, brilliant and formidable, as she prepared to unleash her energy cannon upon Huang Ming. "What is happening?" the Lord of the Blood Abyss inquired. Kong Yun, mustering courage, attempted to explain. "In the coffee industry, many believe that certain animals that consume coffee cherries and fail to digest the beans yield hard, plump, and exceptionally high-quality beans, thus giving rise to such brands. Why not just say it's raccoon dung coffee?" The Lord of the Blood Abyss set down his teacup, finding the crude introduction rather unbearable. Without hesitation, Old Zhang seized Huang Ming and delivered a thorough beating, exclaiming how shameful it was for him to compare his name with Celestial Envoy Coffee. Huang Ming, unable to escape this assault, cried out in pain, tears nearly spilling as he lamented his plight. "What did I do wrong? It was merely a good idea. Who could endure this?" The Lord of the Blood Abyss sighed in disbelief. "What is unbearable is that you would use me as an example for endorsement. Zhou Shiqian is a celestial being, elegant and transcendent, far more noble than those civets. And Zhou Qinghuang, of renowned demonic lineage, with a little promotion, they are celestial, far superior to any cat." Before Huang Ming could elaborate further, he was overwhelmed by the two women, who, disregarding any formalities, snatched him from Old Zhang's grasp, their intent to dismantle him evident in their fierce demeanor. "Well, my dear sisters, I concede, I will no longer seek your investment. Instead, we could imbue this venture with fresh meaning, a tale of a love that transcends the boundaries between the demon and celestial realms, with romance at its core." Kong Yun, witnessing his companion endure punishment, dared not utter a word for fear of drawing ire upon himself. Thankfully, this place was shielded by a soundproofing spell, otherwise, the anguished cries would surely frighten away all patrons. "Master Mingxue, esteemed ancestor, we previously discussed your ambition to establish a livestock conglomerate, and I have some ideas to share. We could present ourselves as high-end purveyors, claiming to offer rare beasts sourced from the celestial realm, while also ensuring accessibility with reasonable prices. It is imperative to achieve a closed-loop production model, encompassing everything from raw flesh to deep processing, and even branching into the luxury fur trade. alongside the nourishing benefits of a jiao for health and beauty. Ultimately, the gathering concluded on a high note, with guests departing in good spirits. Zhou Shiqian vowed never to endorse the ventures of Huang Ming and Kong Yun again, fearing financial ruin. Master Mingxue chose to linger, evidently intrigued. Wang Xian departed, eagerly preparing for his momentous entry into the celestial realm. In recent days, he had diligently researched, gleaning insights into Heng Jun's character through Feng Yuzhu and Zhang Daoling. While studying Zheng Yuantian's habits, if only the true form of old Zheng would manifest, that would be splendid. His diminished prowess would make it far easier to vanquish him. Alas, he invariably appeared in an avatar form. Wang Xian sighed, regaining his composure. While the aspiration to enter the celestial realm was enticing, the prospect of defeating Zheng Yuantian seemed daunting. It would be most advantageous to lure old Zheng out for the final strike. Undoubtedly, his desire for the celestial realm remained unabated. He was resolved to venture forth. Provided Heng Jun was absent, he would dare to excavate the trees. Recently, treasures had been surfacing with alarming frequency, and countless experts risked their lives in fierce contests for them. Should old Zheng suffer severe injury, Wang Xian would seize the opportunity. He bore the unparalleled techniques sealed by 4 formidable masters, and with the activation of the health-preserving furnace, the chances of success appeared promising. Days later, he prepared to journey to the desolate mountains, 800 miles from its city, to ascertain the condition of the Sword Fairy. Wang Xian, I have engaged with Zheng Ju's faction and diminished some of their power on your behalf. Huang Ming's call came unexpectedly, eager to take credit. It was common knowledge that Wang Xian and Zheng Yuantian were at odds, causing quite the uproar. Wang Xian paused, incredulous. Did the weasel dare to confront Zheng Yuantian's camp? It seemed far-fetched. The situation was thus. Zheng Yuantian's disciple had established a prominent chain of angel coffee shops in New Star, creating quite a stir. Recently, they had returned to the old territory, opening a flagship store directly across from our tea house, signaling clear competition. With the backing of Master Mingxue, I engaged them in a decisive business battle, successfully undermining part of their capital. Huang Ming boasted animatedly, portraying himself as a paragon of courage in the face of adversity. I had repurposed the previous concept for the fairy coffee shop's business plan and offered it to them free of charge, resulting in a tremendously enthusiastic response. While a few favored them, many others took to vandalizing their establishment. Wang Xian was left speechless, reflecting long after hanging up the phone. This was a concerted effort, both online and offline, to challenge Zheng Ju. He, too, would take action. To his surprise, even the Yellow Sage had unexpectedly intervened, clearly with the support of Master Mingxue, which emboldened Huang Ming to retaliate. The desolate mountains lay silent under the dawn's glow, the grass blades adorned with dew, shimmering with reflected light. Wang Xian arrived, seeking the Sword Fairy. Had she diminished in size somewhat? Wang Xian, utilizing his spiritual eye, discovered a miniature female, sword immortal, who was soundly asleep. She appeared to have shrunk slightly. Her long eyelashes fluttered, clearly sensing the gaze upon her, and she awakened immediately. With a swift motion, a burst of sword energy shot forth, prompting Wang Xian to hastily evade. "It's me," he called out, settling himself on the ground as he gazed at the exquisitely delicate being before him. In her current state, she was both beautiful and charming, radiating an ethereal aura, albeit somewhat diminutive in stature. "Do not look. I am truly displeased," she exclaimed, frustration evident upon her face. After 2 months of arduous effort, she found herself once again reduced to an earlier state. Wang Xian reassured her, "It is quite adorable indeed. Your celestial beauty remains eternal, and time leaves no trace. Defying the natural order. How enviable this is." The Sword Immortal's long hair cascaded down, aligning perfectly with her future ethereal beauty. Yet her miniature form retained a hint of baby fat, giving her cherubic cheeks an irresistible allure that invited a playful pinch. Currently, she pouted. Her large eyes narrowed in irritation. "I must have been jolted down by you. I noticed last time that being near you is harmless, yet your vibrations are quite potent. The essence emanating from your body is incredibly beneficial to me. How will you compensate for this? What manner of compensation do you desire?" Wang Xian chuckled in response. "I simply wish to grow up swiftly. What is the cause of your constant tremors?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, studying him intently. "I did not cause the tremors. Do not wrongfully accuse me. It is the heavens that tremble, a resonance from the treasures," Wang Xian retorted, deftly shifting the topic. "By the way, I have a method to expedite your growth. This time, I plan to retrieve your grown self from the Grand Curtain. What do you think? Shall we unite our swords and venture into the immortal realm together? Chapter 398. The Sword Immortal faces treachery again. The diminutive Sword Immortal emerged on the surface, her eyes interwoven with unique patterns as she sought to penetrate Wang Xian's enigmatic nature. Where is your true form within the Grand Curtain? Do you not wish to emerge? Wang Xian quickly redirected her focus, recalling his previous intention to lead her out. She should be in the palace of Guanghan. The Sword Immortal replied despondently. It has been quite a while since I have grown. Upon her return, she will surely still be underage. In the palace of Guanghan? That is near Mount Buzhou and the Yaoqi, residing within the spiritual realm? Indeed, practicing swordsmanship in the ruins of Guanghan. Seeking the celestial essence. Only those who attain unparalleled mastery may return. As she spoke, her spirits lifted, resembling an excited child, her mood shifting with remarkable swiftness. Wang Xian could not help but chuckle at her transformation. What are you laughing at? The lively little being was undeniably endearing, her large, dark, bright eyes and plump, lovely face adorned with apple-like cheeks. Her feigned fierceness was merely a playful facade, lacking any real intimidation. Unable to resist, Wang Xian pinched her soft, chubby cheeks, marveling at their delightful texture, only to witness her eyes blaze with indignation. Previously, he had dared to extend his hand toward her, and today, the miniature Sword Immortal once more found herself on the receiving end of his mischievousness. "Ah!" she exclaimed as radiant sword light enveloped her. Resembling a prickly little hedgehog that effectively pushed Wang Xian aside, her eyes wide with fury. Initially, during their first encounter in the inner realm, she adeptly subdued both Wang Xian and old Chen, who treated her with utmost reverence, greeting her as fairy upon each meeting. Yet, how swiftly time has passed. Now, it seems Wang Xian is on the verge of soaring into the cosmos, transforming her into nothing more than a chubby little child. With a swift flourish, she brandished her celestial sword, determined to impart a proper lesson. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Xian adopted a defensive stance. Despite her diminutive stature, her prowess was truly formidable, as her true form had already reached the threshold of unparalleled excellence. No more fighting, we are allies. He resolutely retreated, realizing he could not stoop to the level of a child, especially one so extraordinarily gifted. She was not to be trifled with. What manner of prodigy are you? Why do you exhibit such remarkable progress with every encounter? The sword fairy's eyes sparkled with divine light, though her small face was taut with frustration. Her heart was profoundly astonished. Was it merely the activation of a unique inner realm during her mortal phase that justified such unreasonable strides in cultivation? She muttered, feeling quite indignant. Since ancient times, she had been the sole contender on the brink of unparalleled strength. Her cultivation pace already fearsome enough to instill anxiety among various demon lords and celestial beings. Yet, this young man, whom she had guided, was advancing at a rate even swifter than her own in her youth. There's no choice. In this era, even a casual toss of a shoe can yield a celestial being. Both the old world and the new are teeming with remarkable entities. To survive, I must strive diligently to match your strides and vanquish all manner of demons and monsters, Wang Xian declared. He then indeed hurled a shoe, resulting in a startled thrush that shrieked and flapped away, revealing itself as a female, celestial being. Did you see that? Wang Xian found himself momentarily speechless. That was one eye raised, recently tamed, meant for watch duty. The sword fairy gestured towards the distance, signaling for the thrush to depart momentarily. Wang Xian, now serious, said, I'm not jesting. You must promptly inform your true form that I will guide her out. Delay could lead to unforeseen complications. Did I not mention? I fear your inner realm's traversal may exhaust your vital energy. She seeks the heavenly essence to aid your recovery, the sword fairy whispered. No need. I have other means. I shall remain unscathed, Wang Xian asserted. After a moment's contemplation, he produced several pieces of primordial true crystal and offered them, saying, See if these are of any use to you. Perhaps they can expedite your growth. Ah, this is a miniature version of the female sword fairy. Cradling the luminous blue crystals, her large eyes squinting with delight, her small face aglow with joy, nearly entranced. This is so comfortable. It will be immensely beneficial to me, she exclaimed, her happiness evident as she felt her corporeal form becoming translucent, her sinews on the verge of transformation and growth. And there's more. Wang Xian retrieved a dozen resplendent golden primordial true crystals. Having absorbed both blue and golden near-real supermaterials, he had broken through to the 10th realm. In the course of his accumulation, he sought new supermaterials, which held greater significance for his breakthroughs and enhancements. He possessed variously colored primordial crystals as well. So many? At that moment, the sword fairy cradled the heap of true crystals like a little treasure hoarder, her eyes sparkling with glee. Were Wang Xian not present, she would have rolled joyfully on the ground, her large eyes shimmering brightly. Mind your demeanor and maintain your enchanting aura, Wang Xian gently reminded her with a smile. She quickly composed herself, transforming once again into a delicate fairy, her expression serious as she said, "I will contact my true self to inform her to prepare for the return, though I cannot ascertain whether she will heed my words." Subsequently, Wang Xian and she agreed that her true self should await at the divine abyss behind the grand curtain. Should she return, they would reunite there. He had indeed done his homework, familiarizing himself with the topographical map behind the grand curtain, and learned that Zheng Yuantian and Hengjuan had relocated their sanctuaries, now situated within the fairy realm corresponding to the old earth. Recently, the worldly sword and the carefree boat had been frequently appearing behind the grand curtain that corresponded to the old earth, causing some powerful figures to grow suspicious and remain on high alert. How can one evade the unparalleled might of those supreme beings tracing back to the past? Wang Xian inquired. He contemplated entering the fairy realm and feared that if he were to inadvertently slay Zheng Yuantian with the life preservation furnace, or successfully unearth the first immortal tea tree before Hengjuan's cave, how would he evade being traced back to the scene? He had witnessed firsthand that both old Zheng and Zheng Yuantian possessed such terrifying capabilities. He was concerned that after causing a ruckus in the fairy realm, someone might trace back to the past and discover it was he who had instigated it. It would indeed be troublesome if tangible substances and the most ethereal materials were to intertwine, creating an armor that could conceal him entirely, of course. Possessing a supreme treasure would facilitate this endeavor. The sword fairy mentioned certain materials, like the creation true crystal that Wang Xian had gifted her, which were exceedingly close to reality and thus useful. According to her, true medicines and scraps from supreme treasures could be employed to forge extraordinary armor. Yet such items had never been encountered by anyone. Wang Xian pondered that he might be able to gather these rare materials. I once beheld a flower that could potentially be the apex of heavenly herbs, perhaps even a true medicine. It induces illusions, blurring the line between reality and falsehood. This could be utilized, for as you described, it transforms between the real and the unreal, reaching an extreme of void to reveal true essence. Long ago, a super-mythical civilization spoke of such a phenomenon. Soon after, Wang Xian departed. The miniature sword fairy, no longer concealing herself, joyfully embraced a pile of crystals and descended underground, rolling about in delight, her laughter sweet and carefree. Then, she noticed an obnoxious face peering from the surface, grinning mischievously as it watched her. "Aren't you supposed to be gone?" she shrieked, her face flushed, ready to transform into a prickly hedgehog again. "Continue on. I shall take my leave now." Wang Xian chuckled heartily, genuinely departing, vanishing into the wilds beyond. In the following days, Wang Xian diligently prepared, continuously researching various materials. To this end, he sought out old Zhang, borrowing a copper mirror to discreetly scrape off some verdigris. "What are you doing?" Old Zhang exclaimed, alert, snatching the copper mirror back. Beneath the verdigris lay a hidden treasure, densely etched with glaring runes. Wang Xian also consulted Feng Yuzhu on numerous inquiries. Before preparing to venture once more into the void, ready to undertake the perilous task of excavating the roots of the magical flower, he approached it twice, each time narrowly avoiding disaster. Once he encountered its already decayed roots, and the other time, the living tips of its stem. Feng Yuzhu did not vanish, but instead journeyed to Pingxing, where she perused the extensive collection of tomes at Anqing University, her unparalleled spirit consuming their wisdom. Hence, she sought the old land, known for its vast archives. Wang Xian found himself in a reverie, feeling somewhat unsettled by the absence of neighbors in the adjacent dwelling. Soon, another thought crossed his mind. With Feng Yuzhu and Pingxing, would his parents venture over to meet their future daughter-in-law, whom they had been quietly discussing? Given their previous demeanor, it was indeed a peculiar possibility. In truth, Feng Yuzhu had been significantly affected by Wang Mu's toxic counsel. Her visit to Pingsheng also aimed at discreetly observing the creator of that poisonous advice to dispel some of her lingering doubts. Chen Yongjie returned to the manor, consuming the pung egg left by Qingmu, torn between gratitude and sighs, lamenting his lack of a daughter, remarking that had he won, marrying her to Qingmu would be ideal. You're not getting any younger. It's time to settle down. Old Chen urged him. There's no rush, master. Didn't you just start your own family? Wang Xian replied. I aspire to become extraordinary, to reverse my age from 40 to 20, and then I shall consider such matters. He directly handed some true creation crystals to Qingmu and Chen Yongjie, having acquired an abundance during his time in the Sea of the Extraordinary, nearly 300, more than sufficient. The master and his disciple were left momentarily speechless. Old Chen, assist me in guarding. I intend to enter seclusion. You're not planning to tremor again, are you? Chen Yongjie inquired, astonished. It's only been a few days. If you shake again, that would be rather unreasonable. I doubt I can cause a tremor. Wang Xian shook his head. The 10th segment is exceptionally unique. When I drank the first immortal tea, I felt its effects, yet I was silently suppressed, unable to break through to the 11th segment. Thus, he contemplated venturing into the celestial realm to harvest Hengjuan's tree, as that particular tea fruit indeed proved effective, not by granting him extraordinary substances, but by stimulating his spirit, allowing him to comprehend and elevate himself from within. He was certain that after gathering a sufficient quantity of tea fruits, a breakthrough was inevitable. His journey to the void was primarily to extract special materials for crafting armor to conceal his own aura. Indeed, upon entering the ethereal realm, despite enduring trials of burning and refining, repeatedly attracting crimson substances that nearly exhausted him, he found no success in breaking through to the 10th segment. It seems mere diligent cultivation and relentless effort will not suffice. I must seek alternative methods, Wang Xian mused. He then proceeded to the meteorite crater, well prepared this time, having diligently practiced the scriptures left by a severely afflicted mind. He believed these teachings were ideally suited to combat the terrifying hallucinogenic flowers of the utmost void. In this world, I stand alone. What are these flowers but mere doodles of mine, attempting to deceive and lead me into illusion? Impossible. Wang Xian empowered himself with the scriptures of madness. Additionally, he brought along the lid of his health furnace, considering it a trial run to see if he could take it on his journey. The outcome was promising. He was capable of enduring the lid's pressure at the 10th segment, allowing him to embark on his journey without issue. However, Wang Xian was still brutally beaten in the meteorite realm. Despite his thorough preparations, he found himself lost, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion, nearly facing death and contemplating suicide, had it not been for the timely chime of the god-slaying flag, which struck the lid of the rejuvenation furnace, producing a resonant sound that jolted him back to consciousness. He would have almost crushed himself with the furnace lid. The terror of that demonic flower lingered in his heart. Grasping a segment of its root, he turned and fled, having suffered significant losses each time he confronted it, finding himself in dire straits. At last, he successfully retrieved the precious material. His expression shifted as he brought back a segment of the root to the present world. It existed in a realm between truth and illusion, flickering and unique. In the vicinity of the moon in outer space, numerous steel warships and small spacecraft could be seen. There were 3 ominous piles, a realm of the mind, and remnants of a super-mythical civilization S-Fire. Recently, the old Earth's laboratory had been collaborating with the immortal beings to explore other domains. Wang Xian had arrived. Someone spoke up. A figure emerged from a small spacecraft. But suddenly, a hazy light enveloped him, causing Wang Xian to vanish, along with the small ship, which was swallowed by the phenomenon, affecting nearby extraordinary beings and vessels as well. Several ships disintegrated, leaving behind fragments, severed by an inexplicable force, accompanied by the remnants of extraordinary limbs and blood. What on earth is happening? The news reached the ground, causing quite a stir. In a city, Qingmu's expression turned grave as he promptly informed Zhang Daoling and the Blood Lord of the Underworld, along with the true body of Wang Xian. The figures behind the curtain could no longer wait. It was clear they would not let him off easily. Wang Xian spoke in a low voice, realizing that what had been engulfed was a mechanical replica fashioned after him, and as soon as it appeared, the adversary had struck ruthlessly. Without a doubt, it had to be the camp of Zhang Yuantian, who was obsessively fixated on his body, nearly driven mad by desire. In recent days, Wang Xian had been studying armor. attempting to forge it, mixing various materials together, including the roots of the demonic flower that straddled the line between reality and illusion, the rust from iron stakes, and the essence of true crystals. Moreover, he incorporated the rust from old Zhang's bronze mirror, applied to the exterior of the armor, proving quite effective, akin to aging it. It was nearly complete. I must set forth now. Damn Chen Yongjie, I did not proactively seek to annihilate you, yet I have repeatedly fallen victim to your treacherous schemes. This time, innocents were also harmed, as 7 or 8 extraordinary beings perished tragically in outer space. That night, in midair, a luminous screen appeared, revealing Chen Yongjie, shrouded in black armor, who, at a cost, unleashed a beam of light that fell upon the estate. Wang Xian's dwelling was directly torn apart, collapsing and sinking, creating a pitch-black pit in the ground, draining the nearby reed lake dry. Unfortunately, this place was empty. Wang Xian had not been there for several days, having distanced himself from its city. Old Zhang, care for a drink? Would you like to join me? Outside in city, Zhang Daoling called out, walking under the moonlight, holding the bronze mirror, vigilant and watchful. His invitation was overt, yet it served as a subtle warning not to go too far and to avoid harming mortals. Chen Yongjie cast a cold glance at him before vanishing, the light curtain extinguished. Old Chen, safeguard my physical form. The following day, Wang Xian set forth, prepared to formally enter the realm of immortals and to take the initiative against his adversaries. Clad in armor and draped in the latest fashionable attire beneath a grand cloak, he donned the god-slaying banner and furnace cover, inhaling deeply before embarking on his journey. A subtle mist began to rise, and he followed its ethereal tendrils, advancing along their elusive path. Time and space blurred, and the journey unfolded in profound silence. Eventually, he traversed a hushed and dim expanse, descending into the world beyond the Grand Veil. Once again, he arrived at an inn, its dilapidated state and desolation familiar to him. A red lantern swung at the entrance, a sight he had long since acclimatized to, prompting him to stride forward with purpose. He swiftly navigated through the dark region, entering the immortal realm corresponding to the old earth, a place far grander than his previous excursions. 2 days later, Wang Xian stepped into the vibrant world of immortals, standing amidst majestic mountains, where breathtaking landscapes unfolded, verdant flora flourished, and the azure sky was as clear as crystal. Occasionally, massive raptors soared overhead, casting vast shadows upon the ground. This is the realm of immortals, he mused, reflecting on how his previous encounters had only allowed him to tread the edges of this wondrous domain. Now, he was finally witnessing its splendor. As he gazed into the vast expanse, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, followed by a deluge of blood rain. He instinctively touched his face and body, finding himself smeared with blood, and quickly looked up. In the sky, a gigantic lizard engulfed in flames flapped its fleshy wings, only to be struck down by a massive black elephant, its scaly hide gleaming, which sent it crashing to the ground in 2 parts. At that moment, a chill coursed through Wang Xian's body. This creature was undoubtedly beyond the level of earthly immortals, and his current capabilities were woefully inadequate. In the realm of immortals, the prowess of various beings was preserved. Even the emergence of a single beast king would be terrifically formidable, capable of decimating countless extraordinary beings. Were it not for the multitude of small luminous orbs within him, he would have considered retreating. This realm was far too perilous. Those orbs were intricate patterns inscribed by Zhang Daoling, Feng Yuzhu, and others, once activated and unleashed. It was likely that any single orb could absorb the extraordinary matter of an entire mountain range in an instant, unleashing a cataclysmic storm. I should remain on the outskirts of the mountains, he thought, for if I encounter a beast king and am forced to activate the marks left by Zhang and the others, it would be an unwarranted risk. Wang Xian frowned, realizing he could not afford to roam the deep mountains. Initially, he had contemplated taking a shortcut through this primordial terrain, but it now seemed prudent to accept the reality of his limitations. He was indeed a member of the weaker demographic on this land of immortals, and navigating through populated areas would be more sensible. Half a day later, Wang Xian dashed through the desolate outer regions, only to encounter a swarm of ants, each as large as a watermelon, their bodies of vivid crimson and as hard as iron, spewing acid and flames. They were extraordinary creatures, relentlessly pursuing him. The thought of meeting his end at the jaws of an ant was a grim prospect, and he fled in desperation. A day later, He stumbled upon a flock of enormous birds, nearly compelled to activate the undying divine light bestowed upon him by the Patriarch of Blood, nearly triggering it in his haste to escape. Traveling through the realm of immortals was undeniably perilous. As he traversed the mountain outskirts, he found himself targeted by this avian congregation, each bird measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, their feathers as resilient as steel, capable of effortlessly shearing mountain peaks. An assembly of raptors in the realm of carefree flight, numbering nearly 100. They whistled through the sky, with their leader nearly approaching the realm of immortals, perceiving Wang Xian as nothing more than a mere insect to be devoured. Pressured, he resorted to earth escape, fleeing at an astonishing pace, internally lamenting, "This journey is far from the ease I had envisioned." Finally, on the 4th day of entering the immortal realm, he extricated himself from dire straits, distancing from the desolate regions and entering vibrant areas teeming with life. Prior to his arrival, he had thoroughly prepared. The immortal realm is suitable for both spiritual entities and corporeal beings, existing in a liminal state between matter and energy. This realm clings to the old earth, resembling its shadow yet possessing tangible existence. In days of yore, those who transcended to immortality entered the Grand Veil, many of whom, through profound magical prowess, reformed their bodies, regenerating flesh to procreate normally. Concurrently, the immortal realm was inhabited by numerous natives, including ferocious birds and beasts, with various narratives surrounding their origins. The most plausible rumor suggests that they emerged alongside the birth of this semi-material plane, akin to fertile soil that cannot remain barren indefinitely. During this time, Wang Xian interacted with Feng Yuzhu, Zhang Daoling, and others, seeking knowledge and uncovering myriad secrets. For instance, some natives recounted tales of their symbiotic existence with the Grand Veil. Today, Wang Xian witnessed firsthand, confirming certain assertions. He encountered a moderately sized village where the inhabitants were diligently digging graves, preparing for a collective burial, or rather, a deep slumber. When the Grand Veil extinguishes and the world perishes, they, like their ancestors, shall descend into a wintry epoch, awaiting rebirth in the darkness. Among the natives, some elders presided over rituals and orchestrated various arrangements, aware of the impending doom of the immortal realm, adhering to ancestral wisdom by awaiting revival and death. Contemplating the words of Feng Yuzhu and Zhang Daoling, along with his observations, Wang Xian pondered these matters. Some grand veils have extinguished more than once, enduring long winters and nights, and some ultimately revived, yet the so-called natives experienced no rebirth. One can only assert that the current natives, these villagers, are indeed preparing to bid farewell, intending to inter their own bodies. Numerous immortals exist, yet the natives far outnumber them, and not all can transition into the material world, as the numbers are overwhelming. Furthermore, the energy expenditure during such crossings is immense, often shattering spiritual imprints. Even disciples of immortals pay a price to traverse the Grand Veil. Wang Xian sighed, raising his gaze to the heavens, which appeared less azure than before, imbued with a sense of twilight. The atmosphere was thick with heaviness and oppression, particularly as he peered into the profound depths of the immortal realm with his spiritual eye. He discerned its essence. Indeed, it is a decaying world, a semi-material and semi-energetic plane destined to collapse, where all living beings shall perish. Surviving is truly arduous. A weight settled upon his heart as he beheld the present reality, which would dim and die within a year's time. Even if this immortal realm were fortunate enough to witness a second or third revival, the timeline remained uncertain. The true passage of years is ephemeral, and the cosmic bodies destined to fade. Each revival necessitates extensive preparation and time, emerging long after mythical beings. As Wang Xian passed through a larger town, he paused, sensing a peculiar resonance in the air. The entire town was engaged in fervent prayer and ritual, their emotions intertwining. Suddenly, he beheld an astonishing sight. Yellow paper descending from the heavens, ablaze, harmonizing with the collective sentiment of the townsfolk, a wave of sorrow permeating the atmosphere. "Look, our prayers are being answered. Today, we shall enter a deep slumber, and after countless ages, we shall be reborn as seeds. Perhaps we will forget everything, yet the imprint of our existence will endure. In time, some will awaken and remember what they witnessed today." Among the indigenous people, an elderly shaman was overwhelmed with emotion, leading the villagers in kneeling prayers, murmuring fervently, tears streaming down their faces. Wang Xian watched in astonishment from a distance. Then, a radiant rain began to fall from the sky, showering the town. It was rare for villages to witness the burning of yellow paper, and even more so to receive such divine rain. We are fortunate, for we shall revive as the seeds of a new celestial realm. An elder cried out. Wang Xian then observed many people rushing towards the distance, heading toward the graveyard to bury themselves. Others remained in the village, under the open sky, laughing joyously as they embraced the luminous rain. Wang Xian felt a profound threat to his very essence. He quickly retrieved the lid from his furnace, activating it and placing it above his head, further enveloping himself with the god-slaying flag to shield his being, distancing himself from this area and the radiant rain. This mysterious event was something even old Zhang and his companions had not fully comprehended, having scarcely witnessed it firsthand. Such occurrences were only seen at the twilight of decaying myths, as the indigenous people began to fade away. Wang Xian's expression grew grave. He saw many villagers collapse, motionless, some appearing to decay as if they had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. It was evident that luminous points resembling seeds emerged from within some of them, swiftly vanishing into the ground amidst the radiant rain, seemingly entering a dormant state to endure the long, dark winter and the eternal night. Were some legends credible? When the new celestial realm reemerges, would those spiritual entities give birth to vitality? Would seeds of half matter, half energy materialize on their own? Then, Wang Xian heard weeping, sending chills down his spine, a sound oddly familiar. He abruptly looked up, noticing at the end of the radiant rain, the highest point of the sky, a vague sight that appeared to be separated by a veil, faint flickers of firelight emerging, as if someone were burning paper, and that flame was about to extinguish. Wang Xian's heart was deeply shaken. He felt compelled to rush forward. This was not his first encounter with such phenomena. He had glimpsed and heard similar occurrences in the depths of his own unique inner landscape. As the fire burned out, would the curtain of darkness descend, plunging into the cold, dark winter night? The mere thought sent shivers down Wang Xian's spine. Ultimately, he refrained from rushing towards the heavens. There were too many powerful beings in the celestial realm, and it was not his place to pursue the source. Of course, he surmised that few could perceive it. Only with his spiritual eye could he vaguely discern the possibility of paper burning at the edge of the sky, the flickering glow of a fire barely visible. The flames have extinguished, and the celestial realm faces annihilation. A decaying world, straddling the line between matter and energy, is on the brink of oblivion. He ventured forth, bearing witness to the demise of the celestial realm. This vast expanse, tethered to ancient soil, was renowned, undeniably ranking among the top 3 in prominence across various domains. Wang Xian commenced his journey through this celestial realm, his encounters and observations filling him with wonder. The myriad of races and the countless formidable species left him in awe. On the 5th day, he beheld a genuine dragon, which had desiccated an enormous lake spanning 800 miles in diameter and cleaved through a grand mountain range. Its scales shimmered and clanged, crackling with lightning and adorned with clouds, as it tore through the sky, yet it was merely fleeing, bloodied and battered. It was being pursued by a demon saint, intent on collecting the true dragon's blood, severing its horns, and crafting rare armor from its scales. The so-called demon saint possessed power at a level approaching the extraordinary, far surpassing that of an ordinary celestial being. Chaos reigned in the celestial realm. A traveler halted, pallid and shaken, declaring, "The celestial realm is on the verge of extinguishment. All adept practitioners are in search of the final opportunities and fortunes. True dragons are exceedingly rare. Once discovered, they inevitably become targets for pursuit." Hearing such discourse, Wang Xian felt a tumult of emotions. That was a true dragon, long extinct in the mundane world, now faced with such a grim fate in the celestial realm. In the distance, the demon saint, bloodied and enraged by a wound inflicted by the dragon's horn, bore a gaping hole in his chest and abdomen. Wang Xian, even from hundreds of miles away, sensed a palpable danger in that area and promptly fled. The immense pressure was insufferable for an ordinary individual. Without the protective cover of a furnace lid or the presence of a divine slaying flag, he might have been rendered immobile, and should he be caught in the energy's wake, his demise would be excruciating. With a resounding wail, amidst the crimson glow of the sky, the demon saint severed the colossal head of the true dragon. Its blood gushed forth like a torrential waterfall, staining the earth and heavens a deep crimson. The demon saint hastily collected the dragon's blood using his treasures, flaying the creature and swiftly processing its carcass. Instantly, numerous celestial lights appeared as various powerful beings approached, whether acquaintances or rivals of the demon saint, eager to partake in the spoils of the dragon's flesh and blood. Wang Xian turned to leave. He dared not join the fray. In the celestial realm, the various beings were unrestrained, their power terrifyingly formidable. Subsequently, he encountered a barren land stretching 1,800 miles, devoid of life, parched and desolate. It was said that half a month prior, there had been a fierce confrontation between a celestial being and a demon saint, merely to vie for 6 drops of royal blood left by the ancient divine ape demon emperor. The inhabitants of the celestial realm have gone mad. This was not a sentiment expressed by Wang Xian, but rather an assessment made by the locals. As the apocalypse approached, all races and sects, every lineage, were amassing their strength and vying for fortune. Wang Xian pondered, was the blood of the demon emperor truly that precious? Perhaps he could invite old Zhang for a drink someday and inquire if he might part with a few drops. Surely, such a grand figure as Zhang, a few drops of blood would be of little consequence. Even if he had no use for it himself, it would be a boon to aid Qing Mu and old Chen. Recently, the atmosphere in the celestial realm has escalated with tension, leading to frequent and intense battles. In these critical moments, all beings strive to enhance their own powers, hoping to secure a greater share of extraordinary abilities in the forthcoming reality. Some villages and towns have perished or, in their own words, are buried in the present, awaiting revival after the harsh winter. Yet, in truth, they have all succumbed to death. The celestial beings engage in relentless combat, leaving the land scarred and desolate, with the decaying celestial realm rife with slaughter and death. Life itself seems to approach its inevitable conclusion, a tragic sight indeed. Wang Xian is deeply moved. In the reality, even in the absence of the extraordinary, one can still live well, far surpassing the celestial realm in beauty. The reality of ascension to immortality is shockingly cruel and far from the idyllic and ethereal paradise he once envisioned. Perhaps it is merely the peculiarity of this era that renders such tragic scenes commonplace. Through his journey and cautious observations, he concludes that the celestial realm was once relatively peaceful, lacking the current collapse of order. It can only be said that this celestial realm, corresponding to the old lands, is vast beyond measure, immeasurably broader than the former world. On the 7th day of his arrival, Wang Xian narrowly escaped disaster, instinctively plunging underground. Protected by a rare treasure and shielded by a furnace lid, he soon felt the earth tremble violently, with terrifying fissures spreading beneath, while the very void above began to collapse and fracture. In the outer realms, the skies erupted with chaotic light, as rules intertwined and thunderous chaos echoed incessantly. After half a day, he emerged to find the land devastated for thousands of miles, a mere aftershock of the cataclysm he narrowly avoided. An unparalleled battle had erupted between the demon ancestor Qi and the chaotic immortal, who fought fiercely for half a day before parting ways. Whispers of the conflict spread among onlookers. Wang Xian felt a profound sense of alarm. Everyone seemed to have lost their sanity, with such formidable beings descending into battle. Had he not reacted swiftly, diving underground and shielding himself with treasures, he could have easily been obliterated by their overwhelming might. In the real world, he could shake them. In the celestial realm, a single misstep could lead to his utter annihilation. Wang Xian felt a chill, unless absolutely necessary. He was reluctant to resort to the extraordinary powers gifted to him by Feng Yuzhu and Zhang Daoling. Within Qi Yi's demon pool, a celestial herb was nurtured, reportedly fed by the blood of various elite races, potentially evolving into a true elixir. The blood of true dragons, ancient demon emperors, and even Qi Yi's own blood had nourished it. The unparalleled being, chaotic immortal, sought to explore the demon pool while Qi Yi was away, but upon entering, he was intercepted, igniting a cataclysmic battle. As Wang Xian journeyed further, he grasped the origins of this conflict, profoundly sensing the astonishing destructive capabilities of these unparalleled beings. If they were to unleash their full power upon the earth, it could surely be obliterated. In this light, the cosmic rectification and the suppression in the reality hold their own rationale. Allowing them to grow stronger and venture into the cosmos could easily lead to the annihilation of life-bearing planets, a burden too great for the heavens and earth to endure. He furrowed his brow. From this perspective, the extraordinary cycle of life and death might indeed reveal discernible patterns. He journeyed onward, and on the 9th day, at long last, arrived at Hungjun's territory. However, he did not dare to approach, for he was separated by tens of thousands of miles, merely traversing past. Recently, the precious treasures had not stirred, and the aura of Hungjun's Taoist temple soared into the heavens, a palace of the Tao oscillating between the realms, indicating his presence at home, far from departure. Wang Xian found himself unable to act against the tea tree. Though referred to as a tea tree, it had once been an extraordinary medicinal fruit tree, yielding fruits of remarkable efficacy. Hungjun had aspirations to cultivate it to the level of true medicine. But just as he approached success, an abrupt failure occurred, resulting in a mutation where the fruits diminished in size, transforming into tea fruits, fragrant to the nose, bitter to the taste, suitable only for brewing tea. This failed metamorphosis of the heavenly medicine had significantly diminished its potency, barely remaining within the realm of celestial elixirs, yet requiring an abundance of 5-colored earth and regular infusions of celestial nectar. Otherwise, it risked losing its esteemed status. Wang Xian pondered. This is the outcome of unsuccessful cultivation. If I were to plant it in the void, would it have the chance to turn the tide? Old Hung awaits. When the opportunity arises, I shall raid your domain. He cast one final glance in that direction before turning to depart. The celestial realm was extraordinarily vast, and Wang Xian felt daunted by the journey. It was not until the 12th day that he finally approached Zhang Yuantian's territory, primarily because he dared not employ the god-slaying banner to accelerate his speed beyond tenfold, fearing it would attract attention. Old Zhang, here I come. Wang Xian felt a surge of frustration. He wished to crush Zhang Yuantian, but it seemed futile unless Zhang was gravely injured first. In this realm of immortals, an unparalleled powerhouse was simply too terrifying. He contemplated the odds of defeating Zhang Yuantian. On that day, Wang Xian learned that Zhang Juesher had indeed gone mad. Over the past month, Zhang Yuantian's disciples had emerged in full force, relentlessly pursuing the Fire Crow clan across the land. The number of extraordinary Fire Crows exterminated had reached nearly 700,000, as he sought to annihilate this lineage. In ancient times, the Fire Crow clan had shone brilliantly, birthing the Jinwu demon emperor, Zhang Yuantian. Upon discovering that the long-lost ancient demon emperor might have left behind a fragmentary pill and some royal blood, pursued this clan in hopes of unearthing it. Whispers circulated regarding his intentions. Zhang Yuantian sought to forge a demon emperor's physical form akin to his own for the trials to come, in preparation for death and rebirth. Wang Xian's expression shifted dramatically. 2 days later, his countenance darkened further upon learning that Zhang Yuantian had indeed located the remnants of the 3-legged Jinwu's pill and the demon emperor's blood. The following day, chaos erupted above Zhang Yuantian's domain, as chaotic heavenly thunder struck repeatedly, and a golden scroll materialized, intent on annihilating Zhang Juesher. Oh, that resembles the scroll that manifests upon the signing of a new covenant. My name is inscribed upon it. Wang Xian's eyes widened. What has old Zhang done to provoke the ire of some great immortal, compelling him to wield the golden scroll against him? Should he be slain, my troubles would evaporate. He smirked, retreating from Zhang Yuantian's territory. However, soon enough, Wang Xian's smile faded upon learning the reason behind Zhang Yuantian's demise by the golden scroll. He had breached the covenant. Zhang Juesher was defying the heavens. He had violated the tentative agreement by descending to the mortal realm to capture mortals, thus inciting the wrath of chaotic heavenly thunder. There has been much speculation surrounding a sensational piece of news. Wang Xian's expression changed dramatically, his complexion draining of color, leaving him pallid. The thought that Zhang Yuantian might be targeting ordinary people, perhaps even his parents, cast a heavy shadow over his heart. The mere possibility sent a wave of suffocating dread coursing through him, tightening his chest, rendering him unable to contemplate further. Had he succeeded? Wang Xian inquired, his heart trembling with anxiety. I don't know. After all, he violated the new covenant and is now facing retribution, came the response, accompanied by a shaking head. Wang Xian felt a chilling numbness in his limbs, soon replaced by a torrent of murderous intent. He yearned to eliminate Zhang Yuantian immediately. This could not be tolerated. He could not allow such a catastrophic threat to persist. Now, it was Wang Xian who teetered on the brink of madness. Chapter 401. The new covenant's absolute severance. It seemed to involve someone named Wang Xian. At last, he caught wind of some concrete information, yet it only heightened his unease. His heart rising to his throat. Lowering his gaze, he noticed his hands trembling slightly. If Zheng the Mad had indeed slain his parents, what recourse would remain? Everything would lose its significance. He must eliminate Zheng the Mad. Even if no opportunity presented itself, he would devise a way to create a feasible chance. Initially, he believed that refraining from killing Zheng Yuantian was merely a matter of his own survival, prompting his retreat to the celestial realm to seek any possible resolution to this looming threat. Unexpectedly, Zheng Yuantian had gone mad first, turning his wrath upon those closest to him. This was absolutely intolerable. Wang Xian stood at a distance, inhaling the spiritual essence of the celestial realm, striving to calm his spirit. Since the events had unfolded, it was no longer time for rage, but for contemplation on how to resolve the crisis. In the sky, a vast golden scroll loomed like a cosmic sea of stars, enveloping the area above Zheng Yuntian's domain, casting an apocalyptic shadow over the land. Floating islands erupted one after another, reduced to dust by the shattering runes that fell from the scroll. Chaotic heavenly thunder descended in relentless torrents, akin to a waterfall of secret codes, raining down devastation upon Zheng the Peerless. It was terrifying. A peerless master was meeting calamity, shaking the heavens and earth. Unable to protect even the sacred ground of Zheng's ancestral path, someone gasped in disbelief. Those who followed Zheng Yuantian revered him as a celestial ancestor. Yet even his domain was crumbling, instilling horror in many extraordinary beings. Evidently, Zheng Yuantian had retreated to the Pure Land to harness the grand formations laid out there to combat the New Covenant. His secluded retreat was inscribed with various order runes, all meticulously carved by his own hand. Yet today, that sanctuary was breached. The chaotic lightning traced blinding arcs across the sky, like cascading rivers of stars, striking the land below. Not a single floating island remained intact. All were obliterated. As for the jade palaces and celestial abodes, even with protective runes, they melted away. The earth, once considered one of the ancestral mountains of the celestial path, was cleaved in two, the mountain range collapsing. Towering mountains, despite the activation of array patterns, could not escape their fate of destruction. Zheng Yuntian's domain lay in ruins, his carefully constructed magical formations failing to withstand the onslaught. His disciples and followers fled in terror, unwilling to linger amidst the chaos. Despite this, those tasked with serving him, including some close disciples and certain Taoist apprentices, still found themselves unable to escape in time, meeting their demise in a brutal manner, leaving not even remnants behind, their essence and form utterly obliterated. Are you all intent on annihilation? Zheng Yuantian emerged, his hair disheveled and his body drenched in blood, rapidly swelling in size. In his blood-soaked hands, he clutched the wreckage of a warship, a remnant seized from the current realm, a testament to his terror. In the distance, Wang Xian felt as if his very scalp might burst. That was an ancient-style warship. And Zheng Yuantian had truly lost his mind, acting recklessly. The New Covenant had not been established out of our cold-heartedness, but rather, the rules of the celestial realm were inscribed upon it, automatically enacting your annihilation. A voice echoed from afar, cold and composed. Undoubtedly, it belonged to a top-tier powerhouse, a being of immense stature within a grand tapestry. Zheng Yuntian's body expanded, stained with blood, as he battled the chaotic heavenly thunder, his eyes opening and closing, more fearsome than the sharpest celestial sword, his gaze tearing through the heavens. In his grasp, the warship seemed no more than a toy, its massive hull, forged from a new alloy, crumpled easily in his hands, reduced to iron powder that cascaded down. Wang Xian observed from a distance, witnessing the moment the colossal warship shattered. A human body bursting forth, evaporating instantaneously. His eyes reddened. This confirmed that Zheng Yuantian had gone all out. One could only wonder what heavy toll he had exacted upon the ancient realm. You may temporarily suppress the mark left on the New Covenant. We are acquaintances. Do we truly lack compassion? Zheng Yuantian radiated celestial light, now towering to an unfathomable height, reaching the skies. Around him, chains of divine rules encircled, transforming into nebulas, clashing against the golden scroll, scattering the descending chaotic heavenly thunder. Without rules, how can one achieve order? The New Covenant activated on its own, deeming you in breach. And the supreme rules of the celestial realm punish you. Should we still assist you in resisting? A voice expressed dissatisfaction towards him. Are they not merely a few dozen mortals? Their deaths are inconsequential. Zheng Yuantian roared, unleashing a sea of flames from his mouth. Known as the karmic fire capable of incinerating vast realms, dark as ink, sweeping across the heavens, intent on obliterating that golden scroll. At this moment, he was nearly in a frenzied state, the symptoms of cultivating the devil's ta evident, yet in this condition, he was undeniably powerful. With a whoosh, the golden scroll was lifted by him, though ultimately, it stabilized again, trembling as countless sword lights descended from above. Is this all it takes to restrain me? To extinguish my existence for the slaughter of a mere 100 or 80 mortals? What a farce! What significance remains in this celestial existence? I am the founder, seated high in the 9 heavens, wielding life and death over all beings. Do you wish for me to pay with my life? Begone! Chen Yongjie raged, a blood cloud erupting above him, formed from his blood essence, seeking to tear apart the golden scroll, his methods endless. Chen Yongjie, you too have ascended from the ranks of mortals, yet upon reaching the celestial realm, you have forgotten your roots. You slay mortals while digging at your own foundation, which is also the foundation of the celestial realm. A year from now, the extraordinary will cease to exist, the celestial beings will vanish, all reduced to mere mortals. How will the disciples of various sects who have entered the world survive? Will they wait to be avenged by the denizens of the present world? A voice questioned sternly. In the sky, a golden scroll roared, its brilliance blinding as it rapidly expanded and spiraled downwards. Though it resembled a mere scroll, the celestial light was dazzling, striking like a broad blade. The auspicious clouds surging from Chen Yongjie's head were cleaved apart, transforming into a rain of blood, most of which he absorbed back into his body. The golden scroll began to unfurl, akin to a delicate sheet of paper, yet incredibly sharp, sweeping down with an endless array of runes, intent on annihilating the unparalleled expert. Chen Yongjie, drenched in blood and with disheveled hair, opened his mouth to emit a piercing howl, summoning a manifest scripture that filled the sky with characters, charging towards the scroll. As the scripture shattered, one of Chen Yongjie's arms was severed, yet the golden scroll continued its lethal sweep. Chen Yongjie's body surged once more, the severed arm regenerating as he ventured beyond the realm, aiming to tear the scroll apart and obliterate the new covenant. His frenzied state was indeed terrifying, his divine might unparalleled. In the outer realm, a cluster of suspended meteors erupted. Previously, those mortals had been slain by my disciples, establishing authority in the celestial realm and preventing the unworthy from overestimating their capabilities, believing they could stand on equal footing with us. If my disciples were killed and I retaliated in indignation, what fault lies therein? Chen Yongjie contested. Do not evade the crux. What gives you the right to send your disciples to slaughter mortals for your selfish desires? The celestial realm teeters on the brink of extinction, and your transgressions will jeopardize the fate of the celestial beings a year hence. With us controlling the old earth and new stars, do we need to fear the future? Strength should be inherent, Chen Yongjie proclaimed. With a swift sound, his head was severed by the golden scroll, a scene so astonishing that even a supreme powerhouse could be beheaded. However, he did not perish. In an instant, his flesh and blood reformed, evading the golden scroll, his entire being shrouded in darkness, resembling a black hole poised to disintegrate everything. Chen Yongjie, you are well aware that numerous super battleships have entered deep space, vanishing without a trace, even beyond our reach. They will undoubtedly return in the future. By exacerbating conflicts and endangering the celestial beings, what are you truly after? What do you covet? A voice from afar spoke coldly, piercing Chen Yongjie's heart. He refrained from elaborating further. The more he concealed, the more exposed he became. What he desired was a corporeal form with a unique intrinsic essence, identical to that of a being from 2,700 years ago. Yet he must not let more individuals within the grand narrative discover this. Then, silence enveloped the world, save for an immensely towering giant, far surpassing the mightiest mountains, standing in the heavens, capable of plucking stars and moons with a single hand. He struggled against the golden scroll, his body torn asunder multiple times, and the black hole he had manifested exploded. At a critical moment, a figure enveloped in chaotic energy appeared, wielding a feathered banner, and arrived in the outer realm, pointing upwards to brace against the golden scroll. Thank you, Tao brother. Chen Yongjie clasped his hands in gratitude, realizing his impending doom, his vital energy severely depleted, his foundation compromised, rescued by Hung Jun. A voice resonated through the heavens. Hung Jun, Your assistance is futile. He will likely still suffer the backlash of the scroll, with fate deciding life and death. If I refrain from intervening, Dao Frenzied shall not perish. I merely wish to prevent his foundation from suffering grievous damage and his cultivation from plummeting, Hung Jun replied. In the distance, upon the vast earth, Wang Xian was filled with discontent. Once again, it was Hung Jun, leaving him somewhat helpless. Was it permissible to be so capricious with a treasure in hand? The audacity to break the old covenant and obstruct the new. He lamented his insufficient strength. Had he possessed the life furnace, he could have easily vanquished Hung Jun. Nevertheless, he was not disheartened. After all, how many years had he truly cultivated? Hung Jun spoke again. Frenzied, you have acquired the remnants of the Demon Emperor's essence and true blood. Why not forge the body of the Demon Emperor while the opportunity presents itself? Thank you, my friend, Chen Yongjie replied as he descended rapidly from beyond the realms, settling upon the scarred earth to commence the incantation of the demonic embryo great method. Intent on forging the body of the Demon Emperor, Wang Xian turned to leave, a frown creasing his brow as he absently stroked the lid concealed within his armor. Tapping it lightly, he pondered how he might eliminate Chen Yongjie. The task was proving rather arduous. Yet he did not succumb to despair, for he was not alone in this venture. He embodied the collective might of Feng Yuzhu, the demon sovereign Yin Yan, Zhang Daoling, and the ancestor of the nether blood, bearing their unparalleled divine powers. Should he fully awaken and unleash their potential, there remained a glimmer of hope. Zheng Juesher was indeed astonishingly formidable, able to withstand such pressure. He was undoubtedly one of the mightiest masters. Naturally, any being who ascended to such heights bore the favor of destiny. How could they perish unexpectedly? Even in demise, their legacy would resonate through the ages. My master is invincible. How could anything befall him? Someone exclaimed, as Zheng Yuantian's disciples gathered. Indeed, the ancestor Zheng possesses immense fortune, destined to forge a new myth. Another echoed. Suddenly, Wang Xian felt a stirring in his heart. As he caressed the furnace lid and tapped it with his fingers, he sensed a subtle pulsation that nearly rendered him motionless, prompting him to cease at once. Fortunately, the lid soon returned to tranquility. Beyond the realms, Hung Jun furrowed his brow, sensing that the feather transformation banner had emitted a faint chime moments ago, as if greeting someone. This was peculiar. Was it a harbinger of the treasured artifact's emergence? Hung Jun instantly felt invigorated. Simultaneously, a streak of light sliced through the void. A solitary boat appeared above Zheng Yuntian's domain, arriving with astonishing swiftness. Hung Jun's gaze became fierce. He no longer cared for the golden scroll, nor for Zheng Yuntian's fate. Grasping the feather transformation banner, he lunged forward to seize the elusive boat. Zheng Yuntian was equally taken aback. The boat hovered high above, manifesting in his territory. Had he not been injured, this would have been an unprecedented opportunity. Yet, without hesitation, he soared upwards, eager to approach the treasure. Should he acquire the boat, he would have no need for the golden scroll, for no one in this world could harm him. However, reality proved to be ruthlessly harsh. The golden scroll descended first, casting him aside and leaving him bloodied. At the same moment, several figures tore through the heavens, abruptly appearing and charging towards the boat. The air crackled with turbulent energy. The rules intertwined as they endeavored to confine the precious artifact. Moreover, amidst the chaos, a peerless master attempted to seize the remnants of the essence and the true blood from Zheng Yuantian's grasp. Already grievously wounded, Zheng Yuantian now coughed blood, propelled away in an instant. A sense of dread enveloped him. Today, as circumstances were decidedly ominous. Chapter 402. The fear of the treasures of old Zheng. Wang Xian's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. This was a fortuitous opportunity. The leisurely boat had emerged, and Zheng Yuantian was not only struck down by the new covenant, but was also covertly assaulted by certain individuals. He felt no urgency, merely waiting for old Zheng to meet his demise. To conspire against me? Even heaven cannot claim me. A mere scrap of paper, stamped with a mark, does not grant one the power to sever the heavens. It is not the true new covenant. Old Zheng was driven to madness, his body drenched in blood, the order radiating from him like a rainbow, erupting from his pores. He was resisting the golden scroll, simultaneously showcasing his resolve. Anyone daring to strike him from the shadows must first reckon with the consequences of failing to extinguish his life. Just as he uttered these words, a surge of bloodlight rapidly materialized, akin to the arrival of a great sun. A giant emerged, commanding a tumultuous sea of blood from beyond the realm. Descending upon him with a tremendous foot, the blood-colored giant towered over the heavens, its formidable visage reaching the very firmament. As its colossal foot descended, the void collapsed, and Zheng Yuantian's domain shattered, the ground sinking beneath him. In the throes of battling the golden scroll and attempting to refine the demon emperor's corporeal form, Zheng Yuantian's royal blood roared, splattering forth. Furious, Zheng Yuantian found himself overshadowed by that enormous foot, which sought not only to grievously wound him, but also to humiliate him. Was that the ancestor of the blood cult? Had he turned his hand against Zheng Juesher? The might of that foot was overwhelming. Zheng Xianju's domain was utterly annihilated, leaving only a vast expanse of celestial mountains reduced to dust. From afar, the immortals gasped in astonishment, profoundly shaken. Was someone attempting to seize Zheng Yuantian's life in this moment? Who are you, lurking in the shadows? Zheng Yuantian unleashed a palm strike, shattering the heavens in an effort to counter that foot. Yet with a resounding thud, he could not withstand the golden scroll, which cleaved him in two, followed by the colossal foot bearing down, nearly crushing him to oblivion. He suffered a devastating blow, his rage boiling over. Who dared to humiliate him? Was that not the ancestor of the blood cult? How could Zheng Xianju still question him in such a manner? Some nearby were perplexed, murmuring quietly, "Do you not know? Since ancient times, when certain unparalleled masters were unable to reveal their true forms, they often manifested as the ancestor of the blood cult." Many among the immortals were hearing this secret for the first time, their astonishment evident. They wished to laugh, but dared not. How many burdens had old Ming borne? It was said that the ancestor of the blood cult possessed 9 true destinies, having been overly ostentatious in the past, thus incurring the wrath of numerous adversaries. The immortals communicated through divine senses, wary of speaking aloud. Zheng Yuantian, do you too face this day? Years ago, you conspired against a prodigy named Zheng Yuantian, not only seizing his flesh and blood, but also usurping his name. Who are you, but a villain practicing the art of demonic transformation? Perhaps even a remnant of ancient imperial lineage. A voice thundered. There stood another ancestor of the blood cult, clad in blood-red armor, resembling the earlier figure even more so. He exuded an aura that engulfed the world, wielding a tremendous force that crushed Zheng Yuantian, blood splattering everywhere. Zheng Yuantian let out a wretched scream. Primarily ensnared by the golden scroll, unable to evade the attack, his body fragmented and obliterated. Who are you? His emotions surged with both fear and fury as he coalesced his form from a distance. At this critical juncture, yet another assailant emerged, intent on extinguishing his life and truly sending him to his end. He was filled with trepidation. The present was starkly different from the past. Weakened and suffering from the backlash of the new covenant, he was at grave risk of being eliminated by those with nefarious intentions. "I am the Lord of Netherblood," he bellowed, brandishing his weapon and striking down once more. "I too am of Netherblood." On the other side, a giant, towering as high as the heavens, lifted his foot to stomp down again, bring forth the remnants of the demon emperor and true blood. Among those pursuing the celestial vessel, one individual suddenly turned back to launch a surprise attack on Zheng Yuantian with a sword. "Ah!" Zheng Yuantian cried out in despair. Besieged by 3 formidable masters and entangled by a golden scroll, his body shattered, forcing him to resort to Earth escape. However, one of the Netherblood patriarchs summoned a sea of blood, compelling him back to the surface. Most crucially, the golden scroll pursued him relentlessly, making it even easier to strike him underground. Zheng Yuantian was both astonished and terrified. Today, he genuinely feared for his life. In the ancient land of City, within the celestial tea house, the Netherblood patriarch seemed to have consumed a ginseng fruit, every pore on his body wide open, experiencing an exhilarating sensation from head to toe. "Haha, it is all me," he reveled, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. For years, Zheng Yuantian, the demon ancestor Qi, and others had impersonated him, leading to countless humiliations. The most infuriating incident occurred in the spiritual realm, where those individuals dared to impersonate him in his presence, nearly causing the patriarch to cough blood from rage. Finally, the tables had turned, and he was able to unleash his wrath, especially as he struck Zheng Yuantian with his true visage, only for the latter to still believe it to be an impersonation. One can only imagine how many had been acting under the guise of the Netherblood patriarch throughout the years. Even after being thoroughly beaten, Zheng Yuantian continued to believe it was someone else impersonating him. Patriarch, how does it taste? Huang Ming inquired, grinning widely as he personally attended to him in the elegant chamber. Slightly bitter, rich in aroma, with a hint of sweetness. Adequate, the patriarch replied. By the way, what is it that you serve me? He regained his composure and set down the cup. Huang Ming, taken aback, responded, coffee, of course. Did I not just ask you? You were smiling and nodding continuously. What coffee? The patriarch had been momentarily distracted, his thoughts far from reality, and could hardly recall his previous words. Angel coffee. Though its reputation may be tarnished, the flavor remains decent. I shall lend you. Upon hearing that name, the Netherblood patriarch became somewhat agitated, as the memory of Huang Ming's last venture with celestial coffee had left a profound impression. Its overpowering taste was unbearable. Calm down, patriarch. They did not actually use my plan. Huang Ming cried out in distress. In the half-materialized, half-energetic realm of the ancient land, Chen Yongjie was nearly slain, his body in tatters, resembling a cracked porcelain figure. At least 4 individuals had secretly plotted his demise, all donning the guise of the Netherblood patriarch, inciting both his fury and ire. Initially, the patriarch found the situation amusing. However, seeing that someone genuinely impersonated him to attack Chen Yongjie soured his mood, as he had become the unwitting scapegoat. Especially as he gazed into the distant skies, where 5 other Netherblood patriarchs were engaged in combat over the celestial vessel. He was infuriated, smoke billowing from his orifices. It seemed he was everywhere, the protagonist of this realm, on the verge of performing a solo act. Should this treasure truly be seized by some unscrupulous rogue, only for him to bear the weight of karmic retribution, it would be a most unjust fate. Hastily, he joined the fray to contest for the elusive vessel. The celestial beings beheld a multitude of specters from the blood of the underworld engaging in fierce combat, a scene of remarkable tumult. In this critical moment, Hung Jun intervened once more, aiding Chen Yongjie in resisting the golden scroll. Without his assistance, dire consequences would surely have ensued. However, due to the absence of a protective treasure, the elusive vessel began to fade from the void, and with a swift whoosh, it appeared on the horizon, successfully escaping. Swiftly, several specters from the blood of the underworld, along with Hung Jun, pursued the vessel. Hung Jun's expression darkened. He regretted having assisted Chen Yongjie. Chen Yongjie wore a bitter countenance, torn between relief that the others had retreated and despair at the lack of Hung Jun's support. He sighed, dragging his severely wounded form to once again confront the golden scroll, determined to attempt the creation of the demon emperor's body amidst this life and death crisis. Who am I? Even the extraordinarily gifted Chen Yongjie can be easily devoured by me. My true form surpasses your wildest imaginations. How could I perish? If not for your reckless conjectures, I might have almost forgotten who I am. In this life, I am destined to carve out a new realm in the extraordinary domain and reshape the myths. He stifled his emotions, his voice echoing in the earth of destiny. He must survive, rise, and defy fate. No one could impede his ascent. Yet, he also felt a pang of regret, his heart heavy with bitterness as the treasure appeared above his domain. Had circumstances not gone awry, he would have been at the pinnacle of his power, and with his hidden demonic essence unleashed, he might have truly acquired the elusive vessel. It must be said, in this moment, the radiance of Chen Yongjie's demonic nature was formidable, on the brink of death. He temporarily held the golden scroll at bay, while simultaneously refining the body of the demon emperor, with success within reach. An hour later, those who had departed returned, filled with profound regret, clearly having lost the pursuit of the elusive vessel. One by one the specters departed. Hung Jun also returned, promptly assisting the elder Zheng against the golden scroll, stating, "The new covenant is crude. It will entangle you for no more than a day before dissipating. I shall shield you." He expressed his regret. Although wielding the treasure and possessing a distinct advantage, he had repeatedly failed to obtain a second artifact. Could it truly be that fate dictates one can possess but a solitary treasure, with no mortal capable of bearing the immense karmic burden of 2 treasures? Hung Jun sighed, discontented within. If the dual treasures were to fall into his grasp, even as the extraordinary winter darkness descended, he would possess the confidence to confront it. "Thank you, brother, for your protection." Chen Yongjie expressed gratitude, recognizing that he would endure this calamity. Simultaneously, he did not abandon the endeavor of crafting the body of the demon emperor, for the next opportunity would allow him to fulfill his desires through the embodiment of the demon emperor. In the distance, within a colossal city, Wang Xian pondered whether his striking the nurturing furnace had summoned the elusive vessel. If viewed in this light, the treasures might possess an unfathomable connection, which would be astonishing indeed. Each artifact symbolizes a superlative mythical civilization, the culmination of their collective efforts. Let us try once more. I must not allow the elder Zhang to catch his breath. Even if I do not utterly exhaust him, I shall torment him to the brink of despair. Wang Xian resolved to make another attempt. In the bustling metropolis, amidst the throngs of humanity, he discreetly tapped upon the lid of the alchemical furnace, seeking to ascertain whether treasures of extraordinary worth might still manifest. Shortly thereafter, the cover of the life-preserving furnace pulsated, as if conveying messages to the outside world in a manner incomprehensible to mere mortals. This revelation sent a shiver through Wang Xian's heart. The civilizations entwined with these treasures were shrouded in profound mystery, their essence far from the tranquil image one might envision. He hastily ceased his actions, wary of drawing attention to the anomaly that had unfolded. Moments later, a blinding sword light cleaved through the heavens, rupturing the void surrounding Chen Yongjie's domain. The unparalleled brilliance of the sword illuminated both ancient and modern realms. Astonishingly, the sword of humanity had manifested once more, still within the territory of the venerable Zheng Xianzu. The celestial beings were taken aback, their eyes ablaze with fervor, yet none dared to contest for it. However, the principal figure, Chen Yongjie himself, shuddered involuntarily, not from exhilaration, but from a sense of dread. He sensed that this was no fortuitous omen. Having narrowly escaped danger moments prior, his current state left him vulnerable, unable to acquire the treasure, and at risk of losing his life. As anticipated, Heng Jun promptly abandoned him, allowing the golden scroll to descend and crash upon him. Old Zheng was still preoccupied with refining the Emperor of Monsters' physical form, utterly unprepared, and let out a wail as his body was obliterated. Meanwhile, the patriarchs of the underworld blood sect returned, vying for the treasure, while simultaneously inflicting grievous harm upon Chen Yongjie, reducing him to a shattered state. Old Zheng found himself in a dire predicament. Upon witnessing the treasure soaring through the skies, genuine terror gripped him. In Chapter 403, the uncertain future unfolded, revealing both celestial and demonic entities flaunting their prowess, while Chen Yongjie alone bore the brunt of the assault. Everyone present showcased their identities as patriarchs of the underworld blood sect, taking the opportunity to strike Chen Yongjie. Amidst the chaos, some attempted to seize the Emperor of Monsters' blood from Chen Yongjie, while others sought to eliminate him entirely, capitalizing on the tumult to deliver a lethal blow. Chen Yongjie endured immense suffering, ensnared by the golden scroll, blood spraying forth. His plight already tragic enough, yet he remained vigilant against the myriad of monstrous entities. Unable to defend himself adequately, no mercy was shown. The attackers came with lethal intent. With a resounding thud, one assailant not only sought to claim the ancient emperor's blood from him, but also aimed to refine his severed arm, seizing his true blood. Furious, Chen Yongjie realized he had always been the devourer, yet today he had become mere prey. That was his innate true blood, and those severed limbs could usually regenerate. He now faced irrevocable loss. "You have gone too far. Is it to the death you seek?" he bellowed. "Very well. I, Chen Yongjie, shall fight to the end. Even if I am to be obliterated, I shall take a few with me." His rage ignited, his entire being aflame. Hair disheveled, he transformed into a towering figure. Standing beneath the celestial vault, his unparalleled true blood boiling, ready to incinerate everything in its path. The reality was harsh. At such a level, no one heeded his threats. A colossal hand descended, crashing upon his corporeal form with a thunderous roar, and in the vastness of space, 2 of the 6 moons hanging nearby erupted into fragments. Let alone Chen Yongjie's main body, which was suppressed beneath the shadow of the gigantic hand. His form exploded, blood cascading like a torrential river from his shattered body. The scene utterly astonishing. The crowd was astounded as old Zheng stood firmly on the ground, having ascended to the outer realms of space. His magical body, interwoven with rules, faltered upon encountering a formidable adversary, leaving him gravely compromised. Almost simultaneously, a beam of sword light struck, severing his right hand, followed by a crushing fist that obliterated his head, larger than the moon itself. Was Zheng Xianzu truly slain? The shock rippled through the onlookers, especially his disciples, who trembled in fear, realizing that even an unparalleled powerhouse could be mercilessly dispatched. But no, Zheng Ju sure had escaped. It was merely his blood-colored magical body. An empty shell. His true self, shielded by a golden scroll, had managed to break free and flee the scene. With keen eyes, some discerned the truth. At the horizon's edge, Zheng Yuantian was sprinting fiercely, uttering the most vehement declarations, vowing not to rest until vengeance was exacted, yet ultimately retreating. Had it not been for the golden scroll shadowing him, few would have detected his presence. Zheng Yuantian felt an overwhelming sense of unease, an instinctual foreboding that calamity loomed. His murderous intent surged, and with a thunderous roar, he turned to flee. The place had transformed into a vortex of conflict, a potential grave for him, and he trusted his instincts. The day bore an ominous air, with two supreme treasures surfacing on his territory as a formidable being. His perception was acutely refined, leading him to sense a profound connection to the events unfolding. Though he acted decisively, evading capture, there were still those intent on his demise. Seizing the opportunity presented by his grievous injuries. Beneath the water, a monstrous crocodile, sensing the scent of blood, pounced at the chance, determined not to let it slip away. Its essence, composed of blood and vital energy, constituted rare materials capable of forging a replacement for its own lifeless form. Akin to crafting the body of an ancient demon emperor, bloodlight stained the sky as Zheng Ju was brutally vanquished. A cry of anguish erupted from him as his essence and finest blood essence fragmented into thousands of pieces, sinking into the earth and dispersing far and wide. Undoubtedly, he sustained catastrophic losses. The remnants of the demon emperor's elixir and true blood were seized, along with the very foundation of his being torn asunder. Zheng Yuantian fled. Yet he left behind a significant portion of his vital essence, merely a remnant of his form escaping, and his cultivation plummeted, descending from the realm of the extraordinary. This led to even graver consequences. As the golden scroll dove down to constrict him, he found himself barely able to withstand its force. Furthermore, other unparalleled powerhouses sought to eliminate him directly. The fragments of his dispersed essence shattered once more. The precious blood essence he carried was collected into a purple gourd, harvested from the unyielding mountains. Halt! Whoever seeks to slay Zheng Yuantian shall find themselves my enemy. I owe him a debt of gratitude, and today, I must ensure his safety. Hung Jun proclaimed from a distance of thousands of miles, waving his ethereal banner, unleashing a veil of celestial light that countered the golden scroll and repelled three mysterious experts. Infinite heavens, infinite earth, infinite laws. I, Hung Jun, invoke my power. He chanted, an ancient incantation releasing a sphere of light that enveloped the reappearing Zheng Yuantian, shielding him from disaster. Dear Zheng, endure this day, and the sea shall widen for your leaps. Hung Jun encouraged. Zheng Yuantian nodded and turned to depart. However, he could not remain hidden, as the golden scroll had locked onto him, and it would take a day for it to dissipate. Thankfully, with Hung Jun's ancient incantation augmenting him, he was temporarily shielded from death, struggling against the new covenant's trials. Most importantly, no one else has dared to lay hands on him. Hung Jun, what a meddlesome individual. Wang Xian felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Had it not been for this person intervening, Zheng Yuantian might have perished on the spot. However, Zheng Yuantian is destined to die. He is unaware of his parents' fate. Yet since his disciples have resorted to violence, resulting in fatalities, and Zheng Yuantian, at the last moment, even summoned a warship into the Grand Curtain, it is evident how intense the conflict is. To spare him would invite tremendous future repercussions. He inhaled deeply, temporarily departing from the colossal city. The golden scroll still has a day remaining. It will become a resplendent beacon, guiding old Zheng in his endeavors. At the stone forest area of Shinkong Cliff, the expanse was vast with almost no vegetation. Towering stone mountains reached towards the clouds. Resembling divine, swords plunged into the earth. Moreover, there were enormous meteorites, reportedly fragments of the moon, brought here to refine rare materials known as lunar gold. Wang Xian had arranged to meet the sword fairy here, not far from Zheng Yuantian's territory, a flight of merely 2 hours. He furrowed his brow, searching for quite some time, until he discovered a delicate message. The sword fairy's true form had indeed visited this place, but had departed from the celestial realm several days prior. She had gone to the high spiritual realm of Guanghan Palace to continue her sword training. vowing to become an unparalleled powerhouse in the near future, refusing to emerge until she achieved such a status. Hence, she would not accompany Wang Xian this time. Originally, she intended to look after him to some extent, but after waiting fruitlessly, she failed to appear. Wang Xian had not anticipated that traveling from his current location to Zheng Yuantian's domain would require over 10 days, given the vastness of the territory. Nonetheless, it would be better for her to emerge only after she had attained an extraordinary level. Wang Xian turned to leave. Next, he would remain in seclusion, patiently awaiting the passage of time. With Zheng Yuantian having been thoroughly defeated and cast out of the extraordinary realm, this would be the opportune moment to eliminate him, were it not for Heng Jun's ancient incantation. However, one could endure for a day, yet death would inevitably follow. He might as well remain there. He examined the map. The place where old Zheng awaited his demise was not particularly far from Heng Jun's dojo. With Wang Xian's current strength, he could arrive in approximately 2 days. And should he employ the evasion techniques akin to those of extraordinary powerhouses, it would be a trivial matter. He cast a glance at the majestic mountain range where Zheng Yuantian resided, chaos thunder occasionally striking down. Old Zheng was still enduring the onslaught. He was gauging the time, ready to arrange a third wave of warmth delivery for old Zheng, though it should not be too frequent to avoid arousing the suspicions of extraordinary experts. In truth, various parties were likely contemplating the situation, and he could manage one more wave at most. As the saying goes, no more than 3 attempts. Moreover, once the arrangement was complete, Zheng Yuantian would have to be killed, and he would need to depart immediately. For now, he would utilize the golden scroll to deplete the ancient incantation on him. The timing was not yet ripe. Unforeseen circumstances led to the sword evasion of the mortal realm, and even Heng Jun could not retain it. The sword light surged, colliding with the feather transformation banner, creating a tumultuous atmosphere, with stars being pierced, a terrifying sight. People fell silent. The treasure was exceedingly difficult to seize. Heng Jun's acquisition of the feather transformation banner left them speechless, as the fortune was simply overwhelming. During this final period, Wang Xian gradually absorbed the cultural essence of the celestial realm. Overall, it was a landscape of beauty intertwined with decay, and the populace bore a pessimistic sentiment. Now, it is universally acknowledged that the celestial realm is on the brink of collapse, driving many beings into madness. And chaos has reigned for an extended period, leaving countless souls exhausted and numbed by despair. In a small city, a pervasive gloom hangs in the air. The sanctum of Zheng Xianzu has been breached. Yet my family has surrendered all spiritual treasures to secure the opportunity for my sister and me to join his faction in the mortal realm. With the colossal transdimensional altar now destroyed, will it ever be rebuilt? A tremor of uncertainty ripples through the crowd. A young man stands there, his face etched with indecision, having exhausted everything, as his family has sacrificed immensely for the sake of the siblings. Now, an unforeseen twist has emerged. Moments ago, a disciple of Zheng Xianzu declared that the altar would not be reconstructed, and they could bear no responsibility for it. A heavy sigh escapes the lips of those present. The young man, pale of face, implores, "Is it possible to retrieve the spiritual treasures? They represent my family's entire savings. If not all, even half would suffice. I would seek a place at another master's sanctum for my sister, while I remain behind." The disciple of Zheng Xianzu replied, "No refunds." A voice, laden with sorrow, echoed through the gathering. This was Wang Xian's observation as he traversed the small city. He witnessed the young man clutching his underage sister, both faces awash with despair. In truth, this scene is not unique, but rather a reflection of the multitude. The celestial realm is currently in turmoil, and not all transcended beings are granted passage to the mortal world. Those who can purchase a place and find ways to enter the earthly realm are already considered relatively formidable extraordinary families. When the time comes, we will pierce through the great veil ourselves, fighting desperately before the celestial realm extinguishes, striving to achieve existence as mortals, and should we perish, we shall fade alongside the celestial realm, someone declared. Wang Xian felt an unsettling turmoil in his heart. The celestial realm starkly contrasts with the visions of beauty held in people's hearts, now resembling an impending apocalypse, filled with lamentations and desolation. He witnessed couples weeping in each other's arms, one able to enter the mortal realm while the other lacked the qualifications to secure an escape. Wang Xian shook his head vigorously. He could ferry some souls, yet he could not traverse this boundary. If so many extraordinary beings were to enter the mortal realm, it simply could not sustain them. The masters are not devoid of compassion. Rather, they lack the power to save everyone, as the earthly realm cannot bear the weight. A pair of young lovers, destined for separation, wept together, feeling helpless and forlorn. When you go to the mortal realm, live well, the woman began, her voice choking with emotion. I shall not depart. I will remain here with you, going nowhere. The man insisted, wiping away his tears, determined to stay behind. The woman, both touched and sorrowful, implored him, do not act foolishly. Your family has strived arduously to secure a place for you. Give it to my brother. I shall stay with you. Wang Xian felt powerless to navigate this vast world. How would it evolve? Would it truly bury all beings? The thought alone weighs heavily on the heart, rendering him speechless. The celestial beings lamenting their ill-fated existence, as myth fades into oblivion, leaving no path for advancement. Yet they still possess the chance to enter the mortal realm, perhaps to live as ordinary individuals. In contrast, countless lower-tier extraordinary beings are destined to perish with the celestial realm, lacking even the qualifications to survive. They are the truly pitiable ones. I have long harbored concerns regarding the emergence of mythological figures into the realm of the ordinary, fearing it may culminate in a nightmarish scenario for common folk. Yet, as it stands, those ominous events have yet to transpire. All extraordinary beings remain bound by constraints. Wang Xian feels a sense of oppression, pondering whether it is the extraordinary beings who ultimately endure the most suffering, despair, and desolation. Soon, many will find themselves unable to survive, with opportunities slipping away. When these remarkable entities eventually lose their extraordinary abilities, their remarkable memory fades, and their various talents are diminished, will they not become a marginalized group? Moreover, considering the day when the formidable fleets that have ventured into deep space will inevitably return, his emotions oscillate, prompting him to take a deep breath and depart from this small town. In the past, he worried about ordinary people being trampled by mythological beings, reduced to mere prey by malevolent entities. Indeed, there were once those of the demonic lineage wreaking havoc on the new star, which he vehemently opposed. Now, he finds himself anxious about the extraordinary beings who may lose everything in the future. Will there come a day when he must rise to defend the former extraordinary beings, shielding them from harm? In essence, he empathizes with the weak, wishing to prevent the establishment of a privileged class that suppresses and tramples the underprivileged. What the future holds remains uncertain. The rectification of the current world will bring forth endless cycles of joy and sorrow, far more brutal than he can imagine. He can only confront each challenge as it arises. At present, he resolves to take action against Chen Yongjie, for from any perspective, this individual represents a calamity that no longer warrants existence. Chapter 404. A farewell to old Chen Yongjie. May you embark on your journey. Wang Xian calmly declares, as the opportunity lies before him. Should he fail to eliminate this great source of misfortune, he might as well consider ending his own life. This time, he distances himself from Chen Yongjie, refraining from striking the furnace lid at his current retreat, and instead chooses to return to the site of his former dojo. This decision stems from the understanding that there are formidable individuals observing the situation. It is likely that suspicions regarding Chen Yongjie have already arisen, and they may be keeping a watchful eye on him. Should that be the case, Wang Xian would find it impossible to act against him. Residing within a vast city, not too far from the devastated dojo, he aims to mislead others into believing the issue lies within this location rather than with Zheng, the unparalleled one. Old Zheng has fled, leaving the shattered dojo remarkably desolate. Within the bustling city, throngs of people abound, indulging in revelry before the impending apocalypse. Many numbing their senses with celestial wine, while others, having secured their spots, celebrate with raised glasses, awaiting their migration. Wang Xian lightly taps the health-preserving furnace, consciously adjusting his rhythm, striking it for a lengthier duration than before, curious about the outcome. The lid of the health-preserving furnace quivers silently, and this time, he observes with his spiritual eye, faintly perceiving unique patterns drifting into the void. These resemble a form of script or perhaps a special signal. Could it be that treasures can indeed communicate? Moments later, Wang Xian withdraws his hand, the lid of the furnace pleasantly warm to the touch, revealing blurred images amidst the endless flames, with the furnace rising and sinking. Subsequently, artifacts such as the human world sword, the carefree boat, and the feather transformation banner emerge. seemingly on the verge of dissolution within the fiery light, resonating amidst the blinding patterns. Wang Xian inhales deeply, his heart stirred. For he has encountered 4 treasures that once coexisted in the same realm. The outermost layer is engulfed in the infernal flames capable of incinerating the vast realm. Within it, there exists layer upon layer of unimaginable fires. What purpose does this serve? Who could have amassed all the supreme treasures? His mind was profoundly stirred, yet notably, the Tao flag was absent, leaving no complete capture. What is the intent behind this? It is no wonder that there exists a connection among several supreme treasures. They once resonated together, enduring the baptism of a unique sea of flames, their fates intertwined. Suddenly, Wang Xian was even more astonished. The endless blaze revealed a multitude of yellow paper offerings, vibrant crystalline fragments, and colossal meteorite shards. Could these be genuine materials? They were incessantly hurled into the flames, treated as fuel. Was there an intention to obliterate the 4 treasures, to melt them down? He observed clearly that at the final moment, the lid of the nurturing furnace opened, allowing the other 3 treasures to be enveloped within, before the lid closed, enduring the fiery trial alone. In the depths of the extraordinary flames, amidst the utmost brilliance, everything vanished abruptly. Wang Xian was lost in thought. Who had once possessed the 4 supreme treasures? It was astonishing. What place was this, where someone sought to melt them down, while the nurturing furnace withstood the blaze, bearing the burden alone? If this understanding holds true, the nurturing furnace must have a debt of gratitude towards those 3 treasures, hence its gentle pulsations effortlessly elicited resonance with the other treasures. In the sky, a stream of light manifested, not just a single thread. First appeared the carefree boat, a treasure of immense speed, capable of effortlessly entering the highest realms of the spiritual world, gathering celestial medicines as if they were within reach. Next came the sword of the mortal realm, which cleaved the heavens and earth in a single stroke, soaring forth from the void to this very place. Following this was the feathered banner, shaking violently as it dragged Hung Jun along. He clutched it tightly, as though tethered, passively caught in its wake. Hung Jun was bewildered. He had never experienced such a phenomenon. Did this treasure go mad? He hadn't even summoned it, yet it was leading him on a wild chase. Then, his eyes widened in astonishment. Even as an unparalleled master, he lost his composure. Was there a gathering of treasures? All at once, 3 had emerged. A sense of fulfillment washed over him. Did the feathered banner possess a spirit? Although communication was impossible, inherently, it leaned towards him, guiding him in the quest for treasures. With a resounding crash, the next moment, his thoughts shifted. In this domain, the 3 treasures resonated in unison, igniting a fervor within Hung Jun akin to fireworks exploding, akin to the thunderous roar of cannon fire. Fortunately, he was immensely powerful, and the 3 treasures were not unleashing their might, but merely resonating with one another. Thus he was not torn apart at the foundation of the Tao. His physical form was merely damaged, swiftly reconstituting his flesh and blood, as he clung tightly to the feathered banner, fearing it might inexplicably flee. What kind of fiend was causing chaos here? Was it the convergence of treasures? He needed to pursue one. Even Zhang Daoling's true form awakened, opening his celestial eyes, divine lights splitting the void as he rushed forth. Moreover, from distant celestial realms, Feng Yuzhu and the demon lord, disturbed by the commotion, turned around to hasten back, traversing the great curtain. As for the ancestors of the blood of the underworld, one after another, they surged forth, all roused by the disturbance, causing the countenance of the old underworld lord to turn green with rage. He yearned to bellow. All of this is a farce. Initially, I believe the matter was intertwined with Zhang Yuantian. However, it now appears to be linked to this particular region. When others began to speak, it became evident why there were constant attempts to target Zhang Yuantian. He is perceived as extraordinary today, drawing coveted treasures, inciting a desire to capture him for meticulous study. Moreover, certain individuals have begun to fixate on him, patiently awaiting further anomalies. This has been a source of concern for Wang Xian, prompting him to maintain his distance from Zhengzhou Escher. Presently, the outcome is remarkably favorable. The ancestors of the blood cult have abandoned Zhang Yuantian and flocked here instead. Wang Xian departed from the colossal city with a composed demeanor, his steps leisurely as he approached the old Zhang, gradually quickening his pace until he resembled a divine rainbow traversing the heavens. Zhang Yuantian was undergoing tribulation, facing a life-and-death challenge today. The ancient curse upon him had thinned, and he was caught in the lethal embrace of a golden scroll, teetering between life and death. His visage pallid. Despite descending from an unparalleled realm and having his foundation torn asunder, he still sensed disturbances from afar. He wondered if a demon had emerged. Was there a gathering of treasures? He could hardly believe it was mere coincidence, suspecting that some unforeseen event was afoot. Was the place he had departed from truly unique? Regret gnawed at him. Had he missed vital insights? Ultimately, he exhaled a heavy breath, conceding that distancing himself was prudent. Otherwise, he might have encountered some nefarious entities intent on his demise. Simultaneously, a stirring sensation gripped his heart, a chill coursing through him, as his spiritual essence felt tumultuous. An ominous premonition brewing within him. It was vague and indistinct, as if the treasures had disturbed the celestial design, rendering him incapable of keenly perceiving the source of impending peril. Zheng was alarmed. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze toward the horizon, surmising that it was near the three treasures, where individuals still harbored intentions to assassinate him. Could it be that someone had acquired the human world sword or the carefree boat to come here and eliminate him? He was certain it was not Hung Jun, who bore the feathered banner. Without hesitation, he turned to flee into the void, opting for retreat to avoid future regrets. The unparalleled old demon was exceedingly alert. Was he truly preparing to escape? However, it was too late. Wang Xian had already arrived, blending into a throng of passing cultivators. Having fallen behind, now he activated the luminous orbs bestowed upon him by Feng Yuzhu, Zhang Daoling, and others. With a resonating hum, this realm instantly withered. Wang Xian first activated two orbs, one for protection, enveloping himself, and the other for offense, directed at Chen Yongjie. Both orbs were meticulously crafted by supreme beings, inscribed with endless, intricate patterns, embodying the highest principles of the celestial path. In the mortal realm, such phenomena would be inconceivable, as the mythic laws had crumbled and the extraordinary world had collapsed. Yet, here, the situation was entirely different. Upon activation, the orbs swiftly siphoned the supermaterial from this cosmos, weaving supreme rules together, resembling an ocean, akin to a million mountains, suffocating those beneath their weight, undulating like a nebula, enveloping the world. The void erupted instantaneously, shattering violently, as Zheng Yuantian soared toward the heavens in a futile attempt to escape, but it proved utterly ineffectual. He was struck by a blinding force and obliterated in an instant. What was that? A mirror, dazzling beyond measure, rendering even the sun's explosion pale in comparison. This is a mirror light talisman, one of old Zhang's signature skills. He often carries that worn copper mirror for good reason. When Zheng Yuantian was struck by the light, he was obliterated, as his current level was insufficient to withstand such a peerless blow. The ancient spell's light, bestowed upon him by Hung Jun, had long since dimmed. Otherwise, Wang Xian would not have dared to act. Moreover, after the heavens erupted, the ground was consumed by collapsing mountains, and the void was riddled with countless fissures, extending for miles in every direction. Wang Xian was shaken to his core, feeling a chilling dread. Old Zhang's talisman was truly formidable. He discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, grateful for having enveloped himself in a protective rune beforehand. Earlier, he had felt a pang of regret, suspecting he might have been overly cautious, wasting a rare divine ability. In hindsight, he was fortunate. Otherwise, he too would have perished. Even the residual waves of light from the mirror talisman could have annihilated him completely. With a swift motion, Wang Xian unleashed another orb of light, this one emanating from Feng Yuzhu's immortal radiance. It surged forward, extinguishing all vitality and illuminating Zheng's essence, seeking out his shattered soul fragments. It was evident that Feng Yuzhu's extraordinary ability was specifically tailored to counter Zheng Yuantian, making it remarkably effective. In an instant, the remnants of the 9 pools of black blood in the void were struck by the immortal light, revealing themselves before being mercilessly destroyed. That peculiar black blood, as dark as ink, absorbed all light. A foul stench wafted from afar, threatening to corrupt one's essence, reminiscent of the noxious blood from ancient times. Instilling a sense of horror. From within the 9 pools of black blood, cries of suffering echoed as the immortal light obliterated them, relentlessly grinding down the residual core essence marks. Was it truly that terrifying? He had fallen from grace, no longer a peerless master. Yet old Zhang's divine ability had not succeeded in completely eliminating him. Wang Xian felt a chill run down his spine. It was astonishing. The immortal light began to eradicate the black blood. With gritted teeth, Wang Xian hesitated no longer. If he was to strike, he would do so decisively, leaving no opportunity for survival. In that fleeting moment, he summoned another orb of light, a divine ability granted by the demon Lord Yin, which transformed into a pristine white hand. Simultaneously, Wang Xian summoned the lid of the life-preserving furnace, the immaculate hand grasping it and hurling it forward. The furnace lid swelled, receiving an unprecedented infusion of supermaterial energy, commanding the perilous laws to strike down the enemy. Feng Yuzhu's immortal light had extinguished the 9 pools of black blood in essence. Yet now, the demon lord's colossal hand, wielding the treasured lid, descended, illuminating the void and revealing a 10th pool of black blood, a minuscule remnant hidden within a fissure, almost imperceptible. Nevertheless, it was ultimately brought to light. With a thunderous crash, the white hand, shaped by the laws, struck down upon it, reducing everything to ash, leaving nothing behind. Old Zheng, I shall visit your grave another day. Wang Xian decisively turned to flee, the protective light surrounding him still solid and unyielding. However, the furnace lid remained unretrieved, still in its expanded state. My sister says, I say, Zhang says, must we waste yet another divine ability? He had no time to wait for the furnace lid to cool and shrink on its own. The unparalleled master from afar could arrive at any moment. A beam of undying divine light emerged, crimson as blood, a tremendous power bestowed upon him by the ancestor of the blood of the underworld, seizing the furnace lid. His heart ached, for collecting treasures demanded immense resources. The cost was exorbitant. Bang! At that moment, he harnessed the ancestor's grand power to propel the furnace lid, commanding the treasured object to pierce through the void, vanishing from sight in an instant. This had already consumed 5 grand abilities, yet he showed no hesitation. His direction and target were crystal clear. He hurried towards Hung Jun's sanctuary, intending to strike while he was away and abscond with the first tea tree. To him, it was more than just a tea tree. If cultivated properly in the void, it could potentially become a true medicinal marvel. Gratitude is owed to dreaming of no more clear skies, perfect in divine Asia. Thank you for your support, Alliance Leader. Last week, there were quite a few Alliance Leaders, and some messages remain unposted. Truly, there is no need to send me more Alliance Leader titles. Mere subscription support suffices. Chapter 405. No such person found the undying divine light. Indeed, someone descended in an instant, witnessing the final scene. A crimson glow receding, plunging into the vortex of the void. Its destination unknown. Was that the undying blood escape technique of the ancestor of the blood of the underworld? The newcomer's deep-set eyes perceived that the divine light was pure, seemingly not a counterfeit. The true body of the ancestor of the blood of the underworld had also arrived, and it was quite vexing. Multiple ancestors contending for treasures was one thing, but even the scene of a murder was tainted by his presence. In this realm beneath the heavens, the mortal world, and the celestial realm, it was almost impossible to find a place without his shadow. He was the king of Pot, bearing the weight of the universe alone. The ancestor of the blood of the underworld was extremely displeased. Zheng Yuantian is dead. The ancestors were all taken aback, shocked that the old demon Zheng had been swiftly slain. One even spoke in a low tone. I saw a furnace lit amidst the blood light. Could it be the nurturing furnace? Zheng Yuantian was indeed dead. This was undoubtedly a monumental event. The expressions of those present shifted as the 4th treasure materialized and was claimed, leading to Zheng Yuantian's demise. The blood of the underworld had acquired the nurturing furnace and vanished after killing Zheng Yuantian. One person spoke up, while the true body of the ancestor of the blood of the underworld gazed at them, weary. These individuals were all cloaked in the blood light, impersonating him, yet had the audacity to mention the blood of the underworld. Not a single one was virtuous. Who dares to claim the blood of the underworld? You killed Dao Frenzied. In the distance, Hung Jun, wielding the feathered transformation banner, his flowing white hair billowing, was filled with wrath. The yin-yang divine fire and silkworm immortal garment on him crackled ominously. His murderous intent was boundless, a fury rising that could pierce the heavens, with blood energy surging to the outer cosmos, even causing meteors to explode. Dao Frenzied, I will find the true culprit and avenge you, he vowed. 60,000 miles away, Wang Xian emerged from the vortex of the void, having corrected his position multiple times along the way, arriving near Hung Jun's sanctuary. Now, He paid no heed to the calamity behind him. Taking advantage of Hung Jun's absence, he hastily ransacked his lair, leaving nothing behind. Hung Jun, you abetted Zheng Yuan Tian in attempting to kill me. Thus, I shall be unreserved. Wang Xian gazed ahead at the magnificent mountain range. The black peaks released wisps of primordial essence, nurturing various spiritual herbs, while the crimson mountains dripped with earth marrow, giving rise to a divine orchard. The silvery mountains glimmered with the glint of swords, a metallic aura pervading the air. This was the sacred site for concocting extraordinary treasures. Hung Juan's dojo had been relocated from another celestial realm to this ancient land, a domain adorned with majestic and diverse divine mountains that sprawled across a vast expanse. Upon his first glance, Wang Xian's eyes fell upon a tea tree, standing prominently before the cave dwelling, unhidden amidst the open space between the towering mountains. It appeared that Hung Juan had gradually relinquished care for it, unable to sustain its needs. Ever since its transformation had faltered, preserving its fundamental medicinal properties had become a formidable challenge, requiring the special soil from Wuzhou Mountain and the rare celestial elixirs from higher spiritual realms, necessitating periodic replenishments. Now, with less than a year remaining before the celestial realm's extinguishment, Hung Juan believed that even if it could survive for now, it was destined to wither in the future. There were formidable protective formations in place, yet they lacked specific targeting. While the average individual could not approach this tree, Wang Xian, wielding the furnace lid, faced no such obstacles. With a resounding clang, he hurled it forth, the unmatched force yet to dissipate, crashing into the dojo and causing the very ground to quake. The intricate arrayed mountains erupting as the restraints crumbled. The singularly special location within this dojo, Hung Juan's meditation chamber, swiftly vanished, cloaked in a veil of nebulous chaos. Where the formations were densest, in stark contrast, the outer regions, decorated with exquisite palaces, floating divine islands, and ethereal gardens, did not share this fate, collapsing with a thunderous roar. The protective formations surrounding the first celestial tea swiftly disintegrated, and as the furnace lid descended, it emitted a soft radiance, actively drawing in the celestial herb, adorned with auspicious hues. Wang Xian's astonishment was palpable. He was reminded of the legends surrounding the life-preserving furnace, a treasure intrinsically linked to various celestial herbs. It was said that approaching a celestial herb with this furnace would attract its medicinal essence, making the harvesting of potent herbs significantly easier, and placing them within the furnace would enhance their quality. The first celestial tea tree was a vibrant green, its leaves glistening with dew, its trunk robust and spiraling towards the heavens, measuring an impressive 6 meters in height. It bore a sparse array of fruits, each no larger than a thumb. In a dazzling array of colors, gold, silver, and purple tea berries, radiating a divine allure. However, their scarcity posed a dilemma. Who could indulge in such limited offerings daily? Earlier, Wang Xian had mused about brewing a pot each day, not only for his own health and cultivation, but also to entertain friends. Now, he realized the yield was far too meager. As the old tea tree swayed, Wang Xian lent his assistance, coaxing it upward, its leaves shimmering in hues of green, and its variously colored fruits sparkling beautifully, a natural spectacle. It shrank in size, enveloped in ethereal light, cloaked by a veil of celestial mist, swiftly descending onto the furnace lid, the two shrinking to the size of a palm. Once Wang Xian grasped it, he felt as if he had consumed a ginseng fruit, a wave of comfort washing over him from head to toe. After vanquishing Zheng Yuan Tian and revisiting Hung Juan's dojo, he felt invigorated and rejuvenated, a sense of achievement glowing in his eyes. Of course, he did not linger, seizing the opportunity after acquiring the old tea tree. He soared into the air, intent on making his escape. Who was this? Who dared intrude upon Hung Juan's sacred abode? Had this person lost their sanity? To contemplate death is one thing, but to act upon it is another entirely. One might never again have the opportunity to inhabit a human form in the next life. Within this sacred ground, numerous extraordinary beings abound, among whom are several formidable experts. Some were caught in the aftermath of the disintegrating formation and perished in droves. Many, despite their fervent admonitions, were fleeing in terror, unwilling to provoke such a fearsome entity. Only a handful of forthright extraordinary beings dared to advance. Wang Xian took a deep breath and dispatched his second ray of undying divine light, not with the intent to slay, but rather to hasten his departure. It was time to return to the mortal realm. Should he linger any longer, Hung Jun would surely descend into madness, destined to pursue him relentlessly across the land. Naturally, during his retreat, he did not shy away from utilizing the crimson light to sweep past, obliterating all who dared to strike at him with explosive force. Wang Xian commanded the lid of the furnace, plunging into the vortex of time and space, vanishing in an instant, leaving the chaos behind him. The ancestor of dark blood. That was his signature technique of the undying blood escape. A cry arose, and once more, amidst the vicinity, there was a resounding explosion as more extraordinary beings were shattered. Old Zheng, you shall not perish in vain. That individual will pay a blood price. Hung Jun proclaimed. Almost simultaneously, a tremor coursed through his heart. His primordial spirit sensed an alarming disturbance from his rear. The sword of the mortal world had departed, cleaving through the void, racing toward Hung Jun's domain. The celestial boat was swifter still, a vessel designed for long journeys, and soon it became indistinct, fading from sight. Hung Jun remained silent, pursuing fervently. His primordial spirit sensed that his ascension banner was resonating lightly, as if approaching something significant. The ancestors of dark blood transformed into streams of light, hastening behind him. Precious treasures emerged in succession. Should they fail to seize the opportunity today, hope for the future would be dim indeed. Bang! Old Zhang was formidable. With a swift motion of his hand, a beam of mirror-like light shot forth, piercing through heaven and earth. He leaped into the temporal passage. Zhang, wait for me. The main body of dark blood called out. Who are you? Zhang Dowling inquired. I am dark blood. That cannot be right. It is usually others impersonating dark blood, forcing the old dark to adopt another identity. The ancestor of dark blood was moved to tears. Had this truly become an unspoken rule within the industry? Hung Jun's expression grew ashen as he stood before his domain, surveying the ravaged landscape, the fallen divine isle, and the collapsed palaces, his gaze icy. A multitude of extraordinary beings lay dead, and his celestial elixir had been brazenly excavated. What audacity! A gaping pit mocked him, as if his very nest had been uprooted. Who could be responsible? His eyes scanned each face in the vicinity. Immortal ancestor, we witnessed it. He is the ancestor of dark blood, employing the undying blood escape. Someone, emboldened by courage, disclosed the information. Release your ancestral aura. Dark blood rebuked. Upon hearing this, the hidden pot was one thing, but the overt one was intolerable. A direct affront to him. Let us trace back the past. Hung Jun's voice resonated with a somber tone as he summoned his unparalleled magical powers, endeavoring to uncover the past and discern the identity of the perpetrator. Soon, he realized with great difficulty that tracing back was an arduous task, a revelation that struck terror among those present. How could recent events not be reflected? Did this individual not exist in the world? Hung Jun let out a cold snort, urging the ascension banner to augment his powers, and immediately, it yielded results, albeit only presenting a hazy silhouette. The figure was entirely encased in armor, shrouded completely, and the scene dissipated in an instant. How could this be? It was impossible to trace back. Hung Jun was lost in thought, and then suddenly recalled something, saying, reality. To the void, inverting the cosmos, disturbing the traces of time and space. One capable of gathering such things is undoubtedly extraordinary. The carefree vessel and the worldly sword pursued for a distance before swiftly vanishing into the void, utterly disappearing. Hung Jun's expression darkened, holding the feathered banner. He tore through the void once more, continuing his pursuit, and ultimately halted in a desolate mountain range. He stood still for a long while, completely at a loss for clues. The once faint pulsation of the treasured artifact in his hand had ceased. Wang Xian sighed, recognizing that the escape skills of the blood demon ancestor were truly exceptional. The speed of the undying blood escape was exceedingly rapid. After the furnace lid fell silent, he too had long entered the realm of darkness. He hastened away, eventually spotting an inn, where he beheld the glowing red lanterns, and then, navigating through the mist, he soared into the air. In the dimness, he tread upon the indistinct terrain, his form seemingly distorted and ethereal with the fog, until he ultimately vanished. With a swish, he returned along the temporal vortex to the surface of the life soil, successfully escaping from the celestial realm, experiencing both danger and fortune, and reaping great rewards. He did not dare to linger, placing the shrunk tea tree into the nurturing furnace, sealing it tightly to become completely isolated from the world. lest any essence overflow from his body. Subsequently, he excavated the life soil, burying the treasured artifact deep within. He decided to take a moment to pause, planning to seek an opportunity to plant the ancient tea tree in the void. At present, he was quite anxious to know how the world had fared during his absence, particularly concerned for his parents. Thus, I have slain old Zheng, Wang Xin murmured to himself, his spirit returning swiftly to merge with his corporeal form, and in a flash, he opened his eyes. Gratitude to the hunter of the threefold destiny, who has contributed to the Silver Alliance numerous times. I remain in the cycle of darkness, feeling unworthy of such grace.